Simon & Schuster Audio presents Kennedy's Coup, a White House plot, a Saigon murder, and America's descent into Vietnam. By Jack Cheevers. Read by Fred Sanders. For my uncle, Second Lieutenant Robert E. Hartenstein, United States Army Air Forces, Navigator, B-26 Bomber, 452nd Bomber Squadron, 322nd Bomber Group, Medium. Killed in action on November 28, 1944, as his aircraft attacked ground targets in support of American combat troops pushing into Germany. Bobby was 22. Ad vitam aeternam. Great blunders are often made, like large ropes, of a multitude of fibers. Victor Hugo, Les Miserables. Chapter 1. A Massacre in Eden. John Helbley loved to drift along the Perfume River at night. For practically nothing, he could rent a sampan and a Vietnamese boatman who would steer him out into the middle of the wide, slow-moving stream. From there, the little outlines of the old imperial capital of Hue were faintly visible along both banks, north and south. Helbley floated on the calm, black water in near silence, past places where long-ago emperors marshaled armies, wrote poetry, and frolicked with concubines. Dim lights shone from both shores, but there was little traffic noise, for in 1963, few people in Hue drove after dark. Helbley, the 29-year-old American consul in Hue, had many visitors from Saigon, often fellow State Department officers and their wives. They came north ostensibly on official business, but really to tour the citadel, the unimaginably luxurious home of the Nguyen emperors, and the overgrown but still magnificent imperial tombs nearby. Helbley's entertainment program usually included a nighttime sampan outing on the Perfume. He and his guests glided up and down the river, no particular destination in mind, as smaller canoe-like vessels, their prows lit by lanterns, pulled alongside, offering Vietnamese delicacies cooked on the spot. There were various stories about how the Perfume got its name, but the best one was that it had been scented by orchids falling into its waters far upstream, in the foothills of the Annamite Mountains. Helbley would always remember the languorous beauty of those quiet nights on the Perfume River, but when he arrived on its south bank one hot day in May 1963, he wasn't playing tour guide, he was investigating a massacre. With its French doors and colorful border of tropical flowers, the South Vietnamese government radio station next to the river seemed an unlikely spot for bloodshed. But on the manic night of May 8, 1963, several thousand Hue residents, most of them Buddhists, had surrounded the station, demanding that it devote airtime to a commemoration of Buddha's birthday. The station manager refused, and soldiers and militiamen moved in with rifles, concussion grenades, and armored vehicles. Gunfire erupted, along with violent explosions. The terrified crowd fled in all directions, leaving behind 7 lifeless bodies. An 8th person died later. Helbley looked around the station the next day for anything that might shed light on what had happened. He found a bullet hole in a drain pipe attached to the building, and other damage probably caused by concussion grenades, but it wasn't clear what triggered the violence or who was responsible. For the past 2 years, Helbley had been trying to understand why things happened the way they did in Hue. Though he spoke fluent Vietnamese and had many acquaintances in the lovely city of 100,000, he had yet to figure out its power structure and how it worked. In some ways, Hue resembled a Sicilian hill town, placid and picturesque on the surface, but rigidly controlled behind the scenes by the mafia. The insular little city had no newspapers, minimal crime, and, at least until the May 8th slaughter, a docile population. Helbley, his wife, and their young son had come to Hue in the spring of 1961, as the South Vietnamese government strained to put down a worsening insurgency by communist guerrillas called Viet Cong. In those days, the conflict seldom intruded into Hue, although Helbley occasionally heard firefights between the VC and local police at a guard post on the far side of a large rice paddy behind his house. The war was fought mostly in the countryside, and a big part of Helbley's job was to travel around South Vietnam's 7 northernmost provinces, picking up information on local military, political, and economic conditions, and reporting it to his superiors at the U.S. Embassy in Saigon. He roamed his mostly rural region in a Willys Jeep, with a submachine gun known as a Swedish K on the seat beside him. His assistant at the consulate had acquired the weapon by trading a case of rum to an American military advisor who was part of a growing contingent brought in to help the South Vietnamese Army fight the VC. Stationed 400 miles away from his nearest boss, Helbley had a large degree of autonomy, and that suited him just fine. He liked adventure and was unfazed by the dangers of circuit riding through Viet Cong-haunted countryside. Gregarious, perceptive, and immensely curious, he was an ideal man for the Hue consulate, which functioned as a U.S. observation post for the upper third of South Vietnam, directly below the demilitarized zone that separated it from communist North Vietnam. A native of the mill town of Appleton, Wisconsin, Helbley graduated from the University of Wisconsin and soon afterward joined the State Department. He underwent Vietnamese language training and found himself at the bustling Saigon Embassy in the summer of 1960. Within a few months, he learned just how volatile South Vietnam could be. In November 1960, rebel paratroopers stormed into Saigon and tried to overthrow South Vietnam's authoritarian president, Ngo Dinh Diem. The attackers surrounded Diem's residence, Independence Palace, in the heart of Saigon. Helbley heard about the incipient coup early in the morning and blithely decided to walk past the besieged palace on his way to work, noting anything that might be useful to the embassy. In front of the palace, he found paratroopers taking cover behind trees. Wrecked jeeps and soldiers' corpses lay in the street. An intense firefight suddenly broke out between the attackers and troops defending the palace. Helbley jumped over a low wall around a nearby villa, pressing himself flat on the ground behind it. As it happened, the house was occupied by William Colby, chief of the Central Intelligence Agency station in Saigon, and his wife and their 4 children. "John, what the hell are you doing down there?" Colby shouted from a balcony. Helbley scampered inside the house. The CIA executive was anxious to get to the embassy to carry out his duties and asked his unexpected guest to stay with his family. Helbley agreed. For the next 36 hours, Helbley carefully observed the fighting and telephoned blow-by-blow reports to the embassy. He watched as rebel troops, tanks, and armored personnel carriers exchanged fire with loyal soldiers around the palace, wincing as stray bullets shattered windows in Colby's home. Artillery shells arced overhead and threw up geysers of dirt on the palace's park-like grounds. When a group of mutinous soldiers set up a command post in the front yard, Helbley went out and talked to the young lieutenant in charge, asking if Colby's wife and kids could safely leave their house. The lieutenant then marched up to the palace's front gate with a white flag, talked to someone inside, and came back and told Helbley, "Okay, you can take them out now. We've agreed that there will be no firing." Colby's family slipped away unharmed. Diem ultimately survived the attempted coup, calling in loyal troops from outlying areas to save him. Helbley figured his intrepid reporting from the villa led to his promotion to Hue over a more experienced Foreign Service officer who'd been tagged to go there. His consular district was huge, covering thousands of square miles, with varied terrain that included beautiful white sand beaches on the South China Sea, thickly forested highlands populated by primitive tribespeople, and spooky jungles and mountains along the Laotian border that concealed dangerous animals as well as dangerous men. In his early days as consul, he was oblivious to the very real hazards of traveling in his new domain. When Helbley first arrived in Hue, the departing consul, a high-spirited man named Tom Barnes, put him in a jeep and took him on a 5-day orientation tour. Their destination was Kontum, a market town in the mountainous Central Highlands. They started off by driving south along Coastal Highway 1, one of the few paved roads in the region, and then west to Pleiku, a crossroads town and home to a major South Vietnamese army base. Normally, travelers made their way to Pleiku and then took an established road north to Kontum. But Barnes knew a shortcut, and the 2 Americans swerved off the main road onto a muddy track that led into the forest. They soon reached a village inhabited by mountain tribespeople. There they met a French priest who'd lived with the mountaineers for many years and reported that the Viet Cong were active in the area. The Americans got back in their jeep and continued along the isolated route, winding through mountain forests for hours as daylight faded. They finally arrived in Kontum after dark, parked in the American military compound, and joined some U.S. Army advisors at a bar. One of them asked why the two diplomats were getting in from Pleiku so late. Helbley replied that they hadn't come from Pleiku, they'd taken the shortcut through the mountains. Silence descended on the bar. One of the advisors exclaimed, "You did what? Nobody's been down that track for years. It's totally insecure." On a different trip, Helbley had to slam on his brakes to avoid running smack dab into a Viet Cong ambush in Quang Ngai province. Just ahead, guerrillas on both sides of the road were shooting at South Vietnamese militiamen who'd been riding in a truck. Helbley jumped into a ditch and crawled over to the militiamen, getting off a few shots from his .38 caliber revolver, which wasn't very effective for combat. After that, he took the Swedish K with him. The communists broke off the attack and melted into the landscape. One way to foil VC attackers was to drive fast. Helbley was doing that on another day in Quang Ngai as he approached a steep ramp that led onto a short, steel-frame bridge. He hit the ramp at about 30 miles per hour, bumped across the bridge, and was racing away when he heard a loud explosion behind him. Checking his rearview mirror, he saw the bridge gone, and pieces of it falling from the sky. He figured he'd been moving just quickly enough to thwart the hidden guerrilla who detonated the mine. Helbley nevertheless enjoyed rambling about his consular district, typically spending 1 week in Hue and the next on the road. The scenery along the way could be humdrum, such as the scrublands and rice paddies bordering Highway 1, adorned only by an occasional clutch of banana trees. Or it could be breathtaking, like the thrilling vistas along the narrow 13-mile road that wound through the Haivan Pass, Ocean Cloud Pass, in mountains bordering the South China Sea. Helbley traversed the pass on his frequent trips to Da Nang, where he consulted with American and South Vietnamese military authorities. In the coastal lowlands, he often stopped to talk with farmers in their paddies, asking about crop yields and whether Diem's government was doing enough to help them. It took him a while to adjust to the sight of a barefoot farmer, standing atop an earthen irrigation dike, his pants pulled up to his knees and multiple leeches attached to his blood-streaked legs. Pulling into a village or town, he'd seek out the headman to discuss the economy or how the war was going in that district. As poor as they were, the rural Vietnamese were gracious hosts, offering their visitor a can of warm beer or soda pop. After a long, dusty day of careening over dirt and gravel roads, Helbley gulped the drink gratefully. As his tour wore on, it became more and more dangerous for an American to traipse around the boonies on his own. The VC stepped up their attacks, and the young diplomat occasionally was forced to accept, at the insistence of worried local officials, an escort of armed soldiers. By 1963, he was doing much of his travel aboard small, single-engine airplanes with CIA pilots. Flying was faster, and certainly safer than driving, and Helbley liked getting the pilots to buzz his house in Hue, as the plane headed for a short landing strip in the Citadel. Thus alerted, his wife would hurry out to the airfield to collect her husband. Hue had long been the cultural and intellectual wellspring of Vietnam. With its backdrop of pine-covered hills, it was a somnolent old city of scholars and warriors, exquisite gardens and abandoned palaces, drowsing in memories of its glorious imperial past. In the early 1960s, it was a quiet, conservative place. Sampans brought a daily catch of fresh fish up the Perfume River from a lagoon near the South China Sea. Schoolgirls rode bicycles while wearing white ao-dai gowns with split-side panels that streamed behind them, making them look like swallows in flight. Young men and women bustled about the Hue University campus, where a team of West German doctors was helping to establish a medical school. There was little nightlife, no dance halls, and only a single bar, the Green Door. Hue's people were the proud Puritans of South Vietnam, differing considerably from the less restrained Saigonese in dress, speech, manner, and attitudes. They regarded their countrymen to the south as lazy, undisciplined, and badly corrupted by money and foreign influences, and themselves as the less affluent but high-minded conservators of the nation's heritage and values. "We have," a Hue resident Riley told an American journalist, "one of the most enormous superiority complexes on Earth." The most intriguing feature of the landscape was the Citadel, a walled mini-city surrounded by moats that had been the home of the emperors and their enormous courts. At its core was the Forbidden Purple City, a smaller replica of Beijing's Forbidden City, where the 13 successive emperors of the Nguyen dynasty lived in a dream world of extraordinary beauty and luxury, attended by scores of wives and sometimes hundreds of concubines, plus a corps of imperial eunuchs. The Nguyen lords were entertained by paramours and rare animals in their royal palaces and gardens, or dancers and actors in their private theater. Elsewhere in the Citadel were court offices and homes for high-ranking government and military officials and their families. Inside its walls were guardhouses, stables, war elephants, caged tigers, and arms storehouses. The extensive grounds were once adorned with lovely lakes, ornamental bridges, and perfectly landscaped flora. In the 19th century, Emperor Ming Mang put 8,000 soldiers to work on the magnificent Tim Tam Gardens and an accompanying lake. Ponds and canals within the royal fortress were dotted with white lotuses, the Buddhist symbol of spiritual and bodily purity. The emperor's armies were backed on the battlefield by elephants, which could impale enemy soldiers with their tusks and scatter cavalry with their terrifying trumpets. The animals became royal favorites and emblems of imperial power. In a specially built arena, elephants and tigers battled to the death for the amusement of emperors and their guests. The elephants routinely won, since royal keepers blunted the tiger's teeth and claws. French travelers wrote of these ferocious clashes with awe and revulsion, comparing them to the feral spectacles in ancient Rome's Colosseum. The emperors were long gone by 1963, but they had a successor of sorts in an enigmatic, pot-bellied figure named No Ding Can, a younger brother of President Diem. Although he held no government office, Can ruled Hue and the rest of Upper South Vietnam like a viceroy. Rarely seen in public, he lived with his bedridden 91-year-old mother in a house enclosed by high walls topped with triple strands of electrified wire. Can directed his own secret police force, known as the Special Action Group, which had a reputation for crushing the Viet Cong and non-communist political rivals with equal ruthlessness. Through a network of informants and sycophants, he stayed abreast of all significant political and military developments in his region. "He had his agents everywhere," said one U.S. diplomat. "Without Can's blessing, no one got an important government job or won a seat in the National Assembly." Pragmatic and down-to-earth, he liked to be called Uncle Can, and was said to have a sparkling wit. He kept close tabs on popular aspirations and attitudes towards Diem's regime, and was seen as generally sympathetic to common people. But Can tolerated no dissent. While his brother's political antagonists in Saigon were sometimes allowed to make speeches and be quoted in newspapers, in Can's satrapy no such insubordination was permitted. His political organization had a hand in most major economic development projects in the region, and he was believed to control the lucrative trade in cassia, a cinnamon-like spice. He told one associate that his family had salted away $7 million in foreign banks, and that if things went bad, they and their friends could sail away from South Vietnam in 5 ships they owned. Can disliked foreigners and dodged each of the eager young American consuls who arrived in Hue every few years and sought an audience with him. He pleaded ill health or insisted he was only a private citizen with no official role in government. He did, however, send the Americans interesting gifts. One of Helbley's predecessors received the stuffed head of a gour, a large horned bovine similar to a bison, as a going-away present. The last U.S. consul who managed to get inside Can's home, in 1959, described it as bizarre, citing such trappings as 2 enormous stuffed tigers, a stuffed leopard, and numerous cages filled with raucous birds. A Vietnamese official who'd accompanied the American explained that Can was very fond of animals because he had no wife or children. Helbley, too, tried to speak with Can, but was told to submit questions in writing. He did so, and got back only pabulum. But everywhere he went, he felt Can's unseen presence. He sensed it every time he tried to talk with a Vietnamese about local politics or the government, only to have that person gingerly steer the conversation to another topic. Hue was filled with police and soldiers, but they kept a low profile, which was all they really needed to do. The people of Hue knew who was in charge and how they were expected to act. Long before John Helbley and other Americans came to Vietnam, it was conquered and colonized by the French. During the latter half of the 19th century, France gradually seized control of what became known as French Indochina, composed of the modern-day states of Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. In 1885, French soldiers sacked Hue, killing as many as 1,500 Vietnamese and forcing the young Nguyen Emperor Ham Nhi to flee into the countryside with his regents. The French took over the imperial capital and ran the country for their own benefit until Ho Chi Minh's communist guerrilla army forced them out in 1954. Hue still carried a vivid colonial imprint when Helbley arrived. The splendid former French Governor-General's mansion graced the city's French Quarter on the south side of the Perfume River, where Hue's most affluent families resided. Also on the south side was the French-built, raspberry-colored railroad station, the glamorous Cercle Sportif de Hue Country Club, where colons once played tennis on grass courts and sipped cocktails at the poolside bar, was shuttered, but bore ghostly witness to the charms of colonial life. Helbley and his wife Joan also got a taste of upper-crust living. They moved into a spacious French Quarter villa and hired 4 servants, including a cook, a gardener, and a nursemaid for their little son, and in the fall of 1961, a newborn daughter. A bridge enthusiast, Helbley hosted weekly games at his house with Jerry Greiner, a CIA agent who was undercover as Helbley's vice consul. Another regular was Jan Berlin, a U.S. Army doctor who sometimes accompanied Helbley on his jeep jaunts in the countryside. The men drank cognac and smoked Philippine cigars as Helbley carefully tallied their scores. He also enjoyed taking his family to a gorgeous beach on the South China Sea. Only a handful of other American couples lived in Hue, and Helbley and his wife sometimes joined them at a firing range as they honed their shooting skills in case of a Viet Cong attack on their homes or offices. Helbley liked Hue and the Vietnamese, and accepted their cultural idiosyncrasies with easygoing Midwestern tolerance. For instance, he dined on a number of occasions with the rotund, jocular rector of Hue University, a Jesuit priest named Cao Phan Luong. Father Luong loved playing a puckish practical joke on his foreign guests. He served them cooked dog meat without telling them in advance. Helbley didn't mind eating dog, although it wouldn't be his first choice on a restaurant menu, and was sometimes present at Father Luong's dinners with other Americans. When they finished their meal, the newcomers often remarked, "Father, that was a delicious dish. What was that?" The priest would smile slyly and say, "Dog." The guests sometimes didn't catch what he said at first, or didn't believe their ears. Many of them then beelined for the front yard, making sounds that indicated the meal might not have been so appetizing after all. Helbley loved sports, especially games played with a racket, tennis, badminton, racquetball. Soon after moving into his villa, he poured blacktop in his backyard, put up a net and lights, and began organizing badminton games and tournaments. The games had a dual purpose. They were partly for fun, and partly a way for Helbley to better understand Hue's political and social anatomy. Most of those he invited were government bureaucrats or professors and students from the university. As players batted the shuttlecock back and forth, Helbley chatted quietly on the sidelines with those not playing. He asked bureaucrats about their jobs and students about their professors as obliquely and discreetly as possible. You always had to be somewhat circumspect in how you approached it, he recalled. Helbley held several games a week, and several tournaments a year, gleaning valuable information and becoming a first-rate badminton player in the bargain. Helbley had other ploys for collecting information as well. For their first Christmas in Hue, he and Joan decided to throw a dinner dance party, even though it was known that Can, the city's unofficial overlord, didn't approve of dancing. Helbley had heard that some Hue residents who'd been educated in Europe or the United States chafed at restrictions on dancing and other Western-style entertainments, and he wanted to find out who they were. So he and Joan invited a couple dozen Vietnamese, including members of the local power structure, to their home. The Helbleys cranked up their record player with Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass and Les Elgart's dance band. But only a few Vietnamese couples showed up, and they stayed off the dance floor. The party looked like a bust, but the Helbleys gamely went ahead with dinner. Afterward, one of the Vietnamese couples excused themselves and left. It was still early, so Helbley put on more records, and the place suddenly sprang to life. The remaining couples moved onto the dance floor and had a blast. They explained to Helbley why they were all so inhibited at first. The gentleman who just departed was Can's right-hand man, and no one was crazy enough to dance in his presence. In the 2 years preceding the radio station massacre, Helbley had noticed an intensifying competition between Hue's two main religious groups, Buddhists and Catholics. Hue was the de facto capital of South Vietnamese Buddhism. Leading monks lived there and worshipped at Tu Dam Pagoda, with its striking tower resembling a stack of giant mushrooms. About 70% of South Vietnam's population identified, at least nominally, as Buddhist, and Buddhist festivals and processions were commonplace in Hue. While Catholics made up only 10 to 12% of South Vietnam's people, they had outsized influence in Hue. The city was the family seat of President Diem, an ardent Catholic who in his youth had studied to be a priest. In 1961, the Vatican appointed Diem's older brother, Ngo Dinh Thuc, as Hue's archbishop. Strong-willed and self-righteous, Thuc moved forcefully to raise Catholicism's profile in the city, constructing a large church and renovating the Hue Cathedral. Even Can, the Ngo clan's least devout member, was a weekly churchgoer and lived in Hue's Catholic quarter, Phu Cam. Helbley watched as the two faiths tried to outdo one another on holy days, ratcheting up the size and splendor of their celebrations. If the Catholics held a big procession to mark one of their sacred days, the Buddhists staged an even grander one when their turn came. Though heavily outnumbered, Catholics consistently put on good shows of strength. When Archbishop Thuc's new church was dedicated in 1962, for instance, many government officials came up from Saigon for the ceremony. Indeed, Buddhists complained to Helbley that Diem's regime had for years consistently favored Catholics. Hue University faculty members bent over backward to please Thuc, believing, as Helbley put it in a report to the State Department, that the influential prelate can break the university if he sees fit. And Helbley had seen evidence of direct government assistance to the Catholic community. Shortly after he moved to Hue, construction began on a Catholic seminary near his house. Helbley saw 5 South Vietnamese Army trucks bringing fill material to the building site. 2 years later, the work was still underway, with the same trucks helping. Local residents told him that Army trucks were also used to build the new church. The May 8th massacre stirred deep anger among Buddhists in Hue. Even some Catholics were upset at the tactics government troops had used against people at the radio station. Helbley had his diplomatic position to consider and didn't want to be seen as taking too close an interest in what the Diem government surely regarded as an internal matter. But he did conduct his own circumspect investigation, quietly talking to Buddhist leaders and the few anti-regime dissidents he could find. He gathered official reports on the killings from Vietnamese police and military sources and spoke with Major Dang Si, commander of the government troops at Radio Hue. A Catholic, the officer had become the primary villain in what was shaping up as a major scandal. In a lengthy cable to the State Department, Helbley said he tried to verify all of the events preceding the massacre, but conceded that his report might not be completely accurate. The incident began, he wrote, on May 7th, when Hue police asked local Buddhists to take down flags hoisted in celebration of Vesak, an annual holy day commemorating the birth, enlightenment, and death of Buddha. The cops, however, met with considerable popular resistance. The next morning, the Buddhists held their traditional Vesak parade and a ceremony at Chudam Pagoda. During the ceremony, a monk named Chi Kwang delivered a fiery speech attaching the Ziem government for ordering the removal of Buddhist flags and discriminating against Buddhists. Now is the time to fight, he exhorted his listeners. That evening, a large crowd gathered at Chudam for a traditional flower dance, but the performance was canceled, and the crowd headed for the radio station by the river. By 8 p.m., as many as 4,000 people were outside the building. At that point, Helbley acknowledged, the details of what happened got fuzzy. Chi Kwang went to the radio station and demanded either that a tape of his morning speech be broadcast or that he be allowed to repeat the speech on the air live. But the station manager refused, whether because the speech hadn't been cleared by government censors or because there was no room in the program lineup, Helbley couldn't say. Chi Kwang then addressed the crowd over a loudspeaker, urging them to remain calm even though he'd been denied airtime. The province chief circulated among the people, pleading with them to go home. But they didn't, and the authorities eventually lost patience. Many police officers appeared, along with 2 companies of soldiers and militiamen, and 8 armored scout cars and U.S.-supplied armored personnel carriers. Fire trucks arrived and tried to disperse the crowds by spraying water. The hoses, however, didn't have enough pressure to push people back, and many actually enjoyed the cool streams on a hot night. Eyewitnesses said the protesters engaged in no violence, although 2 youths scrambled onto the radio station's roof and planted a Buddhist flag, shouting, "Victory!" Loudspeaker appeals and tear gas volleys also failed to break up the crowd. At about 10:45 p.m., the security forces all began firing their guns in the air, creating a frightening racket that went on for about 1 minute. Several ear-splitting explosions occurred at about the same time. Armored vehicles rolled forward into the demonstrators, and terrified men, women, and children began running and stumbling. When the bedlam subsided, 7 mangled corpses lay outside the radio station. 6 of the dead were children or youths. About 15 other people were taken to local hospitals and dispensaries for treatment. 2 eyewitnesses later said they saw a soldier pitch a concussion grenade onto the radio station's concrete porch, where several people died. Though the devices weren't designed to kill, a U.S. Army doctor who viewed the victims told Helbley their wounds could have been caused by such grenades going off in the midst of a closely packed crowd. The doctor also believed that 2 children had been crushed to death beneath armored vehicles. The government claimed that Viet Cong agents caused the fatalities by hurling plastic explosives into the crowd. But that story, Helbley reported to his superiors, was greeted with incredulity by the people of Hue. They were amazed, he wrote, that the government would try to cover up the incident in such a manner when it seemed everyone clearly knew the real truth. Street protests swept the city over the next few days. On the morning after the massacre, about 800 people, many of them young and chanting, "Kill us! Kill us!" marched to the train station, where the province chief stood on a sound truck with the monk Chi Kwang by his side. The province chief told the crowd that the soldiers and militiamen took the actions they did in order to suppress Viet Cong agitators. When an American helicopter appeared overhead, a machine gun protruding from its side door, protesters cried out, "Go ahead, drop the bombs." But at Chi Kwang's behest, they dispersed peacefully. That afternoon, the charismatic monk, with his shaved head and large intense eyes, addressed several thousand people again gathered at the radio station. He said he'd call a mass meeting soon, but that if they didn't go home immediately, he'd fast unto death. The crowd broke up without incident. Helbley had gone to one of the demonstrations in an effort to gauge the level of popular support for the Buddhists and get more details of their grievances. But he figured he was under surveillance and didn't want Can's men to see him on the streets too much. He found out that several Americans from other U.S. government agencies in Hue were going to protests as well. All of them were tall white men who stood out very visibly among the Vietnamese. For instance, Jerry Greiner, the CIA officer, was a 6'3" former college football linebacker and heavyweight boxer. Someone showed Helbley a laugh-out-loud photo of Greiner trying, with no success, to conceal his bulk behind a streetlight pole. Helbley instructed Greiner and the others to stay away from the demonstrations and gave one of the consulate's Vietnamese employees a crash course in how to use a Rolleiflex camera. That way, Helbley could keep a low profile and still find out the size of the crowds and what their banners said. The Buddhists called another mass meeting at Tu Dam on May 10th. Police and troops lined the roads leading to the pagoda. Thousands of protesters began arriving, many waving Buddhist flags in open defiance of a regime ban on them. Others carried signs and banners that read, "Long live the Buddhist religion," "Ready to sacrifice blood," and "The international Buddhist flag will never go down." Chi Quang took the stage and told his listeners they could fly their flags and he'd bear the consequences. He urged them to remain peaceful, carry no weapons, and be vigilant against Viet Cong attempts to infiltrate their ranks. When he asked the people whether they'd follow his leadership, they roared their assent. Chi Quang and other prominent monks then outlined 5 demands to the Diem government that were soon to become highly contentious. They wanted Diem to lift restrictions on the Buddhist flag and repeal a French-era law they said made it difficult to acquire property for Buddhist schools, temples, and other facilities. They demanded that the government stop arresting and terrorizing Buddhists, and that monks be guaranteed the freedom to preach. Lastly, Chi Quang and the other leaders demanded punishment for those responsible for the massacre and compensation for victims' families. 2 days later, what Helbley described as a goon squad of about 10 men struck back, beating up several people in various places around the city. The victims seemed to have been picked at random, although most were young. 2 of them were assaulted in a coffee shop in Hue's Central Market, as nearby police did nothing. The only plausible explanation Helbley heard was that Can was trying to reestablish some semblance of control by intimidating the population. Tensions nonetheless eased in Hue as the days passed. Authorities ended a nighttime curfew, and Buddhist leaders toned down their rhetoric. A mass meeting of 8,000 people at Tu Dam on May 21st was completely peaceful, with speakers avoiding attacks on the government and no inflammatory banners or signs appearing in the crowd. But something had changed, and the people sensed it. The cloak of invincibility that had covered Can, and by extension Diem, was badly torn, if not completely shredded. Buddhists had long been submissive to the powers that be, focused as they were on attaining nirvana rather than concessions from the regime. Over the course of a few spring days, however, they learned to their surprise that they could parade through the streets, defy government rules, make anti-government speeches, and not face brutal repression. The authorities certainly had lashed out with deadly force at the radio station, but later seemed to back off as more demonstrations unfolded. In contrast to the rigidly hierarchical Catholic Church, Buddhism in South Vietnam was known for its loose organization and the broad autonomy it granted to individual pagodas. But the protests had galvanized Buddhists with a new sense of unity and pride. The scale of the demonstrations, along with participants' willingness to risk being arrested or even shot, showed the urgency and popularity of the Buddhist cause. A profound psychological liberation was taking place in Hue. There were still thugs on the streets ready to attack people if they got out of line, but there were many more Buddhists, and they weren't backing down. The old mindset that the people had to remain meek and voiceless was disintegrating. The May marches and rallies also marked the emergence of a formidable new Buddhist leader, Chi Quang. In the past, monks were visible mostly during their ethereal street processions, in flowing black or gray robes, to and from their pagodas. Chi Quang cut sharply against that passive, disengaged image. A powerful orator and shrewd strategist, he seemed to have a mesmeric grip on the crowds he addressed. When he told people to quiet down, they immediately went silent. When he told them to raise their banners and placards, they instantly did so. When he told them to go home, they obeyed without question. Almost overnight, the little-known monk had become a sort of Buddhist Spartacus. He'd astutely guided the Hue protests since the beginning, using them to publicize his claims that the Diem regime persecuted Buddhists while helping Catholics. Chi Kuang threatened that if the government didn't satisfy the 5 Buddhist demands, he and other monks would launch a hunger strike. Buddhists had reached the point of no return with the regime, and more martyrs would be created, if necessary, to achieve their goals. Not only were ordinary Buddhists behind him, he declared, but also many military and government officers. Helbley sent a long, insightful cable to his superiors, summarizing the memorable month of May. He'd never seen such a compelling rice roots movement since arriving in Vietnam, he wrote. The people of Hue seemed stunned by their newfound strength. The Diem regime's insistence that the Viet Cong caused the massacre had cost it all credibility in Hue. No one believed that story, and few now trusted the government to tell the truth about anything. The killings and their aftermath also had implications for the United States, Helbley wrote. The Buddhist leaders and other dissidents he talked with didn't blame the Americans for what had happened. On the contrary, many in Hue believed that Americans sympathized with their cause. But the United States could lose its good reputation if it didn't modify its blanket support of the regime, Helbley predicted. If Diem took more bloody action against the Buddhists, the U.S. government might wind up branded as an accessory in light of all the advisors, equipment, and other aid it was providing his security forces. Diem, meanwhile, acceded to only one of the Buddhists' demands. He compensated the victims' families 10,000 piastres, or about $142 apiece, while sloughing off the others. Helbley's report warned, should the Buddhists persist, as it appears they will from this vantage point, and the government continues to resist any real compromise, as their past performances would indicate they may, the pressure could mount to serious proportions. His words were as prophetic as they were understated. Chapter 2. Stranger in a Strange Land. While Helbley kept an eye on Buddhist restiveness in Hue, his boss, U.S. Ambassador Frederick Nolting, was preparing for a vacation cruise on the Aegean Sea with his family. Nolting was eager for the break after serving for 2 strenuous years as President John F. Kennedy's envoy to South Vietnam. The ambassador, his wife, and their 2 youngest daughters were to first fly from Saigon to New Delhi, where they'd visit the Taj Mahal. The next stop was Cairo and a 2-day voyage up the Nile. From there they'd go on to Athens and meet their 2 oldest daughters, both students at Wellesley College. The whole clan then would board a rented Greek fishing boat and spend 10 days exploring the island-strewn, azure waters that once nourished the city-states of ancient Greece. A tall Virginian with a country doctor manner and a Ph.D. in philosophy, Nolting had taken charge of the U.S. Embassy in Saigon in May 1961. He was under instructions from Kennedy to establish a relationship of mutual trust and cooperation with Diem, South Vietnam's headstrong, fiercely nationalistic president. Nolting soon found himself overseeing the massive Kennedy administration effort, launched at the end of that year, to provide South Vietnam with enough military and economic assistance to prevail over the Viet Cong. Signs of the expanding U.S. presence were hard to miss in Saigon. American cargo ships unloaded arms and heavy equipment at docks on the Saigon River. U.S. military personnel stepped off air-conditioned Boeing 707 jets into the furnace-like heat at Tan Son Nhut Airport. Air Force transport planes discharged tons of radar equipment, electric generators, trucks, Quonset huts, and other materials. Crew-cut American pilots, rural development specialists, police trainers, and intelligence operatives thronged the humid tropical streets. Within a few months, the American program, dubbed Operation Beef Up, began to show results. In rice paddies, tangled jungles, and rugged mountains, U.S. Army advisors accompanied South Vietnamese troops into battle, recommending the best tactics to pursue and kill Viet Cong fighters. American helicopters gave government soldiers extraordinary mobility, depositing them practically on top of startled enemy units. Fast-moving U.S.-made M113 armored personnel carriers chased guerrillas across the countryside like jackrabbits. Bearing 19 troops, the 10-ton amphibious vehicles galloped over dry terrain at 40 miles per hour and churned across canals and flooded rice fields at up to 20 miles per hour. Any VC caught in the open were mowed down by the vehicle's 50-caliber machine guns. Meanwhile, American planes blasted guerrillas with rockets, bombs, and cannons. They dropped canisters of napalm, a nightmarish weapon made of jellied gasoline that enveloped its victims in flames and sucked the oxygen out of the air around them. Those who weren't burned to death died of suffocation. By early 1963, the number of U.S. military personnel in South Vietnam had jumped to more than 11,300, including 3,000 combat advisors, from 875 at the start of JFK's presidency. Yet the tough, resilient Viet Cong adapted to helicopters and armored personnel carriers, developing new tactics to cope with both. To the bafflement of the Americans, VC combat groups, while suffering severe casualties, somehow grew bigger, from company to battalion size. The guerrillas gradually replaced their homemade shotguns and old French bolt-action rifles with modern semi-automatic rifles, machine guns, and mortars. Many of the new weapons were American, captured from South Vietnamese forces, while others were Chinese and Soviet-made, smuggled over jungle trails from Laos and Cambodia, or landed from boats in one of the innumerable small bays, lagoons, and river mouths along South Vietnam's serpentine, 1,500-mile coast. The U.S. advisory program, too, had its limitations. Many of the Americans living with and advising South Vietnamese combat units were top-notch gung-ho officers who got along well with their counterparts and believed they were helping to improve their fighting capabilities. Others felt they were doing little good. The tonal Vietnamese language was difficult to learn, and few advisors ever mastered it. Miffed that foreigners thought they didn't know how to fight on their own soil, South Vietnamese commanders often ignored the Americans' advice. Some stopped communicating altogether. We were often hopelessly baffled and frequently misunderstood, remembered Martin Dockery, who as a 23-year-old Army lieutenant worked with a South Vietnamese battalion and wrote a book about his experiences, pointedly titled Lost in Translation. Not a day went by that I did not find certain situations confusing. I was never entirely certain of what I was being told or what was happening. One top South Vietnamese general judged the advisor's overall impact as marginal at best. Nolting nonetheless believed that slow but steady progress was being made in the war, as Washington combined its military help with a wide variety of civilian assistance programs. In rural provinces, where small boys rode water buffalo in the rice paddies and impoverished villages broiled in the sun, American aid workers were helping to build schools, roads, medical clinics, bridges, water wells, and airstrips. The idea was to win the peasants' hearts and minds by demonstrating the many benefits that would flow if they sided with the government against the Viet Cong. The centerpiece of the military-civilian effort in the countryside was the Strategic Hamlet program, led by another of Diem's brothers, the Machiavellian intellectual Ngo Dinh Nhu. Strategic hamlets were clusters of houses enclosed by barbed wire fences, moats, and rows of sharpened stakes, and protected by local militiamen. Nhu hoped to quickly prod most of the rural population into the fortified communities, cutting the VC off from their main sources of food, recruits, intelligence, and tax revenues. By mid-1963, some 7,000 strategic hamlets had been built, with more than 8 million of South Vietnam's 14 million people living in them, or so the government claimed. Nolting felt the mushrooming numbers indicated that the Diem regime was gaining control of the disputed countryside. General Paul Harkins, the relentlessly optimistic, West Point-educated commander of U.S. military operations in South Vietnam, was fond of saying that the war might be over by the end of that year. Such glib pronouncements made Nolting cringe, but he too believed that the tide had turned against the communists. On a wall inside the U.S. Embassy was a Peanuts cartoon that summed up the prevailing official outlook, The caption read, "How can we lose when we're so sincere?" The war was never far from Saigon in the spring of 1963. Fighter bombers and helicopters bristling with rockets and machine guns crisscrossed the skies above the steamy metropolis of 2 million people. Outgoing mortar fire could be heard on the city's outskirts. At night, brilliant white flares and artillery flashes pierced the deep blackness on the far side of the Saigon River. Viet Cong terrorists tossed bombs into crowded restaurants and bars, leaving blown-out walls and awful carnage among GIs and Vietnamese civilians alike. Nolting had seen the results of VC viciousness in the countryside as well. In one village he visited, the communists had murdered some peasants and hung them like scarecrows as a warning to others. In September 1961, he traveled to a rural province and met the vigorous young man who was the top government official there. The following week, the Viet Cong beheaded the province chief in front of his wife and children. Nolting wondered if his visit had somehow triggered the cruel execution. At 51, Fritz Nolting was a veteran diplomat with a soft voice, a gentle sense of humor, and seemingly limitless energy. Within a few months of arriving, he'd visited much of South Vietnam, tramping through dusty villages and muddy rice paddies, often alongside the stout, much shorter Diem. He was well liked by subordinates, who described him as thoughtful, kind, and dedicated. There was, noted a younger colleague, an appealing elemental decency and openness about the man. Nolting spent long hours at the embassy, tucked into a shabby former bank building near the Saigon River, chain-smoking in his office as he wrestled with a host of issues and problems. At his ambassadorial residence, with its graceful porte-cochere and high walls topped with broken glass, Nolting liked to play the piano and sing hymns and spirituals, although he'd sometimes pound out an exuberant rendition of Camptown races. He and his family played tennis and swam in the pool at the elegant Cercle Sportif Saigonnais country club. A devout Episcopalian, Nolting attended services every Sunday. His youngest daughter, Jane, remembered him as someone who always tried to bring cheer into others' lives, although his own seemed touched with melancholy. He had a little bit of a gloomy side to him, she said. He was very emotional, and he would cry sometimes at unexpected moments. After only 2 months in Saigon, Nolting was the target of a VC assassination attempt as he was chauffeured back to the embassy after lunch at home. 2 youths on a motorbike pulled alongside his Mercury sedan at a busy intersection and tossed a homemade bomb into the back seat. "I threw it out while it was still sputtering," Nolting recalled. He jumped out of the car, yelling at nearby schoolchildren to run, while his damn fool bodyguard fired his gun at the fleeing terrorists in a crowded area. Nolting then picked up the explosive device and heaved it farther away. It failed to detonate. He ordered his guard to stop shooting and realized he was shaking like a leaf. The ambassador reported the incident to the State Department, asking that no fuss be made, and saying of himself and his Saigon colleagues, "We here are unanimous on the proposition that we will not be bluffed or terrorized out of the necessary work to be done here." Nolting and Harkins both received so many death threats that they turned them into a black humor game, keeping weekly scorecards. The scion of an old-line Virginia family that lost much of its wealth in the Depression, Nolting obtained a bachelor's degree in history from the University of Virginia in 1933. For the next 5 years, he worked at his father's investment firm, selling municipal bonds and trying to help some of his dad's clients who lost money in the 1929 crash. He then returned to UVA, earning a master's degree in philosophy in 1940. The following year, he was awarded a second master's in the same subject at Harvard, where he took classes from the famed British philosopher and social critic Bertrand Russell. After the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, Nolting entered the Navy as a lieutenant junior grade and trained as a gunnery officer. He subsequently commanded an anti-aircraft gun crew aboard a Liberty ship, the SS Roger Williams, which participated in Operation Dragoon, the Allied invasion of southern France, in August 1944. During an hour-long air attack off Algiers, Nolting's 26-man crew shot down an enemy plane. Lieutenant Nolting is cool under fire, efficient, and conscientious, the ship's master wrote. As the only naval officer aboard, Lieutenant Nolting is a real credit to the Navy. Nolting left the Navy in 1946 with 2 Bronze Stars and the rank of lieutenant commander. He joined the State Department that same year and worked as a special assistant to 2 formidable Secretaries of State, Dean Acheson and John Foster Dulles, acquiring a reputation as a comer. Nolting and his wife also bought Sully, a 65-acre former plantation and manor house in Chantilly, Virginia, where he reveled in tending his hayfields and a small cattle herd in his off hours. In 1955, he was posted to Paris as a member of the U.S. mission to NATO, eventually rising to deputy chief. Nolting moved past many of his contemporaries on the career ladder, and in 1961, Kennedy's Secretary of State, Dean Rusk, selected him for the South Vietnam ambassadorship. His predecessor in Saigon, the dyspeptic Elbridge Durbrow, had played bad cop with Diem, making so many hard-nosed demands for reform of South Vietnam's increasingly unpopular government that Diem came close to banning him from Independence Palace. Kennedy told Nolting to take the opposite tack, offering friendly counsel and easing the tensions stirred by Durbrow's table-pounding. Not long after Nolting took over in Saigon, Diem requested American help against the VC, who were killing government officials by the hundreds in the countryside. Nolting accepted the Saigon job on condition that he be brought home after 2 years, so his younger girls could live stateside again. Rusk agreed, observing that South Vietnam was so close to collapse that Nolting would probably find himself back home in 6 months. Nolting had no special qualifications for the Saigon assignment. He didn't speak Vietnamese and had never been to the country. Other than briefings in Washington and some hasty reading, he knew little about Vietnam's politics, culture, and history, much less about communist revolutionary warfare and how to counteract it. To help him in Saigon, he brought along a State Department colleague, William Trueheart, as his chief deputy. The 2 men had known each other for most of their lives and attended the University of Virginia together. Trueheart, too, studied philosophy. Trueheart had been in Nolting's wedding party, and the ambassador was the godfather to Trueheart's 2 young sons. But what Trueheart called this beautiful friendship would be ruined in the coming months as the Kennedy administration abruptly turned against Diem, putting the 2 old friends at bitter odds. Nolting loved being Kennedy's emissary in Saigon. He called it the most exciting and gratifying job he ever had. He was 100% in favor of American intervention in South Vietnam. He didn't think the struggle with the Viet Cong could be won by purely military means. Instead, Washington and Saigon would have to employ a range of military, political, economic, social, and above all moral tactics to win. While Washington had been pressuring Diem for years to democratize and decentralize his government, Nolting believed any progress South Vietnam made would come slowly. The country had never had a democratic form of government, and to expect one to develop in a short period, he believed, was unrealistic. Nolting thought Diem wanted to foster democracy in the long run, and had taken some steps in that direction, but the United States shouldn't expect much more from an underdeveloped nation embroiled in an existential war. Building South Vietnam into a strong, independent state would take years, perhaps decades, and Nolting wondered if Congress, the press, and the American people had that much patience and perseverance. Nolting ran into his first bureaucratic crisis in Saigon toward the end of 1961. The Pentagon was creating a new organization, Military Assistance Command Vietnam, or MACV, to oversee the rapid influx of U.S. military men and materiel. General Harkins was put in charge. He was awarded a 4th star, giving him essentially the same rank in the military as Nolting held in the State Department. Nolting and Trueheart worried that the advent of MACV meant that military aspects of the war would be emphasized at the expense of political and economic aspects, a concern that proved to be well-founded. Nolting was so upset about the formation of MACV that Trueheart thought he'd resign. But it turned out that the ambassador and Harkins got along splendidly, having few disagreements, and Nolting put his qualms aside. Through MACV, The Kennedy administration sharply ramped up its support for Diem, in spite of his poor reputation among many U.S. diplomats and military officials who dealt with him in the past. Since Diem became prime minister in 1954, he'd been the target of complaints that he was a dictator who used police-state methods to control his people, routinely ignored U.S. advice intended to make his government more effective, meddled in his army's operations for political reasons, and was congenitally unable to delegate authority, to the point that he personally reviewed passport applications. Critics viewed him as almost irrationally suspicious, ever more remote from his people, and increasingly dependent for political guidance on his family, especially his widely disliked brother New and his adder-tongued wife, Madame New. 2 weeks into his tenure, Nolting got an opportunity to size up Diem for himself. The ambassador and his family were invited to join the president at his villa in Dalat, a tranquil resort town set amid cool, fragrant pine forests in the Central Highlands that attracted those seeking to escape Saigon's brutal heat and humidity. Diem was there along with Madame New and her 4 children. New was off on a hunting trip. One of Diem's quirks was his staggering verbosity. He was infamous among foreign diplomats and journalists for talking for hours on end, leaving his listeners barely able to get a word in, on the verge of unconsciousness in the stuffy warmth of Independence Palace. Some Americans speculated that these verbal marathons were Diem's way of holding off uncomfortable questions from visitors. But one U.S. official who knew him well believed Diem was trying to educate Americans, whom he felt knew far too little about his country. Diem's first session with Nolting was no exception, as he launched into a monologue that lasted 6 hours. Nolting found Diem's words fascinating. The South Vietnamese leader walked the U.S. ambassador through his country's long history, starting with ancient times and the turbulent 1,000 years of Chinese rule. He talked of the French colonial era, lasting nearly a century, and the savage 8-year war between France and the communist-led Viet Minh, forerunners of the Viet Cong, who finally defeated French troops at Dien Bien Phu. Diem also explained South Vietnam's different ethnic groups and their problems, and how North Vietnam, under the communist leader Ho Chi Minh, had covertly boosted its military aid to the VC, infiltrating weapons, supplies, and trained men into the South. Diem and Nolting conversed in French, chain-smoking and drinking endless cups of tepid tea. Despite his reputation for ceaseless verbiage, Diem stopped often to answer the ambassador's questions and occasionally laughed at himself. Nolting began to form an impression of the talkative president as an extraordinary person, courageous and utterly dedicated to preserving and strengthening his tormented land. When the men finally finished, Madame New's 9-year-old son entertained Nolting and his family by playing Mozart on the piano. After the Dalat weekend, Nolting began to accompany Diem on his frequent trips to rural areas. They'd board an airplane or helicopter, usually around 5 a.m., and take off for some provincial capital, army post, or obscure village. The destinations were sometimes so remote that the last leg of a trip had to be made on foot or in a small boat. Diem ran Nolting ragged, making 2 or 3 such expeditions each week. They traveled to the VC-infested Camo Peninsula at the country's southern tip, where most of the charcoal for South Vietnamese cookpots came from, the tense demilitarized zone, and the Central Highlands, where primitive tribesmen known as montagnards, French for mountaineers, still hunted with bows and arrows. Diem had served as a province chief in the 1920s and early 1930s, and was intensely interested in rural problems. He enjoyed meeting farmers and villagers and discussing their needs and concerns: land rents, water supplies, availability of seeds and fertilizer, condition of local roads and canals. He was a fountain of ideas for improvement and was especially proud of his government's agricultural stations, which taught peasants how to raise fruit and nut trees, build fish ponds, and grow mushrooms in stacks of rice straw. Diem didn't perform well as a speaker before large crowds, but Nolting saw that he was very effective with small groups of peasants, informal and sympathetic, listening to complaints and often settling disputes on the spot. He bowed politely to his constituents, rather than shaking hands or slapping backs, as an American politician would, and complained of the elaborate ceremonies and dinners put on for him by fawning local officials. There was a real rapport and mutual respect between President Diem and the large majority of the rural people, Nolting later wrote. Unfortunately, this was not true of the intellectuals of Saigon. Maybe that's why Diem was always eager to visit the countryside. Despite their very different backgrounds, the genteel Virginian and the loquacious Asian head of state had much in common and got along famously. Both were well-educated, devoted to public service, and deeply interested in philosophy, religion, and all things farm-related. Nolting's daughter Jane described them as really, really, really soulmates, adding, "It was a surprise to both of them, I'm sure." The ambassador made a point of also getting to know New, who, as Diem's closest confidant and chief political counselor, underlings addressed him as Monsieur le Conseiller, was the second most powerful man in South Vietnam. Nolting and New immersed themselves in lengthy discussions of existentialism and the philosopher Immanuel Kant, and New invited the American on a tiger hunt. Tigers are nocturnal, and hunters typically pursued them at night. Donning a miner's helmet with a headlamp, Nolting ventured into the mountains with New, an avid hunter and an excellent shot. They walked for hours through the pitch blackness, identifying different animals by the color their eyes reflected: yellowish for a deer or water buffalo, reddish for a tiger. Together they bagged a couple of deer, a bobcat, and a large skunk-like animal, but no tigers. At the end of the hunt, they stretched out on blankets, and New, almost as garrulous as his older brother, outlined his vision for South Vietnam at length. Thrilled by the excursion, Nolting told his family all about it. "He came back very excited about going out into the woods at night," recalled Jane. "He took it like any gentleman would take an exciting adventure." In 1962, Nolting's mother died in a Virginia hospital before he was able to get home to her. Hearing the news, Diem showed up at the ambassador's residence, alone and wearing a black suit of mourning. Nolting's wife quietly withdrew as the two men sat in the living room, saying nothing for a long time. Diem looked genuinely grief-stricken, and Nolting was touched by his empathic presence. By then, Nolting was firmly in Diem's corner. He liked and admired the determined president, and became Diem's strongest advocate within the U.S. government. Diem had his flaws, the ambassador knew. He was a proud and overly sensitive man, with a messianic belief in his ability to govern his country better than anyone else, a conviction Nolting felt wasn't entirely unjustified. He was unbelievably long-winded and had no earthly idea of how to deal with American newsmen, resulting in many unflattering news stories. With his unwavering faith in his own talents and innate suspiciousness toward subordinates, Diem refused to hand much authority to others, making his government rigidly centralized and inefficient. Yet Nolting also viewed Diem as a man of great integrity, passionately devoted to the cause of a free Vietnam. As far as the ambassador could tell, he was the only South Vietnamese political figure capable of winning the war against the VC. If he was an authoritarian, he was a benevolent one who cared deeply about his people's welfare. He never acted out of cruelty or venality. He agonized over decisions he had to make, always searching for the moral rather than the expedient course, and didn't even seem to enjoy the exercise of power. He once told Nolting his dream had been to become a Catholic monk. He'd gone into politics only because he believed his country needed him. Kennedy had asked Nolting to evaluate whether Diem was someone Washington could work with, and in a July 1961 cable, the ambassador returned his verdict. The U.S. government should back the doughty South Vietnamese leader to the hilt. Diem and New, in turn, had high regard for the American emissary. As New told a U.S. newsman at a cocktail party, "Your ambassador is the first one who has ever understood us." Diem's gravest problem, as Nolting saw it, was trying to foster democracy in an Asian peasant society with no real experience of representative government. South Vietnam had a constitution, a national assembly, and a court system, but these institutions had only existed since the mid-1950s, and were far from strong or independent enough to support a vigorous democratic process in the Western sense. In cable after cable, Washington instructed Nolting to prod Diem to broaden his government, to bring in other respected figures who could enhance his standing with his people. But the ambassador discovered that many South Vietnamese who could fill such a role, lawyers, doctors, academics, businessmen, held Diem in contempt. They attacked him in letters to Saigon newspapers and in cafe conversations with American journalists. To Nolting, they seemed like an unusually cliquish group. Many had been trained in Paris and lorded their advanced degrees over those with less education. Nolting felt they should put their talents to use helping their president instead of sniping at him. When Diem asked if he knew anyone who'd be a good addition to his government, the American produced a list of names. Diem read it and said, "If you can persuade any of these people to serve, I would be delighted to have them in my government." The ambassador approached every person on his list, but all of them turned him down. Several said they wouldn't work under Diem, since he wasn't as well educated as them or had ranked lower in school. One man said he'd serve only if he were appointed Minister of the Interior, with complete control of the police and no interference from Diem. After Nolting reported the results of his survey to Diem, the president said, "You see, that is my problem." The ambassador told friends that when he pestered Diem to make all the changes that Washington constantly demanded, amid a dangerous war, he felt like a surgeon trying to perform an appendectomy on a man carrying a heavy trunk up a staircase. Nolting kept trying nevertheless. Day after day, month after month, he met with Diem or members of his government, pressing for improvements that Washington wanted in exchange for its military and economic aid. Nolting was soft-spoken, but made his points forcefully when necessary, and he scored some victories. For instance, after many delays, the Saigon government in April 1963 launched a U.S.-recommended amnesty program for VC fighters, calling it Ju Hoi, or Open Arms. The number of VC defections rose, and some high-ranking guerrilla officers crossed over to the government side. But Diem had his own ideas about how much influence Washington should have in his country, and he was mulishly resistant to many American wishes. His compulsion to keep the United States at arm's length was rooted in his personal history. Much of his adult life had been devoted to getting the French out of Vietnam and guiding his country to independence. The last remnants of the French Expeditionary Corps had hauled down the tricolor and departed in 1956, but Diem remained highly sensitive to even the appearance of foreign domination. The main VC propaganda line against him, in fact, was that the French colonialists had simply been replaced by American neocolonialists, and that Diem was America's puppet. In order to deflect such broadsides, Diem often rejected Washington's demands for reforms, even as he accepted more U.S. advisors and aid dollars. One astute observer described him as a puppet who pulled his own strings. But the more American aid Diem took, the more the VC attacked him as Washington's lackey, labeling him Mi Diem, meaning American Diem. The touchy issue of South Vietnamese sovereignty erupted into the open in May 1963, when the Washington Post ran a front-page interview with Nhu, in which the political counselor made the startling statement that American personnel in South Vietnam should be cut by 50%. Diem and Nhu had been desperate for U.S. help in 1961, when the Viet Cong were threatening to overwhelm them, but they grew steadily less happy as more Americans streamed in. "If you bring in the American dog," Diem groused to a journalist, "you must accept American fleas." Now, nearly 2 years after their SOS, the brothers believed they were winning the war, and the Americans had become a serious political irritant. Indeed, U.S. advisors had injected themselves into all manner of South Vietnamese public and private activities, including radio broadcasting, harbor management, air traffic control, taxation, highway construction, and industrial development. On top of that, American military advisors were sprinkled throughout the South Vietnamese army, from corps level down to company level. U.S. advisors also worked with each of the country's 41 province chiefs, helping them deploy civil guard and village militia units, which were suffering the heaviest casualties against the VC. Both the State Department and the CIA had Vietnamese-speaking agents circulating about the country, picking up political and economic intelligence. Yet another group of Americans was assisting the Strategic Hamlet program. Most of them were young men handling an array of tasks with imagination and verve for the U.S. Operations Mission, the embassy's economic aid arm. Under the hard-driving, idealistic leadership of Rufus Phillips, a former Yale football player and ex-CIA agent, the USOM men helped rural people build schools, roads, bridges, pig pens, fish ponds, and other facilities. They gave farmers faster-growing varieties of rice, along with seed and fertilizers for fruit and vegetable crops. Their main job was to check on the progress of strategic hamlet construction. Since some provinces had hundreds of hamlets, the USOM agents were frequently on the road, often traveling through VC-dominated areas. They were shot at and had narrow escapes, as mines blew up vehicles in government convoys. Diem and New had long been suspicious of American intentions, and the rising numbers of U.S. military advisors, civilian technicians, and rural aid workers did nothing to allay their misgivings. They worried that the ever-expanding network of Americans throughout their government and military could one day be used to unseat them. The South Vietnamese president complained to Nolting that Washington was trying to take over his government and turn the country into a protectorate, just as the French had. In some provinces, the peasants thought the energetic Americans actually were the government. Since Americans usually controlled the money, materials, and equipment for backcountry improvement projects, Diem said, his officials felt as inferior as they had under the French, who rarely allowed the Vietnamese to rise much beyond low-level functionaire positions in the colonial civil service. What gave Diem and New the most pause was the U.S. Special Forces teams training and arming montagnards in remote parts of the Central Highlands. The nomadic tribes were descendants of some of the earliest peoples to occupy the region that later became Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. Primitive and superstitious, they'd wandered their homelands in the mountains and high plateaus for centuries, slashing and burning patches of forest or jungle to plant their rice, and moving on when the soil wore out. About 700,000 montagnards in South Vietnam were divided into numerous tribes. Although they constituted only 5% of the country's population, their traditional lands covered 60% of its territory. The tribal people staged thundering elephant races and loved to drink a potent, sour-tasting wine made from rice. Visitors to their villages were met with great hospitality and handed bamboo straws through which to drink the wine from large earthen jugs. Besides farming, tribal people hunted game with crossbows and blowguns. Ethnic Vietnamese, living mostly in lowlands along the Central Coast or in the Mekong Delta, feared the highland regions, associating them with disease, wild animals, and evil spirits. The Vietnamese had nothing in common with the darker-skinned highland nomads and referred to them as Moi, or savages. The mountain people reciprocated the disdain in full. As exploitative as they were of the Vietnamese, the French had treated the montagnards with paternalism and protectiveness. They designated tribal areas as autonomous regions, relatively free of central government control. When Diem took over, he tried to reach out to the tribes, a potential strategic asset in the war against the VC. The mountaineers were tough, wily fighters, completely at ease in their rugged territories, some of which straddled communist infiltration routes. Diem granted tribal people South Vietnamese citizenship and eliminated the word Moi from official documents, replacing it with compatriotes montagnards, mountain compatriots. But his government also made some serious missteps with them, such as banning their traditional crossbows. The mountain dwellers didn't like the Viet Cong any more than they did the South Vietnamese. Both groups were, after all, Vietnamese. But with VC guerrillas forcibly taking their food and livestock, and sometimes using them as slave labor, thousands of tribespeople abandoned their lands for government-controlled zones, often burning their crops and killing their animals to deny them to the communists. By mid-1962, U.S. Special Forces had trained and armed 35,000 members of the Hirada tribe. American soldiers got along well with the highland dwellers, giving them medical care and helping with construction projects. But Saigon feared the possible consequences of arming the tribesmen, who wanted autonomy from the South Vietnamese government, and worried that it would be difficult to take U.S.-supplied weapons away from them. "The Americans," complained one of Ziem's generals, "have put an army at my back." Ziem assigned the head of his own special forces to spy on the American soldiers, despite repeated U.S. assurances that they weren't inciting tribespeople to rebel. But, as a State Department expert pointed out, the training program was undermined by the general Vietnamese tendency to regard the Montagnards as somewhat less than human. Tensions between the South Vietnamese and the Ra Đe would boil over into a deadly tribal uprising in 1964. Ziem and Nhieu acknowledged that U.S. personnel, military and civilian, often spurred their own officials to work harder and achieve more. But the Americans also reported instances of corruption or abusive treatment of peasants that they witnessed, generating hostility from the accused Vietnamese officials. One USOM worker, for example, stopped to gas his car near a bus station in Binh Dinh province on the Central Coast. He saw people standing in line to buy tickets. South Vietnamese soldiers kept cutting to the front of the lines, shoving the civilians out of their way and into the mud. Civilian reaction was one of obvious hate, the American reported. Farther on, he saw a blind beggar woman being led by a child. When she approached soldiers waiting to board a bus, the aid worker observed, one of them pushed her down into the mud, actually knocking her down. The other soldiers around him laughed at this. Again, onlookers glared angrily at the soldiers. Such incidents undercut support for the Ziem regime in the countryside, and Americans urged the president over and over to restrain his soldiers and petty officials from physically abusing rural people, extorting money from them, or forcing them to work on public works projects without pay. News griping in The Washington Post about the number of Americans in his country provoked a predictable uproar in Congress and the U.S. press. A State Department official characterized his remarks as incomprehensible, and Nolting was instructed to have Ziem muzzle his brother. Nhieu's infelicitous comments heightened Kennedy's fear that such outbursts would damage his Vietnam policy in the eyes of Congress and the American public. He told a press conference he'd be happy to pull some advisors out of South Vietnam the day after Ziem's government made an official request. But the controversy illustrated how U.S. policy had unintentionally sucked Ziem into a vicious cycle. The can-do Americans wanted more leverage over Ziem's government and his conduct of the war in exchange for their burgeoning assistance programs, which cost $1 million per day. Ziem took the aid, knowing that he lost a little more face with his own people every time another American stepped off a jet at Tan Son Nhut Airport. As North Vietnam's Premier Pham Van Dong concisely explained to an interviewer, "Monsieur Ziem's position is quite difficult. He is unpopular, and the more unpopular he is, the more American aid he will require to stay in power. And the more American aid he receives, the more he will look like the puppet of the Americans, and the less likely he is to win popular support." Although Nolting was convinced that U.S. policies were working, some of his colleagues in both Saigon and Washington worried that Ziem's ongoing refusal to overhaul his government was weakening the war effort. They were also beginning to view the low-key, gentlemanly ambassador as part of the problem. Despite Washington's demands for reform, the regime's repressive grip was as tight as ever. Saigon newspapers labored under heavy censorship. Ziem had imprisoned or forced into exile many of his non-communist political opponents, and his secret police inspired terror among the populace. Nevertheless, Nolting kept up his non-stop defense of Ziem. To the ambassador's critics, his seemingly blind loyalty indicated that he'd become an apologist for the South Vietnamese leader and was no longer properly representing U.S. interests. Nolting certainly was doing everything he could to protect his friend at Independence Palace. He felt that while Ziem's government was improving, it remained shaky, and that criticism, especially by Americans, only made it more vulnerable to the communists. At one point, the ambassador learned that the chief of the USOM Public Safety Division, Frank Walton, had privately told a group of people in Washington that things are going very badly in Vietnam. Under Walton, an able former deputy chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, the Public Safety Division trained South Vietnamese police and militiamen. He'd told his Washington audience, among other things, that he was troubled by the use of U.S.-made napalm in bombing attacks. which often killed innocent peasants and created new VC recruits in the countryside. Incredulous at Walton's blunt remarks, Nolting wanted him removed, but a State Department superior told him to leave Walton alone. The ambassador also tried to keep under wraps a forthcoming U.S. Governmental Accountability Office report that was severely critical of American aid programs in South Vietnam and certain personalities in Diem's government, a clear reference to Nhieu and his wife. The GAO also suggested that Saigon hadn't acted in good faith in negotiations with Washington. Nolting warned that if released publicly, the report would erode U.S. public support for the regime and generate more coup plots against Diem. The State Department replied that it would try to classify sections of the report unflattering to the South Vietnamese leader. And when the CIA discovered that someone in Diem's government was planning to assassinate him, Nolting told the agency to pass its information along to the president. Diem swiftly arrested 20 Army officers he believed were involved in the plot. Although Secretary of State Rusk had recently praised Nolting, telling him in a letter to keep up the good work, the ambassador sensed that unseen forces in Washington were lining up against him. Chatting with a young embassy officer, Nolting said cryptically that he had enemies in Washington who would use anything to get him. Nolting's instructions to build a bridge of confidence to Diem hadn't changed. He started to feel, however, that Kennedy administration officials were growing impatient with both Diem and U.S. diplomats, still trying to carry out the policy of mutual trust and collaboration. Nolting also became aware that some of his own subordinates in Saigon were criticizing his kid-glove handling of Diem in surreptitious telegrams to Washington. One day, he had an unpleasant conversation with John Anspacher, a public affairs officer with the U.S. Information Service. Anspacher believed that rather than acting as a bulldog for Washington, Nolting had become a lapdog for Diem. Every time he went over to the palace, he was given a shopping list, and he never argued about it, Anspacher said. He never tried to tell Diem what was right and what was wrong. Anspacher had begun to think the United States wasn't fighting the Viet Cong so much as it was fighting its own allies' chief of state. Anspacher had previously worked under Durbrow, whose hardball approach towards Diem he admired. Anspacher told Nolting he'd recently attended a dinner at which some prominent South Vietnamese complained that things in their country were going from bad to worse. They wanted Nolting to take a tougher stance with Diem, but said they couldn't get an appointment to speak with the ambassador. Anspacher described the Vietnamese critics as the loyal opposition and urged Nolting to meet with them, but Nolting refused, saying the president wouldn't like it. Anspacher asked which president he was referring to. Nolting said President Diem. Anspacher then snapped, "Mr. Ambassador, you don't work for President Diem. It doesn't make any difference whether he likes it or not. What matters is the president you work for, Kennedy." Anspacher felt so strongly about the matter that he quietly met in Washington with several others from the Saigon embassy staff, including the chief political counselor, Joseph Mendenhall, who also thought Nolting was too accommodating. The group went to the White House and grumbled to Walt Rostow, Kennedy's deputy national security assistant. But Nolting had far more influential detractors than Anspacher. One was Michael Forrestal, a member of Kennedy's National Security Council staff who functioned as his point man on Vietnam. Ambassador Nolting had gotten himself into a deeply unfortunate position of being so thoroughly identified with the Diem regime that he had lost his capacity to influence President Diem, Forrestal recalled. A number of people from Washington had gone over to Saigon and had observed Nolting with Diem. It was quite clear that Nolting respected Diem, but the reverse wasn't true. And you had a very strong impression that our ambassador had gotten himself to the point where Diem no longer really believed or took seriously what he said. The ambassador began to feel a distinct shift in the Washington policy winds in March 1963, when the man who'd soon become his most vehement disparager, Averell Harriman, was appointed Kennedy's Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, the State Department's number 3 job. Harriman and Nolting had locked horns before, and within a few months they'd be engaged in one of the fiercest, most consequential bureaucratic struggles of the Vietnam War. The son of a ruthless railroad baron, Averell Harriman had enjoyed a colorful and highly successful career as an international businessman, diplomat, and politician. As a younger man, he bought steel mills in Poland and manganese mines in Soviet Georgia, and controlled one of the largest steamship fleets in the world. Bold, hugely ambitious, and a canny negotiator, he helped create the aviation conglomerate that spawned Pan American Airways and American Airlines. By age 32, he sat on the boards of 54 corporations. As his wealth burgeoned in the high-flying 1920s, Harriman became a polo fanatic, touring California clubs and becoming one of the country's top players. Though humorless and parsimonious in the way very rich people sometimes are, he acquired a reputation as a playboy, aided by his raven hair, athletic good looks, and seemingly permanent tan. He switched to the Democratic Party in 1932 and worked for President Roosevelt's National Recovery Administration. After the United States entered World War II, FDR tapped him to expedite the shipment of American war materiel to beleaguered Britain and the Soviet Union under the Lend-Lease program. Harriman haggled with Stalin and played bezique with Churchill. In 1943, FDR appointed him ambassador to the Soviet Union, and he attended most of the Allies' wartime conferences. In 1946, he served as ambassador to Britain for about 6 months before President Harry Truman named him Secretary of Commerce. Harriman went to Paris in 1948 as supervisor of the Marshall Plan, which channeled billions of dollars into rebuilding the war-shattered cities and industries of Western Europe. He was elected governor of New York in 1954, but ousted after one term by Republican Nelson Rockefeller in a landslide defeat that left him deeply embittered. Blaming others for his loss, Harriman was like a wounded animal, recalled one friend, flailing, snarling, snapping at everybody. He'd hoped to become president one day, but failed to win the Democratic nomination in 1952 and again in 1956. Always drawn to power, Harriman anxiously courted JFK during and after the 1960 presidential campaign, but was given a position in the new administration, ambassador at large, somewhat below his station as a Democratic eminence. Despite passing him over for a more prominent role in his State Department, Kennedy valued Harriman's long track record of negotiating with foreign heads of state, numerous contacts in the Soviet Union and around the world, and adroitness at dealing with the press. Soon Harriman was assigned to resolve one of Kennedy's most pressing foreign policy crises, the dangerous little war in Laos, a picture book land of elephants, peaceful farmers, and cloud-piercing mountains. President Dwight Eisenhower's administration had tried to create a pro-U.S. bastion there by backing a right-wing general, Phumi Nosavan, against communist Pathet Lao guerrillas and North Vietnamese troops. While Phumi's U.S.-equipped forces held parts of southern Laos, the Pathet Lao controlled much of the northern and eastern parts of the country. Phumi, however, proved to be a particularly inept military leader, and the communists made steady inroads into his territory. Eisenhower had warned Kennedy that the fall of Laos would mean the collapse of all of Southeast Asia, and urged him to dispatch American troops, if necessary, to hold it. Eisenhower popularized the domino theory that if one Southeast Asian nation fell to communist domination, others inevitably would topple as well. But Kennedy viewed landlocked Laos as a difficult and dangerous place to wage war, far from American naval and air power, and wedged between North Vietnam and China, both of which could easily funnel more troops into the fray. Kennedy instead wanted a ceasefire, followed by international negotiations to form a coalition government that would include representatives of Phumi, the Pathet Lao, and Suvarna Phuma, a longtime neutralist leader. Kennedy handed Harriman the difficult task of hammering out a deal. The indefatigable ambassador at large traveled thousands of miles and knocked heads in a variety of foreign capitals in an aggressive effort to forge an agreement that would relieve the pressure on Kennedy to take military action. In September 1961, Harriman flew to Saigon to persuade Diem to sign on. But the South Vietnamese leader balked, worrying that a coalition government in Laos would do nothing to stop Hanoi from infiltrating soldiers and supplies into his country over what Americans would come to know as the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Then, little more than a skein of primitive footpaths, the trail ran through tall, jungled mountains and steep ravines in eastern Laos, territory firmly held by communist forces. Diem also was concerned that creating a coalition government in Laos would cause the Americans to push for a similar arrangement for South Vietnam, which he felt would lead, inevitably, to a communist takeover. Convening with Harriman in a small, overheated room at his palace, Diem, as usual, spoke at almost interminable length, going back to his experiences with Ho Chi Minh's communists in the 1930s and their history of bad faith and broken promises. Diem didn't trust them to abide by a key requirement of Harriman's deal, withdrawal of all foreign troops from Laos. Harriman wore a hearing aid and had the churlish habit of ostentatiously turning it off when he was bored by something an underling was telling him. As Diem droned on, Harriman clicked off his earpiece, closed his eyes, and appeared to fall asleep. Diem noticed Harriman's inattention with annoyance, but kept talking. Nolting, sitting next to Harriman on a sofa, nudged him. Harriman suddenly snapped into action, saying the Soviets had assured him that all of the communist parties to the covenant, including the North Vietnamese, would adhere to its terms. Although it's not clear whether he was authorized to do so, Harriman added a harrowing threat. If you do not sign this treaty, you will lose American support. You have to choose. Both Diem and Nolting viewed the Laos Agreement as unenforceable, setting off what Nolting described as several rather hot and heavy confrontations between him and Harriman. When Harriman said he had a fingertips feeling that the Soviets would adequately police the pact, Nolting retorted that his fingertips told him just the opposite. Nolting eventually knuckled under, against his better judgment, and urged Diem to sign in order not to lose Kennedy's backing. The U.S. president badly wanted a coalition, or neutral government, and Harriman was determined to get it at all costs. The encounter left bad blood all around. Harriman himself had doubts about his good-bad deal, which turned out to be simply bad. Signed in July 1962 at Geneva, the Declaration on the Neutrality of Laos began to fall apart almost immediately. Diem and Nolting's fears of communist perfidy were borne out in full. While the United States pulled its 666 military advisors out of Laos and halted CIA weapons drops to Hmong tribesmen bravely fighting the communists, the North Vietnamese kept virtually all of their estimated 10,000 soldiers in Laos, ensuring Hanoi's continued mastery of infiltration routes in the eastern portion of the country. Nolting allowed himself a measure of grim satisfaction when American military officers began referring to the Ho Chi Minh Trail as the Avril-Harriman Memorial Highway. In coming years, the North Vietnamese would improve and widen the trail system to such a degree that their tanks were able to drive down it en route to final victory over South Vietnam's army in 1975. The Geneva Agreement did, however, permit Kennedy to back away from the Laos conflict without committing U.S. combat forces, and Harriman's star rose in the administration. His appointment as Undersecretary for Political Affairs made him one of the most powerful figures in the State Department. His hearing aid antics amused Kennedy, and the 71-year-old Harriman acquired the nickname the Crocodile due to his penchant for figuratively biting the heads off staffers who weren't prepared to answer his rapid-fire questions. Harriman loved the nickname, which made him seem tough to the dynamic men around Kennedy, many of them decades younger than him, and he proudly displayed a small brass crocodile on his desk. An aura of action and excitement surrounded him, and he attracted a circle of devotees. In February 1963, Harriman wrote Nolting a letter questioning whether he'd cultivated enough relationships with Diem's non-communist political opponents as a way of gaining leverage on him. Harriman said working with oppositionists would give Washington more options in the event of an anti-Diem coup or other change of government. Nolting reacted with ill-concealed irritation. "I must confess to being somewhat astonished by the implication that we are living in cocoons here," he wrote back. The embassy was in contact with dozens of dissidents, he wrote, including bankers, doctors, labor leaders, lawyers, and professors. But Nolting warned that giving too much encouragement to Diem's political enemies could stimulate his overthrow. The ambassador added pointedly that he would not find it possible to be an agent in a change in U.S. policy away from forthright support of Ziem and his government. Harriman also was apprehensive about the increasingly tense relationship between the embassy and the small group of American journalists in Saigon. The Kennedy administration was taking a beating in the press as Ziem refused to reform. The VC intensified their attacks, and casualties among American servicemen rose. Nolting's own press officer characterized the embassy's relationships with American reporters as indescribably bad. Nolting admitted that the growing animus between the embassy and newsmen was the Achilles heel of our operation here. But he complained in another letter to Harriman that journalists were only interested in covering the war effort and its problems, and usually ignored good news stories, like the opening of a new school or hospital wing in the provinces. He spoke often to reporters, he wrote, trying to convince them to give Ziem the benefit of the doubt, instead of writing up every stumble by his government and army. They ignored his pleas, relentlessly criticizing the South Vietnamese leader and complicating U.S. relations with him and his government. Journalists caused me great alarm and pain, Nolting grumbled. They were undermining the thing all the time, constantly. The ambassador never seemed to grasp that while it might be his job to succor Ziem, it wasn't the newsmen's. Their job was to inform their readers back home whether American policies in Vietnam were working or not. Fritz Nolting is one of the finest human beings I've ever met, one of his aides later reflected, but he didn't have the foggiest idea of how to deal with the press. In a bid to end-run the obstreperous press pack in Saigon, Nolting proposed coming home for several weeks so he could give speeches and confer with newspaper publishers and top editors in the United States. But Harriman said no. The ambassador had too much to do in Saigon. His most immediate task was to contain the widening ripples from the Hue massacre. The State Department worried that Ziem would lash out with draconian action against the Buddhists, making matters worse. Nolting delayed his vacation for a couple of weeks, hoping he could nudge Ziem toward conciliation. To publicize their claims of government persecution, the Buddhists planned to stage demonstrations in Saigon and Hue. Violence could easily flare. Ziem met with Buddhist leaders on May 15th, but didn't give much ground. Buddhists and Catholics were both guilty of disorderly use of religious flags, he told his visitors. He refused to discipline any government officials over the killings or stop arresting Buddhist protesters in Hue, saying subversive elements could take advantage of any suspension of police action. When the Buddhists asked him to guarantee that they could freely practice their beliefs, he called them damn fools for not knowing that freedom of religion was enshrined in South Vietnam's constitution. 3 days later, Nolting discussed the Buddhists with Ziem for 2 hours. The ambassador urged him to make a clear-cut public statement that his security forces were to blame for the massacre. Ziem refused. He was convinced, he told Nolting, that the VC or other agitators had thrown explosives that killed the protesters, and that Buddhist leaders in Hue had provoked the entire incident. Nolting found Ziem's attitude troubling but understandable. He was trying to avoid doing something that might make him look weak, but his regime was moving too slowly and grudgingly to diffuse the situation, which Ziem seemed to take far less seriously than the U.S. Embassy did. Nolting told the president he hoped he wasn't underestimating his people's anger over the Hue death. On May 21st, about 400 monks marched from Cholon, Saigon's Chinatown, to Za Loi Pagoda, a few blocks from Ziem's palace, to commemorate the Hue massacre. Sa Loi, the city's biggest temple, was now the buzzing headquarters for Buddhist organizing activities. A police jeep led the monks' procession, and numerous unarmed cops were in evidence along the route. There was commendable restraint on both sides, Nolting cabled Washington, and no one was hurt or arrested. Nolting felt the situation had calmed down enough that he and his family could safely leave on their vacation, but his wife, Lindsay, was uneasy. Vietnamese friends kept asking exactly when she and her husband were going and coming back. Lindsay suggested they cruise the Aegean some other time. Her husband dissuaded her, arguing that the tickets were paid for, Their 2 older daughters were already in Greece, and the State Department had cut his travel orders. If anything happened in Saigon, Nolting's good friend and deputy, Trueheart, was to contact him through the U.S. Embassy in Athens or anywhere else along his travel route. Everything was arranged. It was time to go. The Noltings flew out of Saigon on May 23rd. Looking back in sorrow on their departure many years later, the ambassador wrote, "I could not have made a worse mistake." Chapter 3. A Basket of Crabs, Saigon, 1954. Americans usually described Diem as short, although at 5 feet 4 inches tall, he was of average height for a Vietnamese man. He was stoutly built, with a round, smoothly placid face, and the dreamy eyes of a mystic, in the words of one American. His gleaming black hair was carefully oiled and combed, and he habitually wore a white sharkskin suit with baggy white pants, a style the Vietnamese picked up from the colonial French. He had a rolling, toes-out way of walking, inevitably leading some Americans to refer to him as the Penguin. A lifelong bachelor, Diem lived in his lavish palace as austerely as a cloistered monk. He slept on an old army cot in a small room with no air conditioning. His office was equally Spartan, a table and 2 chairs, and he usually worked there 15 or 16 hours a day. His memory was encyclopedic. Not only could he reel off the names of dozens of his province chiefs, but the names of their fathers and grandfathers as well. Long pledged to chastity, he was shy and uncomfortable around women. Foreign diplomats and journalists often commented on what they regarded as his humorlessness and lack of personal magnetism. While he usually projected an air of Asian tranquility and self-possession, he was a bundle of nervous energy with an explosive temper. In meetings, he often lit one cigarette after another and drummed his fingers. An aide once saw him kick a tray of food out of a servant's hands because it didn't contain exactly what he wanted for lunch. South Vietnam's leader was an unusual admixture of East and West, a devout Roman Catholic imbued with Confucian ethics ruling a largely Buddhist nation. He made no secret of his Catholicism. He inserted biblical references into speeches and frequently attended Mass at Saigon's great red-brick Notre Dame Cathedral, sitting not in the regular pews but near the altar, closely following the ceremony as the archbishop bowed toward him. Like many Vietnamese, he also embraced Confucianism, with its emphasis on obedience to family, the immutability of the social and political order, and subordination of individual rights to collective welfare. He proclaimed Confucius's birthday a state holiday, and liked to display his knowledge of the ancient Chinese texts that underlay Confucian philosophy, absorbed by the Vietnamese from Chinese conquerors 1,000 years earlier. From an early age, Diem believed he was destined to lead his country and save it from communism. One American journalist called this a grade A Messiah complex. After surviving multiple attempts to overthrow or assassinate him, he was convinced he was God's instrument in Vietnam. Though thoroughly marinated in Vietnamese tradition, Diem wanted to build a modern state as quickly as possible. He was determined to wipe out all traces of colonialism and make rapid improvements in the economy, education system, and agricultural practices. Born in Hue in 1901, Diem was the son of a mandarin and spent his early years amid the imperial court, luxuriously ensconced in the citadel. Mandarins were powerful court officials who handled day-to-day matters of the realm. Selected on the basis of competitive exams that tested their knowledge of classic Confucian literature and the Chinese language, they were generally divided into 2 specialties: those who ran government affairs and those who oversaw military matters. But the French took over the imperial government when they occupied Hue in the late 19th century. The emperor and his mandarins were permitted to keep their positions, but lost almost all of their authority. Diem's father was No Ding Ha, a respected Mandarin scholar and committed Roman Catholic. Ha raised his 6 sons and 2 daughters in an atmosphere of militant Catholicism, taking them to Mass almost every morning. In the evenings, the children knelt together and said their prayers. Their parents then sang them to sleep with the Ave Maria. At the time of Diem's birth, Ha served as Grand Chamberlain to Emperor Tan Tai, who reigned as a powerless front man while the French Governor-General made all important decisions. Coup supervised the imperial household as well as the imperial cavalry. He made daily inspection tours of the citadel on horseback, cantering through that still enchanted world with Ziem often in tow. The boy was fascinated by the royal stables, elephant barn, and especially a pavilion that housed the royal chariots, elaborately decorated with images of dragons, birds, and turtles. Once used in war, the chariots bore royal parties on tiger hunts. But the citadel also served as a billet for French soldiers, an ever-present symbol of Vietnamese weakness and humiliation. The French deposed Tan Tai in 1907 and later exiled him to Réunion Island in the Indian Ocean. Because he was the only Mandarin to oppose the action, Ha went to prison. Released after a long illness, he moved his family to a plot of land he owned in a village outside Hue. Ha began cultivating rice, and Ziem and his siblings learned to live with much less than they had at the citadel. An unusually studious child, Ziem surrounded his cot with a palisade of all types of books, and read at night by candlelight. Even as a boy, he was stubborn and given to emotional outbursts, sometimes screaming at others to get his way. He had to really pull himself together in order to control his rage, remembered his older brother Tuk, later to become Hue's Catholic archbishop. On the other hand, Ziem often made family members laugh with his gift for mimicry. Ha strove to instill a strong spirit of patriotism in his children, regaling them with stories of Vietnamese heroes of the past. His home was often a gathering place for prominent nationalists, mandarins, provincial officials, and intellectuals who quietly discussed what could be done to end French depredations. Ha was adamant that violence not be used against the occupiers, but many Vietnamese were losing patience, and an era of bloody revolts was not far away. Ziem often listened to the men's hopeful talk of national independence and freedom, discussions that had a powerful impact on his developing mind. Ziem labored in the family rice paddies alongside his siblings and went on long exploratory horseback rides in the countryside. He attended L'École Pérérin, a Catholic primary school in Hue, where classes were taught in French, Latin, and classical Chinese. Even as a youth, he was deeply devout, spending hours in prayer and meditation. At 15, he thought seriously of becoming a priest and studied briefly at a Catholic seminary. According to Tuk, Chiem had to withdraw because he was allergic to fish, an unavoidable staple in the diet of novitiates. Tuk thought his younger brother too unworldly and too unyielding for the church in any event. Ziem did swear to remain celibate, a promise that friends believed he kept throughout his life. When he was 17, Ziem entered the prestigious School of Law and Administration, which trained promising young men for service in the colonial bureaucracy. Graduating first in his class in 1921, he rose rapidly thereafter. He worked first as a district chief in his home province and nearby Quang Tri province. He supervised nearly 300 villages, riding a horse from one to the next, wearing formal robes and a conical straw hat as he collected taxes, inspected public works, and settled peasant disputes. In 1930, he was appointed governor of Ninh Thuan province on the Central Coast. It was a time when many Vietnamese nationalists, angry after decades of French exploitation, were primed for rebellion. The French had done a great deal to develop Vietnam, building railroads, bridges, and beautiful public edifices, digging canals, and draining swamplands for cultivation. They created vast plantations for rice, tea, and rubber. Most profits from such enterprises, however, went into French pockets, while Vietnamese workers were often rewarded with contempt and brutality. Although the French improved Vietnam's infrastructure, they badly weakened its social structure. They demolished the Vietnamese monarchy, dismantled the strong Vietnamese educational system, and implanted the alien religion of Catholicism. Peasants were subjected to onerous taxes and forced to work without pay on canals and other public works projects, often for 12 hours a day. Some were beaten to death. Tens of thousands of Vietnamese were shipped off to other French colonies in New Caledonia, New Hebrides, and Réunion Island to work on plantations and in mines. Vietnamese from all walks of life, from unskilled laborers to professionals, were routinely victims of racist insults and acts of violence by colons, who were often the dregs of metropolitan France. "Here we give refuge to the miscreant and the worthless, the spongers and thieves," wrote French novelist Claude Frérère. "Those who settle in Indochina do not know how to work in France. Those who trade in Indochina were bankrupt. Those who lorded over the scholar Mandarin flunk out of college. And those who sit in judgment and condemn have perhaps themselves been judged and condemned." The French deployed their feared security police, the Sûreté Générale, to round up suspected revolutionaries, many of whom were sent to the prison island of Pulo Condor, known as the Colonial Bastille, in the South China Sea. Some of the worst colonial cruelties took place on rubber plantations in the Terre Rouge, Red Earth, region, stretching in a wide band from Bien Hoa, about 20 miles northeast of Saigon, to Cambodia. In 1930, more than 30,000 laborers worked on 25 such plantations. Early each morning, these men and women trudged into the long rows of rubber trees, carrying a special knife with which they cut away a thin spiral strip of bark, allowing latex to drip into a bowl attached to a tree's trunk. They labored 10 to 12 hours a day, lived in squalid barracks, and were fed inadequate portions of unnourishing food. Many were worked to exhaustion or became ill from dysentery, malaria, and beriberi. Those too sick to work were taken into the forest and left to die. About 5,000 peasants worked on the big Phu Riang rubber plantation in conditions little better than what slaves endured in the American South. Their windowless, steel-roofed barracks became as hot as ovens in the tropical sun. Under a brutal overseer, a former French Foreign Legion captain, workers were beaten bloody with bamboo rods. Women were raped. The most common forms of punishment were to make the person drop his pants, then beat him on the buttocks, or beat his feet until the soles were in ribbons, wrote one man who survived a stint at the Michelin-owned plantation. After a beating, the worker would be locked up in a dark room, legs shackled, and left without food for 2 or 3 days. Some people were forgotten there until they died of thirst. Small groups of workers were sometimes able to flee these Stygian circumstances, while others escaped only by hanging themselves from trees. In 1930, the workers launched a strike and took over the plantation for several days, until French soldiers forced them back into the rubber groves to resume their toil. Protest demonstrations and rebellions erupted by the score during the early 1930s. Ho Chi Minh's newly formed Indo-Chinese Communist Party helped organize revolts in 2 provinces, with peasants briefly establishing Bolshevik-style Soviets. Alarmed at the scale of the disorders, the French responded with a breathtakingly vicious crackdown. The French Air Force bombed civilian protesters, with casualties running into the thousands. The Sûreté made wholesale arrests of communists and non-communist nationalists alike. Diem had studied communist leaflets, books, and newspapers since his days as a district chief in the 1920s, when he first noticed communist organizers at work in the villages. He developed a counter-strategy, parading captured communist agents in rags and telling the villagers, "They say they stand for poor people. Well, let them dress like it." He also broke up a communist plot to seize his provincial capital, a success that led to his appointment as chief of a larger province. In an effort to calm the agitated populace, the French decided to reconstitute the monarchy in a carefully circumscribed way. They brought back the 18-year-old emperor Bao Dai from France, where he'd been raised by a French family and educated in French schools. Bao Dai was sent on a tour of the areas roiled by uprisings and allowed to choose his own government ministers. In 1933, he picked Diem as his chief minister. But when the French rejected some of Diem's proposed reforms, including creation of a national assembly, he quit, commenting that to remain in his post under such conditions would be a deplorable comedy. The resignation cemented his lasting reputation for uncompromising nationalism and integrity. Diem kept a low profile for the rest of the 1930s, staying in touch with other fervent nationalists in Hue and Saigon, and studying ways in which the Vietnamese might expel the French. He met frequently with the revered historian Phan Boi Cho, a longtime advocate of armed liberation, who the French had convicted of sedition and sentenced to house arrest in Hue. Meeting for hours at a stretch at Cho's home or aboard a sampan on the Perfume River, the 2 men discussed the reasons for the failure of the many attempted revolts against the French. In 1938, the Vatican elevated Ziem's brother, Tuc, to bishop of the Vinh Long diocese. Ziem accompanied him on a tour of Catholic communities, during which Tuc gave speeches to large and enthusiastic crowds, often paying filial homage to their then-deceased father, who was widely respected for his unbending nationalism. In his spare time, Ziem indulged in his favorite pastimes: reading, horseback riding, hunting, growing flowers, and photography. The Sûreté kept him under surveillance. Vietnam underwent more upheaval in 1940, after the German army invaded and occupied much of France. The unoccupied portion was administered by the pro-Nazi Vichy government, which permitted Japan, Germany's ally, to establish air bases and other military facilities in Vietnam. Ziem and other Vietnamese nationalists had long regarded Japan as a model for Asian nations that sought to modernize without first undergoing a degrading interregnum of European colonization. Realizing that Japan was now the real power in Vietnam, Ziem contacted a variety of Japanese military and civilian officials. He also set up an underground political party, the Association for the Revitalization of Greater Vietnam, hoping to bring together all of the nationalist groups under his leadership. When French police began arresting party members in 1944, Ziem managed to escape with the help of the Japanese consul in Hue, who slipped him out of town dressed as a Japanese army officer. Ziem made his way to Saigon, living for several months under Japanese military protection. As the war in the Pacific turned against the Japanese, they seized control of Vietnam in March 1945, arresting and interning French officials and soldiers. The Japanese allowed Bao Dai to remain as their puppet emperor, and he asked Ziem to become his prime minister and form a new government. Ziem initially refused, but soon regretted his decision, perhaps believing the Japanese would ultimately grant the country independence. It was too late, however. Bao Dai gave the job to another man. When Japan surrendered to the Allies in August 1945, Ho Chi Minh moved quickly to fill the power vacuum in Vietnam. He proclaimed his own government based in Hanoi and asked Bao Dai to abdicate his throne in order to help legitimize the new regime. Ziem was horrified. Still in Saigon, he disguised himself and boarded a train for Hue in an effort to stop Bao Dai from abandoning his position. But Viet Minh agents kidnapped Ziem before he reached Bao Dai and held him for months at a series of secret locations in jungles and mountains. Racked by dysentery and malaria, Ziem nearly died. The Viet Minh also murdered his oldest brother, Ngo Dinh Khoi, who, like Ziem, had served under the French as a provincial governor and was active in breaking up communist groups. Khoi and his son were buried alive. For good measure, the Viet Minh burned down Ziem's house in Hue, destroying his library of 10,000 books. In February 1946, Ziem was brought to Hanoi for an audience with Ho, who apologized for Khoi's killing and asked Ziem to join his new government. Ziem refused, bluntly calling Ho a criminal, but was allowed to leave unmolested, perhaps because the communist leader didn't want to alienate Ziem's Catholic and nationalist supporters. At the end of that year, Ho's guerrilla army went to war against the French in a bid to achieve full independence for Vietnam. The war would drag on for 8 brutal years, leaving as many as 1 million Vietnamese dead. After giving up his throne and briefly serving as a powerless, special advisor to Ho, Bao Dai retreated into comfortable exile in Hong Kong. The French managed to drive the Viet Minh out of Hanoi in the early stages of the war and wanted Bao Dai back as their colonial emperor. Ziem and other nationalists pleaded with him to demand unfettered independence in exchange. But in 1949, Bao Dai signed an agreement with the French that gave only partial autonomy to a newly created associated state of Vietnam, with Paris retaining control of its military, foreign relations, customs, currency, and other key national functions. Bao Dai became its chief of state. Ziem had reached a political and personal crossroads. He tried hard to create a third force, an alternative to both French colonialism and Ho's communism. But with war raging between the French and Viet Minh, travel was dangerous, and both sides were hostile to his message. French police continued to harass him. The Viet Minh targeted him for assassination. In 1950, Diem decided to visit Japan, the United States, and Europe in hopes of drumming up support for his cause. The global political scene had changed dramatically by then. In China, Mao Zedong's guerrillas had emerged victorious after a long struggle with nationalist forces under Chiang Kai-shek. North Korea invaded South Korea, inaugurating a bitter war between communist troops and United Nations forces led by the United States. The Soviets had successfully tested their first atomic bomb. The U.S. government was putting into effect a new policy to contain communism, while a hard-drinking U.S. Senator from Wisconsin, Joe McCarthy, made baseless charges that Washington was riddled with communist spies, stirring public fear. Accompanied by his brother Tuk, Diem inspected American factories during a tour set up by the State Department and moved on to Rome and then France, where he conferred again with Bao Dai. By the fall of 1950, he was back in the United States. He spent the next 2.5 years living in Maryknoll seminaries in New York and New Jersey, thanks to Tuk's Catholic connections. In 1950, President Harry Truman began channeling American military aid to the French in their fight against the Viet Minh. But Diem wanted Washington to shift its aid to non-communist Vietnamese nationalists. He argued that U.S. support of the despised colonial regime was pushing Vietnamese into the arms of Ho's communists, a line that resonated well in McCarthy-era Washington. Diem met with a host of American academics, religious figures, politicians, and other prominent people, some of whom would become important backers in the future. He had audiences with Francis Cardinal Spellman, the influential Archbishop of New York, and William Donovan, leader of the famed Office of Strategic Services, which fielded commando teams that fought in occupied Europe and the Far East during World War II. He was introduced to Supreme Court Justice William O. Douglas and a rising young congressman from Massachusetts, John F. Kennedy. Many of those he met were favorably impressed with the passionate Catholic patriot. Mike Mansfield, a Democratic senator from Montana and former professor of Asian history, came away from a lunch with him feeling that if anyone could hold Vietnam, it was somebody like Ngo Dinh Diem. Diem went back to France in 1953, trying to persuade the large Vietnamese community there that a third force government, with himself at the helm, was the best option for their homeland. While Diem sought support in Europe and America, Ho's troops continued their grinding war against the French. In May 1954, triumphant Viet Minh soldiers raised their blood-red, yellow-starred battle flag over the defeated French garrison at Dien Bien Phu, in an obscure mountain valley in Vietnam's wild northwestern corner. More than 10,000 French soldiers became prisoners. It was one of history's greatest military upsets, a stunning victory by Asian peasants over a European army equipped with modern weapons and backed by air power, and it effectively knocked an exhausted France out of the war. The day after the French surrender, international negotiations began in Geneva to end the conflict. The following month, Diem met with Bao Dai at the ex-emperor's chateau outside Cannes on the French Riviera. A shrewd and intelligent man, Bao Dai had been torn for years between his impulse to be a good leader of his people and France's steadfast refusal to ever let him inhabit that role. After Diem quit as his top minister in 1933, Bao Dai retreated into a sybaritic lifestyle. He kept his hand in Vietnamese politics, but he was never able to stand up to French power, and his personal pleasures and comforts were paramount. Bao Dai once again asked Diem to serve as prime minister. He knew he wouldn't have French backing much longer, and Diem, with his U.S. connections, might be able to induce Washington to provide assistance. Diem accepted Bao Dai's offer, but on the condition that he be granted sweeping civil and military powers. Bao Dai, in turn, made his new premier swear an oath that he wouldn't use those powers to depose him. American officials generally approved of Diem, although the U.S. ambassador in Paris, Douglas Dillon, condescendingly described him as a yogi-like mystic who'd likely be pleading for more U.S. aid soon. The Geneva negotiators announced in July 1954 that a ceasefire had been agreed upon. Although the Viet Minh controlled about 3/4 of Vietnam, The country would be split roughly in half at the 17th parallel. French forces would withdraw south of that line, while Ho's would move north of it. For 300 days, people would be allowed to move freely from one regroupment zone to the other. In 2 years, an election was to be held to rejoin both halves of Vietnam under a single leader, a contest most observers expected Ho to easily win. Meanwhile, Ho's capital would remain in Hanoi. Diem's new government would be headquartered in Saigon. By the time the Geneva Accords were signed, Diem was already back in Saigon. After nearly 4 years abroad, he returned home on a French jetliner from Paris on June 25th. He greeted a knot of Vietnamese, French, and American officials who came to welcome him at Tan Son Nhut Airport and then stepped into a waiting limousine. The road from the airport to downtown Saigon was lined with thousands of excited spectators, many of whom had waited for hours in the hot sun for a glimpse of their new premier. But the people were in a festive mood and didn't seem to mind. Standing among them was an American, Colonel Edward Lansdale. The U.S. Embassy listed him as an Air Force attaché, but in fact, he headed a special CIA team whose mission was to strengthen Diem and his fledgling government by any means available. Lansdale wanted to gauge the crowd's reaction to their new leader, but Diem's big black car, preceded by a phalanx of police motorcycles with sirens screaming, zoomed past, denying spectators any real contact with him. Obviously disappointed, they drifted away. A one-time San Francisco advertising man who sported an Errol Flynn-style mustache, Lansdale was well known within the CIA for devising innovative political and military tactics that helped the Philippine Army put down a persistent rebellion by communist guerrillas known as Hukbalahaps. He went on to help elect a staunchly anti-communist defense minister, Ramon Magsaysay, as president of the Philippines in 1953. On the eve of Lansdale's departure for South Vietnam, CIA Director Allen Dulles urged him to find another Magsaysay. After Diem's motorcade flashed past, Lansdale wondered if the new prime minister was getting the right political advice. He should have driven slowly along in an open car, the American felt, or walked among his people, giving them a chance to see him, touch him, shout their admiration and affection. Lansdale spent the rest of that day writing Diem a memo, suggesting ways to organize his government and army. But he doubted that Diem had the necessary political instincts to rally popular support for his ambitious nation-building program. The CIA agent apparently wasn't aware that Diem was rushing to get to downtown Saigon, where he was to make a speech to another large crowd that awaited him: labor activists, members of the city's large Chinese community, and civil servants who'd been given the afternoon off to attend. The event had been organized by his brother New, a cunning strategist who quickly became Diem's most trusted advisor. Diem mingled happily with his followers, smiling and shaking hands, and then got behind the microphone. "In this critical situation, I will act decisively," he pledged to the throng. "I will move with determination to open a path to national salvation. A total revolution will be implemented in every facet of the life and organization of the nation." The situation Diem faced was nothing if not critical. 8 years of war had left extensive destruction throughout the country. Highways, railroads, and inland waterways were severely damaged throughout South Vietnam. More than 1 million acres of rice-growing land were abandoned and overgrown, rural landowners having fled gunfire and bombs for the relative safety of Saigon and other cities. Rubber production and fishery output had plummeted. As the Viet Minh withdrew north, they did their best to add to the devastation. They dynamited bridges, tore down telegraph lines, pulled up railroad tracks, and made roads impassable by digging deep ditches across them. The government was in equally poor shape. 1/4 of the soldiers in South Vietnam's new national army had deserted. The loyalties of the rest were unclear. Wags chuckled that Diem ruled little more than his palace grounds. South Vietnam's treasury was nearly empty. Diem barely had enough money to keep his new regime going for a month. In the wake of Dien Bien Phu, frightened French business owners, technicians, and government workers sold their possessions and scurried home to France. Investment capital all but dried up. The French had employed many Vietnamese in colonial government offices, but never allowed them to make significant decisions or rise much higher than clerks. Many of these timorous functionaries remained after Diem took over, and he had great difficulty making his government run properly. Diem regarded the Geneva peace deal as a disaster for South Vietnam, and his government didn't sign the agreements. While he'd retained the rich rice lands of the Mekong Delta, Ho Chi Minh got the mineral resources and small industrial base of the north. Diem also worried that the French army's withdrawal from Ho's territory meant that the communists would soon overwhelm many Catholic communities there. He flew to Hanoi and appealed to French commanders to stay longer, but they refused. The Geneva Accords did, however, contain a silver lining for Diem, the provision that people could move freely between North and South within the 300-day window. Beginning in late July, that clause unleashed a vast and dramatic exodus as roughly 900,000 North Vietnamese frantically sought to reach South Vietnam before the deadline. The bulk of them were Catholic and would constitute a steely pillar of political support for Diem in the future. Thousands of Northerners began streaming into Hanoi and the nearby port of Haiphong. They lugged cookpots, clothes, and anything else that could be slung over a shoulder pole. Some carried loved ones on their backs. They were exhausted and afraid. The majority were women, children, and the elderly. Entire villages packed up and left, often at the direction of a headman or Catholic priest. Overwhelmed by their numbers, the South Vietnamese and French requested American help in feeding, providing medical care, and transporting the refugees south. The U.S. Navy assembled an armada of 78 ships for what was dubbed Operation Passage to Freedom. Most were cargo vessels or large landing craft of the kind that delivered tanks and trucks on World War II invasion beaches. The first transport, the USS Menard, left Haiphong on August 16, 1954, jammed with 2,000 North Vietnamese. Emigrants were whisked away as fast as they could be loaded. During the 1,000-mile voyage south, American sailors fed families, played with children, and screened Hollywood comedies for the refugees, who, though they spoke no English, giggled and guffawed at the universal language of slapstick. Navy doctors treated thousands who were ill and attended scores of births. American ships made a total of 500 trips in 300 days. About 650,000 of the evacuees were Catholic, while about 200,000 were Buddhist. Most undertook the perilous journey out of fear that they wouldn't be able to practice their faith or would have their property confiscated by the communists. Lansdale heightened their anxiety with a clever campaign of black propaganda. At his behest, South Vietnamese soldiers in civilian clothes traveled through the north, spreading the false rumor that Ho Chi Minh had let in Chinese troops who were raping women. Lansdale's men printed and distributed a phony leaflet that instructed Hanoi residents how to behave when Viet Minh troops marched in and took over from the French. Shop owners were ordered to prepare a list of their goods so communist authorities would know what to seize. Shortly after the broadsides were handed out, refugee registration tripled, and the value of the Viet Minh currency dropped by half. The extraordinary outflow of humanity from North Vietnam yielded a propaganda bonanza for Diem and the United States, as newspapers and magazines played up hair-raising accounts of destitute people risking everything to escape the descending yoke of communism. By contrast, only about 90,000 people moved from south to north, most of them Viet Minh cadres and their families. As the number of émigrés soared, the Viet Minh began trying to block their exit. Ho's agents spread their own propaganda, such as that U.S. sailors planned to throw their passengers overboard to the sharks. Horror stories multiplied, particularly in the U.S. Catholic press, of the Viet Minh beating, torturing, and gunning down priests and their parishioners who tried to leave. Some tales strained credibility. One, possibly planted by Lansdale, claimed that communists pierced children's eardrums with chopsticks so they could no longer hear Catholic teachings. When the Viet Minh closed roads to Hanoi and Haiphong, desperate refugees began risking an ocean voyage in sampans and bamboo rafts. In just a few months, French patrol boats rescued 10,000 people from the sea, but many others drowned when their flimsy vessels broke up in rough water. In 1954, the French had an expression to describe Saigon, un panier de crabes, a basket of crabs, a place where people were always at each other's throats. The phrase carried a note of Gallic condescension, but also a large grain of truth. In the near anarchy that prevailed in the months following the Geneva Conference, Ziem's capital was indeed a hotbed of intrigue and ruthless competition for power. Ziem was one of the toughest crabs in the basket, but he was surrounded by others with claws extended in his direction. His patron and ostensible boss, Bao Dai, would soon be plotting to remove him as premier. A criminal gang called the Bing Suiyen, which incredibly controlled both the local and national police, wanted to expand its power. The countryside teemed with thousands of well-armed soldiers loyal not to Ziem's shaky government, but to religious splinter groups that had political ambitions of their own. And the French, who still dominated South Vietnam's economy, were eager to replace the deeply Francophobic Ziem with a more pliant leader who would serve their interests after their last troops sailed for home. One possibility was General Nguyen Van Hinh, chief of staff of the nascent South Vietnamese armed forces. A handsome ladies' man, Hinh was among the many Frenchified Vietnamese who held high rank in South Vietnam's military. He had a French wife, French citizenship, and a second commission as a colonel in the French Air Force. Hinh believed Ziem was incapable of leading the nation and openly schemed to unseat him. Ziem tried to fire the general, but he refused to relinquish his command, ringing his headquarters with tanks. He sent armored cars to blare anti-government slogans over loudspeakers as they circled Ziem's palace. Hinh boasted to friends that once he disposed of Ziem, he'd take the premier's fiery sister-in-law, Madame Nhu, as his concubine. Confronting the general at a party, Madame Nhu told him he didn't have the guts to depose Ziem, and even if he did, he'd never possess her because I will claw your throat out first. In his most peculiar effort to rattle Ziem, Hinh circled the palace over and over on a motor scooter. American officials told the mutinous general he'd lose U.S. aid if he kept up his antics. Unabashed, Hinh kept setting dates for his anticipated coup and laughing uproariously when each date passed with no action. U.S. officials weren't sure how seriously to take his threats. Hinh invited Lansdale to dine with him one evening at his residence. When the American arrived, he found a hive of apparent coup preparations as messengers ran in and out and Hing's field commanders pored over maps of Saigon. The general insisted the action would take place the next day. The quick-witted Lansdale said that was too bad because he was leaving for Manila that night and wanted to take Hing and some of his officers along. Lansdale apologized for the short notice, but the jaunt would include a tour of Manila's best nightclubs. Hing replied that he couldn't go, given the circumstances, but that 3 of his aides were welcome to. Lansdale quickly rustled up a C-47 transport plane, and he and Hing's men winged their way to the Philippines. When Lansdale returned to Saigon, he learned that the coup hadn't taken place. Hing explained implausibly that he'd forgotten his absent aides were needed to pull it off. Perhaps embarrassed at his military commander's increasingly inane behavior, Bao Dai called him to Paris in November, and Hing never returned to South Vietnam. With Hing declawed, Ziem still faced the Bing Suiyen gangsters and 2 armed religious sects, the Cao Dai and the Hua Hao, which together had about 2 million followers and 40,000 troops. The religious groups dominated large swaths of the countryside, south and west of Saigon, in almost feudal fashion, taxing peasants, but also protecting them in their fields. Both faiths wanted to keep running their lucrative fiefdoms without interference from a strong central government. The Caudaists were based in Tai Ninh, a provincial capital about 65 miles northwest of Saigon. There they'd built a massive, twin-towered temple that novelist Graham Greene aptly described as a Walt Disney Fantasia of the East. Within its high-ceilinged nave were green dragons slithering around pink pillars and a glittery blue sphere, resembling a giant disco ball, adorned with an all-seeing, all-knowing eye, the faith's primary symbol. Haloed figures of the eclectic Cao Dai pantheon, including Buddha, Jesus, Victor Hugo, Joan of Arc, Pericles, and Sun Yat-sen, lined the walls. Cao Daism's hierarchy modeled itself on the Catholic Church, complete with a pope, bishops, priests, and nuns. Concentrated in the Mekong Delta, the Hua Hao embraced an amalgam of Buddhism, ancestor worship, animistic rites, and Confucianism. They were led by Win Fu Su, an itinerant Buddhist healer and prophet known as the Mad Monk. A mesmerizing speaker, Su accurately predicted the fall of France in 1940 and the Japanese invasion of Indochina. His auguries and emphasis on austere living and personal salvation attracted many followers and so worried the French that they tried to exile him to Laos. During and after World War II, Su and his fiercely independent disciples took up arms against the Japanese, the French, and the Viet Minh. Ho Chi Minh's agents murdered him in 1947. Diem's most cutthroat adversaries, the Binh Xuyen, had evolved from a small band of river pirates into a well-heeled criminal syndicate that owned casinos, hotels, and rubber plantations, along with a huge Saigon brothel, the Hall of Mirrors, that employed 1,200 prostitutes. The gang ran the city's opium dens, had interests in bus companies and commercial fishing, and even set retail pork prices. One Binh Xuyen gangster was Saigon's police chief. Another headed the National Security Police, the Sûreté. Like the sects, the Binh Xuyen had its own army, with 3,500 troops in Saigon. Its leader was an illiterate ex-chauffeur and prison escapee named Le Van Veen. Renowned for his cruelty and venality, the bull-necked Vien lived in a heavily guarded compound just across the Arroyo Chinoise, a waterway that formed part of the city's southern boundary. Dreadful rumors about him abounded. According to one, those who failed to pay him protection money wound up as kibble for the tiger in his private zoo. Unlike American mobsters, the Binh Xuyen operated in a strikingly open manner. Its green beret-wearing soldiers collected road safety taxes from farmers and travelers coming into Saigon, and a government minister presided at the dedication of the Hall of Mirrors. By 1954, Vien was reputed to be the city's wealthiest man. Emerging from the swamps and marshes south of Saigon in the 1920s, the Binh Xuyen preyed on sampans and junks bringing rice and other products to the city's river docks. They supplemented their income with occasional forays into Cholon to rob or kidnap wealthy Chinese merchants for ransom. Pursued by police, the river pirates disappeared into the nearly impenetrable mangrove swamps of the Rung Sat, or Forest of Assassins. Like many young Vietnamese, Vien had been swept up in the wave of nationalism that engulfed the country after World War II, joining the Viet Minh in the struggle to stop the French from re-establishing colonial control. But Viet Minh leaders came to view Vien as too independent and tried to assassinate him. The gang chieftain dodged the trap and in retaliation made a deal with the French. The Binh Xuyen would expose underground Viet Minh cells in Saigon in exchange for a zone of influence in Cholon. The gangsters joined French police in a highly effective sweep, and Viet Minh grenade tossing and other terror attacks declined sharply. French military intelligence also cut Vien in on Operation X, in which poppies harvested in North Vietnam and Laos were brought into Saigon to be refined into opium and sold to addicts. In 1954, Vien was said to have paid Bao Dai $1 million to take over the Saigon police and the Sûreté. He also funneled a slice of his profits from opium and prostitution to the ex-emperor to help him savor the sweet life on the Riviera. Vien's most glittering possession was Grand Monde, an enormous gambling and entertainment establishment in Cholon. Behind its high yellow walls, noodle peddlers and taxi drivers squandered their daily pittances at card tables and roulette wheels alongside businessmen, French legionnaires, and bejeweled courtesans. When gamblers tired of losing money, they could watch a Chinese theater performance, consult an astrologer, enjoy a champagne dinner, see a boxing match, or dance to a jazz band on a floor almost as big as an American football field. The Grand Monde had opened in 1946 at the direction of the French Governor-General, who viewed licensing it as a perfectly legitimate way to help underwrite the burgeoning costs of reoccupying Vietnam. It was soon said to be the most profitable casino in Asia. Diem knew he couldn't govern a country where mobsters supervised the police and militarized religious groups ran their own mini-states. He tried to appease the Cao Dai and Hua Hao, giving each sect 4 cabinet seats out of the total of 14 in his government. Using CIA funds, he bribed sect commanders to bring their troops into the Vietnamese National Army. But sooner or later, Diem believed, he'd have to use force to break the Binh Xuyen and the sects. South Vietnam would never be truly independent until it shook off the insidious influences of gangsters, armed ecstatics, and the French. In addition, the premier was under growing pressure from his nationalist supporters, who were frustrated at his lack of progress in getting the French out of the country. Tens of thousands of French soldiers remained in South Vietnam. The longer they stayed, the weaker Diem looked. American and French officials warned Diem that pitched combat with his antagonists would wreak unspeakable destruction on Saigon's densely populated neighborhoods and could even touch off civil war. But in January 1955, the premier moved toward an open clash with the Binh Xuyen, refusing to renew the Grand Mon's operating license and forcing it to close. Leaning against his Cadillac, flanked by his hoods, Vien, the gang chieftain, watched sullenly one night as the last customer strolled out of his casino. Under brush-cut hair, his face was pitted and swarthy, his eyes like stones in the lamplight, recorded a British journalist. Vien uttered something in Vietnamese, which an aide translated in a soft voice for the newspaperman. "We are going to teach Mr. Diem the four truths." For years, the French had been arming and paying the Binh Xuyen and the sects to fight the Viet Minh. When Paris abruptly cut off the subsidies in early 1955, Diem refused to continue them with U.S. aid dollars, which the Americans were now giving directly to his government. The Binh Xuyen had plenty of cash from various underworld enterprises to pay their soldiers, but the Cao Dai and Hoa Hao were in a bind. As their money ran out, their unpaid troops might simply pack up and go home. The sects conferred with the Binh Xuyen in March and decided to demand a bigger say in Diem's government. They created the United Front of Nationalist Forces and issued an ultimatum, giving the premier 5 days to reorganize his cabinet, although they never specified exactly what they wanted it to look like. If he failed to comply, the front threatened, all South Vietnam will be put to blood and fire. Diem not only ignored the ultimatum, he made a provocative counter-move, ordering his army to clear the Binh Xuyen out of municipal police headquarters and installing his own police chief. The maneuver was carried out peacefully, and a few days later, the premier dropped the other shoe. He told his defense minister he was sending the army to evict the gangsters from Sûreté headquarters as well. The minister promptly quit in protest, and the French pleaded with Diem to postpone the move, which he reluctantly agreed to do. The Binh Xuyen, however, had had enough. Shortly after midnight on March 29, 1955, they began mortaring Independence Palace. As explosions shook the well-tended grounds, Diem rushed outside in his pajamas to comfort wounded palace guards and make sure the rest were ready to repulse a ground assault. At about the same time, Binh Xuyen soldiers attacked municipal police headquarters in Cholon. The gangsters also launched an assault on Vietnamese army headquarters, located nearby. At his house a few blocks from the palace, Lansdale was jolted awake by the loud crump of mortar shells exploding. He also heard the deep tock-tock-tock of machine guns and realized Diem's infantry was engaged in combat somewhere. He got a call through to the Prime Minister, who said Binh Xuyen Green Berets were pouring heavy fire into police headquarters. Truckloads of national soldiers racing to reinforce the cops had been ambushed on Boulevard Gallieni, the broad artery connecting Saigon with Cholon. French tanks, Diem claimed, were blocking additional reinforcements. The Prime Minister worried that his police would be overrun unless help arrived soon. Hopping into his car to go see for himself, Lansdale soon came to a traffic circle where a convoy of Vietnamese troop trucks had been halted by French light tanks. Vietnamese officers were angrily arguing with French officers. The noise from nearby firefights was deafening. The Vietnamese demanded to be let through, saying the besieged police needed them now. The French refused. Lansdale joined the argument, whipping out a notebook and demanding the French officers' names. They replied that he'd better clear out before their tanks cleared him out. Lansdale sped to the home of General J. Lawton Collins, the U.S. Special Presidential Envoy to South Vietnam, and his immediate boss. The CIA operative told Collins what he'd seen and said the French army appeared to be deliberately helping the Binh Xuyen. Lansdale was appalled. To him, it was as if the U.S. Army was helping Al Capone take over Chicago. One of the Army's most senior officers, Collins had seen enough bloodshed to last several lifetimes. He'd commanded an infantry division during bitter World War II fighting against the Japanese on Guadalcanal and the Solomon Islands. General Eisenhower picked him to lead one of the 2 American Army Corps that landed in Normandy on D-Day. Collins's forces later spearheaded the crucial breakout at Saint-Lô. During the Korean War, Collins served as Army Chief of Staff. After Eisenhower became president, he gave Collins the Vietnam assignment in November 1954. As Eisenhower's personal representative, Collins was supposed to be in Saigon only a few months, until a regular ambassador arrived. Collins listened to Lansdale and then explained that he'd just been in touch with General Paul Ely, the French Commissioner General and commander of French forces. They agreed that the killing must stop immediately. Ely was trying to contact Diem and Vien to have them order their men to disengage. French tanks had moved into the streets to enforce a ceasefire. Just 4 hours after it began, the battle was over. Casualties were relatively light, 26 killed, 112 wounded. An uneasy feeling of suspended animation settled over Saigon. The city took on the appearance of an armed camp. Behind sandbag walls and barbed wire barricades, Binh Xuyen and National Army strongpoints bristled with guns. The French had about 30,000 soldiers and 400 tanks in Saigon, and they corralled the Vietnamese army and Binh Xuyen in separate areas. Diem, however, was determined to finish the gangsters. His men had fought well, and morale was high. The Cao Dai and Hoa Hao seemed to be backing away from the United Front, and in any event, most sect troops were too far away from Saigon to be of any use. But it was far from certain that Diem could beat the Binh Xuyen. Collins was concerned that sustained fighting might lead to an army revolt, as soldiers objected to killing fellow Vietnamese. The CIA reported that Diem's own commanders believed the gangster army is currently capable of isolating and controlling Saigon. With the ceasefire holding, Diem pursued his bribe-and-conquer strategy, trying to peel more sect commanders away from the rebel coalition. He gave at least $100,000 to a Cao Dai commander in exchange for integrating his 8,000 soldiers into the National Army. The Binh Xuyen were spreading money around as well. The Cao Dai Pope, for example, received a new Cadillac as an incentive to stick with the United Front. On the surface, life went on as usual in Saigon. Fashionable Saigonese packed the Rue Catinat, the city's elegant dining and shopping thoroughfare. But a sense of impending cataclysm could be felt everywhere. Gunfire between Binh Xuyen and national troops was a daily occurrence. Heavily armed gangsters rode around in jeeps, and ugly reports surfaced that they disemboweled a squad of captured government soldiers. Bloated corpses floated down the Arroyo Chinois, hands tied, bullet holes behind the ears. On April 26th, Diem executed an artful, if goading, end run around his archenemies. The Binh Xuyen still occupied Sûreté headquarters on Rue Catinat, inside the French defense perimeter. Diem declared he was forming a completely new national police agency to be headquartered on Boulevard Gallieni. More than half of the Binh Xuyen Sûreté's 700 employees quickly defected to Diem's new Sûreté. The following day, Diem's Sûreté chief announced he was halting Binh Xuyen patrols in Saigon. Vien's response wasn't long in coming. On April 28th, mortar shells again began crashing into Independence Palace. Diem telephoned General Ely, saying the Binh Xuyen had broken the ceasefire and his palace was under attack. The Prime Minister was ordering his army to fight back. Ely warned Diem that he'd hold him responsible for the bloodshed that inevitably would result from street fighting. Diem hung up. Binh Xuyen soldiers began pushing out of Cholon toward central Saigon, along Boulevard Gallieni. Tens of thousands of people lived in the area. Many fled on bicycles, carrying any possessions they could, as national troops took up positions behind trees and hastily erected barricades. Flocks of civilians milled around on the streets, unsure what to do. They ran into nearby buildings whenever gunfire flared and came back out during lulls. An elderly woman pulling a half-naked child by the hand pleaded in broken French, "Where to go? Where to go?" Mortar shells began falling near Army headquarters in a Cholon slum where thousands of North Vietnamese refugees lived in miserable huts. The dwellings caught fire and flames spread rapidly. Firemen in gold and silver helmets tried to extinguish the blazes, but were driven off by more mortar detonations. Binh Xuyen reinforcements crossed the Arroyo Chinois into Cholon that night and tried to drive a wedge between Army and police headquarters on Boulevard Gallieni. Siem's soldiers fought fiercely, knocking the gangsters out of their strongholds at the Grand Monde Casino and a high school. Fighting spilled into the next day. Clouds of choking black smoke hung over the city. Hundreds of people had already been killed. Siem summoned Lansdale to the palace, gouged with shell holes. The Prime Minister looked exhausted and close to tears. Under ferocious pressure for months, he just received a harshly worded telegram from Bao Dai, calling him a monster for plunging South Vietnam into fratricidal warfare. The chief of state ordered Siem to come to France right away. Siem looked at his CIA friend imploringly. Crammed into a small alcove in Siem's bedroom, the two men were so close their knees touched. Lansdale calmly counseled the premier to review every action he'd taken during the crisis and ask himself if each step had been justified and principled. Siem recounted the whole sequence, concluding that he'd had no choice. A government that turned its police services over to criminals could never serve the people's interests. If it was to have any legitimacy, Siem's regime had to crush the Binh Xuyen. After a lengthy discussion, Lansdale asked if Siem was sure of his decision. "I know I'm doing the right thing," the premier exulted. He decided to defy Bao Dai's summons and continue the battle to rid his capital of gangsters. But the Eisenhower administration's support for Siem was wavering. Several days earlier, General Collins had flown to Washington to make his case against Siem in person. Collins had at first supported Siem, but as the months wore on and the political crises piled up, he lost confidence in the Prime Minister. He watched in consternation as Siem's defense minister quit, along with all 8 sect members of his government, to protest the fighting. In multiple cables to Washington, Collins laid out a catalog of Siem's sins and shortcomings that would be echoed by other American officials for years to come. Although the premier was a model of courage, honesty, and determination, Collins also viewed him as stubborn, uncompromising, focused on trivial matters instead of important ones, and increasingly isolated by his dependence on his brother New and other family members for advice. He didn't seem able to handle other strong-willed politicians. Collins felt he lacked the skills to be a national leader. In meetings at the State Department and the Pentagon, Collins argued that the U.S. government should dump Siem and back another anti-communist politician. Collins lunched with Eisenhower, relating examples of what he considered Siem's bad judgment, including his plan to attack the Binh Xuyen-held Sûreté headquarters, which could have produced numerous civilian casualties. "This fellow is impossible," Collins told the president. Collins also met with Secretary of State John Foster Dulles, a strong Siem advocate. Dulles was reluctant to pull the plug on the South Vietnamese leader, but finally acceded to Collins's line of reasoning. He sent telegrams to the U.S. embassies in Saigon and Paris, indicating that Washington was ready to work with France to replace Siem. Lansdale, however, thought that would be a perilous mistake, and fired off cables urging Washington to stick with Siem. One message, co-signed by the top U.S. military official in Saigon, Lieutenant General John O'Daniel, said the Vietnamese army appears to have capability, morale, and desire to finish Bing Xuyen now, and warned, "Any change in leadership or command at this time could result in chaos." Lansdale's reports were just the ammunition Dulles needed. He issued a blocking cable to the Saigon and Paris embassies, ordering that no action be taken on his previous dispatch. The battle, meanwhile, was turning decisively in Diem's favor. His soldiers drove the Bing Xuyen back over the Arroyo Chinois toward their fortified headquarters. By early May, the Battle of Saigon was largely over. As Collins and Ely had predicted, the cost in blood and devastation was high. More than 500 civilians were dead. Another 20,000 were homeless. Shelling and fires wrecked entire blocks in one of Saigon's poorest districts. People without shelter were forced to camp out in parks and other open areas. Nevertheless, Diem had succeeded in destroying Vien's criminal empire. National troops were chasing the remnants of the gangster army back to their old haunts in the Forest of Assassins. The Grand Monde had burned to the ground. Vien's villa was a bombed-out shambles. His oldest son, commander of the Green Berets, died from a stomach wound. Vien remained at large, but soon slipped out of South Vietnam for a comfortable life as a wealthy exile in Paris. The battle taught Diem some powerful lessons. Military force was sometimes justified to put down domestic political antagonists. American advice, such as Collins's admonition to make peace with the Bing Xuyen and the sects, sometimes had to be ignored. And above all, the premier should never waver in his belief in the righteousness of his own cause. Diem applied these axioms again and again over the next several years as he consolidated his power and brought dissidents and political rivals to heel. But the same precepts would lead him fatally astray during his final crisis. Chapter 4. Democracy and its Discontents. With the Battle of Saigon won, Diem's popularity soared. Soldiers from the sect armies surrendered in large numbers following the Bing Xuyen's defeat. The Cao Dai people fled to Cambodia. In May 1955, the French agreed to move their troops out of Saigon to coastal embarkation points, leaving Vietnamese in control of the city for the first time in decades. South Vietnamese were thrilled to see their strong nationalist premier in action. At that time, we were all behind Diem, the army, civil service, and the farmers out in the villages, recalled Chan Van Don, a top military aide to the president. In the provinces, Diem was hailed as a conquering hero. Most Viet Minh fighters had pulled out of South Vietnam's villages and towns, and Diem's army was moving in behind them, trying to establish Saigon's authority. Diem sometimes accompanied his soldiers. On the Camo Peninsula, at the country's southern tip, just about every man, woman, and child in Camo Town turned out to greet him, Lansdale wrote. People waved excitedly and called out to him. Troops in an honor guard broke ranks to cheer him. When his plane circled the port city of Quy Nhon on the central coast, people raced to the airfield to meet him. Well-wishers hoisted him to their shoulders, and a great cheer went up. Diem was startled at first, grabbing his bearer's hair to steady himself, but soon was savoring the adulation. His plane was mobbed by 50,000 people in the central coast town of Tuy Hoa, an impressive turnout in an area dominated for years by the Viet Minh. Returning from such forays, Diem seemed revitalized, bubbling over with new energy, recalled Lansdale. He had received a heady dose of genuinely demonstrated popularity. Among Diem's highest priorities was to scrub South Vietnamese society of every corrosive vestige of French colonialism. One early effort was his Anti-Four Vices campaign against opium smoking, gambling, prostitution, and alcoholism. By stamping out such depravities, the Prime Minister hoped to begin a moral rearmament of his people, reigniting in them traditional values of discipline, honesty, responsibility, and sacrifice, and forging a right-minded citizenry for his new independent state. In Saigon, famous under the French for its tempting assortment of recherché pleasures, Diem attacked with puritanical vengeance. His anti-vice drive kicked off at a public square when a white-suited official set fire to a large pile of opium pipes pornographic magazines, and playing cards. Police shut down 500 opium dens. Ziem buried strip clubs under a blizzard of new regulations, causing many to close. He converted the big Paradise brothel, where 300 prostitutes cavorted in mirrored cubicles, into a rehabilitation center that trained sex workers as nurses and seamstresses. There was one other debilitating legacy of French rule to be erased: Ziem's one-time benefactor, the ex-emperor Bao Dai. When the French ran his government, Bao Dai had few duties beyond conducting ritual ceremonies to honor ancestors. Known for his pursuit of luxurious indulgences, he dashed about Hue in expensive cars, played tennis and golf, and went sailing on the South China Sea. He built 2 lavish villas surrounded by large estates stocked with his favorite game, which he hunted from the back of an elephant. He was a familiar face in the casinos of Cannes, wagering large sums. Although a Buddhist, he married a devout Catholic and kept multiple mistresses. By the early 1950s, many Vietnamese saw him as fatally compromised by his passivity and serial collaboration with French colonialists, Japanese militarists, Ho's communists, and most recently, Binh Xuyen gangsters. Ziem learned that, amid his desperate battle against the Binh Xuyen, Bao Dai had plotted with the French to oust him. The Prime Minister turned the tables in July 1955, announcing a referendum in which South Vietnam's voters would choose whether to keep Bao Dai as their head of state or replace him with Ziem. If they picked Ziem, he would then proclaim a republic, ridding South Vietnam of its tarnished former monarch and creating the framework for the first time of a representative government. From his chateau outside Cannes, Bao Dai angrily revoked Ziem's premiership. Ziem ignored the latest decree from the absentee leader and set an October date for the referendum. He and Nhu then uncorked a furious campaign of vilification against Bao Dai, the themes of which were quickly picked up by newspapers and radio. Mocking effigies of the former emperor appeared on the streets of Saigon and elsewhere, along with posters attacking him as the puppet king selling his country and master keeper of gambling dens and brothels. One Saigon newspaper memorably labeled him a dung beetle who sold his country for personal glory, as it inaugurated a 3-week series of articles exposing his lush love life. Bao Dai remained lethargically on the Riviera, not bothering to defend himself in his native land. In drafting the referendum, Ziem cleverly linked deposing Bao Dai with the widely popular notion of establishing a government headed by an elected head of state. Lansdale had urged him not to simply overthrow Bao Dai, but instead put the matter to a popular vote, in order to invest the results with as much legitimacy as possible. The CIA operative also cautioned against stuffing ballot boxes or otherwise tampering with the referendum. But Ziem couldn't resist. His agents lurked near polling places, leaning on people to vote the right way and beating up some who didn't. Since many South Vietnamese were illiterate, the ballots carried side-by-side photos of Ziem and Bao Dai. Voters were to tear the ballots in half and cast the portion picturing their candidate. The ballots depicted a smiling Ziem enfolded by enthusiastic supporters, while the photo of a dour Bao Dai looked like it was taken in a police lineup. When the votes were tallied, Ziem had racked up 98%, a margin of victory so absurd that, in the words of one U.S. official, it would have made a Tammany Hall boss blush. The CIA concluded that the plebiscite had been marred by substantial government manipulation, noting that the number of votes cast in Saigon exceeded the number of registered voters there by 150,000. In any event, Ziem had gotten himself elected president of the new Republic of Vietnam. But unscrupulous electioneering wasn't the only sign that he already was embracing an autocratic style of governing. In June 1955, the CIA reported that he was arresting rival politicians. 2 months after the Bao Dai referendum, government agents detained Dr. Phan Quang Dan, a Saigon physician with a Harvard doctorate who was well on his way to becoming Ziem's best-known critic. Dr. Dan's arrest caused even Lansdale to complain to CIA headquarters that the government is using force as a substitute for good leadership. With the army and police finally under his control, Diem set out to uproot what remained of the communist political apparatus in South Vietnam. After the 1954 ceasefire, most Viet Minh and their families moved north, but some 5,000 elite cadres stayed behind, carefully hiding their guns, explosives, radios, and other equipment. They were confident they could take over Diem's government, not by violent means, but by electing communists and left-wing sympathizers to the National Assembly. They organized demonstrations and agitated openly in Saigon and elsewhere, calling for a coalition government and reunification with the North. Diem went after the stay-behind agents with his anti-communist denunciation campaign. Citizens were exhorted at government-sponsored rallies to publicly renounce communism and point out Hanoi's operatives in their midst. Since they conducted their political work overtly, communists were easy to identify, and Diem's police and soldiers arrested or killed many of them. The dragnet swept up many innocents, however. Some were nationalists who'd fought with the Viet Minh, but parted ways after learning of Ho's true goals. Others merely had a relative in the communist-led resistance. Some were simply Bao Dai supporters. As the anti-communist campaign rolled on, people made false denunciations to settle old grudges, injure a business rival, or grab a neighbor's land. Corrupt government officials exacted bribes by threatening to incriminate someone. In 1956, Diem exacerbated the situation with a new edict allowing the indefinite detention of anyone who could even vaguely be labeled a subversive. Between the detention law and the denunciation campaign, thousands of blameless people wound up in prison. Diem's police beat and tortured people. Some were victims of extrajudicial killings. Lansdale reported to CIA headquarters, and informants claimed that 7,000 political prisoners were locked up in Saigon's Chi Hoa prison by early 1956. The anti-communist onslaught generated a great deal of ill feeling toward the regime, especially among peasants. Diem didn't particularly care. He believed that he'd inherited the mandate of heaven, an ancient Confucian concept that held that a sovereign was the mediator between heaven and earth, entitled to rule as long as he was personally virtuous and his reign benefited the people. If the sovereign ruled badly, the people had the right to withdraw the mandate of heaven. Diem believed the mandate was firmly in his deserving hands, and therefore public approval didn't matter. He needed only a loyal army and an administrative apparatus to govern. Indeed, he thought the people of South Vietnam owed him a sacred respect as their brave and morally correct leader. The CIA tried to nudge him toward a more populist style, as Lansdale had done with Ramon Magsaysay in the Philippines. But the agency concluded that Diem's inability to establish an essential rapport with his people was his government's most serious shortcoming. Paul Harwood, a CIA operative who was close to New, urged him to get his brother to ditch his colonial-style sharkskin suits in favor of traditional Vietnamese garb, but Diem wouldn't change his wardrobe. Groping for ways to bond him more closely with his public, CIA headquarters suggested that Diem be given elocution lessons. The CIA also worked closely with New, the most powerful behind-the-scenes figure in South Vietnam. Thin, self-assured, darkly handsome, and like his older brother, a garrulous chain-smoker, New was the regime's chief political strategist and house intellectual. In addition, he ran Diem's secret police and intelligence-gathering organizations. Fascinated by communist organizing techniques, New created the Can Lao, a secret political party complete with communist-style cells and cadres, which kept close watch on dissidents and potential rivals in the army, government, and business community. The Can Lao also operated secret jails for political prisoners, including one in a most improbable location, the lovely Saigon Zoo and Botanical Gardens, where some detainees underwent torture in room P40. With his intellectual arrogance and mirthless smile, New elicited widely different reactions from Americans. Harwood regarded him as witty, sociable, and genuinely interested in finding ways to strengthen his brother's government. Lansdale disliked him, describing him as a Mussolini-type character who reveled in this secret type of government control of the people and slowly attempted to evolve a fascist-type state. A visiting American academic got a vivid demonstration of New's sinister aura when the political counselor strode confidently into a gathering of well-heeled Saigonese at a private home. The other guests immediately scattered to the far end of the room, like frightened seals fleeing the sudden appearance of an orca. As a student in Paris in the mid-1930s, New attended the École Nationale des Chartes, a prestigious training ground for archivists and librarians. He organized other Vietnamese students to support the socialist politician Léon Blum, who became Prime Minister of France's Popular Front government in 1936. New later returned to Vietnam, landed a job at the National Library in Hanoi, and got married. He and his young wife settled first in Hue and then in Da Lat, the charming Central Highlands resort town, where he indulged his passion for cultivating orchids. He also threw himself into politics, working relentlessly to build a base of support for Diem among Catholics and others. He was active in the labor movement and published a political journal, Society, which backed trade unions. He almost always deferred to his older brother. Diem, in turn, deeply valued New's political ideas and judgments. New loved political intrigue, both to advance Diem's agenda and foil anyone scheming to undermine the president. At one point, New and his wife hid behind a silkscreen so they could eavesdrop on Diem's exchanges with a visiting U.S. congressional delegation. Diem tended to place absolute faith in anything New told him, accepting his brother's views over those of other palace advisors. If 100 people would come in and say it's raining outside, and New comes in and says it's not, he'd believe New, recalled an American who knew both men. New supported his brother as he moved on multiple fronts to concentrate government authority in his hands. Diem abolished the powerful regional governors and handpicked his own province chiefs. He took one action that Lansdale regarded as catastrophic, replacing locally elected village councils with his own appointees. This violated a centuries-old tradition of village autonomy. The emperor's writ stops at the village gate, that had been respected even by the French. What was worse, Diem's nominees frequently were city dwellers or Catholics from central Vietnam, or both, overseeing resentful Buddhist peasants in the Mekong Delta or other southern regions. Diem also refused to participate in the 1956 election prescribed by the Geneva Agreements and intended to reunify North and South Vietnam, arguing that Ho Chi Minh would never allow free and fair elections in the North. Washington backed Diem's position. After decades of repression, many of Diem's constituents thirsted for democracy. According to Lansdale, it was the #1 topic of conversation at sidewalk food stands, favorite spots for South Vietnamese to exchange news and opinions. The CIA agent spent hours explaining the U.S. Constitution to Diem and outlining how Filipino leaders maintained a democratic government even under the stresses of the Hook insurgency. Under constant pressure from Washington to reform, Diem often told Americans that he favored introducing representative government in South Vietnam. His plan was to build democracy from the bottom up, starting with strategic hamlets and eventually letting their inhabitants elect local leaders. But democratic freedoms had to be carefully rationed, he believed, since the communists would take advantage of them to subvert his government. If we open the window, not only the sunlight, but many bad things fly in also, Madame New explained to a foreign journalist. Widespread illiteracy was an impediment. Many people couldn't read a ballot. Montagnard languages didn't even have a word that meant democracy. Diem backed the drafting of a constitution and formation of a national assembly, and those stances provided a glint of hope that he might permit democratic institutions to take root. However, the legislature created in 1956 was widely regarded as a rubber stamp for the president. And while the Constitution contained some progressive features, workers had the right to unionize, for example, it also gave Diem tremendous power, including the ability to suspend civil rights in order to meet the legitimate demands of public security and order. Close observers of the regime began to speak of Diemocracy, a government with the trappings of democracy, but not the substance. Despite his discouraging lurch toward autocracy, Many people considered Diem a remarkable success, given the hurdles he'd faced. By 1957, French troops were gone. Many northern refugees were resettled in new government-supported communities in the Central Highlands and Mekong Delta. Diem was strengthening his civil administration and armed forces, rebuilding South Vietnam's war-battered infrastructure, and at least providing the country with some political stability. With generous aid from the United States, his regime in its first 3 years repaired 6,214 miles of roads and 186 miles of railroads. It dredged roughly 13 million cubic yards of mud from clogged canals and rehabilitated major irrigation systems. New universities opened in Saigon and Hue, and the government planned medical and veterinary schools as well. The South Vietnamese economy rebounded vigorously after the French War. Rice production almost doubled, from 2.6 million tons in 1954 to 5 million tons in 1959. Rubber production rose steadily. Fishermen quadrupled their catch, from 52,000 tons in 1955 to 212,000 tons in 1961. The South began to mine coal and produce fibers like kenaf and jute for industrial use. Hospitals, clinics, and maternity stations sprung up in the countryside. Diem worked closely in many of these endeavors with the U.S. government, which was eager to bulwark his country against Ho's North as part of its global strategy to contain communism. American economists, public health experts, and construction engineers poured into Saigon. Michigan State University helped to set up a school to train government administrators and law enforcement officers. By 1956, U.S. assistance came to $270 million annually, making South Vietnam one of the highest per capita recipients of American foreign aid in the world. The Eisenhower administration, on the verge of dumping the South Vietnamese leader just a couple of years before, now lionized him as an example for people everywhere who hate tyranny and love freedom. Influential U.S. magazines amplified the theme of Diem as anti-communist idol. Life dubbed him the tough miracle man of Vietnam, while Reader's Digest, with a monthly circulation close to 10 million, hailed him as the biggest little man in Asia, gushing that a wholly unexpected political miracle has occurred in South Vietnam. Foreign Affairs declared that history may yet adjudge Diem as one of the great figures of 20th century Asia. The hero worship culminated in Eisenhower's invitation for Diem to visit the United States. A couple of months before Diem was scheduled to arrive, New and his wife flew to Washington to test the waters, with plane tickets purchased by the CIA. Although New held no official position, he met in March 1957 with Eisenhower, Secretary of State John Foster Dulles, CIA Director Allen Dulles, and several senators. Allen Dulles hosted a dinner for the News at the Alibi Club, a private men's club in Washington, where Madame New reveled in the attention paid her by the CIA chief and various State Department and Pentagon notables. New wasn't happy with his wife's performance, but the couple's CIA escort, Paul Harwood, enthused that she exploited her vivacity and good looks to become the star of the evening. Diem's American visit in May 1957 was a smashing success. Eisenhower accorded the South Vietnamese chief of state the unusual honor of personally greeting him at Washington's National Airport. The two presidents rode into the Capitol together in an open limousine, as 50,000 well-wishers and spectators lined the route. One local journalist noted Diem's stone-faced reaction to the crowds, but gave it a gracious spin, writing that the visitors' air of modest solemnity was far more impressive than any grinning, arm-waving performance could have been. The next day, Diem addressed a joint session of Congress, shrewdly striking exactly the right balance between gratitude and determination, as he thanked Americans for their generous and unselfish assistance and pledged to continue his fight against communism. The legislators repeatedly interrupted his speech with lusty applause and gave him a standing ovation. Washington newspapers were no less smitten. The Post ran a 4-page profile under the headline, Diem, symbol of free New Asia, while the Evening Star proclaimed, Welcome to a champion. Diem headed next for New York City, where he received an even warmer welcome, as 250,000 people turned out for a ticker tape parade in his honor along Broadway. Mayor Robert Wagner hosted a reception at City Hall, extolling Diem as a man to whom freedom is the very breath of life. Diem later attended a glittering dinner at the Ambassador Hotel. The master of ceremonies was Henry Luce, head of the Time Life publishing empire, and the guests included Eleanor Roosevelt, John D. Rockefeller Jr., and Senator John F. Kennedy. Diem also attended Mass at St. Patrick's Cathedral with Cardinal Spellman, now a close ally, and visited the Maryknoll Seminary in Austin, New York, where he'd stayed a few years earlier as a little-known Vietnamese gadfly. Prior to his arrival in Washington, the State Department had discreetly circulated a protocol memo urging U.S. officials not to raise the issue of Diem's authoritarian abuses, including his penchant for imprisoning dissidents, noting that he is most sensitive to such charges. Indeed, when asked at a New York press conference about political prisoners in his country, Diem mendaciously said there were none. One notable exception to the Hosanna chorus in Congress and the media was the usually pro-Diem Life magazine, which observed, "For all its electoral and constitutional show, South Vietnam appears in many ways to be as much of a police state as its Viet Minh rival to the north, and Diem may easily be mistaken for another dictator." But most American publications and officials had only praise for the gallant anti-communist paladin. Diem's visit marked the apogee of his reputation in the United States. As news stories about his anti-democratic excesses multiplied and surviving communist cadres launched a small but determined insurgency, his prestige slipped into a long, steady decline. Back home in Saigon, Diem returned to quashing his opponents. Non-communist activists were jailed along with communists, whistleblowers who complained about government corruption, even Buddhist monks and Catholic priests. One of those imprisoned was Dr. Chan Van Do, Diem's first foreign minister, and a man with a towering reputation for integrity. He was jailed after breaking with Diem over his growing authoritarianism. Another was E. Bam, a Rada tribesman and leader of the Montagnard autonomy movement. Prisoners were often held without trial for years in what one historian described as grim climactic and health conditions that ensured a high casualty rate. The regime admitted that it imprisoned 48,000 people between 1954 and 1960, although some observers said the real figure was far higher. Journalists were another target. Diem and Nhu regarded the news media not as an independent watchdog institution, but as an arm of the state, a tool for imposing the government line on the public. Saigon's 20 newspapers labored under strict censorship. Anyone who bucked the rules was headed for trouble. Editors were instructed what to publish in regular guidance memos from regime officials, who sometimes wrote their editorials for them. Newspapers had to submit their page layouts prior to publication to a team of 12 censors, who often returned them with blank spaces where articles offensive to the palace had been cut out. Editors were told to fill the spaces with something else. The government controlled both the supply of newsprint and the agency that distributed papers to newsstands. The National Police Chief ran the distribution agency. Anyone brave or foolish enough to defy the censors could find themselves without newsprint for their presses or unable to sell their papers on the street. In some cases, the regime simply shut down newspapers or arrested journalists. A Catholic weekly was suppressed in 1957 after it suggested that public enthusiasm for Diem had waned. In 1958, the publisher of a Saigon daily, Thoi Luan, was sentenced to 10 months in prison after he warned readers of the threat posed by Diem's policies that alienated the people. Things occasionally got rougher when the police or a government-incited mob wrecked a newspaper's office and presses. Many of the newsmen and others languishing in prison had been arrested by Nhu's secret police, euphemistically called the Service des Études Politiques et Sociales, Political and Social Studies Service. CEPES engaged in both espionage and counterintelligence operations and had broad authority to investigate almost anybody and anything, from the conduct of local elections to the behavior of a cabinet minister or army general. CEPES was run by a tiny conspiratorial man with a huge smile named Dr. Chan Kim Thuyen. Standing less than 5 feet tall and weighing under 100 pounds, Thuyen was a Catholic from northern Vietnam, a one-time seminarian who played the violin, read Proust, and had completed all but his final year of medical school. He was universally called a doctor, even though he never practiced medicine. Thuyen exuded the shy, modest manner of a Confucian scholar, down to the long, carefully tended fingernail on his left pinky finger. Once Ngu's private secretary, Thuyen had known his boss since his Hanoi days in the 1940s and was considered one of the regime's most loyal adherents. But appearances in South Vietnam were often deceptive, and Thuyen was no exception. For beneath the secret policeman exterior was a would-be reformer, acutely aware of the need to liberalize the regime before it was overthrown. With so much power in Diem's hands, many South Vietnamese hoped that he'd feel confident enough to allow a certain measure of true democratic competition in the 1959 National Assembly elections. Yet there was widespread fear of communist subversion. Diem's security chief warned that the Viet Cong were planning extensive interference with voting in Saigon and adjoining provinces. Thousands of troops were posted in the city to stop it. Diem's grassroots political organization, the National Revolutionary Movement, laid on a massive public education campaign with posters, banners, and rallies, claiming that the assembly elections would contrast sharply with communist-style elections. The large field of candidates, 625 in all, included Nhu and his wife, who both held assembly seats. The most high-profile candidate was Phan Quang Dan, the Saigon physician and ardent Diem critic. Short, stocky, and uncompromisingly blunt, the 41-year-old Dan was a different breed of politician than the elderly intellectuals who made up much of the regime's non-communist opposition. But Diem's control mechanisms soon clicked into action. 165 candidates were disqualified by government screening commissions set up to ensure that only the right candidates appeared on the ballot. Another 70 candidates withdrew. Reports surfaced that some had been threatened. On Election Day, government agents carefully monitored trends in the voting, and soldiers were called in to cast ballots for government-backed candidates who seemed in danger of losing. Predictably, the results were a landslide for the palace. 87 of the 123 new assemblymen were pro-Diem. A subsequent CIA analysis called the election the dirtiest and most openly rigged of all nationwide contests under Diem. Despite the government manipulation, Dr. Dan was elected in a Saigon district by a large margin. But while he was on his way to the Assembly's opening session, he was arrested, charged with election fraud, and prevented from taking his seat. Life magazine had been quite right. Diem and Nhu had indeed created a state that in some ways was a mirror image of Ho Chi Minh's. The South Vietnamese government was too clumsy and inefficient to be as ruthlessly totalitarian as Ho's, but there were strong similarities. Thousands of political dissidents were in prison. Censors kept the press under tight control. Opposition political parties had been suppressed, election outcomes were predetermined, and secret police used fear and night arrests to enforce loyalty to the leader. Ho's communist regime, however, had one element that Diem's lacked: an official ideology. Nhu tried to rectify that by reviving a doctrine called personalism, espoused in the 1930s by the French Catholic philosopher Emmanuel Mounier. Though it had lapsed into obscurity, personalism was an important intellectual force in the Depression-era France, as Catholic thinkers sought a middle ground between the chaotic individualism of capitalism and the regimented collectivism of Marxism. Mounier believed that unfettered capitalism, yoked to the Western ideal of individual freedom, had reduced man to anarchic selfishness, pursuing his own narrow goals as he isolated and alienated himself from society. Communism, on the other hand, exploited man as a powerless cipher in a totalitarian state, stripping him of humanity and spiritual values. Personalism attempted to steer between the two poles, allowing people to reach their potential as creative human beings while they worked with others to benefit their social group. Mounier thus made a distinction between the liberal concept of the individual and his idea of the whole person, who could flourish in his own life while helping to promote the collective good. Nhu returned from his Paris student days an avid personalist. He and Diem believed that Mounier's doctrine was compatible with Confucianism and Buddhism, and could serve as the philosophical foundation for their plans to modernize South Vietnam. They saw personalism, with its emphasis on personal struggle and responsibility to the group, as an ideal vehicle for motivating people, particularly the rural masses, to work and sacrifice together, building schools, clinics, and other public projects with little or no government assistance. Personalism was taught in schools, books on personalism were published, personalist posters sprouted in cities and towns. Civil servants and military officers were sent to a personalist training academy overseen by Diem's brother, then Bishop Thuc. But the Ngo's efforts to develop a dogma that could compete with communism never caught on. Most South Vietnamese didn't seem to understand Ngu's abstruse explanations of personalism. Even Nolting admitted he fell asleep as Ngo expounded on it after a tiger hunt, and the few that did resented it as a fundamentally Catholic creed. Americans who tried to comprehend personalism tended to see it as a rationale for an all-powerful state to demand subservience and extract free labor from peasants. Moreover, the palace's use of torture, detention without trial, censorship, and other dictatorial methods didn't square very well with the concept of letting individuals flourish to their fullest potential. Many South Vietnamese also took offense at what they viewed as the regime's attempts to impose a Catholic moral code on a more relaxed Buddhist society. In 1958, the National Assembly passed the controversial Family Law, which banned polygamy and concubinage, practices tolerated in Vietnam for centuries. The law also prohibited divorce, except in exceptionally unhappy cases, in which Diem himself had to be consulted. The new proscriptions were pushed through the Assembly by Madame Ngo, a self-declared champion of women's rights. Among other things, her law eliminated men's right to unilaterally declare themselves divorced, forcing their wives to return to their parents. Gossips said Madame Ngo had a personal stake in the matter, since her older sister, Le Chi, had abandoned a loveless marriage for an open affair with a French big game hunter. The situation was especially sensitive because the sister's cuckolded husband served as Diem's Secretary of the Interior. The palace banished both Le Chi's husband and lover to France. The lover later claimed Madame Ngo had ordered someone to inject him with cholera. The whole fiasco led observers to conclude that Madame Ngo was now such a powerful figure in the palace that she could get rid of anyone, no matter how close they were to Diem. She certainly was the most intriguing figure in the palace. Brave, beautiful, fiercely anti-communist, and ardently feminist, she was also haughty, impatient, and hungry for power. Photographers often captured her in her trademark tight silk dresses, towering bouffant, and long scarlet-lacquered nails. The French journalist Jean Lacouture indelibly described her as fitting as snugly in a silk frock as a dagger in its sheath. She functioned as a first lady for the bachelor Diem. While there was never any sexual relationship between the two, Madame Ngo talked to and comforted the president after long days of work, charming him and easing his tensions. She also needled and argued vociferously with him about the efficacy of government policies and the suitability of government ministers, and she sometimes prevailed. Her chronic coquettishness with influential men triggered rumors of infidelity, and her venomous tongue was legendary. She once said of Diem to an astonished American journalist, "The president is like a child, and sometimes I get so angry with him I could slap him." At any hour of the day or night, she might pick up the phone and upbraid a general, government sachem, or foreign newsman over some perceived wrongdoing or shortcoming. She wrote in her diary, "Intelligence breeds ambition, but isn't it terrible when one has to work with idiots to carry out great plans? God must have created those idiots to test me." Her waspish personality and calculated sensuality saddled her with a nickname embraced by Vietnamese and Americans alike, the Dragon Lady. Born in Hanoi in 1924, Madame Ngo was raised by affluent parents who named her Chan Le Xuan, or Beautiful Spring. Her father, Chan Van Chuang, was a lawyer in the French colonial administration, a wealthy landowner, and the son of a provincial governor. Her mother, a renowned beauty from Hue, was a princess in the imperial family. Much of Lei Xuan's childhood was spent at her family's grand manor, staffed by 20 servants, in Hanoi's French Quarter. Her mother loved to host opulent salons in her home, in the manner of the Grande Dame of Paris. Influential French, Vietnamese, and, after the fall of France in 1940, Japanese men were invited to discuss literature, art, and politics. According to French police files, Madame Chuang enjoyed affairs with multiple men, including a Japanese diplomat who betrayed his French wife for her. Diem later added both of his sister-in-law's parents to his nepotistic oligarchy. Chan Van Chuang became South Vietnam's ambassador to the United States. Madame Chuang became her country's observer at the United Nations. One day, in the garden of her family home, 15-year-old Lei Xuan met No Ding Nhu, the smiling, good-looking scion of a noted Hue family who just returned from Paris and begun a new job at the Hanoi Library. Nhu was then nearly 30. After a 3-year engagement, the couple married and moved to Hue, in deference to her new husband, Lei Xuan, a Buddhist, converted to Catholicism. When the war broke out between the French and Viet Minh, the Nhus found themselves in serious jeopardy. Nhu had been trying to assemble a network of non-communist political activists, and in December 1946, raggedly dressed Viet Minh soldiers showed up at his house looking for him. He hid upstairs and slipped away at night. Madame Nhu boldly invited the Viet Minh in to await her husband's return. Instead, they seized her, her infant daughter, and 3 female relatives and herded them out of town, along with a procession of other people. Madame Nhu and her family members were held for 3 months at a farmhouse, living on rice, milk, and sardines. When bombing by French warplanes came too close, the Viet Minh let the captives go. Madame Nhu reunited with her husband in Dalat, but Nhu was absorbed in his political work and often disappeared without a word, leaving his wife to her own devices. She spent time with her cousin Bao Dai, playing bridge and picnicking in the countryside. Nhu asked his wife to come with him to Saigon in 1953, as he drummed up more support for Diem. Madame Nhu pitched in by organizing a boisterous and dangerous street demonstration by 4,000 northern refugees against the Binh Xuyen in September 1954. 1 person was killed and others injured when the gangster-controlled Saigon police tried to break up the crowd. As cops with guns drawn closed in on her, she hopped into a car and sped away, calling out, "Arrest me if you can." But there was deep sadness in Madame's life. She'd never been in love with the older Nhu, and their marriage was a cold one. He was frequently away from her, working long hours with Diem, traveling to distant places or hunting. Nhu admitted to cheating on her. In 1956, she was elected to the National Assembly and began her crusade to improve the lot of Vietnamese women. She commissioned a memorial statue on the Saigon waterfront of the heroic Chung sisters, who raised an army against the invading Chinese during the time of Christ, and later drowned themselves in a river rather than surrender to the hated foreigners. But Saigonese noticed that the sculptor, whether out of fear or servility, replaced the faces of the Chungs with those of Madame and her oldest daughter. Such self-aggrandizement, coupled with the regime's heavy-handed repression, began to generate a serious backlash by the late 1950s. Discontent in both official and private circles in South Vietnam with President Diem's one-man rule is a growing threat to government stability, warned an assessment prepared for Eisenhower's National Security Council in September 1958. A major source of dissatisfaction is Diem's brother, No Ding Nhu, who heads the president's tight circle of advisors and is widely feared and hated. An attempt to assassinate Diem at a provincial fair in 1957 was followed by another attempt the next year, when paratroopers opened fire on his airplane. American officials in Saigon and Washington began to divide into 2 camps: those who believed that only a tough-minded autocrat could hold the new nation together, and those who felt that Diem's increasingly anti-democratic rule made it more and more difficult to justify U.S. support for him. While dissidents grumbled about Diem in Saigon cafes, communist cadres were desperately trying to elude his police and soldiers in the countryside. The regime's anti-communist denunciation campaign was highly effective, wiping out nearly the entire communist network in the South by 1959. Many cadres fled with their families to jungle or forest hideouts. Some lived in tunnels, emerging only at night. On the Como Peninsula, a major Viet Minh base area during the French War, cadres took refuge in the U Minh Forest, a vast tangle of mangrove swamps notorious for malaria and other diseases. The anti-communist drive truly and efficiently destroyed our party, according to a notebook captured from a high-ranking political officer. After membership plunged from 1,000 to 6 in Gia Dinh province, adjacent to Saigon, the local Communist Party secretary committed suicide. Diem began calling party activists Viet Cong, or Vietnamese communists, to belittle them and make clear their political goals. Facing extermination, the VC fought back. Poorly armed and few in number, they initially limited their attacks to small, isolated military outposts. North Vietnam reinforced them, sending trained cadres and supplies into the south over the Ho Chi Minh Trail. The VC began to assassinate government officials in rural areas in what they dubbed their Extermination of Traitors campaign. Teachers, health workers, police officers, and youth leaders were gunned down, disemboweled, or beheaded, often in front of their families or other terrified villagers. The VC used terror as a political tool, sparingly and selectively. A terrorist act rarely was committed unless it advanced a political goal. The insurgents targeted the most effective and popular local officials, as well as the most corrupt, abusive ones, whose elimination often pleased local peasants. Sometimes the killers went after a religious figure with strong anti-communist views, or a villager with a reputation for integrity who could be expected to resist them. A Catholic priest was stabbed to death with bamboo spears. 4 young men were beheaded and their heads nailed to a bridge for locals to see. In Long An province, a richly productive rice-growing area that wrapped around Saigon to the south and west, the VC murdered 26 hamlet chiefs, police officers, and others during the 1960 Tet holidays, normally a joyous time of family reunions and ancestor worship. The communists planned to kill many more officials, but some of the intended victims found out and fled their homes and offices before the assassins arrived. That was precisely the VC's goal: to undermine and ultimately paralyze the Saigon government in the countryside by killing or scaring off its agents and administrators. In all, the Viet Cong killed an estimated 1,500 regime officials in 1960. As rural officials were slain or ran away, the government had more difficulty collecting taxes and recruiting soldiers. Farmers no longer gave information to troops and police looking for local VC. Government administrators couldn't travel safely in the provinces, and Siem's rural improvement programs began to break down. The Viet Cong killed or kidnapped so many DDT sprayers and promised to kill any replacements that the malaria eradication program collapsed. By murdering teachers, the guerrillas forced the closure of 200 primary schools in 1960, interrupting the education of some 25,000 kids. Sometimes the VC wrecked a program simply by spreading lies about it. When the government tried to introduce a nutritious and fast-growing species of fish, tilapia, the communists told peasants that eating it caused leprosy. The anti-tilapia campaign was but one example of the VC's expert use of propaganda to erode the Saigon government's legitimacy in rural areas. The communists worked continuously to exploit peasant grievances against Saigon. VC cadres organized misery-telling sessions at which hundreds of rural people were encouraged to voice their resentment toward Diem's regime for imposing taxes, enforcing land rents, and drafting their sons into the army when they were needed at home to work the crops. Peasants were encouraged to stop paying taxes and land rents, burn their government-issued identity cards, and hoist VC flags. The communists also took advantage of peasants' hunger for farmland. Since the days of the French, land ownership had been concentrated in the hands of a relative few, with millions of peasants forced to rent land, often at exorbitant prices, or work as low-paid laborers on someone else's property. Diem came up with a program to redistribute land, but it was relatively conservative and took several years to get underway. Peasants had to pay for the parcels they received, and only about 10% of them nationwide benefited from the program. By contrast, the Communists simply seized land from its owners, many of them absentee, and gave it to poor people for free. The Viet Cong told the delighted new owners that the government would try to take away their acreage, but they could defend it by joining the guerrillas and harassing or killing troops who tried to enter their village. Anxious peasants then helped to destroy bridges, tear up roads, and block canals to impede army movements. Of course, the Communists never mentioned that if they succeeded in taking over South Vietnam, the peasants' land would be taken from them and collectivized, as it happened in the north. As the VC gradually pushed Saigon's representatives out of rural areas, they set up their own government, complete with schools, health clinics, and tax collectors. The guerrillas played a game with the French managers of rubber plantations, ostensibly kidnapping them and later releasing them in exchange for ransom payments. That way, the French didn't arouse the government's ire by directly paying VC taxes. In December 1960, the guerrillas' political arm, the National Liberation Front, was founded and began organizing students, workers, professional people, and others. The Communists also extended their terror campaign from the countryside into Saigon. Boys as young as 12 were recruited to heave grenades into restaurants, bars, and stall traffic. Bicycle frames stuffed with explosives blew up in the streets. People grew afraid to sit on patios, go to the movies, or shop in outdoor markets. The strife began to disrupt the South Vietnamese economy. Rice production, after peaking in 1959, began to decline as the VC intercepted shipments headed for urban areas. By mid-1961, South Vietnam had no more surplus rice to export. Production of sugar cane, coconuts, and tobacco began to drop. With French plantation owners surreptitiously paying off the VC, rubber production kept rising. Yet the regime remained strongly entrenched. In April 1960, 18 prominent non-communist politicians gathered at Saigon's Caravel Hotel and issued a sweeping indictment of Diem's abuses and failings. Their manifesto called on him to liberalize his government, promote democracy, guarantee basic civil rights, and recognize opposition parties. Diem and New rejected the demands and jailed most of the Caravelistas. A roundup of anti-government students, doctors, lawyers, and professors followed. The situation finally boiled over on November 11, 1960, when 3 battalions of mutinous paratroopers slipped into Saigon and surrounded Independence Palace. This was the incident that sent John Helbley jumping over a wall on his way to work. The paratroopers opened fire with machine guns on Diem's bedroom at 3 a.m. Palace guards fought back, but it soon became clear that reinforcements were needed. Diem and Dr. Thuyen, the secret police chief, began making urgent phone calls to loyal troop commanders outside Saigon. News of the mutiny spread through the city as the sun rose. But the rebels hadn't thought through their attempted coup very well. No other military units joined them, and they had no real plan for running the government if they succeeded. Dissident politicians arrived at the insurgents' command post to help them articulate a political program. Among them was Dr. Dan, the vocal Diem critic who'd been denied his National Assembly seat. The attack on the palace bogged down, and the two sides began to negotiate. The rebels demanded more aggressive military action against the Viet Cong. Diem agreed, and went on the radio promising to dissolve his government and allow his generals to establish a junta. But he used the talks to buy time, as he, New, and Thuyen worked the phones to bring reliable troops into Saigon to save them. 36 hours after the revolt began, combat units from the Mekong Delta entered the city and encircled the outnumbered paratroopers. Rebel officers fled, and their uprising collapsed. Though it failed, the insurrection reverberated widely in South Vietnam. While Diem had publicly pledged to reform his government, he merely reshuffled his cabinet and continued his repressive ways, using the attempted putsch as a pretext to arrest even more opposition figures. But his broken promise, one astute observer noted, amounted to a psychological coup de grace to Diem's reputation as a nationalist leader of honesty and integrity. Because the president had lowered himself by parleying with the rebels, Madame New was more convinced than ever he was a milksop. "I am disgusted with him," she wrote angrily in her diary. The uprising also bolstered Diem and Ngu's doubts about the strength of the U.S. commitment to them. Throughout the late 1950s, the Americans had steadfastly supported the regime with military and economic aid. In the 1960 crisis, however, they backed away. With rebel troops outside Independence Palace, the embassy made it clear in phone calls with Diem that Washington wouldn't take sides. Diem's police soon came for Dr. Dan, arresting him at his office along with his nurse, secretary, and even patients in his waiting room. He was taken to the secret prison at the Saigon Zoo and placed in a windowless cell, about 6 feet long and 4.5 feet wide. The cell swarmed with mosquitoes. The only place to sleep was the dirt floor. At night he was blindfolded, tied to a bench, and tortured. Wires were attached to his fingers and toes, and someone cranked an electricity generator. The shock made me shout, and when I opened my mouth, they poured water down my throat, Dan recalled. They wanted to make me suffer. The torturers asked questions as they worked on him. Which Army officers did he talk to? Who were his American contacts? The sessions started at 9 p.m. and often dragged on until 3 in the morning. Slumped in his cell, alone and not knowing what had become of his wife and 3 children, the physician wasn't sure he could hold on to his sanity. In the blackness, he prayed and tried to make plans for the future. The only sounds he heard were the cries of others being tortured. Some had their fingers nailed to a table. According to Dan, one day his cell door opened and Ngu walked in. He suspected Dan of having connections to certain army generals. "You must tell me everything," Ngu said. "If you refuse, we will use the electric shock. If that doesn't work, we'll use the water torture. If that doesn't loosen your tongue, we'll suspend you head down and beat you. And if those don't work, we have many, many other methods." Dan replied that if the regime had evidence against him, he should be put on trial. Ngu only scoffed. "There's no justice here," he said. Dan had 2 choices, cooperate and live, or resist and die. "If you oppose us, we'll destroy you," said the president's brother. Dan was eventually chained to the deck of a boat in a driving rain and taken to the old French prison island Polo Condor in the South China Sea. The Viet Cong, meanwhile, escalated their military attacks. In January 1960, about 200 guerrillas overran a South Vietnamese Army regimental headquarters in Tay Ninh province near the Cambodian border, inflicting 66 casualties and capturing enough weapons and ammunition to arm 500 men. In March, VC units ambushed 3 South Vietnamese battalions conducting separate sweep operations near the Cambodian frontier, forcing all of them to retreat. Ambassador Durbro reported to Washington that the Viet Cong now had 3,000 full-time guerrillas. Like the Viet Minh before them, the VC operated as self-sufficiently as possible. They captured or manufactured their weapons, slept in hammocks slung from trees instead of barracks, and grew their own food. Most of their soldiers were recruited in the South. What really distinguished the Viet Cong from conventional armies was their emphasis on political organizing. In the early 1960s, their main force units engaged in military missions only 1 day per month, on average. The rest of their time was spent in training, propaganda activities, growing rice and other food, and political indoctrination classes. They had no tanks, trucks, artillery, or aircraft, but they were disciplined and motivated. Their tactics were creative, and unlike Diem's forces, they learned from their mistakes. Badly armed in the beginning, the Viet Cong quickly acquired better weapons, often U.S.-made, by attacking isolated, mud-walled forts defended by Diem's ill-trained rural militia. So many of these old French-built outposts were overrun that American military advisors began calling them VC supply depots and urging Diem to dismantle them. He refused. The Communists often spent days or weeks practicing an attack, down to the smallest details. They were particularly adept at ambushes, catching South Vietnamese infantry patrols or vehicle convoys in devastating crossfires. When the unit under attack called for help, the VC ambushed the relief force. Full-time guerrillas, known to Americans as hard hats for their helmets made of tightly woven straw, were backed up by farmers who were part-time guerrillas, tilling their fields by day and fighting by night. Wearing the same black cotton blouses and shorts the peasants wore, the VC were all but impossible to distinguish from the rural population. By contrast, South Vietnam's army, formerly called the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, was a conventional military force to its marrow. Largely shaped by American advisors in the late 1950s, the ARVN was a smaller version of the U.S. Army, organized into corps, divisions, regiments, and so forth. In a war that called for small mobile units to pursue fast-moving guerrillas in difficult terrain, the ARVN was road-bound by tanks and trucks, burdened with inexperienced commanders, and reluctant to patrol at night, when the VC generally operated. The senior U.S. military advisor in Saigon from 1955 to 1960 was Lieutenant General Samuel Williams. The Pentagon warned Williams that North Vietnam was likely to launch a Korea-style invasion of the South due to Diem's refusal to take part in the 1956 reunification election. Williams took the admonition seriously, working hard to build up South Vietnam's defenses at the 17th parallel. Under his direction, the ARVN was structured so it could link up smoothly with arriving U.S. combat units when an invasion came. The ARVN built up its reservoir of tanks and artillery, and South Vietnamese officers went to U.S. Army schools to learn about armored warfare and how to block the expected cross-border invasion. Williams continued to beef up the ARVN even after a consensus developed among U.S. intelligence analysts that Ho Chi Minh wasn't planning to invade after all. Both Williams and Diem believed that the Viet Cong's rural attacks represented their last gasp as government forces got closer to wiping them out. Diem thought the conflict could be solved by military means, although Nhu believed a mainly political approach was needed. The president favored a large, conventional army, but some of his military leaders wanted to make the ARVN a lighter, more flexible counter-guerrilla force. One general argued that 105mm artillery should be eliminated altogether, since it made ARVN troops reluctant to patrol beyond the gun's 12,000-yard range. In the meantime, the ARVN was making the same mistakes the French had, clinging to roads instead of aggressively patrolling in rice fields, swamps, and jungles, squandering its mobility and striking power by guarding static facilities like bridges and government buildings, and conceding freedom of movement to the VC at night. Besides its conventional structure and tactics, the ARVN was plagued by inexperienced commanders. While many top officers had served under the French, few ever reached field grade, and some weren't qualified to command large infantry formations. Even the best ARVN leaders, moreover, faced frequent interference from the palace. Diem and Nhu were forever shifting combat units from place to place in order to stymie potential coups. They kept a close watch on the selection and promotion of high-ranking officers, valuing them more for their perceived loyalty than their military skills. Those considered politically unreliable were sidelined. Of the 17 ARVN generals in 1961, only 6 commanded combat troops. One general, in charge of the malaria eradication program, was mockingly called the Mosquito General. Religion was sometimes a litmus test, too. One general recalled being summoned to Hue by Diem and Archbishop Tuc, who demanded, "Do you know that one of your colonels openly displays anti-Catholic feelings?" The general said he doubted that, but was silently angry about being held responsible for a subordinate's alleged religious biases. Yet for all of that, the ARVN was quite capable of winning battles. Many younger officers and non-coms were good leaders, and South Vietnamese units could be lethally effective when properly deployed. American advisors were impressed by the endurance and stoicism of ARVN soldiers, who tried to hide their pain when wounded. They obeyed orders without question and often displayed courage on the battlefield. To Western eyes, however, the ARVN was nothing if not a peculiar army. It was filled with draftees, mostly country boys who until recently had been tending water buffaloes and rice shoots. The South Vietnamese seemed to find humor in almost any situation, and often laughed and talked even while under fire. It was customary for Vietnamese friends to hold hands, and some soldiers did so while on patrol, making them easier targets for the VC. The ARVN didn't provide food to troops in the field. Instead, they received an allowance to buy what they wanted from local sellers and cook it to taste. Units on the march invariably stopped at midday to make lunch and take the traditional Vietnamese siesta, lasting up to 3 hours. Those not napping flirted with local women or foraged for more to eat. The system worked if the troops got paid on time. If they didn't, they simply took what they wanted. They stole chickens and ducks, giving their peasant owners another grievance against the government. An ARVN battalion moving overland could be almost as noisy and colorful as a circus coming to town. Tied to soldiers' field packs were pots and pans clanging loudly and live poultry squawking wildly. Day and night the troops smoked, talked, rattled, laughed, and shouted. If they spent more than a few days in the field, their wives, children, and girlfriends often came out to meet them. One American advisor witnessed several such affectionate reunions, although he worried that if the soldiers' women knew where they were, so did the VC. When an ARVN platoon was airlifted from one base to another, the soldiers' families, household wares, and barnyard animals went along with them. A U.S. pilot recalled having to transport so many pigs, water buffaloes, chickens, and ducks that he began leaving his plane's cargo ramp open in flight to ventilate the stench. Cultural differences aside, ARVN units often exhibited a marked lack of aggressiveness, despite the constant goading of their American advisors to close with the enemy. Their noisiness while on the move sometimes seemed calculated to alert VC troops, in the hope that they'd melt away and a battle could be avoided. The South Vietnamese stayed on their bases and didn't patrol much at night, giving the VC free rein to terrorize unprotected villages. Large-scale ARVN sweep operations involving thousands of soldiers trying to flush VC fighters out of a specific area were clamorous and slow, and the communists were usually gone by the time government troops arrived. ARVN battle planners often gave the VC an escape hatch, attacking an enemy unit from 3 sides but leaving the 4th side open. U.S. combat advisors bitterly dubbed this the 3-sided Vietnamese square. While Diem denied it, some Americans believed he'd ordered his commanders to avoid casualties out of fear of another army revolt as deaths and injuries mounted. Many draftees simply saw no reason to fight hard and risk their lives for an unpopular regime. Many also were deeply afraid of the VC. Colonel Daniel Boone Porter, the top U.S. Army advisor to the ARVN's 4th Corps in the Mekong Delta, concluded that South Vietnamese soldiers had either experienced or heard about so many ferocious enemy ambushes that they became obsessed with the idea that the Viet Cong were invincible. By contrast, government troops rarely set ambushes, convinced that even trapped VC fighters would slug their way out and kill the ambushers. To make matters worse, Diem soldiers often abused the rural folk they were supposed to protect, especially in areas where peasants were considered sympathetic to the VC. Troops roughed up or tortured them for information on the enemy, a practice that one American described as tragically stupid, since it alienated the very people the army needed on its side. Farmers who panicked and ran were shot. Rather than enter a village and carefully search it, ARVN units sometimes simply attacked it. If anything incriminating was found in a peasant's house, the dwelling was burned down. Villagers were forced to walk at the head of troop columns, setting off any mines or booby traps the guerrillas had planted. The ARVN routinely used artillery to interdict VC movements, firing at random from miles away, often from dawn to dusk, killing some villagers and terrifying the rest. These practices contrasted sharply with the VC, who were trained to treat peasants with respect. They paid for any food they took and helped peasants work their fields, making them more likely to provide intelligence on the ARVN. More and more South Vietnamese joined the Communists. From a mid-1959 low of about 5,000 members, party ranks shot up to almost 35,000 by late 1961. As the war heated up, Madame New decided that life in Saigon was becoming altogether too frivolous. She reacted by shepherding her social purification law through the National Assembly. The law banned dancing, prostitution, cockfighting, fortune-telling, contraception, even underwire bras. 30-odd popular songs were outlawed on the grounds that they were too sentimental for a nation at war. Ironically angering ARVN soldiers who loved listening to and singing along with such tunes on transistor radios. The dance band stirred the strongest popular reaction. The Dragon Lady declared that South Vietnamese were already dancing with death in their struggle with the Viet Cong, and that was enough dancing. She sent police into the streets to make sure no one was shaking a leg, either in public or private. But many Vietnamese loved to boogie, and Chubby Checker's hit song The Twist had touched off a dance craze among Saigonese. Dance halls and nightclubs locked their doors and became twisteasies. Vietnamese teenagers defied the ban by organizing secret twist parties in each other's homes. Vietnamese and American adults posted servants outdoors to watch for Snoopy cops as they turned up the dance music for their party guests. In her graceless efforts to impose austere wartime virtue on her people, Madame Nhu made herself one of South Vietnam's most despised figures. Buddhists interpreted her new restrictions as yet another attempt to inflict a rigid Catholic code of behavior on them. Madame, wrote an American academic who knew her well, is as brilliant, vivacious, bitchy, and brutal in her bourgeois-like fashion as ever, and with, charitably, the purest of intentions, she is succeeding in alienating substantial segments of the population from her brother-in-law's regime at a time when it needs the enthusiastic support of everyone. Nhu joined his wife's crusade, requiring Diem's cabinet ministers to participate in communist-style criticism-self-criticism sessions, and encouraging them to confess their marital problems and strive to reach new heights of personal rectitude. Many Vietnamese still regarded Diem with respect and even affection, although they were saddened that a once promising nationalist leader had gone so badly astray. The Nhus, however, were widely loathed, especially among Saigon's politically conscious classes, businessmen, civil servants, military officers, and intellectuals. The abhorrence manifested itself in a host of nasty rumors, ranging from financial corruption to personal perversion. The most vicious tales were aimed at Madame, who had become, noted a foreign diplomat, the object of more envy and disputes than Cleopatra herself. One story claimed that she looted all the gold from the Bank of Vietnam and lured Nolting into smuggling it out of South Vietnam in the form of a solid gold statue of herself. She purportedly owned a coffee plantation in Brazil and a movie theater in Paris, and her wealth was secreted in Swiss bank accounts. She was sleeping with Diem and had had a long-time affair with a prominent French-born general. American aid to South Vietnam was a payoff for her sexual favors. Nhu, too, was the subject of scandalous whispers, often involving alleged financial manipulations by his Can Lao party. He was said not to care about his wife's indiscretions because he smoked so much opium. The rumors were so numerous and so malicious that the couple took out newspaper ads to refute them. At a press conference, Nhu volunteered that, "My wife has no bank account." He was referring to rampant scuttlebutt that Madame had secretly transferred funds abroad, even though none of the newsmen present had raised the subject. Such denials only fanned the flames, and the news eventually stopped issuing them. Alarmed by the intensity of the rumor-mongering and the political damage it caused, Dubrow quietly instructed the CIA to investigate the Nhus' alleged foreign holdings. But, he said, the agency found no verification whatsoever, not even hints about it. Despite the gossip and resentment, both Nhus managed to build their own independent power bases. Nhu was supreme leader of the Republican Youth, a paramilitary organization that claimed a membership of more than 1.3 million men and women between 18 and 35 years old, mostly in rural areas. Its stated purpose was the full development of young people's needs in the social, intellectual, and spiritual fields, but its real goal was to build an armed youth movement for the No family in the countryside. Nhu often appeared at Republican youth rallies in the group's regulation uniform of blue beret, blue shirt, and blue slacks. The CIA trained its members, but warned that it resembled the Hitler Youth. Madame Nhu had two groups of her own. One was the Women's Solidarity Movement, with a reputed 2 million members, many of them wives of civil servants and military officers who had little choice but to join. The other was her personal army, the Women's Paramilitary Corps, created in 1962 to train thousands of young women for combat. Saigon newspapers were full of stories and photographs of lithe females in rakish bush hats and trim blue coveralls, leaping over walls and squeezing off rounds on rifle ranges. Few, if any, ever got into combat, but they were quite photogenic in parades. Madame's teenage daughter, Le Thuy, was a member. An American journalist once saw her shoot balloons out of a man's hand with a .45 caliber pistol from 90 feet away. But the nose position grew more precarious as resentment toward them deepened within South Vietnam's military. Many officers were furious at Diem for his promotion policies and constant reshuffling of combat units, and blamed him for the ineffective war effort. In February 1962, 2 rogue Air Force pilots attacked Independence Palace, where the New family lived with Diem. Flying American-made AD-6 Sky Raiders, the pilots circled the palace at low altitude, dropping bombs and napalm and strafing it with rockets and cannons. South Vietnamese Navy vessels moored in the Saigon River opened fire on the airmen. One crash-landed in the river, the other flew to asylum in Cambodia. The pilots had concentrated their attack on the palace's west wing, which housed the News and their 4 children. A Chinese governess was killed by a falling beam while trying to protect the New's youngest child. Hurrying to put on a dressing gown, Madame New plunged through a hole in her bedroom floor and fell 2 stories onto a pile of broken wood, twisted iron, and hot ash, suffering 3rd-degree burns and deep lacerations on an arm. When her husband, searching frantically through the smoke and rubble, finally found her, she fainted in his arms. A bomb crashed through the ceiling of Diem's bedroom, but failed to go off. He made a brief radio address, urging the public to stay calm and giving thanks to divine providence for sparing him. 2 hours after the bombing, he received a group of foreign diplomats, joking with them and seeming unruffled. But in a private moment with General Harkins, Diem admitted his fear that, "Sometime I'm going to get shot right in the back of the neck." By the spring of 1963, after 9 years in power, Diem's government had hardened into a sclerotic family clique with fading public support. Incompetence and political interference weakened his army. Diem and his relatives had alienated virtually every segment of South Vietnamese society. Many once supportive nationalists had given up on him and become what the French derisively called attentistes, uncommitted fence-sitters, waiting to see which way the struggle between the regime and the Viet Cong would go before taking a side. Diem was becoming more isolated, more authoritarian, and more reliant on his family for support and advice. The personality traits that helped him triumph during the Battle of Saigon had become liabilities. Stubborn determination had calcified into obstinacy. Principled conviction had soured into self-righteousness. But he was still in charge, and held levers of power that could keep him in charge. Chapter 5. A Fierce Tribe of Truth-Seekers. As he stepped off his plane at Tan Son Nhut Airport, David Halberstam was convinced he'd been delivered to South Vietnam as surely by fate as by jetliner. At 28, Halberstam was a rising star at America's most influential newspaper, The New York Times. Boisterous, opinionated, and boyishly extroverted, he'd quickly established himself as the dominant personality in the small but talented group of American news reporters stationed in Saigon. The rangy Harvard graduate made no bones about his prodigious ego, joking to friends about an editor's remark that David is almost as good a reporter as he thinks he is. He could reduce noisy restaurants and cocktail parties to stunned silence with booming denunciations of government officials, his fist slamming a table for emphasis. With his thick-framed glasses, caterpillar eyebrows, and big grin, he was a brilliant brat, as vocally combative with his New York bosses as he was with dissembling bureaucrats. Halberstam would soon be haunting the U.S. Embassy, buttonholing anyone and everyone for news leads, and traveling widely in the countryside, talking with American advisors who saw the war at mud level. It was easy to take sides for or against Diem when Halberstam arrived in Saigon in September 1962. Many Americans there, both military and civilian, had quietly turned against the president, believing his government was too weak and unpopular to win the war, and too repressive to deserve U.S. support. Others thought the tough, experienced Diem was the only person who could hold his people and army together against the VC. Halberstam soon joined the critics' ranks, setting himself against not only Diem, but against Nolting and Harkins as well. Passionate about digging up hard truths, The young Times man developed a deep and enduring anger toward both U.S. officials, seeing them as part of what he called the lying machine that was trying to whitewash the difficulties Americans were encountering in the war. While most other Saigon journalists aimed to be neutral observers, Halberstam harbored a crusader zeal. He was quite different from the rest of us, said his friend Horst Voss, a photographer for the Associated Press news service. He believed in his duty to change things. Halberstam's judgments about people and events could be savagely harsh, yet he had a sophisticated grasp of both politics and military strategy, and his Saigon Dateline stories would boldly contradict Washington's official optimism about the war in a manner that had little precedent in American journalism. Before his 15-month stint in South Vietnam was over, he'd be vilified as soft on communism, a weak sister who cried at the sight of dead Viet Cong, and a conscious subverter of American foreign policy. An irritated JFK would try to get him yanked out of South Vietnam, but the torrent of insightful front-page news stories and Sunday analysis pieces that rushed from Halberstam's battered portable typewriter would create a remarkably full and vivid portrait of the Diem regime and earn their author a Pulitzer Prize. Riding from the airport into Saigon for the first time, Halberstam sensed the beauty of South Vietnam as well as the dark turbulence just beneath the surface. Troops were everywhere. He knew this assignment would be exciting, difficult, the opportunity of a lifetime. He begged his editors to send him, and now here he was. Never as in that moment had life seemed so real to me, he later wrote. I had finally arrived at the place where I was always destined to go. After graduating from Harvard in 1955, Halberstam didn't migrate with other Ivy Leaguers to New York or Washington for entry-level jobs at a television network or other big prestigious news organization that promised good pay and rapid advancement. Instead, he headed for the smallest daily newspaper in Mississippi, the West Point Daily Times Leader, circulation 4,000, because it offered something far more interesting, a front-row seat covering the civil rights upheaval in the Deep South. But the cub reporter quit after an editor killed his story about people in the rigidly segregated town joining the supremacist White Citizens Council. Halberstam soon landed a new job with the Nashville Tennessean, which gave him much more latitude to cover civil rights. On the side, he wrote uncommonly good freelance articles for The Reporter, a small but well-regarded news magazine. His work attracted the attention of James Reston, the New York Times' Washington bureau chief, who hired him in 1960. Halberstam came to South Vietnam with the same conventional Cold War views that many Americans held in the early 1960s. Communist imperialism had to be stopped, he believed, and the United States had the power and moral obligation to stop it. No less than other Americans, Halberstam had been moved by President Kennedy's words about the necessity for America to win the long twilight struggle against the Soviet Union and China. He firmly supported U.S. efforts to help South Vietnam defeat the Viet Cong, but his experiences to come would lead him to radically rethink whether Washington and its Vietnamese ally could win the war. By the fall of 1962, relations between U.S. journalists and the Diem regime had sunk to what one American official described as an abysmal low. Things weren't much better between the reporters and the U.S. Embassy, which was continually trying to put a positive spin on the regime's shortcomings. On the day Halberstam got to Saigon, he attended a going-away party for a Newsweek reporter, François Sully. A debonair, high-living Frenchman, Sully had come to Vietnam as a paratrooper in 1947. He stayed on, and after a failed career as a tea planter, became a war correspondent. Since he believed the Americans were making many of the same mistakes the French had, Sully's reporting on the war bore a sharper edge than that of most U.S. correspondents, aggravating both Diem and Nolting. When the latter challenged one of his stories, asking, "Why, Monsieur Sully, do you always see the hole in the donut?" the Frenchman merrily rejoined, "Because, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, there is a hole in the donut." Diem had already banned Newsweek from South Vietnam newsstands, but Sully moved into the palace's crosshairs for the final time with a dispatch headlined, "Vietnam, the Unpleasant Truth." Characterizing the war as a losing proposition, Sully's story quoted Bernard Fall, a respected historian of the French and U.S. interventions in Vietnam, as saying that Americans were teaching the ARVN conventional military tactics that wouldn't work against the guerrillas. An anonymous South Vietnamese officer told Suli the war was being lost because the government wasn't doing enough to protect the peasants. But what really set Madame New off was a caption below a photo of her cherished women's paramilitary corps. It read, "Female militia in Saigon. The enemy has more drive and enthusiasm." It made no difference to Madame New that the offending words about the women she called "my little darlings" had been written not by Sully, but by an editor in New York. She launched a wrathful campaign of insults and phony charges against Sully through Saigon's regime-friendly press, which excoriated him variously as a VC spy, an opium smuggler, a French spy, and a fancier of orgies. More ominously, 3 secret police agents in black leather jackets began to follow him. Despite pleas from his fellow journalists and Nolting that he be allowed to stay, Sully was expelled from South Vietnam on September 9th. Like many Westerners, Halberstam fell quickly under Saigon's spell. The great humid city was stupendous, churning and fermenting under the equatorial sun. The monsoon season, which lashed and drenched Saigon with rain for half the year, was ending. The dry season, with its scorching heat, was about to begin. Wartime Saigon was exotic and romantic and electric, with just enough danger in the air to make a young bachelor feel marvelously alive. Long known as the Paris of the East, it was a captivating metropolis of broad boulevards, lovely shade trees, and brilliant flowers. French, Chinese, and Vietnamese restaurants abounded, along with pleasant sidewalk cafes, elegant nightclubs, and ice cream parlors filled with teenagers defying the Dragon Lady by doing the twist, from the waist up, in the booths. As in Hue, French influence was widely visible, especially in handsome colonial-era public buildings such as the Opera House and upper-class neighborhoods of large, airy villas behind high walls splashed with bougainvillea and flowering mimosa. The first thing Westerners usually noticed was the blast furnace heat. Next was the smell, an unfamiliar, exotic, sickly sweet mixture of tropical fruits, flowers, sea breezes, rotting vegetation, diesel fumes, piss, gunpowder, and cordite, as an American soldier described it. Then there was the colorfully horrendous traffic. Downtown streets were clogged with jeeps, motor scooters, army trucks, ox-drawn carts, bicycles, both pedaled and motorized, with as many as 5 adults and children hanging on, small blue and yellow Renault cabs that looked like oversized ladybugs, and bicycle taxis known as cyclopus, in which passengers sat on a sort of wheeled love seat while a Vietnamese pedaled away from behind. White uniformed traffic policemen, standing on daintily canopied platforms, seemed to have little control over drivers careening down streets and around traffic circles. Pedestrians took their lives in their hands whenever they tried to cross a road. One U.S. journalist was knocked down and had his arm broken by a speeding motorcyclist. Weaving skillfully through the bedlam were young women perched primly on Lambretta or Vespa motor scooters. Siem's capital was a place of striking sights and customs. On street corners, excited schoolboys staged cricket fights in arenas made of cookie tins. Sidewalk dentists pulled bad teeth, without benefit of anesthesia, for 10 cents a pop. Amid the stifling midday heat, office workers streamed home for lunch and a nap, while cyclopus drivers curled up on their love seats for their own siestas. Monkey meat was among the delicacies for sale in the jam-packed Central Market. Noodle peddlers ambled through the streets, clicking sticks together to announce their presence. Thousands of porters, men and women, young and old, scurried along with shoulder poles bearing heavy baskets of food, water, charcoal, construction materials, and sometimes VC contraband. A newcomer could water ski on the Saigon River, ride horses at the Cercle Hippique, enjoy a swim and a gin fizz at the Cercle Sportif Saigonais, or shop at stores awash in high-end consumer goods, many of them U.S.-subsidized imports. Because Saigon was relatively close to the equator, dusk came at about 7 p.m. year-round. Lanterns were lit, and streets filled with the tinkling of bicycle bells as workers pedaled home, some with long baguettes tied to their bike baskets. Sidewalk food stands gave off mouth-watering smells of grilled pork patties, beef wrapped in betel leaves, streaming noodle soups called pho, and curry spiced with cassia. Restaurants were inexpensive and excellent. Gourmands considered the Arc-en-Ciel in Cholon the best Chinese restaurant in Southeast Asia. At the end of the evening, the well-heeled congregated at the rooftop bar of the Majestic Hotel, enjoying a pastis and cool breezes off the Saigon River. Restless men boarded riverfront junks that served as floating brothels. While much of Siem's capital sparkled with ornaments of prosperity, there was a second Saigon, a shadow city rife with poverty and misery. 25% of Saigon's workers were unemployed, a rate comparable to the worst depths of the Depression in America. On the city's outskirts lay slums where hovels slapped together from plywood, tar paper, and flattened beer cans had no electricity or running water. Human waste was emptied into the street or a reeking canal, and destitute inhabitants often had little more than a day's supply of rice and fish. Police frequently checked their identity cards and barged into their huts, searching for VC. Those without a home crawled into hammocks at night with handheld radios, consoling themselves with sentimental Vietnamese folk music. For many Americans, however, the city was an exotic adventure. The U.S. military established an officers' club on the roof of the Rex Hotel in the middle of the city, with grilled steaks and cold beer always on tap. High-heeled Vietnamese hostesses waved U.S. servicemen into nightclubs and bars with names like Blue Moon, Starlight, and OK Corral. American couples threw so many cocktail parties that a local women's club did a thriving business renting out martini glasses. Halberstam was fascinated by all of it. He spent his first days in Saigon picking other journalists' brains, developing contacts among U.S. and South Vietnamese officials, and exploring the manifold charms of his new beat. He discovered Radio Katina, a tongue-in-cheek reference to gossip about the regime exchanged in the restaurants, bars, and sidewalk cafes that lined Rue Katina. Siem had renamed it Trudeau, or Freedom Street, but most foreign reporters stuck with the more evocative French name. Siem and New despised the dissidents and intellectuals who whiled away their days in cafes, sipping coffee and retailing rumors about the No family's alleged plundering. But newsmen found the eateries useful places to pick up tips and background information, some of which was even true. With his long, self-confident strides, Halberstam visited the Radio Katina hotspots, the Sidewalk Cafe outside the Continental Hotel, Cheap Charlie's Restaurant, and Givral, known for its delicious pastries and ice cream. He especially liked Brodard's, a low-priced hash house where he inhaled gargantuan lunches to fuel his hypersonic metabolism, a steak, French fries, shrimp, soup, another steak, and 2 slices of pie with ice cream, washed down with 2 glasses of milk and an iced coffee. While making his rounds, Halberstam met a slight, smiling Vietnamese who held court every afternoon at Givral and was reputed to be the best news source in Saigon. Phan Xuan An presented himself as a journalist who'd attended a Southern California community college and seemed to know everyone in town. He was smart and funny, referring to himself self-deprecatingly as a docteur de sexologie, professeur de coup d'état, or commander of military dog training, a reference to the pet German shepherd that always lay at his feet. Then employed by the Reuters news agency, An would later work for Time magazine and as an assistant to Robert Chaplin, the respected Asia correspondent for The New Yorker. Halberstam wrote admiringly that An had the best military contacts in the country and was part of a small but first-rate intelligence network of knowledgeable reporters. What Halberstam didn't know was that the witty, outgoing An was also a resourceful Viet Cong spy, and he'd soon play a key role in alerting Western newsmen to a dramatic VC battlefield victory over a much larger ARVN force, leading to a spate of devastating news stories in U.S. newspapers. In early October, Halberstam jumped out of a helicopter hovering low over a Mekong Delta rice paddy with an ARVN infantry squad. He sank almost up to his chin in the murky, rotor-whipped water. A few hundred yards ahead was a row of trees, the squad's first objective. Such tree lines sometimes concealed disciplined VC troops, waiting for the enemy to come close enough to be cut down in the first volley. Halberstam began slogging toward the trees, feeling exposed and scared. His boots kept getting stuck in the muddy bottom. His throat went dry as sand. He was acutely aware of being the tallest target in the water. But the trees held no communists this time, and the soldiers moved into a nearby village. Only a handful of women and children were there. The men had all fled, except for an old man with a wispy beard. Younger males often ran off at the ARVN's approach, worried they'd be accused of being VC and, if not beaten or shot, at least dragged off to local army headquarters for interrogation. Halberstam watched as an ARVN captain questioned 2 women about the guerrillas. One said none were in the area, but the other admitted a communist unit had been there the day before, offering the villagers tea and showing off captured U.S. weapons. By late morning, with the punishing sun high in the sky, the soldiers took a break, sipping milk from coconuts they'd sliced open. They watched as American-built T-28 airplanes bombed and machine-gunned a nearby village. It turned out that VC troops operating in the area had brutally and efficiently ambushed a company of elite ARVN Rangers. 30 Rangers were dead, and others wounded. Halberstam's squad entered the blasted village that afternoon, encountering scenes that would long fester in the journalist's memory. A weeping man emerged from his charred hut. In one hand he held a dead piglet, in the other a dead baby, Halberstam later wrote. Farther on was a corpse under a poncho. The reporter later saw a terrified old man bowing before Vietnamese and American officers as he claimed he'd never heard of the Viet Cong. Halberstam tramped with the troops for several more miles, but they made no contact with the VC. By the end of his first day in the Delta, he'd learned 2 things. First was the difficulty of pursuing guerrillas in this region, flat and green from the air, but on the ground, crisscrossed by canals, upon which the VC often slipped away in sampans, and studded with mangrove swamps, sugarcane fields, and thickets of coconut trees that made natural hiding places. It was bandit country, easy for even larger VC units to disappear in. The other lesson was how onerous the war was for the average peasant, his village invaded by the ARVN during the day and the VC at night, always having to bow and scrape before whichever armed men appeared outside his dwelling. Sunburned and exhausted, Halberstam returned that night to the headquarters of the ARVN 7th Division, located outside the small city of My Tho, about 40 miles south of Saigon. The unit the newsman accompanied that day was part of the 7th, which patrolled the fecund, well-populated ricelands of the northern Mekong Delta, while the southern Delta, where the 21st Division operated, was largely under VC control. The northern Delta was considered a toss-up, with government troops as likely to win out as the communists. Though desperate for sleep, Halberstam fell into what turned into an all-night conversation with Lieutenant Colonel John Paul Vann, senior U.S. advisor to the 7th Division. A short, red-faced bulldog of a man, the 37-year-old Virginian was fast becoming a legend in Vietnam for his mastery of small unit tactics and almost unhinged lack of concern for his own safety. Despite the risk of ambush or capture, he investigated dirt roads the guerrillas used not by flying over them in a spotter plane, but by driving them in a jeep. He made a point of going on night patrols with ARVN squads once or twice a week, hoping by his example to persuade the Vietnamese commander he worked with to pursue the VC after dark more often. Vann was regarded as one of the best infantry advisors in Vietnam. When the VC began ambushing the Ranger Company that day, he dispatched reinforcements and, characteristically, flew into the battle himself aboard a transport helicopter that was hit by furious ground fire. An American gunner beside him was killed, and most of the dozen ARVN soldiers aboard were killed or wounded. Perforated with 39 bullet holes, Vann's chopper crashed, but he walked away with only a minor shrapnel wound. Vann's experiences had given him profound respect for the enemy. The VC always carried their dead away with them, he told Halberstam, partly out of consideration for their comrades, partly to deny the ARVN any sense of accomplishment by making it hard to accurately count casualties. While only a year or 2 ago the VC fought with homemade weapons or old French rifles, they now had the same arms the ARVN used, captured in battle or stolen off the Saigon docks. As they slipped away from a firefight, the communists even picked up expended bullet casings to be refilled and used again. The most worrisome development, Vann said, was the enemy's reaction to newly introduced U.S. helicopters. At first, the VC had cut and run whenever the choppers appeared, only to be slaughtered by airborne gunners. But they learned from experience and changed tactics accordingly. Now they held fast in defensive positions. In short, the VC had largely lost their fear of helicopters, Vann said. It was a sign that the U.S. intervention might not be working. And it also meant, he added with disdain, that the Pentagon, while giving lip service to winning hearts and minds, would react by giving the South Vietnamese more conventional military technology, more heavy equipment, more firepower, exactly what wasn't needed. What was needed, he insisted, was more emphasis on fighting the way the VC did. This is a political war, and it calls for the utmost discrimination in killing, he told Halberstam. The best weapon for killing is a knife, but I'm afraid we can't do it that way. The next best is a rifle. The worst is an airplane, and after that, the worst is artillery. You have to know who you are killing. The ARVN's increased reliance on artillery and airstrikes was counterproductive, Van said. Had Halberstam noticed the topography around the villages he marched through that day? They were surrounded by dense tree lines, similar to the difficult-to-penetrate hedgerows of Normandy. When the ARVN approached, Viet Cong soldiers moved from villages into tree lines for concealment and protection. When necessary, they headed to nearby canals, where sampans waited to evacuate them, or they simply ducked under the water's surface, breathing through bamboo straws until government troops passed by. But aircraft pilots and artillery spotters, Van continued, preferred visible targets, so they fired not on tree lines, but on villages, where they could see buildings and people. Since the VC usually had already left a village under attack, the only people killed were ordinary peasants, usually women, children, and old men who lived there. And every time the government killed an innocent, it made it that much easier for the VC to recruit angry relatives and friends into their ranks. Hearts and minds were closed forever. Halberstam cultivated many sources during his Vietnam sojourn, but none was more important than John Paul Van. Not only had Van given him a first-rate seminar about why the VC were making progress against the much larger, more powerful South Vietnamese army, he continued to provide background information and insight into the war as time went on. Halberstam was delighted at his luck in finding Van, and his stories began to reflect the colonel's influence. While Halberstam's initial dispatches contained a degree of optimism about the ARVN, that soon changed. The headlines indicated his new direction. Vietnam War, a frustrating hunt for an elusive foe, October 9, 1962. Viet Cong maintains strength despite setbacks, October 11, 1962. U.S. deeply involved in the uncertain struggle for Vietnam, October 21, 1962. Halberstam went back to the Mekong Delta again and again. It was the cockpit of the war, easy to get to from Saigon by taxi or helicopter. He gradually built up a network of sources among younger U.S. military men, captains, majors, and colonels serving as field advisors to ARVN combat units, and spent so much time in the Delta that they inducted him into the Blackfoot Club, reserved for those whose feet were darkened by mud seeping into their boots as they tromped through rice paddies and scrublands. As the son of a surgeon who served in the U.S. Army Air Corps during World War II, Halberstam had great respect for the American military and admired many of the advisors he encountered. They weren't rabid war lovers, they were the cream of the U.S. Army, tough and well-trained, yet fired by a sense of high purpose. Many were West Pointers, most were volunteers. They believed that America's presence in Vietnam was necessary and right, even noble. Halberstam saw the combat advisors, with their selfless determination to help the South Vietnamese, as akin to Peace Corps volunteers. Most of them gave Halberstam the company line at first. The ARVN was doing well, victory was within our grasp. As the reporter visited them over and over, however, he sensed their optimism faltering. These men were anything but Willie and Joe-style complainers and malcontents, but their ARVN counterparts often ignored their fighting advice. The South Vietnamese failed to take advantage of good tactical intelligence. They shied away from making contact with the enemy and failed to pursue him when they did. Worse, when the advisors reported these problems to General Harkins and his headquarters staff, they often found themselves getting brushed off. So they turned to Halberstam. He didn't print their names, but their hard-won observations often made their way into his stories, and his stories rarely were ignored at the White House and the Pentagon. An intensely social animal, Halberstam loved to hang out with fellow journalists. In 1962, only a handful of American and other Western newsmen worked full-time in Saigon. The major wire services, Associated Press, United Press International, Reuters, and Agence France-Presse, had resident correspondents, but the New York Times, Halberstam's employer, was the only U.S. newspaper to maintain a full-time correspondent there. Halberstam had met most of the reporters at François Sully's going-away party. One of the most memorable was Malcolm Brown, the 31-year-old chief of the Associated Press Bureau. Even in a profession known for its eccentrics, Brown stood out. A native of New York's Greenwich Village, he'd worked as a chemist before the Army drafted him in the late 1950s and sent him to South Korea, where he worked on Stars and Stripes, a newspaper that covers the U.S. military. His red hair was styled in a low-slung pompadour, and his body was so skinny it seemed to have only 2 dimensions. He wore a ring embossed with a skull and a solid gold bracelet that he thought, probably naively, he could barter if the VC captured him. Below his pant cuffs peeked the bright red socks he wore every day and everywhere, whether he was headed to a VIP interview or an Arvin sweep in the Delta. On a wall in the cramped AP office, he hung a withered human hand, souvenir of a VC ambush, and a bamboo canteen stained dark red, presumably with the blood of the guerrilla who last drank from it, arresting reminders of the brutal war being fought beyond the comfortable confines of Saigon. When other newsmen headed for crowded restaurants and bars in the evening, Brown demurred, preferring to retreat to his one-room apartment above the AP office and listen to thundering Wagnerian operas. The wire service loner was entranced by Vietnam, calling it the greatest love I ever had and the greatest I ever will. He thought Diem could win the war, although only after a long, costly struggle. Madame New frightened him. The First Lady, Brown wrote, could crush a political opponent with a flick of an eyelash, and often did. Even while smiling demurely, her eyes often shone with a deadly hardness that could mean prison or death for someone. Watching her harangue a crowd of supporters, Brown was reminded of a pagan goddess demanding a blood sacrifice in an old Hollywood movie. He was sure she wouldn't hesitate to have Western journalists assassinated if she got the chance. Brown chain-smoked 4 packs a day and typed with a furious 2-finger tattoo, punching out reams of short, just-the-facts, ma'am stories the AP transmitted to hundreds of client newspapers and radio and TV stations in the United States and other countries. A younger AP colleague, Peter Arnett, a New Zealander soon to make his own mark in Vietnam, remembered Brown's intensity, a blaze in his eyes as he worked. Brown was hardly a stylish writer, but he was smart and hardworking and produced reliably factual copy. He was exposed to what he called the Kennedy administration's love of stealth shortly after coming to South Vietnam in November 1961. On his 3rd day in the country, he drove up to South Vietnamese Air Force headquarters at Bien Hoa, about 20 miles north of Saigon. The U.S. Air Force had a significant presence there, and Brown wanted to investigate rumors that American pilots, who were supposed to be limited to training, were actually flying combat missions. As he pulled up to the base gate, 2 Vietnamese military policemen barred his way. An American MP stood behind them. Undeterred, Brown strolled around the base perimeter and spotted 2 T-28 aircraft with South Vietnamese Air Force markings. The planes were taxiing, and Brown could see clearly into their cockpits. Both were piloted by Caucasians. He also got a good look at the pilot of a Sky Raider, another U.S.-made propeller-driven craft bearing South Vietnamese insignia. The Sky Raider had bombs in its wing racks, and again, a Caucasian at the controls. Brown began taking photographs, but the MPs pounced on him. They seized his camera, ripped out the film, and marched him off for a security check. He was soon released and returned to Saigon, where he knocked out his story, believing what he'd seen demonstrated that his countrymen were directly waging war in South Vietnam, not merely acting as advisors and trainers. Brown soon witnessed another example of Washington's attempts to play down U.S. involvement in the war. One morning in December 1961, he was having coffee and croissants en Rue Catinat when he noticed a huge ship looming over the riverfront at the foot of the street. It was the aircraft ferry USNS Corps, bearing 32 H-21 Shawnee troop-carrying helicopters and about 400 American pilots, gunners, and ground crewmen. The Corps' arrival marked one of the first deployments under Operation Beef Up. Brown joined a half-dozen other reporters at the dock, but an MP refused to answer their questions. They proceeded to the downtown office of the U.S. Information Service and asked a press officer what he could tell them. "Aircraft carrier? What aircraft carrier? I don't see any aircraft carrier. the man replied with a smirk. After several months of such experiences, Brown distilled what he'd learned into a 24-page mimeographed handbook, a short guide to news coverage in Vietnam that he gave to AP employees new to Saigon. Extracting news from government sources in South Vietnam requires aggressiveness, resourcefulness, and at times methods uncomfortably close to those used by professional intelligence units, he wrote. You can expect very little help from most official sources, and news comes the hard way. Correspondents in Vietnam are regarded by the Saigon government as scabby sheep and treated accordingly. Brown advised newcomers to be skeptical of information from the regime, especially when it involved military operations. Beware of claims of military victories. This is not the kind of war from which real victories turn up often on either side. Saigon and Hanoi are equally extravagant in their claims. In fact, newsmen should personally count enemy bodies on the battlefield rather than accept inflated killed-in-action statistics from government spokesmen. He also recommended that greenhorns ask for 2 flak jackets when they boarded a helicopter, one to wear and one to sit on, and noted that belts and ropes made good tourniquets for gunshot wounds. If newbies chose to carry a pistol in the field, they should never try to shoot it out with a VC, since they outnumber you and generally pack Tommy guns. Cocktail parties at foreign embassies could be good venues to pick up information, although not always. British diplomats were very well informed but tight-lipped, while the value of information derived from U.S. embassy sources was variable. The French and Polish knew little, but at least the Poles threw good parties. Brown appended a list of certain officials who can be counted to tell bald-faced, 180-degree whoppers nearly every time. Halberstam liked to work with wire service reporters, exchanging facts and tips, and hoped to forge a partnership with Brown. But Brown didn't want outside newsmen cluttering up his little office, eating up his time and that of his subordinates. When the Times reporter asked for workspace in the AP office, Brown turned him down. Halberstam then gravitated to Neil Sheehan, the brooding 26-year-old workaholic who served as the one-man Saigon bureau for United Press International. Sheehan had grown up on his family's dairy farm outside Holyoke, Massachusetts. Deciding early on that he didn't want a life of milking cows and shoveling manure, Sheehan earned scholarships first to prep school and then to Harvard. 6'2", dark-haired, and trimly handsome, he indulged his love of poetry by joining the university's literary magazine, The Advocate. He also developed a drinking problem that plagued him for several years. Following one bibulous party for the magazine staff, Sheehan drunkenly heaved a typewriter through a closed second-story window. He narrowly escaped expulsion. Graduating in 1958 with honors, but no idea of what to do with his life, Sheehan shocked his literary friends by enlisting. He was assigned to the Army Security Agency, which eavesdropped on phone calls and radio messages in foreign countries and sent to language school in Monterey, California, to learn Arabic. But after he was arrested for public inebriation, the Army shipped him to South Korea, where he worked on his division's newspaper, The Bayonet, while stationed near the dangerous demilitarized zone separating the South from communist North Korea. Sheehan's drinking worsened. Night after freezing night, he hit the bar at the enlisted men's club until closing time, and then staggered back to his barracks moaning, Mother of God, as he fell into his ice-cold bunk. A sympathetic sergeant thought a change of scenery might do him good and arranged a transfer to Tokyo. There Sheehan landed a job on Stars and Stripes and put booze behind him. But he relapsed hard toward the end of his tour, wandering around at night, guzzling sake from 2.5-liter bottles. An Army buddy would go out searching for Sheehan, down back alleys and into sketchy neighborhoods, until he found him, blacked out and sprawled on the ground, an empty bottle nearby. When a badly hungover Sheehan slunk into the Stars and Stripes office one morning, a sergeant he worked with snapped, "You're drunk again." "I can't help it," Sheehan blurted. "I'm an alcoholic." The sergeant took him that night to an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. He stopped drinking and never fell off the wagon again. Discharged from the Army, Sheehan parlayed his military newspaper experience into a $75 a week job with UPI, which dispatched him to Saigon in April 1962. Sheehan was thrilled. Like many young American men of the era, He'd been raised on John Wayne movies and Ernest Hemingway novels. He saw war as a glorious adventure and believed completely in the rightness of American goals in South Vietnam. In Saigon, the young Wire reporter found a role model in Homer Biggert, then the resident New York Times correspondent. Biggert had been reporting on wars and other conflicts for 20 years, and many considered him the premier war correspondent of his time. The winner of 2 Pulitzer Prizes, he'd covered World War II in both the European and Pacific theaters, the Korean War, and France's doomed struggle to reclaim its Vietnam colony. Biggert was famous among his peers for asking endless, naive-sounding questions at press conferences until exasperated briefers finally coughed up more information than they'd intended. He didn't necessarily buy into Cold War shibboleths, especially the idea that the United States should support foreign despots, no matter how loathsome, as long as they spouted anti-communism. At 54, Biggert was overweight, cranky, and suspicious of almost everything that came out of government officials' mouths. When frustrated or upset, he stuttered. He detested South Vietnam, seeing it as malevolent and corrupt, and his reporting on the regime was as perceptive as it was relentlessly critical. In one front-page story, he coined the phrase, "sink or swim with no Ding Diem," to describe what he regarded as Washington's perilously short-sighted policy of uncritical, open-ended support for the South Vietnamese president. Just before he finally departed Vietnam, in July 1962, Biggert made a last foray into the Mekong Delta to witness the ARVN in action. Sheehan tagged along. ARVN commanders claimed to have a major VC unit trapped, but not a shot was fired nor a guerrilla spotted for 2 days, as Biggert and Sheehan slogged through mud and underbrush along with government soldiers. Eventually, the other correspondents went home. Biggert deluged ARVN press officers with his usual simple-sounding questions. Finally, Sheehan had had enough. There was no story here, he told Biggert. No shooting, no bodies. They should just go back to Saigon like everyone else. But the shrewd, middle-aged warhorse saw a deeper meaning in the ARVN's inability to find and close with the enemy, and what that implied for the costly U.S. military advisor program. "No story, kid?" Biggert said, glaring at Sheehan. "It doesn't work. That's the story, kid. It doesn't work." Halberstam quickly found his footing on his new beat, traveling to different parts of South Vietnam and churning out a string of penetrating stories. He wrote about the VC disrupting life in Saigon by attacking shipments of charcoal from the Cam Mo Peninsula, reducing the capital's supply of cooking fuel. He accompanied an ARVN battalion in the Central Highlands as it freed about 100 montagnards the VC had captured and were using as slaves to grow food. In a perceptive analysis piece in late October, Halberstam noted the many difficulties of fighting the communists. With no front lines in the war, it was hard to find the enemy, and nearly impossible to distinguish guerrillas from innocent peasants. While the VC were lean and hungry, experienced at political warfare, and willing to sustain whatever losses were necessary to win, he wrote, the Diem regime has yet to demonstrate much appeal to large elements of its own people. Thanks to the infusion of U.S. aid, the war seemed to be going better than it had a year earlier, when it was going very badly indeed. But with little reliable information on enemy strengths and weaknesses, it was difficult to know whether the Saigon army was winning or losing. And if the U.S. advisory program failed, Halberstam concluded, Washington might have few alternatives besides the open commitment of American combat troops. In late October, Halberstam and other newsmen got a revealing look into how much Diem feared his own people. The occasion was the annual National Day Parade in Saigon, held to commemorate the 1955 referendum in which Diem ousted Bao Dai. The parade route stretched for several blocks along a wide boulevard next to the Saigon River. A reviewing stand was set up in the middle. For several weeks, carefully chosen military units had been practicing in Saigon, bringing the war effort to a near standstill in some outlying areas. Armored personnel carriers had trundled in from Delta combat zones, despite the pleas of American advisers to keep them in action in the field. Diem was clearly worried about another coup attempt and had taken extensive precautions to protect himself. Sealed off from regular traffic, the parade zone swarmed with cops. Security men swept for explosives. Members of Diem's Presidential Guard and other elite units had been issued uniforms only that morning and checked multiple times since then to prevent them from secreting guns or grenades in their clothing. Fighter bombers circled to the south of the city, but had been prohibited from flying over it in order to preclude another effort to rain bombs on the president. Tanks were stationed at key intersections, engines rumbling and radios crackling, ready to intercept any rebel units that might try to capture or kill him. Journalists were told to be in their seats by 7 a.m. As they arrived, they noticed something strange. Police were turning away thousands of ordinary citizens who wanted to see the parade. After surviving multiple assassination and coup attempts, Diem was taking no chances with his constituents. Only government officials and their families, foreign visitors, and other special guests were permitted. When a reporter asked Nolting what he thought of the public's exclusion, the ambassador refused to believe it. Diem showed up after most guests had been seated. He received salutes from his military leaders and heard the playing of a song titled "President No Should Live Forever." The news stayed away, under a family policy of never appearing together in public in case of attack. The parade began, featuring about 1,000 members of Madame New's paramilitary women marching briskly with brand-new American carbines and submachine guns, which, according to a U.S. official, had been diverted from the Arvin without permission. Then came long lines of New's blue-uniformed Republican youth, although most of them looked to Halberstam like middle-aged government workers. Despite the lengthy preparations, the procession was over in minutes. Combat units brought into Saigon were ordered back to fighting the VC. Diem and the news loathed American journalists, the most irritating fleas that had ridden in with the American dog. The president and his brother believed that the U.S. government controlled the reporters, just as they managed the South Vietnamese press, and were furious that Washington didn't keep its scribblers on a tighter leash. So the regime took action on its own. U.S. newsmen began complaining of taps on their phones and police agents on their tails. When reporters brought their stories to the government telegraph office to be transmitted home to their editors, copies were quietly passed to the palace. The regime's anti-press campaign grew bolder after the Newsweek correspondent, François Sully, was expelled. Saigon newspapers spread a story that the New York Times had taken a $40,000 bribe to print an interview with an official of the VC's National Liberation Front. Madame New charged that the Times was part of an international communist-inspired conspiracy to undermine South Vietnam, and that American newsmen were shills for Hanoi. She snapped at one U.S. reporter that her country wasn't required to observe "your crazy freedoms." In early November, the regime kicked out a second reporter, James Robinson of NBC News, after he told a palace interpreter that a maundering 3-hour interview with Diem was a waste of time. A few days later, New told an American visitor that any newsman who dared to badmouth the regime or the war effort would be expelled. Top U.S. civilian and military officials knew their Vietnam policies depended on the support of Congress and the public, and that, even though most Americans were paying little attention to South Vietnam, critical news stories could erode support for the war. Yet their approach to press relations was surprisingly ham-handed. Although some junior U.S. diplomats had friendly contacts with reporters, who were about the same age and sometimes had similar educational backgrounds, older top-level officials often treated them as much like scabby sheep as the Saigon government did, rarely inviting them to lunch or embassy functions. Since ranking U.S. officials thought reporters couldn't be trusted, they didn't trade information with them, a routine transaction at American missions in other parts of the world that usually benefited both parties. Some American officials treated journalists with frank disdain. One day in the Central Highlands, Halberstam ran into General Maxwell Taylor, the newly appointed chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Taylor was on a whirlwind tour of strategic hamlets, and bare-chested Montagnard tradesmen squatted nearby, watching silently. The newsman walked up to the 4-star general, stuck out his hand in greeting, and said, "General Taylor? David Halberstam of the New York Times." Taylor turned on his heel and walked away without a word. Halberstam, for once speechless, felt like he'd been slapped in the face. Nolting met with reporters often and even claimed to like them, but he was in an impossible position, trying to carry out contradictory marching orders from Washington that bounced back and forth between downplaying U.S. participation in the war and wanting to be more honest and open with journalists. Nolting knew Diem was as seriously flawed as his government. Yet the ambassador was convinced that the war was being won, albeit slowly, and that the regime was worth salvaging. He saw Ziem taking positive steps, such as using USA to open new surgical wings at provincial hospitals. In discussions with journalists and fellow diplomats, Nolting deliberately confined himself to cheery optimism in order to help create a new and winning psychology. Despite his pleas for patience and understanding, the press focused mostly on Ziem's failings, and the ambassador found it hard to conceal his resentment. He refused to try to protect Robinson, the NBC reporter, from expulsion. In a cable to the State Department, he condescendingly described the Saigon-based correspondents as novices, no more skilled or discerning than stateside reporters covering an earthquake or Hollywood divorce. Nolting's relationship with Halberstam descended into mutual acrimony. The ambassador felt that Halberstam's increasingly pointed stories fell on American public opinion like drops of acid, slowly eating away at support for Ziem and the war effort. The Times reporter, Nolting claimed in a memoir, was the leader of a group of newsmen that congregated at the Caraval Hotel bar and whose self-appointed mission was to get Ziem. Halberstam, in turn, believed that Nolting saw him and his colleagues as the enemy, and many years after leaving Vietnam, mocked him during a TV interview as ignorant, arrogant, and a great snob. One day Halberstam met the ambassador in his office. After some pleasantries, he asked whether Nolting was as troubled as he was by the ARVN's problems in the Delta. Halberstam had just spent a week there and picked up nothing but negative reports from American advisers. He tried to share his information with Nolting, but the ambassador grew irritated, then angry. "How dare you challenge the word of men like Paul Harkins," he declared. Face flushed, Nolting stood up behind his desk. He asked whether Halberstam had attended a recent press conference featuring a high-level defector, a VC colonel who claimed he broke with the communists because the ARVN was the wave of the future. But prior to the event, Halberstam received a warning from one of his sources, Colonel Bryce Deno, senior advisor to the ARVN 1st Division, based in Da Nang. Deno knew the VC officer defected for personal reasons and told Halberstam that Saigon authorities might try to sell you a bill of goods about him. The reporter decided not to file a story about the press conference because he couldn't figure out how to write what Deno told him without burning him as a source. He told Nolting only that he hadn't gone to the press conference. The ambassador erupted. "You come in here and challenge the word of our generals, but you don't even cover the most important press conference we have this year. Get out! Get out!" By then, Halberstam was angry too, shouting as he left the office that it was all goddamn lies and that the VC colonel had privately criticized the ARVN as incompetent. It was a telling moment. A U.S. ambassador angrily kicking a representative of America's most powerful newspaper, a paper that JFK and many others in Washington read carefully every day, out of his office. Nolting eventually got to the point that he refused to speak to Halberstam. One of Nolting's methods for trying to strengthen Ziem's standing with his people was always to emphasize South Vietnam's role in the war, especially when things went well, while de-emphasizing America's. When talking to the press, the ambassador sought to keep Ziem and the ARVN in the foreground, and U.S. advisors and aid in the background. Thus, he and other U.S. diplomats and military commanders generally deferred to Saigon whenever a news announcement was to be made. The problem was that Ziem's government refused to release much useful information. In October 1962, ARVN officers were ordered to respond only to written questions from reporters, and then only after their Saigon superiors approved the answers. The result was that Halberstam and other journalists got virtually nothing from Ziem's officers in Saigon or in the field, unless they spoke anonymously. During World War II, U.S. military leaders, including General George Patton, often gave American newsmen a heads-up on major operations before they happened. The reporters understood the need for secrecy, and deliberate violations were almost unheard of. But Harkins went along with Ziem's tell-them-nothing policy, refusing to provide tips on upcoming missions, even when American servicemen were involved. Shut off from official sources in Saigon, Halberstam and other reporters went looking elsewhere. They hit a jackpot in the form of junior and mid-level embassy officers, U.S. infantry advisors like Deno and Van, helicopter pilots who operated throughout the country, and aggrieved members of Ziem's government. The infantry advisors knew all about the ARVN and its shortcomings, and the pilots shuttled back and forth to battlefields and often were happy to give detailed accounts of what happened when Diem soldiers engaged the VC. If Harkins and his staff in Saigon wouldn't talk candidly, the mud-streaked Americans who lived with South Vietnamese units in the field were willing to open up, especially when a reporter came out and got dirty with them in the paddies and swamps. A particularly valuable source was Major Ivan Slavich, a U.S. Army pilot who came to South Vietnam in late 1962 with the first wave of UH-1B Huey helicopters, the fast, heavily armed gunships that became one of the most recognizable symbols of the Vietnam War. A swashbuckling former paratrooper and Marine from San Francisco, Slavich gladly took reporters everywhere in his chopper. If they couldn't make it to Tan Son Nhut before the birds lifted off, Slavich and his crews told them what happened during the operation when they flew back. After Ivan came in, you just couldn't bullshit us anymore, Halberstam recalled. We could find out anything. Slavich enjoyed the newsmen's roistering company and spent off-duty time with them too. Halberstam was flying back to Saigon with him one day when the pilot asked if he wanted to have dinner. Halberstam said yes. Slavich then decided to invite another journalist, Mert Perry, a freelancer working for Time magazine. He got on the radio and told the military operator to dial Perry's number. "Sir," Slavich barked when Perry answered the phone in the apartment he shared with his wife. "The U.S. Army wishes to invite Mr. and Mrs. Perry to join Major Slavich and Mr. Halberstam for dinner." And off they all went to a fine restaurant that night. Indeed, that surreal quality permeated the newsmen's lives. They'd see people get napalmed and machine-gunned in the Delta during the day, and then dine sumptuously at a Saigon restaurant, perhaps in the company of an attractive Vietnamese woman that night. Malcolm Brown once survived a terrifying helicopter crash in the afternoon and spent the evening in black tie at the Caravel Hotel, listening appreciatively to a singer from Paris. 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, 1962, the South Vietnamese decreed that American reporters couldn't ride into battle with ARVN troops aboard helicopters, even those piloted and crewed by Americans. On Thanksgiving Day, about 45 Shawnee choppers lifted off and headed toward a jungled Viet Cong redoubt known as War Zone D, about 35 miles northwest of Saigon. Each of the twin-rotor banana-shaped Shawnees carried about a dozen government soldiers, more than 500 in all. Every chopper also bore 4 Americans, 2 pilots and 2 gunners. Accompanying the ARVN troops were a number of American infantry advisors, meaning that roughly 200 U.S. servicemen were involved altogether. That was news. Also, the mission was the largest heliborne assault in history, which made it bigger news, but no one had briefed Halberstam and his confrères in advance. The Flying Armada's distinctive racket awakened Mert Perry, whose apartment sat directly atop Neil Sheehan's apartment Coup office near the Saigon River. Perry rolled sleepily out of bed and made for his roof, which offered a panoramic view of the passing choppers. He began counting, and when the last one clattered overhead, he raced downstairs to wake Sheehan. Lighting one cigarette after another, Sheehan made half a dozen calls to confirm the story and then banged it out for the UPI wire. A few hours later, Halberstam stormed into the office of John Mecklin, chief press officer for the U.S. mission, which comprised the embassy, MACV, Military Assistance Command Vietnam, the CIA station, and civilian aid agencies. The Times reporter slammed down on Mecklin's desk a hastily written letter to Nolting and sat, shaking with rage, while Mecklin read it. Halberstam's letter began by announcing that official stonewalling had changed him from a neutral bystander into an angry man. It continued, "In my opinion, the barring of reporters from the D-Zone operation is the most serious step taken yet by the Saigon government. 200 Americans risked their lives, yet we were not allowed to cover a story that would have been a fine opportunity to show Americans just what their fighting men were doing here, what our involvement is and why. And our people, from General Harkins on down, went along with this. The reason given is security. This is, of course, stupid, naive, and indeed insulting to the patriotism and intelligence of every American newspaperman represented here. Let me point out that we, as our predecessors in time of conflict have been, are fully prepared to observe the problems of security, to withhold printing of classified information, and that in this running conflict, the government has never raised the charge of giving out military information. Many Vietnamese officers in the field, in fact, are rather naive about this sort of thing, and on several occasions reporters withheld information without being told to, simply because we know the rules of the game better than they do. Let me also point out that from the moment that 50 helicopters landed at a given point in Zone D, certain aspects of the operation lost all classified status. You can bet the VC knew what was happening. You can bet Hanoi knew what was happening. Only American reporters and American readers were kept ignorant. The dapper, Dartmouth-educated Mecklin was a veteran foreign correspondent who had taken a leave from Time Inc. to join other newshounds eagerly flocking to new jobs as press agents for Kennedy's Camelot. During World War II, he'd crossed the Atlantic with troop convoys and covered Allied landings in Italy and fierce fighting in Normandy. Traveling through France with Patton's forces in 1944, he was briefly taken prisoner by the Germans and then spent a week with the French resistance. As a Time correspondent based in Hong Kong, he witnessed the terminal stages of the French war with the Viet Minh, as well as Diem's struggle with the Binh Xuyen gangsters. When Mecklin came to Saigon as a mission press officer in May 1962, he was taken aback at the bitter standoff that had developed between American officials and journalists. Nolting and Harkins considered the reporters immature and irresponsible, and some of their articles as bordering on treasonous. The reporters, in turn, viewed U.S. mission officials as a pack of stonewallers and Diem apologists, too blinded by false optimism to see what was really going on in South Vietnam. Mecklin was friends with some of the correspondents and respected their abilities, but he also felt they suffered from a persecution complex. They spent too much time together, nursing grievances and reinforcing each other's prejudices. With one or two exceptions, they were so Simon Pure that it was painful, always with basketball-sized chips on their shoulders, he wrote in a 1965 memoir titled, tellingly, Mission in Torment. Their solemn, self-righteous, unceasing complaints, however justified, became boring. They were often rude to U.S. officials and sometimes failed to show up for early morning helicopter takeoffs, wasting a place on a combat mission. Like many newsmen turned government press officers, Mecklin felt conflicted. He wanted Kennedy's Vietnam policy to succeed, but he also wanted the press to be able to do its job, delivering accurate, timely news to American audiences. A British journalist friend teased him, saying that, as the U.S. spokesman, Mecklin was now a poacher-turned-gamekeeper. Mecklin counted himself among the large number of Americans in Saigon who viewed the Diem regime as too unpopular and corrupt to beat the Viet Cong. Yet he felt compelled to keep trying to help Diem. There was no suitable alternative to the repressive leader, Mecklin believed. Washington would have to sink or swim with him, in Homer Biggart's barbed aphorism. Well aware that unceasing press criticism could cripple Kennedy's policies in Vietnam, Mecklin's first priority was to get the embassy on a better footing with journalists. As he saw it, the root of what was known among U.S. officials as the press problem was the Kennedy administration's decision to defer to Diem's government when it came to releasing information to American reporters. The regime repeatedly promised to hold regular briefings, but never did. And on the rare occasions when it did put out a press statement, the information was too late, too vague, or just plain wrong. A few days before his run-in with Halberstam, Mecklin had an unsettling conversation with New, who appeared to be in charge of Saigon's media relations. Mecklin was certain that Diem's brother was using his power to harass and punish American reporters. Mecklin also was genuinely worried that New might be psychotic, since he'd argued during their talk in favor of an American nuclear attack on China. In a memo to Nolting, Mecklin recommended what he called a drastic shift in U.S. press policy. First, he said, New should be kept as far away from American newsmen as possible. Second, MACV should quietly begin to brief reporters on a background basis, whether Saigon liked it or not. And third, U.S. advisors in the field should insist that journalists be brought along on military operations. If the ARVN refused, U.S. support for that operation should be withheld. In other words, as Mecklin put it, no correspondence, no choppers. On the last day of 1962, Harkins tried to extend an olive branch to Halberstam, Sheehan, and Brown. He called the newsmen to his Spartan office at MACV headquarters near the cacophonous Saigon Central Market. All four men lit cigarettes, although Harkins smoked his through an ivory holder. Gray-haired, hawk-nosed, athletically lean, and impeccably uniformed, the 58-year-old general had been in charge of U.S. forces in Vietnam for less than a year. Behind him was a long and distinguished Army career, including service in World War II and the Korean War. He visited Vietnam multiple times prior to his MACV assignment and commanded a 5,000-man U.S. invasion force that was assembled but never sent to turbulent Laos in 1961. But Harkins was a traditional military man to the tips of his well-buffed dress shoes. He had no experience fighting communist guerrillas and seemed to have scant understanding of Vietnamese history or the political dynamics that drove Viet Cong military actions. Indeed, he was baffled by the Vietnamese, telling an interviewer years later, "It's a funny thing, the Oriental mind and the Oriental ways, and, well, we don't understand it, really." The son of a Boston theater critic, Harkins played polo at West Point and graduated in the middle of his class in 1929. After World War II broke out, he served under Patton in North Africa and Sicily before becoming Deputy Chief of Staff for Patton's Third Army as it raced across France into Germany. An operations planner, Harkins was nicknamed Ramrod for his determination to keep tanks, trucks, and troops moving. During the Korean War, he served as Chief of Staff of the U.S. 8th Army and later commanded the 24th and 45th Infantry Divisions. Following a series of high-level Pentagon staff positions in the mid-1950s, Harkins was appointed commander of NATO troops in southeastern Europe in 1957. 3 years later, he became deputy commander of U.S. Army forces in the Pacific. Kennedy named him chief of MACV in February 1962. Like Nolting, Harkins liked and admired ZM and thought the war could be won with him. The general grasped the political nature of the conflict to some degree, but seemed oblivious to the importance of symbolism and propaganda. He moved into a white mansion in Saigon's best neighborhood that was formerly occupied by the commander of the French army, not realizing or not caring about the unpleasant comparison between the Americans and the hated French that would arise in Vietnamese minds over his choice of quarters. He favored bombing with napalm because it really put the fear of God into the VC, but showed little concern that exploding canisters of jellied gasoline also fell on innocent peasants, resulting in hideous deaths and injuries from burns and asphyxiation that made excellent grist for communist propagandists. Harkins's biggest blind spot, however, was his excessive optimism about how much time the ARVN needed to vanquish the Viet Cong. He repeatedly told ZM, his Washington superiors, and the press that the war would be won in short order, although it had taken years for other national armies to beat back communist insurgencies, even under more favorable circumstances. The British, for instance, had needed a dozen years and 350,000 men to defeat just 12,000 Malayan guerrillas, and that was with no enemy reinforcements infiltrating through adjacent countries. Shortly after taking over MACV, Harkins told Donald Gregg, chief of the CIA's Vietnam desk, "I don't care what you hear from other people. I tell you we will be out of here with a military victory in 6 months." When Defense Secretary Robert McNamara visited South Vietnam in May 1962, Harkins assured him the war would be over by Christmas. Almost a year later, in April 1963, the general was predicting an end to the war by the next Christmas. Worried that he was creating unrealistic expectations about the war's progress, the State Department tried to restrain Harkins. The general nevertheless refused to deviate from his self-appointed role as cheerleader for ZM and the ARVN. He believed they needed encouragement, not criticism, if they were to win, and that it was his job to be a bottomless well of boosterism. At conferences on the war and in written reports to Washington, he exuded nothing but confidence and insisted that his subordinates do the same. "I am an optimist," he told Time early in his tenure as MACV commander, "and I'm not going to allow my staff to be pessimistic." But Harkins's incessantly upbeat reports eventually undermined his credibility in Saigon and Washington. According to Mecklin, American military advisors mocked him with a ditty they sang to the tune of "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." "We are winning, this we know. General Harkins tells us so. In the Delta, things are rough. In the mountains, mighty tough. But we're winning, this we know. General Harkins tells us so." Harkins disliked and distrusted journalists. The AP's Peter Arnett thought the general viewed him and his colleagues as dangerous imbeciles, and was curiously ill-informed about how they operated. Although the newsmen were intensely competitive, always trying to scoop one another on stories, Harkins thought Halberstam somehow had the power to dictate to his peers what to write. If you ever look up the press reports in those days, you'll find Halberstam would write them, and then they'd hand out the circulars to all the other press guys, and they'd actually put in the same thing, change a few words here and there, Harkins said after leaving Vietnam. He handed out mimeographs and sort of had the press eating out of his hand. None of that was true. The general also drew the mistaken and arguably anti-Semitic conclusion that the Times reporters' negative stories about Ziem were motivated by religious resentment since Halberstam was Jewish. The journalists returned Harkins's scorn in full. One evening, Halberstam and Sheehan took a young State Department officer, a fellow Ivy Leaguer who just arrived in Vietnam, to dinner at one of Saigon's best French restaurants. After giving him some advice about the embassy and MacV, don't trust anything those bastards tell you, the reporters spent most of the evening excoriating Harkins. As wine flowed, they conducted a mock court-martial of the general for incompetence and dereliction of duty. After each charge was leveled against Harkins, Halberstam boomed, "Guilty!" Sheehan jumped up to carry out the sentence, exuberantly pantomiming a firing squad against the back wall of the restaurant. The young diplomat, Richard Holbrook, a future U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, looked around the room in panic, fearing that if anyone recognized him with these two maniacs, his career would be over before it started. Halberstam later described Harkins in a cable to a Times editor as a particularly stupid and ill-informed man. Sheehan viewed Harkins as lazy and complacent, a congenital staff officer with no real intellectual curiosity about the nature of this very different war or how to fight it. The general had a propensity to observe the countryside from the air rather than tramp through it with his advisers and Arvin soldiers. He seldom appeared in public wearing anything other than his tan office uniform and shiny dress shoes, and carrying his swagger stick and cigarette holder. When Horst Fass, the AP photographer, asked to take a picture of Harkins clad in fatigues and combat boots with troops in the field, he refused, saying, "Forget that kind of picture. I'm not that kind of general." Over time, Vietnam became a graveyard for the reputations of a number of high-ranking American government officials and military men, and Harkins was one of the first to fall into an open pit. By the end of his tour in mid-1964, to pull a Harkins had become synonymous in Army circles with a major screw-up, a particularly boneheaded move. His MacV successor, General William Westmoreland, recalled that when Harkins briefed him about what to expect, the outgoing general's optimism seemed to have deserted him as he wanly recited a poem by Rudyard Kipling. At the end of the fight is a tombstone white, with the name of the late deceased, and the epitaph drear, "A fool lies here, who tried to hustle the East." As Harkins talked with Halberstam, Sheehan, and Brown on New Year's Eve 1962, his office grew hazy with cigarette smoke. Sheehan was in a confrontational mood. For weeks, U.S. Army investigators had been trying to find out who supposedly leaked information about the massive helicopter assault that Mert Perry had seen from his roof. Sheehan interpreted the inquiry as a flat-footed but deliberate campaign to silence his sources. He demanded to know why MacV was wasting Army time and taxpayer money on it. Harkins stared at the young newsman, less than half his age, over his cigarette holder. "I don't know anything about that," he said. His reply only made Sheehan more agitated. Word of the MacV investigation was all over town. Mecklin even joked about it. Sheehan repeated his question. "I'll look into it," said Harkins, an edge to his voice. Brown said little. He'd been through these dog and pony shows before. Halberstam was uncharacteristically quiet. He didn't much care if Harkins was mad at him, or if Nolting was, or if anyone at the palace was. His instincts told him Vietnam was the story of a lifetime, and that he had it nailed. He had good sources pointing him in the right directions. He was the de facto leader of a small but fierce tribe of truth-seekers, all of them pursuing the news just as hard and enthusiastically as he was. Most of them were in their late 20s or early 30s. They often worked 18 hours a day. Most had no wives, kids, mortgage payments, or anything else to distract them. All we had was the story, a total belief in what we were doing, the excitement of it, Halberstam recalled. We knew in a way we'd never have a shot at something like that again, that we were extraordinarily lucky as journalists to even have that one shot. Covering the war was a noble endeavor, Halberstam felt. It was important. It was bigger than him and his colleagues. More and more, it was also becoming personal. The reporters often became friends with the American military men they met in the boonies, infantry officers, Green Berets, chopper pilots, guys their own age, guys they liked and respected. As time went on, some of these men were killed or wounded in action. America needed to know what was happening to its sons in Vietnam, what this new kind of war was really like, and Halberstam and the other journalists were determined to tell the truth about the war, no matter how their stories were received at the embassy, the palace, or the White House. Chapter 6. A Miserable Damn Performance. The Battle of Ap Bac. Harkins and other senior American officers yearned for a battlefield showdown between the ARVN and the Viet Cong, a conventional slugfest in which the South Vietnamese would have a huge advantage in firepower and mobility over what the MACV brass derided as raggedy-ass little bastards. They got their wish at Bac, a hamlet in the upper Mekong Delta, where 1,200 South Vietnamese troops closed in from 3 directions on a much smaller number of VC on January 2, 1963. But the battle didn't go as expected. The operation had been planned by South Vietnamese and American officers attached to the 7th Division. Their objective was to knock out a VC radio transmitter located near Bac, about 35 miles southwest of Saigon. American news accounts called it the Battle of Ap Bac, since the Vietnamese word for hamlet is Ap. U.S. intelligence believed that no more than 120 VC were in the area of Bac and another hamlet just to the north, Tan Toi. But in fact, there were 350 guerrillas in 2 reinforced companies. They were part of 2 battalions, the 261st and the feared 514th, which had decimated the ARVN Ranger Company in October. Many of the VC fighters lived in the area and were familiar with the terrain. Their intelligence network had reported that an attack was coming, although the exact target wasn't clear. Among the indicators was the recent arrival of 71 truckloads of ammunition and other supplies in the town of My Tho, near 7th Division headquarters, which VC agents reported to their superiors. The Allied plan was to land a battalion of 7th Division infantry north of Tan Toi by helicopter and then attack the hamlet. Meanwhile, 2 battalions of Civil Guard provincial militia would march up from the south and attack Bac. 13 armored personnel carriers would sweep in from the west, overrunning Viet Cong positions from that direction. The idea was to force the guerrillas to flee into the flat, open rice fields and swamplands east of their positions, where Huey gunships and Skyraider fighter bombers would slaughter them. Peasants who lived in the 2 hamlets had already vanished in anticipation of the ARVN assault. The surrounding region was a checkerboard of rice paddies bordered by earthen dikes. The dikes were 4 feet thick at their narrowest and much thicker in other places. Some were as high as levees on the Mississippi River. The VC had dug foxholes in the dikes deep enough for a man to stand in. Camouflaged by banana and coconut trees and dense stands of bamboo and water palms that grew along the dikes, the holes were good protection from almost anything but a direct hit by a bomb or artillery shell. With the heavy foliage around them, VC fighters in the holes were almost impossible to see from the rice paddies or from the air. They were deployed along the dikes, so they faced west and south from Bac and north from Tan Toi. Thanks to weapons captured from Diem's U.S.-equipped forces, the guerrillas had better arms than ever. M1 semi-automatic rifles, Thompson submachine guns, Browning automatic rifles, and .30 caliber machine guns. They also had a 60mm mortar and grenades that could be launched from rifles, vastly increasing their range. The 7th Division had badly mauled the VC several times during the summer and fall of 1962. With morale sagging, Communist commanders needed a ringing victory to reassure their men. They also wanted to show peasants in the upper Delta that they could still dominate Diem's troops, regardless of how many new weapons the American imperialists showered on them. Communist leaders had continued to refine their tactics for countering helicopters and M113 armored personnel carriers. Approaching helicopters could be heard from far away, and VC fighters learned to split up into small groups and calmly wait out the danger beneath the thick protective canopies of forests and jungles. If choppers used the same landing zones more than once or twice, the VC seeded them with sharpened bamboo stakes or set ambushes. They began limiting their attacks to 15 minutes, withdrawing before even the swiftest airborne units could arrive. VC machine gunners and riflemen were trained to aim ahead of choppers in flight so that the iron birds, as the communists called them, flew into their bullet streams. In hidden jungle clearings, trainers pulled small cardboard cutouts of Hueys and Shawnees along a string between two poles to give troops a sense of how to lead them with their guns. VC soldiers were told to concentrate their fire when the choppers were most vulnerable, near or on the ground, as troops jumped off. Armored personnel carriers were harder to stop and therefore more terrifying, but VC riflemen were taught to aim for the men manning the .50 caliber machine guns atop the vehicles, since they lacked protective shields. The VC also learned to drop grenades into the vehicle's top hatches or the driver's hatches in front. With larger, better-trained units and more sophisticated weapons, VC leaders in the Upper Delta believed their men were ready to fight from fixed positions, a notable change in their usual hit-and-run tactics. The Battle of Ap-Bac began at about 7:45 a.m. as one of the Civil Guard battalions approached the line of communist foxholes that faced south beneath a row of trees. The VC knew the troops were coming because they'd captured American radios tuned to the channel used by ARVN units, which didn't encode their transmissions. The Civil Guard commander sent part of the battalion forward to reconnoiter. The rest of his men stayed behind the safety of a dike. The VC waited until the guardsmen were about 30 yards away in a paddy and opened fire. The guard leader and his executive officer were killed within seconds. The rest of the troops reeled backward through the water and muck. As they did so, the guardsmen behind the dike held up their rifles and fired over the top without looking, so that the retreating men were being shot at from behind as well as in front. Poorly directed ARVN artillery overshot the guerrillas, leaving them untouched. For the next 2 hours, the guardsmen attempted to outflank the communists in the tree line, but failed. Their commander was the local province chief, ARVN Major Lam Quang Do. He didn't order his 2nd Battalion to attack in unison with the one under fire, nor did he correct his artillery fire, even after an American advisor warned it was off target. Instead, he did what Ziem's casualty-averse combat leaders often did when faced with strong enemy resistance. He called for someone else to do the fighting. Do radioed a request to the 7th Division commander, Colonel Bui Din Dam, to fly in 2 infantry companies being held in reserve and land them behind the guerrillas in the southern tree line. But Do didn't realize that the landing zone he had in mind was in another open paddy field directly in front of a different set of VC troops, dug into a tree line and facing west. The 7th Division's ranking U.S. advisor, Lieutenant Colonel John Paul Vann, was observing the fighting from an L-19 spotter plane. He'd watched ARVN infantrymen arrive outside Tantoy that morning, only to find themselves pinned down by the VC there. Colonel Dam radioed that he wanted Vann to select a landing site for the 2 reserve companies near Bac. Vann was suspicious of the hamlet, thinking it might harbor additional Viet Cong. He ordered his pilot to swoop low over the tree lines around the hamlet, but even his experienced eye couldn't pick out the enemy soldiers beneath the dense green foliage. Nevertheless, he warned the helicopter pilots bringing in the reserve troops to stay at least 300 yards away from the western tree line outside Bac, beyond the effective range of communist fire. 10 Shawnee troop carriers clattered in, escorted by 5 Huey gunships, but the lead Shawnee pilot ignored Vann's instructions, putting his ship down just 200 yards from the west-facing VC, who had an unobstructed view of the ARVN soldiers leaping into knee-high water in the paddy. As bullets cracked and zipped around them, the troopers ran to a low dike about 15 yards in front of them and threw themselves into its muddy banks for protection. With nowhere else to hide, and the communists firing down at them from their tall dikes, the government troops were trapped in a lethal shooting gallery. An American advisor with them, Sergeant Arnold Bowers, tried to rally them to charge VC positions, but the soldiers wouldn't move. After disgorging their troops, 9 choppers took off. The pilot of the 10th reported that his controls were shot away, and he, his co-pilot, and 2 crewmen planned to abandon their crippled bird and join the soldiers in the paddy. The helicopter crews felt deep loyalty to one another, and under their informal code of chivalry, downed airmen had to be picked up immediately, even if they were relatively safe with ARVN units. One of the departing Shawnees turned around and made a disastrous choice to land between the disabled chopper and the VC in the tree line. It too was quickly shot up and rendered unflyable. A third Shawnee was so damaged it had to land about a mile away, but its crew was picked up without incident. The Hueys had been rocketing and machine gunning the tree line, but with little effect, since they couldn't see the VC in their canopied foxholes. Now the commander of the Huey platoon decided to rescue the crews of the two downed Shawnees. He intended to set his bird down behind the damaged choppers, using them as shields. But as the Huey slowed and went into a hover, enemy rounds struck its main rotor blades. The helicopter crashed and flipped over on its right side, its drive shaft screaming as it spun at high speed with the blades stripped away. Worried that the overheated engine would ignite the Huey's fuel tanks, Sergeant Bowers jumped up from behind the dike and ran toward the ruined chopper. One of the two pilots had escaped and was staggering toward a dike that offered some protection. Bowers managed to yank open a cockpit window and pull out the other pilot, dazed and bleeding from a leg wound. He helped the man hobble over to the dike and then rushed back for the door gunner, who, strapped in his seat, was hanging almost upside down. Bowers kicked a hole in the Huey's plexiglass windshield and crawled inside. He removed the gunner's helmet and discovered the man was dead, shot through the head. Bowers unbuckled his seatbelt and dragged him out of the chopper anyway. The engine stopped, evidently burned out. Bowers began pulling the corpse toward the pilots behind the dike, but the man was heavy, and the VC were firing rifle grenades and mortar shells at the downed helicopters. Bowers decided he couldn't do anything else for the gunner and was endangering himself for nothing. He left the body on a patch of dry ground and ran over to one of the Shawnees. Bowers climbed inside the aluminum carcass and found the crew chief, who'd been shot through the shoulder. Bullets slapped into the fuselage, but the VC were aiming too high. Crawling along the floor to the crew chief, Bowers bandaged his wounds and got him to lie on his back to help stop his bleeding. He didn't seem badly hurt. Bowers lay next to him for a while, chatting about his wife and trying to keep him calm. After assuring the chief he'd come back to check on him, Bowers left to see if he could help the ARVN soldiers sheltering behind the dike. The reserve companies had been under fire for about 30 minutes when a pair of Sky Raider fighter bombers appeared. They dropped napalm but didn't hit any VC in the tree line and managed only to set some thatched-roofed houses on fire. The heat was so intense that Bowers could feel it out in the paddy. The planes began to dive bomb the burning houses with conventional bombs. Some of the ARVN infantrymen, thinking the VC had been driven off, stood up to watch the spectacle, but 2 of them were immediately shot dead. The rest dove back into the dirt. When Bowers returned to the wounded crew chief, he was dead too. Wheeling back and forth above the battle in his little spotter plane, Van was beside himself with frustration and anger. He now had 3 helicopter crews on the ground. Whether the men were dead or alive he didn't know, and 2 ARVN companies in danger of being overrun if the VC decided to charge out of their tree line. Earlier, Van saw the 13 dark green armored personnel carriers about a mile away and radioed 2 U.S. Army captains, James Scanlon and Robert Mays, serving as advisors to the armor unit. He ordered them to tell the ARVN captain in charge of the M113s, Lee Tong-ba, to get moving and relieve the infantrymen under siege in the paddy. Scanlon came back on the radio after a few minutes with unwelcome news. "I've got a problem, Topper 6, he said, using Van's call sign. "My counterpart won't move." "God damn it! Doesn't he understand that this is an emergency?" Van demanded. "I described the situation to him exactly as you told me, Topper 6, but he says, 'I don't take orders from Americans,'" Scanlon explained. Van signed off and called one of his fellow advisors at 7th Division headquarters, telling him to get the division commander, Colonel Dam, to order Captain Ba and his M113s to head for Back immediately. The advisor reported back that Dam agreed and was relaying the order through ARVN channels. The M113s fired up their engines and began to roll, but almost immediately they ran into a canal with high banks. The heavy vehicles had a hard time climbing such slippery obstacles, reminding one journalist of rubber ducks trapped in a bathtub. Soldiers riding inside had to dismount, cut down trees and brush, and fill in the canals sufficiently for the machines to cross. About an hour was needed to get the M113s over this canal, and Captain Baugh felt that was too long. He refused to go any farther. "Why don't they send the infantry?" he said, meaning the Arvin Battalion bogged down outside Tân Toi. Scanlon was taken aback by the Vietnamese officer's hesitancy. The son of a prosperous Delta landowner, Baugh was usually aggressive in pursuing the enemy. He'd commanded a squadron of French armored cars against the Viet Minh and spent a year at the U.S. Army Armor School at Fort Knox, Kentucky. But in December 1962, Diem reorganized his armor units, taking the M113s away from Colonel Dam's 7th Division and putting them under a more politically reliable officer, Major To, the province chief. The personnel carriers weren't as potent as tanks, but they provided extra insurance against coup attempts. Under Diem's ungainly, divided chains of command, designed as much as anything to stop his military from overthrowing him, province chiefs, not the Arvin, had command of civil guard and village-level militia forces. Diem personally appointed province chiefs, and they had an open line of communication to the palace. Arvin commanders could request help from provincial troops, and province chiefs could go along or not, as they saw fit. Thus, Captain Baugh could safely ignore Colonel Dam's orders. Until he got orders from Major To, his M113s weren't going anywhere. Mays and Baugh went on foot to look for another place to ford the canal and found a second high-banked irrigation channel beyond it. That reinforced Baugh's unwillingness to move. It would take 2 hours for the M113s to cross both waterways. The infantry should go instead. Scanlon and Mays stood atop Baugh's carrier, arguing with him. Soon all three men were yelling angrily. Van got on the radio to berate Scanlon and Mays. "I told you people to do something, and you're not doing it," he raged. "Why can't you get the lead out of the son of a bitch's ass? He's got his order from the division commander." Baugh spoke English well and heard every word coming from the two-way radio. Van was even more incensed because a few months earlier he'd asked Harkins for portable bridging equipment for Baugh's M113s to use in situations like this, but hadn't received it. "Jesus Christ, this is intolerable," Van spat over the radio. "That bastard has armor trucks and 50 cals, and he's afraid of a bunch of VC with small arms. What's wrong with him?" Van flew off in his spotter plane to see if he could get the civil guards to attack the VC in the south-facing tree line. Cruising over the militia positions, he saw men lying on their backs behind the dike, where they'd taken refuge after their earlier VC contacts. Some were sleeping. No one was shooting. The guardsmen were in a position to attack the west-facing VC, the ones firing at the trapped reserve companies, from their flank. But when Colonel Dam called Major To at Van's request and asked for the civil guards to launch an assault, To refused. He felt he'd already lost enough men that day. Van zoomed back over to the M113s. They hadn't moved an inch. It was 11:10 a.m., 45 minutes after the Huey crashed. Van had heard over the radio that 2 of the downed aviators were seriously injured. He saw Mays standing on top of Baugh's carrier with the Vietnamese captain. Boiling with anger, Van called Mays and asked if he could seize command of Baugh's tracks and get them over the canals to back. "Roger, Topper 6. I could do that," Mays answered carefully. "Then shoot that rotten, cowardly son of a bitch right now and move out," Van screamed. Mays knew Baugh's men wouldn't act without orders from their own leader. The American and Vietnamese captains looked at each other. During 4 months in the field together, they'd become friends. Instead of drawing his pistol, Mays suggested that the carriers return to a place he'd seen earlier that day, where the double canals merged into one. Baugh agreed. The M113s again switched on their engines and churned off. Impatient and worried about the chopper crewmen on the ground, Van flew back to 7th Division headquarters to refuel and organize an airborne rescue. The firing from the western tree line had become sporadic, and Van thought the VC might be withdrawing, as they usually did in such circumstances. The Huey pilots agreed to go back and strafe the tree line, while a Shawnee went in to pick up the injured airmen. A second Shawnee would circle nearby as an emergency backup. Returning to the battlefield, Van told his L-19 pilot to fly low over the downed helicopters and parallel to the VC in the foxholes, hoping to draw fire that would reveal their positions. But the guerrillas held back, waiting to see what the real game was. Van turned and saw the rescue Shawnee lumbering in for a landing. At the same time, the Hueys began blasting the tree line with rockets and machine guns. But again, they scored few hits on the well-camouflaged enemy. Bullets from enemy rifles, Browning automatic rifles, and .30 caliber machine guns began perforating the Shawnee. Almost as soon as he touched down, the pilot radioed that his controls were hit and he had to lift off without taking on any wounded. The bird staggered into the air, flew about 3/4 of a mile, and was forced to land again. Captain Baugh finally reached Major Tow on the radio at about 1 p.m. Tow ordered Baugh to proceed to back and attack, but Baugh's men took their time. When they finally got within view of the ruined helicopters, the area was quiet. Scanlon figured the VC had already departed. He was wrong. The VC commander had hoped that he and his men could slip away to the north, but the Arvin battalion in front of Tan Toi effectively blocked that route. That meant the VC would have to stay in Tan Toi and back until nightfall and exfiltrate to the east. Until then, they had to fend off heavily armed enemies on 3 sides. It wasn't until 1:45 p.m. that the first 2 M113s reached the downed helicopters, 3 hours and 20 minutes after Van had put out his emergency call to assist the surviving airmen. In that time, the armored tracks had traversed only a mile of terrain. Captain Mays wanted to pick up the injured chopper crewmen right away and get them safely inside the mobile fortresses. Sergeant Bowers ran up to help, and together they got the aviators into the rear hatch of Mays's carrier. The VC in the tree line opened up with a sustained fusillade, although most of the bullets bounced off the vehicle's aluminum alloy skin, making a bung, bung, bung sound. At least one slug found its mark, however. When Mays climbed back into the vehicle, he discovered that the driver, sitting in the open front hatch, had been shot through the head. 2 other M113s trundled into action against the VC dug into the dike to the left of the helicopters. The dike jutted out into the paddy at that point, and the guerrillas had placed a .30 caliber machine gun there, so anybody approaching it would be caught in a crossfire with another machine gun on the right end of their line. The armored carriers stopped and dropped their rear doors. About a dozen infantrymen scrambled out of each one. The soldiers and M113s then began advancing together as trained. Captain Scanlon was aboard one of the carriers, and he jumped out, pistol in hand. He tried to spot the VC in the tree line ahead, but they were invisible in the green wall of trees and underbrush. Scanlon couldn't even see muzzle flashes from their guns. The American looked up at the M113 gunner blazing away with his .50 caliber gun. He should have been firing at the base of the tree line where the guerrillas were dug in, but instead he was shooting high, chopping off the tops of banana trees with heavy slugs. The VC kept shooting back. An Arvin trooper a few steps away was hit and went down. A soldier with a Browning automatic rifle was wounded too. Frightened, the M113 machine gunner ducked down into his hatch but kept firing, his weapons pointed up at the clouds. Realizing the entire squad was in danger of being cut down, Scanlon ordered the soldiers back inside their carriers. He'd never seen the VC react like this to M113s. The guerrillas had always cut and run when confronted by the armored monsters in the past, but today was different. The enemy wasn't panicking, and the Arvin wasn't performing well. The .50 caliber gunner was still cowering inside his hatch. Like many U.S. advisors, Scanlon spoke little Vietnamese. He began screaming at the gunner to stand up and aim at the base of the tree line. Then he tried to shove the man into position, pushing and struggling until he finally stood and resumed firing in the general direction of the guerrillas. The driver of the other M113 threw his machine into reverse. Scanlon saw a wounded soldier lying in the paddy. He yelled at his driver to stop, but no one got out to pick up the injured man. Scanlon jumped out, joined by an Arvin trooper with more nerve than his comrades. Together, they hauled the wounded soldier into the vehicle. By then, the M113 crews were too intimidated to re-engage the VC. Both armored trucks backed up behind the Shawnee fuselages, seeking shelter from the ongoing enemy barrage. The VC ceased firing as soon as the machines retreated. Despite Scanlon's vocal protests, the two vehicles then fell back even farther to the canal they'd crossed. At that point, Captain Baugh arrived in his command carrier, accompanied by another M113. He drove forward 2 tracks ahead of him that were firing at VC on the right side of the tree line. Mays was in one of those carriers and saw Baugh coming. The Vietnamese officer was sitting up against his open top hatch, where he had a clear view of the battlefield and could fire the machine gun. Mays wanted to call him on the radio to suggest that the M113s try a flanking maneuver, rather than a frontal assault, to take out the VC machine gun on the right. Mays wanted the carriers to roll up onto the dike and blast the enemy out of their foxholes, one by one. As Baugh's carrier drew close to Mays's, the Vietnamese captain lowered himself into the hatch, possibly to adjust his radio. The carrier hit a bump, and the heavy machine gun swung around on its mount. Its barrel bashed Baugh in the forehead, knocking him down into the vehicle's hull, dazed. Over the next 20 minutes, 3 or 4 more carriers pulled up, but Mays didn't speak Vietnamese well and couldn't communicate his flanking plan to Baugh's second-in-command. The carriers were supposed to attack as a group to maximize their firepower. Instead, they made individual forays against the tree line, and the VC repulsed each one. Enemy riflemen began picking off the machine gunners, silhouetted atop their vehicles with no shields. With Baugh half-conscious, a sergeant took his place and ordered the driver to head for the VC machine gun nest, but the sergeant soon fell back into the vehicle, dying of a bullet through the throat. An M113 equipped with a flamethrower clanked to within 100 yards of the tree line. At that range, its burning jet of jellied gasoline could reach the men in the foxholes, setting the foliage around them ablaze and burning them to death or forcing them to run. The VC concentrated their guns on the fire-breathing behemoth, but their bullets only bounced off its armor. The carrier swung its flamethrower nozzle from side to side menacingly. A dazzling tongue of flame shot out 20 or 30 yards, but evaporated in the air with the force and effect of a Zippo lighter, in Scanlon's dejected words. The crew had failed to mix enough gelling agent into the gasoline to keep it blazing over longer distances. Still stunned by the blow to his head, Captain Baugh tried to organize a mass assault on the guerrillas' line. In his confusion, he neglected to summon the 4 or 5 carriers still lingering at the canal to join him. Baugh's group of 4 moved forward, but the drivers had trouble staying abreast of one another, as they were supposed to. Sergeant Bowers, lying in the paddy with the pinned-down reserve companies, watched with professional admiration as the VC opened fire at the advancing M113s. Instead of spraying all of them with bullets, they concentrated on the one closest to them. When it dropped back, the Communists fired at the new lead vehicle, conserving their ammunition. The VC used their machine guns to grip the lead M113 in a crossfire, blasting away until its exposed gunner had been killed or wounded. As more of their comrades were hit, 1 or 2 of the drivers began backing up. Baugh kept grinding forward until he was within 20 yards of the dike. It still seemed possible for the armored tracks to reach the VC foxholes. At that point, the enemy's nerves would snap. They'd jump up and run away in panic. But that didn't happen. Astonishingly, a VC squad leader jumped up and ran toward the M113s, hurling a grenade at one of them. It landed on top of the carrier and went off with a tremendous explosion. Other VC soldiers followed their leader, rushing out of their holes and throwing more grenades. From farther down the line, another VC fired rifle grenades. A couple of the explosives burst in the air, and several guerrillas were cut down either by their own shrapnel or ARVN bullets. But their unexpected and heroic charge against the machines had its effect. The ear-splitting explosions shredded what was left of the M113 crew's courage. The armored carriers backed away from the VC positions for the last time at about 2:30 p.m. Orbiting overhead, Van watched the unfolding debacle in dismay. Another U.S. advisor radioed him that Brigadier General Huyen Van Cao, commander of 4th Corps, which included the 7th Division, had requested that an airborne battalion be hurried from Saigon. Van wanted the fresh troops dropped east of Bac and Tantoy, closing the box around the VC and cutting off their only avenue of retreat. But he learned that Coup intended to drop the paratroopers west of the hamlets, behind the downed helicopters and trapped reserve companies. The 34-year-old Coup had carefully cultivated an image as one of the ARVN's most aggressive commanders. He converted the briefing room in his Saigon villa into a replica of Napoleon's map room and wrote an autobiographical novel, He Grows Under Fire, in which he promoted himself as a model military leader. Intelligent and glib, he liked to strut about carrying a polished swagger stick. In reality, Coup was one of the most casualty-averse commanders in the ARVN. Despite his rapid career ascent, he'd seen relatively little combat and lacked the stomach of a good field leader. During one operation in which his artillery was firing in support of an ARVN unit battling the VC, Coup ran out of his command tent, threw up, and ordered the guns to stop shooting. The noise, he said, was too upsetting. Cou's main qualification for command of 4th Corps was his unswavering loyalty to Diem, to whom he referred as my king. Like many high-ranking ARVN officers, Coup was a Catholic and a member of Ngu's Can Lao party. He hailed from Hue, where his family knew Diems. Prior to his elevation to Corps commander, Coup was in charge of the 7th Division, and Van, as division advisor, had pushed him constantly to be more aggressive. But after a pair of firefights that cost the lives of 38 soldiers and civil guardsmen, Diem summoned Coup to the palace one morning, made him wait all day in an anteroom, and then reprimanded him for permitting so many casualties. Coup took his king's admonition to heart. Van quickly recognized Cou's intent in wanting to drop the parachute battalion to the west of the VC. He hoped to scare the enemy with a big show of force that would cause him to slip out of Bac and Tantoy toward the east, where his men wouldn't have to fight them. Van again flew to 7th Division headquarters, where a nervous Coup had arrived after hearing news of the downed helicopters. Diem, Coup knew, would blame him for the fiasco. Van marched into the command tent and told Coup he could still turn the situation around by blocking the VC on the east and destroying them with all the firepower at his disposal. Pointing out ARVN and VC positions on a large map, Van jabbed at it so hard he almost knocked it off its easel. Coup was unconvinced. "We must reinforce," he insisted, saying the airborne troops needed to join the M113s and trapped reserve companies west of Bac. Knowing the only thing the general's plan would reinforce was an ARVN defeat, Van lost his temper. "God damn it, you want them to get away," he shouted. "You're afraid to fight." Coup pulled rank, saying he was the commanding general and his decision stood. The paratroopers didn't begin to jump out of their aircraft until a few minutes past 6 p.m., not long before nightfall. Van figured they'd just set up a defensive perimeter and start cooking dinner, rather than go after the enemy in the dark. But many of the jumpers missed their mark, landing not near the M113s outside Bac, but directly in front of VC riflemen at Tantoy. They came under heavy fire as they floated down in the gloaming and weren't able to organize a counterattack. 19 were killed and 33 wounded. Van wanted to give the ARVN one last crack at the enemy. He suggested that aircraft drop flares over their expected escape route that night, but General Coup refused. The two VC companies began pulling out at about 10 p.m., moving east in a quiet column toward the safety of hidden base camps in the nearby plain of reeds. They'd scored a remarkable victory. Instead of retreating as they usually did, the Communists stood their ground against not only well-armed and more numerous infantry, but the full panoply of U.S. weaponry: helicopters, armored personnel carriers, artillery, and planes dropping bombs and napalm. They'd killed as many as 80 South Vietnamese soldiers and wounded more than 100. 3 U.S. servicemen died and 8 were wounded during the battle. 5 helicopters had been knocked out in a single day, a record at that point in the war. With Saigon troops blocking 3 sides of the battlefield, the enemy slipped away through the open side of the infamous 3-sided Vietnamese square. They suffered 18 killed, 39 wounded. The Communists had proven they could stand fast against anything the Saigon Army and its American friends threw at them. They'd bucked up their own morale and showed Delta peasants that even with all the new U.S. military aid, Ziem's forces couldn't beat them. The Battle of Apbach became a VC rallying cry. The hamlet's name appeared in gold letters on the 514th Battalion's battle flags. 4-color propaganda posters appeared across the Delta, lionizing the brilliant and brave fighting men of Bach and Tantoy. Encouraged by the battle's outcome, Hanoi doubled the number of infiltrators it was sending south to about 1,700 a month and began smuggling heavy weapons, anti-aircraft machine guns, 81mm mortars, and recoilless cannons that could wreck M113s to the VC in earnest. At some point during the battle, Nicholas Turner, Saigon bureau chief for the Reuters news service, got a tip that a big story was breaking at Bach. That night, he and Neil Sheehan hopped into Turner's car and zoomed off toward the Delta at 70 miles per hour, despite the threat of ambush. The tip came from the witty VC spy, Pham Xuan An, then working as Turner's assistant. He fed me the initial story and details that got me to write it, Turner remembered. He told me some American helicopters had been shot down and that I should go to Apbach. Turner and Sheehan pulled up at the 7th Division airstrip. Sheehan spotted General Coup, pacing back and forth outside the command tent and nervously running his hands through his hair over and over. He seemed incapable of talking coherently, but the two correspondents soon found Van, who pulled them aside in the darkness and gave them details about the disastrous battle. They were brave men, he said of the VC. They gave a good account of themselves today. Sheehan and Turner returned to Saigon and filed their initial dispatches. Then they ate dinner, showered, and drove back down to the airstrip that same night, so they could hitch a ride to Bach when the helicopters began lifting off again the next morning. At daybreak on January 3rd, a Shawnee took them to the hamlet, where destroyed thatched houses were still smoking. The pilot cautiously set down far to the west. Sheehan could see the M113s parked nearby. He and Turner began walking along a dike toward the downed choppers. The ugly detritus of war lay all around. Sheehan counted 20 ARVN corpses laid out on another dike, their fatigues smeared with blood. The reporter did something he hadn't done in years. He made the Catholic sign of the cross. Captain Scanlon appeared with 2 M113s to pick up bodies. There was no shooting, and Scanlon said the VC were long gone. But the ARVN soldiers with him were badly demoralized and didn't want to touch their dead comrades. Scanlon began yelling at them and yanking them off the vehicles. Sheehan and Turner helped load the corpses, including those of the 2 American helicopter crewmen. The M113s brought the bodies over to newly arrived choppers for evacuation, but the South Vietnamese didn't want to carry them into the birds either. Scanlon again began shouting at and shoving them. Sheehan and Turner were appalled. They'd never seen an American officer and ARVN soldiers behave like this. Then the newsmen got mad and started bellowing at the soldiers too. After they finished with the bodies, Sheehan and Turner encountered Brigadier General Robert York, who'd flown down to examine the battlefield. A former West Point boxer and World War II combat commander, York headed a special detachment that was studying VC tactics. Of the dozen American generals then serving in Vietnam, York was the only one with enough curiosity about what had happened at Bach to actually go there and find out. The general and an aide walked with the journalists along a dike where the VC had dug their foxholes. Sheehan was impressed by the clear field of fire they'd had from the dike at the helicopters and ARVN reserve companies as they landed in the open paddy to the west. The way the VC had positioned themselves and their weapons was a textbook example of how an outnumbered infantry unit could defend itself against a powerful attacker. Sheehan asked York what he thought of the enemy's performance. "What the hell's it look like?" the Alabama native replied, a note of exasperation in his voice. "They got away. That's what happened." The men stood on a dike, watching fresh ARVN troops march into Bach. Suddenly, artillery began booming from the south. A shell cut through the air and exploded not far from the South Vietnamese, throwing up a column of mud and water. "Hey, that's pretty damn close," York's aide yelled. More shells crashed beside a second line of soldiers on a dike about 75 yards away. The blast and flying debris knocked several of them off the dike. The rest leaped into the paddy, crying out in fear and confusion. "Let's get the hell out of here," York shouted, as additional rounds detonated about 30 yards away. His group ran along the dike, desperately trying to get out of the kill zone. They'd sprinted only a short distance when another explosion nearly blew them off their feet. "Get down!" York yelled. The men threw themselves into the side of the dike, hoping they'd survive as shells continued to blow up around them. When the artillery paused for 30 seconds or so, York ordered everyone to get up and run farther down the dike. It was a fortunate decision, since the next 2 shells went off where the men had been lying. By the time the bombardment ended, 4 ARVN troopers had been killed and 12 wounded. The fusillade of about 50 shells had been ordered by General Coup, who, Sheehan later wrote, decided to fake an attack on back now that the Viet Cong were gone. The general sent the additional troops into the hamlet and then flew to Major To's headquarters and ordered the artillery barrage. But neither Coup nor To had checked to make sure none of their men were in the target area. A South Vietnamese second lieutenant, serving as forward observer for the artillery, misread a map and reported that the troops were 3/4 of a mile outside back. But unlike Coup and To, he paid dearly for his sloppiness. When the enraged commander of the troops who'd been shelled found out about the map-reading error, he pulled out his pistol and shot the forward observer in the head. Early on the morning of January 3rd, Halberstam and Peter Arnett flew from Saigon to the 7th Division airstrip and boarded a helicopter to back. Both had filed stories the previous evening based on interviews with angry helicopter pilots returning to Saigon. The 2 reporters circled the hamlet for several minutes. Corpses sprawled in the paddies. Parachutes lay crumpled on the ground like tiny handkerchiefs. Zigzag tread marks in the mud told of the futile attempts by the M113s to dislodge the VC. The newsmen later returned to the airstrip, where a white-uniformed honor guard had been laid on for General Coup. Harkins was there, too, immaculately attired as always in his office uniform and polished black shoes, and carrying his swagger stick and ivory cigarette holder. He was preparing to fly back to Saigon when the reporters asked him what happened at back. "We've got them in a trap, and we're going to spring it in half an hour," Harkins replied. Halberstam and Arnett looked at him, dumbfounded. As Halberstam later wrote, "The enemy was long gone. The government troops were so completely disorganized that they would not even carry out their own dead. A province chief was shelling his own men, and a trap was about to be sprung?" As on so many other occasions in Vietnam, we never knew whether Harkins believed what he was saying or whether he felt that it should be said. Harkins questioned York and then left for Saigon. Between the honor guard for Coup and Harkins's absurd comments, Sheehan felt himself recoiling. "There was something obscene about all of this to me and the other reporters," he wrote. After Harkins left, Van came over to apologize to Sheehan and Turner about the shelling. "It was a miserable damn performance," he said bitterly of the ARVN. "These people won't listen. They make the same goddamn mistakes over and over in the same way." The news stories that Sheehan, Halberstam, and their colleagues wrote about back caused an uproar back home. The military battle was followed by a battle over the way the press covered it, with the resident reporters coming under fire from U.S. officials in Saigon and Washington. The journalists realized that back was the most important story they'd encountered in Vietnam. All of them had written before about combat setbacks for the ARVN, but back encapsulated all of the problems that were hobbling Diem's armed forces: poor leadership, the divided chain of command, the unwillingness to take casualties, the refusal to listen to American advice. U.S. newspapers gave prominent play to the stories coming out of Saigon. The Rochester, New York Democrat and Chronicle, for example, ran Van's "miserable damn performance" quote as a headline across the top of its front page. Halberstam's January 4th story in the New York Times portrayed back as a major defeat for the ARVN, noting that government troops got the sort of battle they wanted, and they lost. The dramatic defeat shook many Americans. With crises in Cuba, Berlin, Laos, and the Congo dominating recent headlines, news of Vietnam had been scant, and official optimism had tranquilized many people into thinking that the war was progressing nicely. After back, editorial writers vigorously attacked the Kennedy administration for trying to hide the realities of the war. A State Department analysis of media reaction across the country reported that, since APBAC, the complaint has been increasingly heard that the American public is not getting the facts on the situation in Vietnam, even at this time when American casualties are mounting. 2 days after the battle, Admiral Harry Felt, the Honolulu-based commander-in-chief of all U.S. forces in the Pacific and Harkins's immediate superior, flew to Saigon on an inspection trip. Felt believed, oddly and without evidence, that unflattering news stories about Diem had been planted by a public relations agency hired by someone either in South Vietnam or North Vietnam. Meeting Felt at the airport with other newsmen, Sheehan asked if he had any comment on BAC. "I'd like to say that I don't believe what I've been reading in the papers," Felt replied. "As I understand it, it was a Vietnamese victory, not a defeat, as the papers say." He turned to Harkins, who hastened to add, "Yes, that's right. It was a Vietnamese victory. It certainly was." Harkins's comments left U.S. newsmen in disbelief and further undercut his credibility with them. They saw BAC not only as a loss for Diem's army, but as evidence that it couldn't cope with the enemy, even with the advantages of U.S. technology, and that the American advisory program wasn't working. In a cable to the State Department, Nolting attributed the APBAC press eruption to the Saigon journalists undergoing a savagely emotional delayed reaction to Diem's expulsion of the Newsweek and NBC reporters. The mutual dislike between the newsmen and the regime, he wrote, verges on neurotic. The ambassador also charged that the reporters were too young and inexperienced to render a balanced judgment on an extraordinarily complex and mixed situation in South Vietnam. But Halberstam and his cohorts had their defenders within the government as well. One was William Jordan, a one-time New York Times diplomatic correspondent, then working as a special assistant to Avril Harriman at the State Department. In a memo to Harriman, Jordan characterized the reporting from Vietnam as exceedingly good. The Saigon journalists, he wrote, were pursuing their work with energy and seriousness of purpose. They spent a considerable amount of time in the provinces and the villages and with the military forces in the field. They have both better information and a better feel for the situation than many military officers and officials in Saigon. Jordan also pointed out that some of the most critical reporting on the regime had come not from younger newsmen, but from older veterans like Keys Beach of the Chicago Daily News and Robert Martin of U.S. News and World Report. As the uproar over BAC continued, the U.S. Army Chief of Staff, General Earl Wheeler, led a contingent of high-ranking officers to South Vietnam to assess the war effort. In his subsequent report to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Wheeler wrote that U.S. press coverage had done great harm by leading Americans to believe that the war was misguided, and by stirring doubts about the courage, the training, the determination and dedication of the Vietnamese armed forces. Harkins made the same point in a January 10th statement that anyone who criticizes the fighting qualities of the armed forces of the Republic of Vietnam is doing a disservice to the thousands of gallant and courageous men who are fighting in defense of their country. But other U.S. officials privately concluded that the Battle of APBAC had demonstrated the ARVN's weaknesses far more than its fighting prowess. Roger Hilsman, head of the State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research, later described the battle as a stunning defeat and a debacle. Many American combat advisors regarded it as dramatic substantiation of the warnings about the ARVN they'd been sending Harkins and other military higher-ups in Saigon for months. Major Robert Bayless, senior advisor to a South Vietnamese regiment in the Mekong Delta, later wrote that every American who was in the 4th Corps area realized that APBAC was a disaster. Always looking for a foreign scapegoat on which to pin the Diem regime's troubles, government-influenced newspapers in Saigon went after Van, saying he'd given unwise orders to ARVN units to attack, while swanning around in the safety of his spotter plane. Vietnamese soldiers were praised for bravely staying put. Ziem-friendly papers also zeroed in on Sheehan, whose reporting on Back had been particularly enterprising and pointed. One Saigon publication ran a photo of him in an army uniform under the headline, "The American Advisor Sheehan, What Does He Really Want?" There was no news story, just the photo and incorrect headline. Halberstam and Sheehan's other friends turned it into a joke, repeatedly asking him, "What do you really want?" After Back, Halberstam joined forces with Sheehan, working out of the UPI man's makeshift office in his small apartment. Halberstam liked Sheehan, a fellow Harvard grad, and admired his pluck and incredible appetite for work. Sheehan didn't just write a story, he attacked it, occasionally working all day and all night. His chronic lack of sleep led to raw nerves and emotional outbursts, and eventually, lifelong insomnia. Halberstam had to grin one morning when he found Sheehan sound asleep with his telephone still cradled against his ear. He'd nodded off in the midst of a conversation with a source. The two reporters set up their typewriters on opposite sides of Sheehan's dining room table. They got together almost every day, comparing notes, trying to understand what was going on in the palace and the embassy. Because he had fewer deadlines and could travel more, Halberstam had better military sources. Sheehan had better CIA sources, as well as a firmer grasp of the French war against the Viet Minh and Vietnamese history in general. The men talked about interviews they'd done, swapping information and trying to decipher ambiguous remarks they'd heard. "We'd sit there every day as if we were putting a jigsaw puzzle together," recalled Halberstam. They became not only working partners, but close friends. It was a good arrangement for Sheehan, since it helped level the field with his more numerous competitors at the Associated Press. But it was also good for Halberstam, who didn't have a phone at his villa and disliked being alone. There was another bonus for the Times reporter. Sheehan was dating a lovely Vietnamese woman everyone called Blue Lotus, and she introduced Halberstam to a friend, an equally attractive schoolteacher. The four of them often double-dated. Halberstam kept going out with the teacher, even though she was separated from her husband, a circumstance that the puritanical Madame New might seize on as a pretext to kick the newsman out of the country. One day in late February, he burst into Sheehan's office, loudly declaring, "Jesus Christ, have I got a hell of a story." He'd just returned from another visit with Van, who'd given him extensive details about how General Coup and his Arvin subordinates were deliberating avoiding combat in the Delta. Published on the front page of the Times on March 1st, Halberstam's provocative story said that, ever since Back, the South Vietnamese had been using intelligence supplied by Americans to send their troops where enemy concentrations were minimal. In one such operation, 2,000 Arvin soldiers managed to kill just one guerrilla, although airstrikes left a woman and a child dead. Without naming Van as a source, Halberstam summarized the concerns of U.S. advisors that the Arvins' lack of enthusiasm for fighting could have serious consequences in the Delta, as VC units grew in number and size. His piece also noted that high-ranking U.S. officials in Saigon, meaning Nolting and Harkins, refused to complain to Ziem, since their policy was to get along with him no matter what. Halberstam received plenty of kudos for his coverage of the war, but some of his Times colleagues chided him for not writing more about political developments. It was hard to find angles for such stories, however. The political situation hadn't changed much since Halberstam's arrival the previous year. South Vietnam was still an authoritarian state, ruled by a Catholic strongman. Most of Ziem's non-communist political foes were in prison, exiled, or afraid to speak out. No critics railed quotably about his excesses and errors from the floor of the tame National Assembly. No editorialists questioned his actions in the government-censored press. Nevertheless, South Vietnam's political dynamics were changing in the wake of the Buddhist massacre in Hue. On May 9th, the day after the killings, Halberstam got a call from Ziem's press director saying a news conference was to be held that afternoon. The government, he said, had evidence that the VC killed the Buddhists. Like the rest of the Western journalists, Halberstam knew little about Buddhists or their beliefs. He'd never been inside a pagoda or had any contact with monks, other than seeing them moving quietly through the streets of Saigon in their saffron-colored robes. But he was suspicious of the motives behind the press conference. The regime was more likely to be trying to cover up something than revealing the truth of what happened in Hue. In any event, Halberstam was scheduled to fly to Hong Kong that day to begin a 2-week vacation. After 8 months of running around the country and hammering out news stories nonstop, he was looking forward to the break. He skipped the news conference and headed for Tan Son Nhut. But the Hue massacre and the Buddhists' reaction to it was slowly building into a political earthquake, with the potential to shake the regime apart, and Halberstam would soon be writing about little else. Chapter 7. Behold a Burning Monk. On the morning of June 11th, Malcolm Brown found himself inside a small Saigon pagoda amid hundreds of Buddhist monks and nuns, all of them chanting in unison. The Buddhists murmured an ancient prayer of respect and devotion, Namo Ai Da Fat, over and over, their voices rising and falling in a faintly musical way. A monk with a loudspeaker led the chanting, as a second monk kept time, beating rhythmically with a stick on a hollow gourd. The air was stifling and scented with burning joss sticks. The Buddhists recited quietly at first, but their pace and volume gradually picked up. They seemed to be pouring their very souls into the prayer. Brown found the effect hypnotic. When he first arrived, a nun in a white robe of mourning offered him tea in a glass cup, and he saw tears streaming down her face. A monk hurried over to tell him not to leave because something very important was about to happen. For several weeks, the Buddhists had been organizing hunger strikes and marches in the monsoon-soaked streets to protest the killing of their fellow acolytes in Hue and pressure the government to meet their 5 demands. Western newsmen covered the protests at first, but lost interest as they took on a predictable sameness. The cops held back from interfering, knowing that any photos of them roughly breaking up peaceful Buddhist gatherings would only create more negative headlines for the regime. Instead, they merely shooed onlookers away. The Buddhists saw international news coverage as their only real defense against a crackdown by Siem's secret police and soldiers. Since the government largely controlled the Saigon press, the Buddhists cultivated Western reporters, tipping them off in advance to their demonstrations and carrying protest signs in both Vietnamese and English. Without foreign media attention, Buddhist street actions were just trees falling in the forest. The Buddhists needed to do something dramatic to rekindle interest in their cause. They passed word that 2 Buddhists would publicly commit suicide, one disemboweling himself, the other setting himself afire. Most journalists didn't take this seriously. But when a Buddhist tipster telephoned the Associated Press office to say that something big would happen on June 11th, Brown decided to be there and to bring his camera. The chanting stopped at 9 a.m. Brown watched as the monks and nuns rapidly lined up in 2 columns, a drill they appeared to have practiced, in the muddy alleyway outside the pagoda, and marched out to the street. About 350 men and women made up the procession. Usually the Buddhists were on foot, but this group was accompanied by a small gray sedan bearing several monks. The regime had found out about the protest, and a white police jeep took up a position about a half-block in front of the marchers, clearing the road ahead. Shopkeepers and kids gawked as the Buddhists made their way along Phan Dinh Phung Street. They soon arrived at the intersection with Le Van Zuiet Street, a major artery typically jammed with traffic. When the sedan reached the middle of the intersection, it stopped as if stalled. The marchers immediately formed a tight circle around it, about 30 feet in diameter, and several people deep, blocking all traffic. They began to recite a Buddhist scripture in low, mournful tones. 3 monks got out of the car. 2 were young, and they helped the third, a 73-year-old schoolteacher named Quang Duc. One of the young monks laid a brown cushion on the street in the center of the human ring. Quang Duc sat down on it, and arranged himself in the lotus position, legs folded and head bowed as if in meditation. Nuns began to weep. The young monks exchanged a few quiet words with Kwangduk. Then they opened the front hood of their car and took out a 5-gallon plastic jug filled with gasoline. One of the monks poured the pink fluid over Kwangduk's head and shoulders, thoroughly soaking his orange robes, and stepped back. Buddhist monks in South Vietnam generally led quiet lives of secluded asceticism. Also known as bonzes, monks often began their training as teenagers or even children. They spent their days chanting and meditating in pagodas and begging for rice, bananas, and other alms in the streets. Many of them were the barely literate sons of dirt-poor rural peasants, but some came to a pagoda as adults, abandoning careers as businessmen or white-collar professionals in search of enlightenment. Along with their shaven heads and displays of piety, these monks were well-educated and had some political awareness. Some had attended French or American universities. At least one Saigon bonze held a degree from Yale. Buddhism encouraged letting go of the desire for material things, and monks' lives reflected that. They had few possessions and usually resided in austere cells in or around a pagoda. Many suffered from tuberculosis, a common disease of the poor. They were strict vegetarians and celibate. The monks enjoyed great respect from ordinary Vietnamese, who addressed them by the title Tik, meaning the Venerable, and roughly equivalent to Reverend for a Christian priest or minister. Monks presided at the most significant moments in the lives of many South Vietnamese, performing rituals at births, weddings, and funerals, and the countryside was dotted with Buddhist shrines, temples, and monasteries. Many families paid homage to the founder of Buddhism, Siddhartha Gautama, also known as the Buddha, with altars and prayers in their homes. From its origins in the Himalayan foothills of northern India in the 6th century BCE, Buddhism spread slowly throughout Asia over many centuries, carried by traders and itinerant monks along the Silk Road and sea routes. In Vietnam, Buddhism had been practiced for 2,000 years. It was a code of ethics and behavior rather than a religion in the Western sense. The Buddha was considered a great philosopher and teacher, not a god. Buddhists believe that human life is endless, but marked by suffering, uncertainty, and impermanence. Humans were reincarnated over and over, doomed to suffer in each of their lives. But the cycle could be broken if a person achieved enlightenment, a state known as nirvana, by eliminating greed, hatred, and delusion from their thoughts and deeds, and living virtuously. Buddhism enjoyed a long golden age in Vietnam under the Lý and Chan dynasties from the 11th to the 15th century. Learned monks occupied honored positions in imperial courts, advising emperors on upright conduct in statecraft. With the rise of Confucianism in the 15th century, however, Vietnamese Buddhism fell into decline. Then, beginning in the early 17th century, came an influx of Jesuits and other Christian missionaries from Europe. They discovered fertile territory in Vietnam. By the mid-1700s, there were about 300,000 Vietnamese Catholics in the Red River Valley of northern Vietnam. But Western religion soon came into conflict with Asian beliefs. Catholics faced persecution from the beginning, as distrustful Vietnamese rulers killed missionaries and converts and burned their prayer books. The persecution intensified in the early 1830s during the reign of the brilliant and ruthless Emperor Minh Mang, who despised Catholics and established Confucianism as the state religion. In 1833, he issued a decree banning the practice of Catholicism and proceeded to destroy churches and force believers to recant their faith. Desperate Catholics joined an attempt to overthrow Minh Mang, but he brutally suppressed the rebellion. 1,200 captured insurgents, both men and women, were buried alive. Dozens of European and Vietnamese missionaries implicated in the revolt were publicly executed. In a particularly grisly spectacle, a French priest, Father Joseph Marchand, was tied naked to a stake while soldiers with red-hot tongs ripped pieces of flesh from his body. State oppression of Catholics continued for decades, with an estimated 50,000 believers perishing. The pogroms led to military intervention by the French, who eventually occupied all of Vietnam. Under French colonial rule, Catholic fortunes rapidly improved, while Buddhists suffered. The French gave tax breaks to commercial enterprises set up by Catholic parishes, and the church acquired rubber plantations, timber concessions, and other properties. Catholics were favored in hiring for civil service jobs, and churches were constructed in prominent places in the major towns. Buddhists, meanwhile, were required to get permission to build new pagodas and face limits on the number of monks that could be assigned to each one. Buddhists observed bitterly that Vietnamese Catholics were the claws by which the French crab has been able to crawl across and devour our land. Within a few generations, the Catholic Church became one of Vietnam's most formidable institutions, with a well-educated activist clergy, its own newspapers, universities, and high schools, and associations of militant laymen. Buddhism continued to wither until the 1920s, when Buddhist leaders began concerted efforts to revive it. Reform-minded bonzes established their own schools, youth groups, and a clerical association. They also allied themselves with Vietnamese nationalists who were resisting French rule. Many Vietnamese Catholics saw Diem's ascension to power as a glorious victory for them. His unsteady new government got a large infusion of political support with the influx of 650,000 Catholics who fled North Vietnam after the Geneva Conference. Some Buddhists worried that the new prime minister would turn South Vietnam into a Catholic republic, but he had no such intention. While he was a devout Catholic, he was also profoundly Confucian, reared in the Confucian tradition of devotion to family and service to the nation. South Vietnam, he told an American friend, was not a Buddhist nor a Catholic country, but a Confucianist country, steeped in Confucian ethics of social harmony and justice. Diem went out of his way to cultivate Buddhist support. He named a Buddhist, Nguyen Ngoc To, as his vice president, and appointed Buddhists to his cabinet. Only 2 of his 14 cabinet members in 1956 were Catholic, and top ARVN positions. Diem permitted the General Buddhist Association of Vietnam to hold its second National Congress in Saigon, and his government contributed funds for the construction of the Big Sa Loi Pagoda in a fashionable part of the city's downtown. Diem often made the point in his speeches that he was the leader of all of South Vietnam, not just Catholic South Vietnam, and he attended holiday celebrations for Catholics and Buddhists alike. As the country's first constitution was being drafted in 1956, Diem refused to insert the word God in it, as Catholics demanded, but instead used the phrase Most High, as Buddhists preferred. Indeed, Buddhism in many ways thrived under Diem. By 1963, 1,275 new pagodas had been built, while another 1,295 had been renovated at government expense. Buddhist schools, libraries, and reading rooms proliferated. In March 1963, more than 25,000 South Vietnamese attended the dedication of a colossal image of Buddha in the old French beach resort of Cap Saint-Jacques, about 30 miles south of Saigon. Yet many Buddhists still felt that the regime discriminated against them in a variety of ways and undermined their efforts to rebuild their faith. Catholics held a disproportionate number of jobs in the civil and military bureaucracies, and defended their supremacy by arguing that, as products of Catholic schools, they were better educated, a rationale that couldn't fail to anger Buddhists, who'd long struggled to improve their own educational system. Many Buddhists believed the only way to move up on government or military career ladders was to become Catholic, and rice bowl conversions became common. Buddhists also claimed that Catholic provincial officials were pressuring Buddhist peasants to convert, and that Catholic fanatics had attacked and in some cases murdered Buddhists who resisted. Unlike Catholics, Buddhists had to get government permits to hold large gatherings. Many Buddhists were convinced that the government granted Catholics more land for their churches and schools. In 1957, when the regime unwisely ordered that Vesak Day, the annual observation of Buddha's birth, as important to Buddhists as Christmas is to Christians, be dropped from the list of national holidays, incensed Buddhists held the greatest Vesak ever organized, forcing the government to back down. With fewer than 2 million adherents in a population of 14 million, Catholics were a minority in South Vietnam. About 70% of South Vietnamese considered themselves at least nominal Buddhists. But with one of their own as national leader, Catholics often engaged in unseemly triumphalism. In 1959, they organized a massive nighttime ceremony outside Saigon's Notre Dame Cathedral, witnessed by an estimated 250,000 people, during which South Vietnam was formally consecrated to the Virgin Mary. The event featured a procession by more than 1,000 Catholic archbishops, bishops, and priests from across Asia, and a mass performed by a Vatican cardinal and attended by 20,000, including Diem and other top government officials. Big Catholic processions became a familiar sight in Saigon and other cities, tying up traffic on major thoroughfares. The regime's official ideology, personalism, derived from Catholic doctrine. The Arvin had Catholic but not Buddhist chaplains, and Catholics formed the core of the covert Can Lao party. Even the influential Catholic journal Information Catholique Internationale warned of the government's pro-Catholic tilt, saying of the much-paraded fact that only 2 of 14 Diem cabinet ministers were Catholics. The opinion of the people is not formed solely by an album of photographs of ministers. It is more sensitive to the place of honor occupied by a bishop at a military parade, to the comings and goings of priests in the ministries, to their power to intercede for the release of a suspect or for aid for a refugee. Catholic vainglory, the article went on, does not fail to nourish a certain discontent among the non-Catholics, and is easily observable in Saigon and in the most remote villages. Diem's attempts to generate support among Buddhists were often undercut by members of his own family, especially his oldest surviving brother, No Din Tuk, the strong-minded, self-righteous Archbishop of Hue, who seemed to go out of his way to entwine church and state. Tuk's prominence and close relationship with the president inspired fear in many Buddhists, and derogatory stories circulated about the cherubic-looking, cigar-smoking prelate's business dealings and acquisitiveness. One Saigon businessman groused that Tuk's requests for donations to the church read like tax notices. Appointed in 1938 as the first Vietnamese bishop, at a time when the church was still dominated by the French, Tuk ascended to archbishop in 1961. In Hue, he'd formed a powerful duopoly with his younger brother, No Ding Can, who controlled local government. While Can tried to downplay his Catholicism and cooperate with the Buddhist community, Tuk flaunted his ecclesiastical authority and initiated a highly visible program of church construction and renovation. When Buddhists hung a picture of Buddha on a bridge to celebrate Vesak Day, Tuk countered by covering it with a portrait of himself. Angry Buddhists refused to walk on the bridge, crossing the Perfume River in sampans instead. The archbishop's ceaseless aggrandizement of himself and the church alienated many in Hue, the traditional stronghold of Vietnamese Buddhism. The news, too, became the focus of Buddhist suspicion and ire. Nhu was resented as the chief promoter of personalism, and even for his birthday celebrations, which featured a Catholic prayer ceremony. With her penchant for vitriol, Madame Nhu openly expressed contempt for Buddhism, telling a journalist a year before the Hue massacre, "Buddhism in Vietnam is weak, and this might well become a Catholic country." And many Buddhists never forgot her sponsorship of the 1958 family law banning divorce, polygamy, and concubinage, which they viewed as an attempt to impose rigid Catholic morality on more tolerant Buddhists. In the first week of May 1963, the Buddhists of Hue were preparing for the Vesak holiday, which that year marked Buddha's 2,507th birthday. Homes, businesses, and pagodas all over the city had sprouted the international Buddhist flag, with its bright vertical stripes of blue, yellow, white, red, and orange. Several weeks earlier, the city had been similarly festooned with gold and white Vatican flags to mark Archbishop Tuk's Silver Jubilee, the 25th anniversary of his elevation to bishop. Diem attended his older brother's gala, but had been upset by the glaring absence of the South Vietnamese flag. For years he tried to promote respect for the national standard as a symbol of national identity and unity, issuing a series of edicts that it must always be flown higher than religious banners in public places. He'd spoken to both Buddhist and Catholic leaders about giving prominence to the national flag, but they generally ignored him. Buddhists argued that a country whose constitution guaranteed freedom of religion shouldn't restrict their emblems in any way. In frustration, Diem banned the public display of all religious flags, although the ban was rarely invoked. On May 6th, with Buddha's birthday just 2 days away, Diem sent an ill-timed order to his province chiefs to enforce the flag ban. Buddhists throughout South Vietnam saw the decree as a deliberate effort to disrupt Vesak celebrations. Police efforts to remove flags in Hue led to the May 8th radio station massacre and catapulted Chi Quang into leadership of a burgeoning anti-Diem movement. Lean, shaven-headed, and endowed with burning, deep-set eyes, the eyes of the tiger, a colleague said, the 40-year-old monk was a Buddhist chauvinist and ardent Vietnamese nationalist. Born in a central Vietnam village that later fell under communist control, he was one of 3 sons of a prominent landowner. At age 11, he entered a Hue pagoda to train for monkhood. High-spirited and fond of practical jokes, he was kicked out, but later given a second chance. Possessing nothing but his robes, a begging bowl, and a pair of rubber sandals, the young Bonds went to Hanoi in 1946. There he was caught up in the feverish movement for freedom from French colonialism. French police jailed him for 10 days on suspicion of being a communist, but Chi Quang consistently voiced only disdain for Ho Chi Minh's ideology. In a brief autobiography he provided to the U.S. Embassy, he said his prosperous family was subjected to a Viet Minh ostracism campaign that eventually killed his mother. In the 1940s, he said, the Viet Minh forced him to serve as chairman of one of their front organizations near his home village until he was able to escape to Hue, where he claimed to have survived several communist assassination attempts. Steeped in the dreams of the Buddhist revival, he became a fervid advocate of strengthening Vietnamese Buddhism and returning monks to their former position as influential advisors to Vietnamese heads of state. He published numerous books and pamphlets about Buddhist philosophy and history, and regarded the Catholic Church as a powerful and dangerous rival. In 1951, he helped to set up the General Buddhist Association of Vietnam and became director of its 6 regional organizations throughout the country. Seeing communism as antithetical to Buddhism, Chi Quang initially supported the strongly anti-communist Diem, but he later came to loathe the president and his family, especially his brothers Tuk and Can, and began searching for ways to build a popular movement to confront the regime over its treatment of Buddhists. New characterized him, with a certain wary admiration, as the perfect conspirator. For years, Chi Quang lived in a cramped cell at Tu Dam Pagoda in Hue. He wore robes of the cheapest cloth and cared nothing for food or physical comforts. His only weakness seemed to be a fondness for candy, especially Hershey's chocolate kisses. Although he understood French and English, he insisted on speaking only Vietnamese. He appeared uncomfortable at times with Americans, holding them at bay with opaque, Zen-like utterances. When John Helbley, the U.S. consul in Hue, asked him what his political objectives were, he stared out the window of his room and replied, "Well, the sky is blue, but the clouds are drifting by." There was no doubting his intelligence, ambition, subtlety, or oratorical skill, however. As a CIA report put it, he is one of that rare breed that all nations throw up occasionally but very infrequently, a natural political leader. Had Diem promptly apologized for the May 8th killings and punished the responsible officials, he might have been able to drain the energy out of the Buddhist protests. Instead, his government reacted slowly and grudgingly to their demands, satisfying no one. On June 1st, Diem fired the province chief whose jurisdiction included Hue and the chief's deputy for security matters, who'd commanded the government troops at the radio station. But the officials were dismissed on the grounds that they were unable to prevent public disorder, not that they'd killed the demonstrators. Resentment simmered in Saigon and Hue, and Buddhists embarked on hunger strikes, sit-ins, and street demonstrations. Armored personnel carriers and airborne troops were brought in to reinforce the Hue police. The bitterness in Hue burst into the open on June 3rd, when about 500 young people gathered outside a government office, facing off against 300 soldiers. The protesters included Hue University students, high school kids, and Buddhist Boy and Girl Scouts. Accusations and insults flew back and forth between the crowd and the troops. A government loudspeaker car asked the youths to disperse, saying Viet Cong agents among them could start trouble. Protesters shouted back that the government wished to kill them. Some soldiers pointed their rifles at the crowd, but the protesters yelled mockingly, "Stupid killers," and didn't budge. The troops then fixed bayonets, pulled on gas masks, and started marching toward the protesters. Some fled, others stood their ground and began praying. The soldiers threw tear gas, driving the crowd back several hundred yards, and then laid down another barrage of gas. The young people screamed curses at them. Some demonstrators tried to retreat to Tu Dam Pagoda, but barbed wire barricades erected by authorities blocked their way. They then sat down in the street and prayed. An inflammatory rumor circulated that Chi Kuang had died while fasting. In fact, he was alive, although in a dangerously weakened condition. When soldiers ordered the youths to disperse, someone threw a rock. More gas-masked troops moved in. More tear gas clouds blossomed. The crowd kept growing until it reached about 1,500 people. At about 6:30 p.m., the security forces again moved to break up the crowd. Soldiers walked up to some of the praying Buddhists, opened glass vials, and poured some kind of liquid over their heads. The doused protesters felt a burning sensation on their skin. 67 of them wound up in the hospital in various states of distress. At midnight, Helbley telephoned the Saigon embassy to report that he'd gone to the hospital and seen people with blistered skin. Some were having respiratory difficulties. Doctors said 3 might die. None did. Martial law was imposed on Hue. An informant told the U.S. Embassy that Diem's brother Can had said the government wouldn't compromise and was prepared for a military showdown with dissidents. American officials were alarmed that the protesters' symptoms suggested the possible use of mustard gas, a chemical weapon with ghastly effects. If the government had indeed exposed its own people to poison gas, the story would set off not only a wave of VC propaganda and damaging headlines in the United States, but possible violence in Hue and Saigon. On June 4th, the embassy urged Diem to investigate right away. Within hours, he ordered 3 top officials to fly to Hue and look into the matter. 2 days later, the group reported that the chemical poured on the demonstrators' heads was a liquid form of tear gas, left over from French stocks. It became a gas when released into the air. U.S. Army chemists in Maryland confirmed that the tear gas was a type used by the French Army in World War I. Malcolm Brown thought the gasoline-drenched old monk looked strangely serene as he sat in the Saigon Street intersection, encircled by chanting, wailing Buddhists. The sweetish smell of gas permeated the humid air. Quang Duc struck a match and dropped it in his lap. A yellow fireball whooshed up his body and formed a pall of black smoke in the air. Some of the surrounding monks prostrated themselves on the pavement, moaning and crying. A momentary breeze pushed the flames away from Quang Duc's face. Brown could see that, although his eyes were closed, his features were twisted with pain. The wire service man reflexively began shooting photos. Halberstam pushed his way into the crowd after running 6 blocks from his house. He was horrified by the spectacle. Too shocked to cry, too confused to take notes or ask questions, too bewildered even to think. The idea of trying to save the monk flashed through his mind, but he knew it was too late, as the man's body shriveled, the skin on his shaven head turning black. To Halberstam's astonishment, Quang Duc didn't move a muscle or utter a sound as the blaze consumed him. In the background, a monk with a bullhorn eerily repeated, in Vietnamese and English, "A Buddhist priest burns himself to death. A Buddhist priest becomes a martyr." Some onlookers fell to their knees in prayer, rocking back and forth, sobbing and keening. Others, held spellbound by the dreadful sight, stared numbly at the figure in flames. A few Saigon cops, some in tears themselves, tried to keep spectators back. A fire truck arrived, but monks immobilized it, laying down in front of and behind its wheels, as the frantic driver blasted his horn. Helmeted riot police ran up, but halted in confusion before the crowd. Quang Duc sat in the lotus position, his flesh charring, for close to 10 minutes. Finally, he toppled backwards. His legs jerked convulsively for a minute or two, and then he lay still, his remains smoking. A black delivery truck pulled up, and monks unloaded a wooden coffin. They tried to lay Quang Duc in the box, but his roasted limbs were too rigid. The monks then took off their outer robes, fashioned a sling for the dead bonds, and marched off with him toward the Sa Loi pagoda, defiantly flying Buddhist flags as they went. Transmitted to Associated Press headquarters in New York, Brown's pictures of the burning monk were published in newspapers and magazines around the world. Nolting, still vacationing in the Aegean, saw one in a little newspaper on the Greek island of Mykonos. Brown had shot a half-dozen rolls of 35mm film, but most publications ran an arresting image that showed Quang Duc's face, eyes closed, as flames streamed from his head like a gust of dragon's breath. The Buddhists turned the photo into a propaganda weapon, colorizing it and enlarging it to make placards that then appeared at the forefront of their street processions. Postcards featuring the burning monk were soon being sold not only on the streets of Saigon, but as far away as Lisbon and Dar es Salaam. China printed reams of Brown's photograph for distribution throughout Southeast Asia, with captions describing Quang Duc's self-immolation as the work of the U.S. imperialist aggressors and their Ziemist lackeys. A rash of similar suicides was reported in other countries with large Buddhist populations, including Burma, Ceylon, India, Japan, and South Korea. Although Buddhists adhered to a code of nonviolence, self-immolation had precedents that went back centuries in the Mahayana strain of Buddhism, which was dominant in South Vietnam. Vietnamese Buddhists viewed setting oneself afire not as self-destruction, but as a supreme act of compassion for their suffering people, a way to focus public attention on the oppression of fellow adherents. Self-immolations weren't uncommon, and Saigon newspapers matter-of-factly described such suicides in the 1920s and 30s. The French had tried to stamp out the practice with limited success. After they stopped one monk from torching himself, he fasted to death. Quang Duc's fiery end shook some of the Western journalists in Saigon, none more so than Brown. His images of Quang Duc helped make him one of the best-known war correspondents of the 20th century, and they remain among the most famous news photographs ever taken. Yet he was well aware that the Buddhists had staged the macabre event. He labeled it the theater of the horrible, to gin up publicity for their claims of persecution. He never forgot the monk's expression as the flames touched his face, nor could he shake the feeling that his presence had contributed to the bizarre destruction of a kind old man, who might not have lit himself on fire had Brown not been there with his camera. As shock photography goes, it was hard to beat, the newsman said laconically of his iconic photo many years later. It's not something that I'm particularly proud of. Sheehan was affected by the monk's death too, but in a different way. Although he wasn't at the scene, he dashed off a story and cabled it to UPI's Asia News Hub in Tokyo. He apparently wasn't aware that another UPI reporter, Ray Herndon, a fun-loving Texan who'd recently come to Saigon from Hue, had written his own version of the monk's demise. When the two dispatches reached Tokyo, an editor, assuming Herndon had filed from Hue, combined them into a single account, incorrectly reporting that 2 monks had incinerated themselves, one in Saigon, the other in Hue. Herndon, who was staying at Halberstam's house, had sprinted to the scene with him and actually witnessed Quang Duc's burning. UPI then distributed the erroneous story to clients across the globe. On top of everything, Herndon had neglected to bring his camera, meaning UPI didn't have any pictures for its subscribers. Sheehan happened to be in the U.S. Information Service office when the story of the 2 dead monks clacked out of the UPI teletype machine. Aghast, he fired off a cable telling the Tokyo office to issue a mandatory kill alert, warning editors not to publish the story. The kill signal arrived in newsrooms just 14 minutes after the inaccurate story. Ziem's press allies, nevertheless, jumped on the opportunity to attack Sheehan's credibility. A Saigon newspaper, Tu Do, ran a front-page item clucking over UPI's feat of killing off a second Bonds. The paper pointed out the errors in the story and sarcastically concluded, "No comment." Tu Do failed to mention the quickly issued kill alert. Sheehan wrote a letter to the paper's editor saying he was profoundly disturbed by its violation of common standards of morality and ethics. He demanded a retraction and an apology. Not only did Tu Do not apologize, it published a second assault on Sheehan the next day. The reporter urged his bosses to sue the paper for libel, but they declined, saying the matter wasn't serious enough. Watching these events with interest was Mieczysław Manelli, chief Polish delegate to the International Control Commission, set up under the Geneva Accords to monitor violations of the 1954 ceasefire. Communist Poland was a commission member, along with India and Canada. During World War II, Manelli had been sent to Auschwitz, where he joined a communist cell and escaped to fight the Nazi occupation of Poland. After the war, he became a law professor at the University of Warsaw. Fired from his job in a 1968 communist purge of liberals, Manelli wound up teaching political science at Queens College in New York. Manelli had been associated with the ICC since 1954 and was a keen observer of South Vietnamese politics and personalities. In a cable to his government, he described Quang Duc's theatrical death and its aftermath, pointing out that the self-immolation gave the Buddhists exactly what they needed, a high-visibility martyr. In a subsequent cable, he concluded that the Buddhists also gained 2 important allies, Halberstam and Sheehan. The 2 newsmen, Manelli wrote, were decidedly on the side of the democratic demands of the Buddhist movement and thus against the official line of the U.S. Embassy. The energy, speed, and accuracy with which they report on the demonstrations and political demands of the Buddhists indicate that they are emotionally and politically engaged, and that the Buddhists are not entirely cut off from all American institutions. Chapter 8. Kennedy in the Quagmire. "Jesus Christ," John F. Kennedy gasped into his bedside telephone. The president had just gotten an eyeful of the burning monk on the front page of one of the multiple newspapers he read every day. On the other end of the line was his brother, Robert Kennedy, the U.S. Attorney General, who'd called before 8 a.m. to strategize about the administration's coming confrontation with Alabama Governor George Wallace. Despite a federal court order, Wallace was vowing to bodily block 2 African-American students from enrolling at the University of Alabama. JFK had paid only intermittent attention to Vietnam during the first 2 years of his presidency, as he faced one foreign policy crisis after another and tried to push back communist encroachments in Cuba, Berlin, and Laos. But as spring gave way to summer in Washington, it was clear that something had gone seriously wrong in Saigon. Kennedy knew a good deal about Vietnam, dating back to a 1951 visit during which he dined with Bao Dai in his palace and met General Jean de Lattre de Tassigny, the brilliant, vain commander of French forces in Indochina. After he was elected to the Senate in the following year, Kennedy became a persistent thorn in the side of the French, vocally criticizing their refusal to grant full independence to their one-time colony. He strongly supported Diem, who he met in 1953 at a luncheon arranged by Supreme Court Justice William O. Douglas. JFK admired his fellow Catholics' courage in taking on the Herculean task of leading his weak, nearly bankrupt country after almost a century of French subjugation. He called for more American aid for Diem's regime, describing it in a 1956 speech as the finger in the dike holding back the red tide of communism in Southeast Asia. He agreed with Diem's decision not to participate in the reunification election that year, saying such a contest would be obviously stacked and subverted in advance by the communists. But the Buddhist uprising had caught the White House completely off guard. How could this have happened? Kennedy demanded of an aide. Who are these people? Why didn't we know about them before? The Saigon embassy wasn't much help. Nolting's contacts with anti-Diem dissidents apparently didn't extend to Buddhist leaders. Embassy files on the Buddhists consisted of 2 or 3 musty sheets of paper on which Chi Kuang's name didn't even appear. A State Department official recalled searching frantically for anyone, who could explain the Buddhists and their newfound political muscle. He contacted academic experts, foreign service officers, and even an American Buddhist who worked for the U.S. Information Agency. But, the official said, there wasn't anybody who really knew anything. Nobody. The graphic images of Quang Duc's fiery self-destruction had shocked American newspaper and magazine readers. Life ran a particularly grisly series of photos, including one of the elderly monk's flesh blackening in the inferno, and another of his smoking corpse lying on its back, arms stretched skyward, almost beseechingly. To many Americans, Malcolm Brown's pictures seemed like indisputable proof that Diem was a monster. Why else would a fragile old man commit such an extreme act, setting himself on fire, if he and his fellow disciples weren't facing the most vicious, systematic persecution imaginable? That wasn't the reality in South Vietnam, however. The Buddhists certainly had some legitimate grievances, but Diem wasn't Hitler or Nero. Government troops had killed a handful of them in Hue during a chaotic night, but Buddhists had never faced a deliberate, state-sponsored persecution under Diem. Self-immolation was a form of political protest that had existed in Asia for centuries. Most Americans, however, were unaware of such distinctions. They'd never witnessed the spectacle of a man burning himself to death, and they found it revolting. Quang Duc's burning had taken place far away, but it singed Kennedy nonetheless. Notoriously sensitive to press criticism, he found himself under attack in the media and in Congress, cast in the unenviable role of chief benefactor of a horrid dictator. Even his fellow Democrats and liberals were aghast. As public opinion soured on Diem, many Americans questioned whether the one-time tough miracle man and heroic anti-communist deserved further U.S. aid, despite his fight against the Viet Cong. In many media portrayals, Diem appeared to be the enemy of a cherished American ideal, freedom of religion. The burning monk forced Kennedy to pay much more attention to South Vietnam. Charming, elegant, wealthy, and wryly detached, JFK was the most glamorous and talked-about man in America. A gifted speaker and early master of the new medium of television, he loved to banter with journalists at press conferences and drop last-minute witticisms into his speeches. Surveying a group of Nobel Prize winners at a White House dinner, Kennedy quipped, "This is the greatest assembly of talent and brains ever assembled in the White House, except perhaps when Thomas Jefferson dined here alone." He savored gossip about fellow politicians and Hollywood stars, hated feeling bored, and was convinced he wouldn't live a long life, a premonition that proved to be cruelly true. His character had been profoundly shaped by his experiences as a torpedo boat skipper in the Pacific in World War II, and he still could curse like a sailor. He was surrounded in the White House by a tight group of adoring aides, operatives, and assorted liegemen, who toiled diligently to protect and burnish the Camelot image that imbued his presidency. Just 46 years old in the summer of 1963, Kennedy was at the peak of his powers. He was lionized for besting Nikita Khrushchev in the eyeball-to-eyeball confrontation the previous fall over the Soviet leader's attempt to install nuclear missiles in Cuba. The other guy blinked, as Secretary of State Dean Rusk put it. As soldiers escorted 2 black students into the University of Alabama on June 11th, he made a televised speech on civil rights that Martin Luther King Jr. called one of the most eloquent, profound, and unequivocal pleas for justice and freedom of all men ever made by any president. JFK initiated negotiations with Khrushchev that would soon produce a remarkable Cold War breakthrough, a treaty banning nuclear weapons tests in the atmosphere. And he was days away from embarking on a triumphal tour of Europe that would be marked by cheering crowds in West Berlin, London, Rome, and Ireland. Elected by a minuscule margin over Richard Nixon in 1960, Kennedy had carefully stocked his administration with Republicans as well as Democrats, giving it a protectively bipartisan coloration in key policy areas. His much-admired Defense Secretary, Robert McNamara, was a Republican, as was CIA Director John McCone and Treasury Secretary Douglas Dillon. McGeorge Bundy, his Special Assistant for National Security, was a GOP member too. Kennedy looked forward to a relatively easy re-election victory in 1964. Long plagued by back pain and Addison's disease, the president was taking a new regimen of drugs and felt better than he had in years. And to top it all off, his wife Jacqueline was pregnant with their 3rd child, due in August. With its glittering promise and youthful vigor, the Kennedy administration had attracted into its ranks a flock of bright men, many with Ivy League degrees and wartime service, who embraced the tough, pragmatic rhetoric of JFK's New Frontier. They regarded themselves as hard-nosed, action-oriented intellectuals. They wrote books, quoted poetry, stayed fit with handball and squash. Activist and internationalist in outlook, they believed they could change the world through unapologetic application of America's enormous military and economic power. Kennedy proudly declared that the torch had passed to a new generation, and he and his Cavaliers were that generation, determined to pull the country out of what they viewed as the lethargy and stasis of the Eisenhower years. McNamara epitomized the dynamism and self-assurance of the new frontiersman. A master of statistical analysis, who JFK had lured away from the presidency of Ford Motor Company, he descended on the Pentagon like a scourge. He canceled expensive weapons systems he thought were outmoded and imposed stricter discipline on a sprawling Byzantine budget. He fired questions in all directions, making military bureaucrats look foolish as they fumbled for answers. Incisive, indefatigable, and supremely confident, he was an IBM with legs, able to compute costs and untangle logistical problems faster than anyone else in the room. He was soon recognized as the star performer at meetings with the president, the cabinet, and on Capitol Hill. But some older Democratic figures weren't so impressed with the young president's men. His United Nations ambassador, Adlai Stevenson, a 2-time Democratic presidential nominee, lamented the damnedest bunch of boy commandos running around the White House. When Lyndon Johnson, JFK's vice president, talked up what he called the Harvards to his old Texas friend Sam Rayburn, the longtime Speaker of the House of Representatives, Rayburn said, "Well, Lyndon, you may be right, and they may be every bit as intelligent as you say, but I'd feel a whole lot better about them if just one of them had run for sheriff just once." The administration's relentless activism in foreign affairs later caused Robert Kennedy to wonder whether he and his brother had paid a very great price for being more energetic than wise about a lot of things. When the president and his men gathered in the Oval Office or cabinet room to discuss policy and politics, the walls rang with witty repartee and comradely laughter. Eisenhower's White House staff meetings had been modeled along strictly hierarchical lines, reflecting Ike's military career, but Kennedy's were more like graduate school seminars, with professors and students talking and arguing on a nearly equal footing. JFK liked zestful discussion with a wide range of views, and he often invited lower echelon desk officers and even men from the field to debate policy along with cabinet secretaries. He'd get a lot of people in, people who had policy-making responsibility and people who had no responsibility when any foreign policy matter came up, recalled U. Alexis Johnson, for years a high-ranking State Department official. But these freewheeling discussions sometimes produced policy muddles. Difficult questions were assessed without sufficient time or evidence. Kennedy's top advisers were sometimes unsure what had been decided, or whether the president had been told all he needed to know. And courses of action were occasionally set without adequate consideration of likely consequences. In his first months as president, Kennedy faced a hair-raising series of foreign crises, one hard on the heels of the other. In April 1961, his brand-new administration was humiliated when Fidel Castro's forces killed or captured 1,400 Cuban exiles trained by the CIA who landed at the Bay of Pigs in a doomed attempt to overthrow Cuba's communist government. At a June summit meeting in Vienna, Austria, Khrushchev badgered and bullied his younger adversary, crowing about communism's supposed superiority over capitalism. In August, the East Germans unexpectedly threw up a barrier of barbed wire and other obstacles between East and West Berlin, and then began pouring concrete for what became known as the Berlin Wall. With the Communists threatening to swallow West Berlin, Kennedy sent a 1,500-man U.S. Army battle group on a perilous journey through East Germany to underscore the American commitment to preserve Western access to the city. The Bay of Pigs debacle taught Kennedy to ask probing questions about proposed military ventures and view the advice of military men with a good deal of skepticism. The Laos crisis only heightened those instincts. The Pentagon tended to focus narrowly on purely military options, and short-sighted ones at that. The generals on the Joint Chiefs of Staff had recommended putting American troops into Laos without any real plan for them to win, or even survive, without a possible resort to nuclear weapons, an outcome that Kennedy deeply feared. Discussing the Joint Chiefs over dinner with his friend Ben Bradley, Washington bureau chief for Newsweek, and later editor of the Washington Post, JFK said the most important advice he could give his successor was to watch the generals and to avoid feeling that just because they were military men, their opinions on military matters were worth a damn. His mistrust prompted the president to bring his own special military advisor into the White House, General Maxwell Taylor, an urbane former Army chief of staff and renowned World War II combat leader. Kennedy also asked his brother Robert, his most trusted political advisor and confidant, to begin attending high-level meetings involving foreign policy and national security matters. South Vietnam's position became increasingly precarious as the Viet Cong ratcheted up their attacks. A State Department report in June 1961 indicated that an astonishing 43% of new ARVN recruits were being killed or wounded in combat. In September, 3 communist battalions struck Phuoc Vinh, a provincial capital about 60 miles north of Saigon, killing 42 civil guards and publicly beheading the province chief. 2 companies of ARVN Rangers were in the area, but fled into the jungle rather than try to rescue the guards. The VC freed 250 suspected communist prisoners and carried off 100 captured rifles and 6,000 rounds of ammunition. In October, a wave of revulsion passed through Saigon when the mutilated body of ARVN Colonel Hoang Thuy Nam was pulled from the Saigon River. Nam, South Vietnam's outspoken chief liaison officer to the International Control Commission, had been kidnapped, tortured, and killed by the Viet Cong. His brutal slaying seemed calculated to defy world opinion, since the ICC was the body that monitored compliance with the Geneva Agreements, in which 8 nations had taken part. As Kennedy shied away from military confrontation in Laos, Republicans and conservatives clamored for toughness toward the communists. What is crucial, wrote James Burnham in National Review, is that we should somewhere, in some theater, on some vital issue, make a stand of unconditional firmness, that we should strike a blow against the enemy. JFK knew he could sustain only so many high-profile foreign policy setbacks before his domestic political support suffered. After Khrushchev pushed him around in Vienna, a visibly shaken Kennedy told James Reston of the New York Times that he was now bound to demonstrate U.S. determination to resist communist imperialism, and the place to do it was Vietnam. Even before Vienna, Khrushchev had issued what Kennedy interpreted as an epical challenge to the West. In a January 6, 1961 speech, the Soviet premier declared his support for wars of national liberation in South Vietnam, Algeria, and other fledgling states. By this, he meant revolutionary warfare carried out by communist guerrillas against colonial authorities or relatively new and unsteady non-communist governments like Siam's. Between the end of World War II and 1963, 43 countries had become independent, many after splitting off from colonial empires. Mired in poverty and often deeply embittered toward their former European masters, the citizens of these newborn nations could be highly susceptible to communist blandishments. Kennedy recognized wars of national liberation as a new form of aggression that had to be confronted with new tactics. With their large, well-equipped armies, the United States and USSR had every reason not to engage in a conventional war, and the leaders of both countries knew that pressing the nuclear button would be the act of a madman. But by backing guerrilla forces that might win control of a national government, the Soviets could expand their influence in the underdeveloped world while minimizing the risk of a head-to-head confrontation with the United States. JFK thus became an impassioned proponent of counterinsurgency, the doctrine of suppressing revolutionary uprisings through a combination of military, political, economic, diplomatic, and psychological tactics. He eagerly read the writings of Mao Zedong and Che Guevara, the South American revolutionary, and ordered top U.S. Army officials to do the same. Guerrillas must move among the people as fish swim in the sea, he said to his surprised wife Jacqueline, quoting Mao's famous dictum as the couple lunched at their Virginia country house. Under Eisenhower's doctrine of massive retaliation, the U.S. military was geared toward an apocalyptic clash with the Soviet Union. Strategic Air Command bombers bearing atomic payloads were aloft around the clock, ready to incinerate Moscow, Leningrad, and other Soviet cities at a moment's notice. Submarines packed with nuclear missiles began prowling the world's oceans. But Kennedy rejected such heavy reliance on nuclear weapons, preferring a strategy of flexible response. He told the Pentagon to begin a major restructuring, placing the same emphasis on preparing to fight counter-guerrilla wars as it did on conventional and nuclear wars. With Kennedy's support, the Army's Special Warfare Center at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, converted itself into a vigorous and ingenious seminary in the new counterinsurgency methods. Kennedy had particular affection for the U.S. Special Forces, those tough, highly trained soldiers who could parachute into foreign conflict zones, kill enemies with a knife or their bare hands, bind up their own wounds, and live off the land for weeks at a time, while fluently conversing with the natives in their own tongue. Over the objections of Pentagon brass, the President decreed that Special Forces members be permitted to wear distinctive green berets. The White House press corps joined JFK on a trip to Fort Bragg for a special demonstration. A soldier with a rocket strapped to his back zoomed across a lake and touched down in front of the President. Frogmen swam ashore from a mock submarine. There were demonstrations of ambushes and counter-ambushes, and of how to eat snake meat. From across the lake, 1,000 men hiding in the brush suddenly jumped up, set off flares, and began yelling at the top of their lungs. They represented the number of indigenous guerrillas that could be trained by a 12-man Special Forces A-team. After all the whiz-bang demonstrations ended, one of the participants, a sergeant, wrote, "Much of the equipment shown, including the rocket, had never been seen before and probably would never be seen again." Counterinsurgency became something of a fad among Washington's foreign policy intelligentsia. Kennedy's newfound enthusiasm for it, and the Pentagon's newfound need to understand it, unleashed a flood of special studies, think tank analyses, doctoral dissertations, and memoirs about past guerrilla conflicts in Greece, the Philippines, Malaya, and elsewhere. In January 1962, Kennedy created the Special Group, Counterinsurgency, a secret committee chaired by Maxwell Taylor that included top officials of the military, CIA, State Department, and U.S. Information Agency. The group was tasked with riding herd on the Pentagon's efforts to expand its anti-guerrilla capabilities, while keeping an eye on counterinsurgency operations in South Vietnam, Thailand, and Burma. Its members included Robert Kennedy, who did nothing to hide his impatience with bureaucrats for not moving faster to enact his brother's agenda, often chastising them vocally. Robert seemed to have embraced idealized notions of rough-and-ready Green Berets fighting in exotic lands, even more ardently than JFK. He once invited the Green Berets to demonstrate their lethal skills at the Kennedy family compound in Hyannisport, Massachusetts. Robert was particularly frustrated by the military's failure to develop, on a hurry-up schedule, a lightweight radio powerful enough to drive signals through thick jungle canopies. Pentagon men tried to explain, over the course of several special group meetings, the significant technical difficulties involved in producing such a device. At the conclusion of one unsatisfying update, the president's younger brother just blew into fragments, recalled another group member. He just went into orbit. He hated this. The Pentagon, however, was in no rush to make the radical changes the president wanted. The generals had invested their long, metal-draped careers in large bodies of men trained for conventional combat. Their job was to annihilate masses of enemy infantrymen with tanks and artillery on big, glorious battlefields, not creep around mangrove forests in bush hats and face paint trying to knock off a few little men in black pajamas. The top brass had no interest in digging wells and building schools for peasants, and they thought the regular troops under their command could handle a few thousand ill-equipped guerrillas just fine. General Lyman Lemnitzer, who served as chairman of the Joint Chiefs from 1960 to 1962, carped that Kennedy was oversold on counterinsurgency. Top officers dismissed it as a trendy distraction and saw little need to consider political factors in warfighting. A month after he became Army Chief of Staff, in October 1962, General Earl Wheeler said, "It is fashionable in some quarters to say that the problems in Southeast Asia are primarily political and economic, rather than military. I do not agree. The essence of the problem in Vietnam is military." Another U.S. officer went so far as to anonymously declare, "I'm not going to destroy the traditions and doctrine of the United States Army just to win this lousy war." The foot-dragging was so blatant that Kennedy called Pentagon leaders to the Oval Office and told them bluntly, "I want you guys to get with it." He subsequently informed McNamara that he was unsatisfied with the Army's lethargic response. The Joint Chiefs did at least appoint a special assistant for counterinsurgency, Marine General Victor Krulak. But the armed services otherwise did little to adopt Kennedy's directives, watering them down or ignoring them altogether. As communist assaults escalated, Diem was forced to admit that VC strength had grown to the point that his government now faced a real war waged by an enemy who attacks us with regular units, fully and heavily equipped. At the end of September 1961, he surprised Nolting by requesting a mutual defense treaty with the United States. Kennedy responded by dispatching Maxwell Taylor on a fact-finding mission to South Vietnam, the first of several such expeditions he ordered in a never-quite-successful effort to understand what was really happening there. Cultured, suavely handsome, and renowned for his combat leadership in 2 wars, Taylor was the quintessence of a new frontier military man. He taught French and Spanish at West Point, where he graduated 4th in his class in 1922, and his facility with languages landed him postings at U.S. embassies in Tokyo and Peking in the 1930s. As American forces battled their way up the Italian peninsula in 1943, Taylor undertook a dangerous secret mission, slipping into Nazi-occupied Rome, concealed in the back of an ambulance, to assess whether U.S. airborne troops could be dropped near the city. He decided it was too risky. He parachuted into Normandy on D-Day with the 101st Airborne Division, earning the nickname Mr. Attack, and later commanded the division during the invasion of Holland and in other campaigns, as Allied forces pushed toward Germany. After the war, he served as superintendent of West Point, and then as commander of the American military government in Berlin. He commanded the U.S. 8th Army during the bitter last months of the Korean War in 1953. Taylor was appointed Army Chief of Staff in 1955, but was uncomfortable with what he viewed as the Eisenhower administration's excessive dependence on the doctrine of massive nuclear retaliation. Resigning in 1959, he wrote a best-selling book, The Uncertain Trumpet, arguing that the Pentagon needed a more flexible response to future conflicts and should build up its conventional forces. The book secured Taylor a reputation as a military intellectual and influenced JFK, who used some of its arguments during his 1960 presidential campaign. The following year, Kennedy persuaded Taylor to leave a lucrative job as president of the Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts in New York City to head a special committee studying the causes of the Bay of Pigs disaster. Having lost patience with the Joint Chiefs and their single-minded military approach to politically complex world problems, Kennedy made Taylor his in-house military expert. Maxwell Taylor made such a big difference, recalled Robert Kennedy. He had some sense. He could see the whole perspective. They, the Joint Chiefs, just wanted to go in and drop bombs on people. Taylor entertained the brothers with tales of his Normandy exploits, beginning a long friendship with the Kennedy clan. JFK regarded him as absolutely first class. Robert became especially enamored with the elegant general, who could quote Polybius as deftly as he could Clausewitz. Robert even named one of his sons Maxwell Taylor Kennedy. Taylor flew into Saigon on October 18, 1961, just after Colonel Nam's disfigured corpse had been dragged from the Saigon River. The picture was grim. VC main force strength had jumped to 17,000 from 10,000 earlier in the year, according to estimates, and the Communists were active in the Mekong Delta, the Central Highlands, and Central Coast. Many South Vietnamese were watching events in Laos with dismay, believing their neighbors would soon fall under Communist domination. In addition, the worst flood in decades hit the Mekong Delta, inundating huge swaths of rice lands and affecting 500,000 peasants. Everywhere he turned, Taylor sensed an oppressive feeling of hopelessness, which seemed to permeate all ranks of Vietnamese society. He was accompanied on his trip by Kennedy's Deputy National Security Assistant, Walt Rostow, and a group of experts from the Pentagon, State Department, and CIA. Kennedy had asked Taylor and Rostow to determine the courses of action which our government might take at this juncture to avoid a further deterioration in the situation in South Vietnam. The retired general began his investigation by calling on Diem, who spoke to him for 4 hours. Rostow set out to answer what he saw as the foremost question on Kennedy's mind. Did the South Vietnamese want an independent, non-communist future, or did they prefer to be reunified with the North and under Hanoi's control? A former MIT professor of economic history, Rostow interviewed teachers, lawyers, labor leaders, soldiers, and bureaucrats, many of whom disliked Diem, and found them almost unanimously opposed to being under Hanoi's thumb. He talked with many villagers as well, learning that what they most wanted from the government was security, and after that, better school and healthcare facilities. But Rostow doubted that South Vietnam could be saved unless its long borders could be effectively sealed against communist infiltration. At the time, an estimated 500 to 700 trained military and political cadres were slipping into the South each month. Even this relatively small inflow, he wrote, placed an enormous burden on the Saigon government, which would have to field as many as 7,000 new soldiers a month to maintain the 10-to-1 ratio of government troops to guerrillas the counterinsurgency experts believed was needed to succeed. Rostow had previously recommended that North Vietnam be subjected to aerial bombing and occupied with ground troops as far north as Vinh in order to cut off the infiltration routes. But Kennedy rejected those ideas. Taylor presented his report to the president on November 3rd, urging that the United States undertake a massive joint program with Diem to strengthen his armed forces and administrative apparatus. The situation was not hopeless, Taylor said, but Washington needed to act quickly. He recommended that U.S. military personnel and equipment be shipped to South Vietnam on an emergency basis to perform air reconnaissance, air transport of troops, and other activities that were beyond the ARVN's capabilities. Patrol boats were needed to interdict VC smuggling of weapons and supplies along rivers and canals. To free the ARVN from static guard duties, the United States should provide training and weapons for the Civil Guard and village militias. Diem's government ministries needed help from experienced American administrators, and his military intelligence system should be overhauled as well. Taylor said the ARVN's intelligence gathering was so poor that it had been fighting nearly blind for years. Finally, Taylor recommended that U.S. troops be sent to help with flood relief efforts and logistics for the ARVN. The Pentagon later estimated that up to 8,000 soldiers were required. Kennedy approved all of Taylor's suggestions except the troop deployment. He understood the dynamics of escalation, and he was serious about avoiding it. "They want a force of American troops," he told his special assistant and speechwriter Arthur Schlesinger, a former Harvard history professor. "They say it is necessary to restore confidence and maintain morale. The troops will march in, the bands will play, the crowds will cheer, and in 4 days everyone will have forgotten. Then we will be told we have to send in more troops. It's like taking a drink. The effect wears off, and you have to take another." With Kennedy's go-ahead, the Pentagon began shipping advisors and equipment to South Vietnam under Operation Beef Up. This large-scale introduction of foreign military men and materiel was a blatant violation of the 1954 Geneva Accords, which the United States hadn't signed but promised to observe. Washington policymakers rationalized their decision by noting that Hanoi had been infiltrating men and combat gear into the South for some time. But for all his military acuity, Taylor's proposals were strikingly conventional. He made no suggestions for reconfiguring the ARVN to better fight a counter-guerrilla war, or for digging out the VC political and administrative infrastructure in the villages. In exchange for its stepped-up assistance, Washington demanded the usual laundry list of political and social reforms from Diem. As usual, he promised to make changes, but took little action. But as eager as he was for U.S. help, he worried about the extra leverage the Americans would now have over him. He called Nolting in and asked whether the United States would use its aid to meddle in South Vietnam's internal affairs. Would it threaten or even get rid of the government if disagreements arose? That very disturbing question, Nolting later wrote, had never occurred to him. After consulting Washington, the ambassador assured Diem that the United States would never use its aid for such purposes. The Taylor Report was a milestone in America's fateful commitment of blood, treasure, and prestige in a noble but ultimately futile struggle to help a small, frail state preserve its independence. In a memo to Kennedy about Taylor's recommendations, McNamara said Washington should officially dedicate itself to preventing the fall of South Vietnam to communism, although as many as 205,000 U.S. troops might be needed to do that, especially if North Vietnam and China intervened. But in a prescient secret report at about the same time, the U.S. intelligence community warned that any military escalation by the United States would trigger a similar increase in Hanoi support for the Viet Cong. In February 1962, the Pentagon announced the creation of the Military Assistance Command Vietnam to oversee the influx of American military advisors and equipment and get them into the war. Kennedy picked General Harkins to run MACV. Considering the importance and complexity of the job, Harkins was a singularly poor choice. Roger Hilsman, chief of the State Department's Intelligence Bureau, later characterized JFK's failure to select a more imaginative military leader as probably the biggest mistake Kennedy made about Vietnam. But Harkins had a powerful patron, his old friend Max Taylor. When Taylor had been superintendent of West Point, Harkins was his commandant of cadets. When Taylor commanded the 8th Army in Korea, Harkins was his chief of staff. Taylor strongly urged him on Kennedy for the MACV position. The Joint Chiefs backed Harkins, too. While an imposing figure in the Army, Harkins was no one's idea of a strategist or innovator. He was a logistics guy, a staff planner, someone who kept ammunition, fuel, and food moving to frontline troops, and by all accounts was very good at it. He was also known as a silky military diplomat, able to get along well with almost anyone, except, as would soon become apparent, key South Vietnamese generals, American newsmen, and Nolting's successor as ambassador. Harkins's views on warfare were strictly doctrinal, formed in World War II in Korea, on battlefields dominated by phalanxes of infantry, tanks, and heavy artillery. He was no match for guerrilla commanders like General Lê Quoc San, who led VC units west of Saigon and had patiently taught his demoralized soldiers to fight helicopters and armored personnel carriers, tactics that resulted in the stunning communist victory at Ap Bac. Not by training, experience, or temperament was Harkins equipped to defeat evanescent enemies like San's men, gliding quietly through elephant grass and groves of rubber trees, endeavoring more to win the allegiance of impoverished farmers than to take the lives of opposing soldiers who were, after all, fellow Vietnamese. Both McNamara and McGeorge Bundy had qualms about Harkins. In a memo to JFK, Bundy noted that many in the military hoped the president would choose a younger, more forward-looking officer to run MACV, and warned that Harkins's nomination moves in the opposite direction. Bundy urged Kennedy to have a careful talk with Harkins before appointing him. McNamara was impressed neither by Harkins's record nor his personality. He just didn't think Harkins was strong enough, recalled a McNamara deputy, but went along with the appointment because Taylor, for whom the defense secretary had great respect, endorsed Harkins. Hilsman and Michael Forrestal, the Vietnam specialist on Kennedy's National Security Council, actively tried to derail Harkins, imploring the president to pick someone with experience in guerrilla warfare. They suggested either Brigadier General William Yarborough, the father of the Green Berets, who ran the Special Warfare Center at Fort Bragg, or Colonel William Peers, a big cigar-chomping man who fought Japanese troops in Burma with the Office of Strategic Services, or OSS, and led Chinese nationalist soldiers in covert operations against Communist China during the Korean War. Yarborough and Peers were experts in behind-the-lines, commando-style fighting, not communist revolutionary warfare, and there were big differences. Peers at least had experience in jungle fighting and dealing with Asian troops, which alone put him ahead of Harkins. But Kennedy sensed that reaching so far down the ranks for a MACV chief would alienate senior Pentagon generals and cost him politically. "I can't do it. The military would crucify me," the president said, in Hilsman's recollection. "Don't try to push me." Yet even with Harkins in charge of MACV, the war seemed to turn in South Vietnam's favor as U.S. advisors and military gear flowed in. The ARVN added more soldiers, and the Civil Guard and village militias received better weapons and training. Wilfred Burchett, a pro-communist Australian journalist, conceded that while 1961 had seen major gains for the Viet Cong, 1962 must be largely credited to Saigon. McNamara assured Neil Sheehan, "Every quantitative measure we have shows we're winning this war." Returning to South Vietnam in 1962, about a year after his report to JFK, Taylor declared that he witnessed a great national movement rising to destroy the VC. Mild optimism, if not a little euphoria, took hold in Washington, a sense that a new day had dawned, that the new U.S. Advisory and Assistance Program was working. The official sanguinity rested partly on the apparent progress of the Strategic Hamlet Program, which Diem and New had launched on their own in 1962. They claimed that thousands of hamlets had been fortified against VC marauders as the inhabitants dug moats, threw up barbed wire fences, and moved into houses within perimeters defended by local militiamen. New poured his energies into getting the stockade communities up and running as fast as possible, before the VC had time to destroy them. Practically the first words out of his mouth any time I saw him were, "Amo stratégique," recalled Nolting. New was so enthused because he regarded the program as his brainchild. It had grown in part out of lengthy discussions between him and the CIA's cerebral Saigon station chief, William Colby. A graduate of Princeton and Columbia Law School, Colby fought with the OSS, forerunner of the CIA, against German troops in Norway and France during World War II, and organized covert political actions against Italian communists in the late 1940s. The two men spent many hours discussing the convoluted nature of the war and the need for a fundamental strategy to win it. They concluded that the key lay in South Vietnam's 16,000 hamlets, which were already the building blocks of the Viet Cong approach. Either by persuasion or force, VC organizers won over adherents in hamlets and obtained from them the recruits, food, money, and tactical intelligence they needed. The communists then gradually built their People's Army, expanding from local defense squads to mobile guerrilla platoons to main force battalions. In Mao's formulation, guerrillas swam among the people like fish in the sea. New's idea was to use strategic hamlets to drain the sea, leaving the fish flopping helplessly. Colby viewed the concept as a potential game-changer in the war, the basic counterinsurgency blueprint that South Vietnam lacked. Hamlet populations ranged from a handful of people to thousands. The first step in fortifying one was for the ARVN to clear out any VC units in the area. Then government civic action teams moved in, explaining the program to the inhabitants and helping them build physical defenses. People living outside the perimeter of a strategic hamlet were told to move their homes inside it, keeping defense lines as compact as possible. Defenses typically included a 5-foot-wide moat, often lined with bamboo spikes, and fences made of bamboo or barbed wire in front of and behind the moat. Often there was a watchtower and a concrete storehouse for guns. Members of New's Republican youth were assigned to guard the hamlet, along with local militiamen. If overwhelmed by VC attackers, they could summon help from the Arvin. With physical security established, hamlet elections could be held. Ziem had reversed himself on this policy. Services provided, and nearby hamlets fortified as well. The idea was to keep expanding these cleared areas, like drops of oil spreading outward in water, pushing the VC away from their sources of sustenance as the oil spots began to merge with one another. Forced into smaller and smaller areas, the enemy would be easier to locate and kill. This oil spot strategy dated back to French General Louis-Hubert Gonçalves Lyautey, who employed it against insurgent Algerian tribesmen early in the 20th century. Ziem and New, however, saw strategic hamlets as more than just a method for separating VC fish from peasants. They were also the vehicle for carrying out the personalist social revolution in the countryside. By building fortifications and other community projects, the peasants would absorb the personalist ideal of working together for the collective good. New explained to province chiefs that strategic hamlets would create a new hierarchy in rural communities, not based on wealth or position. Republican youths would be elected to hamlet councils, replacing at least some of the wealthier farmers who traditionally dominated hamlet life. The winners in this revolutionary reshuffling of classes would be the model anti-communist fighters in the villages. The losers would be the notables and gentry, many of them lackeys of the imperialists and colonialists who could be overthrown at once. Though his rhetoric echoed Lenin, New didn't address the contradiction inherent in dethroning the regime's strongest supporters in the countryside, landowners. While some Americans were miffed at the way the program was started, Knowlton and Colby, and later Kennedy, embraced it, and U.S. aid began pouring into the hamlets. MACV distributed strategic hamlet kits containing barbed wire, building materials, trip flares, light weapons, ammunition, and field telephones. The U.S. Operations Mission set up a new Rural Affairs branch, headed by Rufus Phillips, the ex-CIA officer. Under Phillips's energetic leadership, a corps of young Americans moved to the provinces full-time to help build schools, clinics, and wells, and distribute fertilizer and seeds. As was so often the case, however, the Saigon government and the Americans were sharply at odds over how to accomplish their shared goal. The Americans wanted to simply give the peasants construction materials, weapons, radios, and anything else they needed for their rural garrisons, and then help to construct them. But self-reliance and political struggle were central tenets for Ziem and New, as well as for Ho Chi Minh. Ziem and New wanted peasants to build strategic hamlets on their own, with little or no help from Saigon, and especially not from foreigners, to avoid creating dependency among the rural population. New didn't even want to arm the peasants, saying they should capture guns from the enemy, just as the Viet Cong did. Under relentless pressure from New, the province chiefs erected strategic hamlets at breakneck speed. By July 1962, about 2,000 had been finished, with the government projecting that another 5,000 would be done by the end of the year. The armed hamlets soon created difficulties for the Viet Cong. Identification cards and curfews made it difficult for VC agitprop teams to move from place to place. In the Central Highlands, VC troops, cut off from the peasants, found themselves facing food and medicine shortages. The U.S. Embassy estimated that their daily rice rations had dropped to half of their 1960 levels. Radio Hanoi reacted with a virulent propaganda campaign, calling these strategic hamlets concentration camps, and urging residents to tear them down. But only a few scattered attacks on hamlets were reported, and the communists seemed unsure of how to cope with them. As the construction program sped forward, however, problems emerged. Some farmers resented having to move inside a barricaded enclosure and then walk long distances to and from their fields each day. Others were made to labor without pay on earthworks and fences for days or weeks at a time while their crops went untended. Obligatory unpaid work rekindled bad memories of the French, who made widespread use of so-called corvée labor. Two researchers from the RAND Corporation, a California-based think tank under contract to the Pentagon, found that farmers in provinces near Saigon were required to work without pay for up to 90 days a year, and that some families who were promised subsidies for moving into a fortified hamlet never received them. Peasants had no say in the siting of strategic hamlets or the pace at which they were built. The present government position is unenlightened, to say the least, the researchers' report said. When one of them asked New why the government didn't communicate better with people affected by the program, he said that would only cause peasants to demand more from the government. The only thing for the government to do, said New, is issue orders and back them up with force. Chapter 9. We're going to get our asses thrown out of Vietnam. On the day after Christmas 1962, a speedboat raced toward JFK's presidential yacht, Honey Fitz, as it cruised the inland waterway near the Kennedy family's winter home in Palm Beach, Florida. Aboard the vessel were Secret Service agents and U.S. Senator Mike Mansfield of Montana, who'd succeeded Lyndon Johnson as the Senate's Democratic Majority Leader. Mansfield and 3 other senators had recently visited South Vietnam during a fact-finding trip undertaken at Kennedy's request. Now Mansfield was headed toward Honey Fitz to discuss his findings in person, and to disabuse the president of any notion that things were going well in Vietnam. A one-time copper mine mucker turned professor of East Asian history, Mansfield had been a steadfast supporter of Diem, who he regarded as not only the savior of his country, but the savior of Southeast Asia, since meeting him in 1953. But the Montanan's recent 3-day stay in Saigon left him with a very different perspective. Mansfield had endured one of Diem's soporific monologues and attended a black-tie dinner with him before concluding that he was a depressed man, burdened by a feeling of lack of accomplishment. Diem had become a recluse, while New and his wife were apparently taking control of the government. He wasn't the Diem I knew, Mansfield later said. Mansfield also sat through an upbeat, 4-hour briefing from Nolting and Harkins that the senator found unconvincing. Nolting claimed he could see the light at the end of the tunnel in the war, a phrase Mansfield recalled hearing from a French general not long before Dien Bien Phu fell. Harkins argued that strategic hamlets represented the turning point in the struggle against the Viet Cong. As always, he predicted imminent victory. In a separate meeting, New assured Mansfield that within a month, 2/3 of South Vietnam's 14 million people would be living in fortified hamlets, an assertion that to the senator sounded far-fetched. Before leaving, Mansfield had a long lunch with Halberstam, Sheehan, Brown, and Arnett. The journalists recounted their difficulties with the U.S. Embassy and Diem's government. Halberstam told Mansfield that the ARVN was losing ground, and Diem's heavy-handed controls on his army weren't helping. The senator listened carefully, and the reporter's doubts confirmed his own. At Tan Son Nhut Airport, the embassy handed Mansfield an optimistic departure statement to read to the press, but he refused. Clambering aboard Honey Fitz, Mansfield greeted JFK, casually clad in a blue sport shirt and white slacks, and the 2 men settled into comfortable deck chairs in the stern. The senator had written 2 reports, one for submission to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on which he sat, and a far more critical version for Kennedy's eyes only. The private report said little had improved since Mansfield's previous visit to South Vietnam 7 years earlier. Except for the major cities, the country remained insecure and was dominated, at least at night, by the Viet Cong. The peasants were mostly indifferent to Diem and his government. Present U.S. policies might succeed, Mansfield wrote, provided the situation didn't deteriorate significantly. If it did, he warned, Washington would have little choice except to make a truly massive commitment of American military personnel and other resources, and launch an all-out war against the Communists. The United States would then find itself in the same position as the French, enforcing some sort of neo-colonial rule in South Vietnam. As he read Mansfield's report, Kennedy's face reddened with anger. "This is not what my advisers are telling me," he snapped. But Mansfield pressed his case, urging the president to begin withdrawing U.S. military personnel. Otherwise, he said, Kennedy would face calls for more and more troops to reinforce the ones already there, a cycle that would take on a life of its own and lead to a predominant American presence which would be counterproductive to this country's interests as well as Vietnam's. JFK later told an aide that he got angry at Mike for disagreeing with our policy so completely, and then got angry at himself because I found myself agreeing with him. But Kennedy, who'd long portrayed himself as a stalwart Cold Warrior, wasn't ready to turn his back on Diem in South Vietnam. A few days after Mansfield's disconcerting visit, the president dispatched Roger Hilsman and Michael Forrestal to Saigon to see what more could be done to bolster the war effort. A bright, abrasive West Point graduate, Hilsman fit in well with the bold young men of the new frontier. With his horn-rimmed glasses and convivial smile, the 43-year-old Texan looked more like a mild-mannered academic than a battle-hardened jungle fighter. But during World War II, he served with the storied Merrill's Marauders in Burma, commanding a battalion of Kachin and Karen tribesmen against Japanese troops. Badly wounded by machine gun fire, Hilsman recovered and later parachuted into Manchuria with an OSS squad tasked with liberating American prisoners of war. In one POW camp, Hilsman came across his father, a U.S. Army colonel the Japanese had captured 3 years earlier in the Philippines. As they embraced, his emaciated dad asked Hilsman, "What took you so long?" After the war, Hilsman earned a Ph.D. in international relations at Yale and went to work in the Foreign Affairs Division of the Congressional Research Service, getting to know Kennedy, then a U.S. Senator and fellow veteran deeply interested in international issues. In 1961, JFK appointed Hilsman to run the State Department's Intelligence Bureau. Chatty, ambitious, and cocksure, Hilsman turned the sleepy office into a powerhouse, churning out incisive, well-written papers on cutting-edge topics that he spread around Capitol Hill and the White House like party favors, giving the intelligence unit and himself higher visibility. He also allied himself with Averell Harriman, then Assistant Secretary of State for Far Eastern Affairs, and Forrestal. The three men formed a powerful camarilla inside the administration, eventually becoming determined advocates of an anti-Diem coup. In January 1962, Kennedy read a speech Hilsman gave about guerrilla warfare that was reprinted in the Marine Corps Gazette, and the two had a lengthy conversation about how to win such struggles. Impressed, the president sent Hilsman to South Vietnam to study the war and report back to him. At Diem's invitation, Hilsman observed an ARVN attack, planned by a Corps-level U.S. advisor, against a Viet Cong battalion in a village near the Cambodian border. The plan was for paratroopers to drop near the village and assault the VC, while 4 infantry battalions, positioned the night before on boats in a nearby river, cut off a water escape. But the operation yielded little more than suffering and death for local peasants. Because of a map-reading error, American-piloted B-26 bombers overshot the border and unloaded 500-pound bombs on a Cambodian village, killing and wounding a number of civilians. B-26s and T-28 fighter bombers then bombed, strafed, and rocketed the targeted Vietnamese village for 45 minutes. When the smoke cleared, 5 peasants lay dead, including 3 children. 11 more had been wounded. Survivors said about 200 communist troops camped near the village had cleared out an hour before the airstrikes began. No contact was made with the VC that day. Hilsman regarded the operation as fruitless and likely to have generated more VC recruits. Hilsman also spoke with Robert G.K. Thompson, a British counterinsurgency expert who was advising Diem. Astute and courageous, Thompson had participated in London's years-long but ultimately successful effort to put down a communist rebellion in Malaya. Thompson was a strong proponent of strategic hamlets, a version of which had worked well in Malaya. He told Hilsman the VC were spending most of their efforts not fighting the ARVN, but trying to gain political and administrative control of the South's 16,000 hamlets. The government, he said, was wasting its time going after communist combat forces in the field. If the guerrillas took over the hamlets, they'd have a permanent source of recruits, food, local intelligence, and tax revenues. Thompson emphasized the need for trained civic action teams to go in and set up basic services such as schools and clinics. Also vital were effective police squads that could root out VC agents who lived in the hamlets. Unless they were removed, it wouldn't be safe to hand out arms to local militiamen. Hillsman enthusiastically embraced Thompson's ideas and presented them to Kennedy. The president, in turn, told him to brief Robert Kennedy and other prominent administration figures. JFK even sent Hillsman back to Saigon to brief Harkins, but the general only seemed interested in discussing the need for bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail to halt the infiltration of men and supplies from North Vietnam. Hillsman argued that, based on his experience in Burma's jungles, bombing would never stop guerrillas from moving along remote trails, and that in any case, the VC were drawing most of their recruits and supplies from South Vietnamese villages. U.S. strategy in the war, Hillsman said, required a fundamental rethinking and a new focus on protecting villagers and winning their allegiance. But, he later recounted, it was as if I were talking to a brick wall. Hillsman nevertheless had made himself a player in counterinsurgency circles. Upon his return to Washington, he began attending high-level administration meetings on both South Vietnam and Laos, growing impatient when Pentagon officials offered up what he considered painfully conventional options for dealing with communist insurgents. He once went so far as to snatch a pointer out of the hand of an astonished General Lemnitzer, the Joint Chiefs Chairman, when Lemnitzer had trouble finding the Mekong River on a map. Hillsman's palpable lack of awe towards senior military officers tickled Kennedy, but rankled other government figures. McNamara stiffened at the mere mention of Hillsman's name, and even the imperturbable Dean Rusk couldn't conceal his distaste for his nervy subordinate. Hillsman was notorious within the State Department for his frequent recitation of self-glorifying anecdotes about his Burma days. Colleagues usually just rolled their eyes. For all his effrontery, Hillsman had as good a grasp of the fundamentals of communist revolutionary warfare as anyone in Washington. He viewed the Vietnam War as primarily a political rather than military struggle that couldn't be won with standard military tactics. Any successful counterinsurgency program, he believed, had to reliably protect the peasants from the VC and improve the material quality of their lives. Only then would they be motivated to actively support the government. As his influence grew, Hillsman conferred with his allies Harriman and Forrestal on a daily basis, often several times a day. The 36-year-old Forrestal was the son of James V. Forrestal, a driven Wall Street investment banker who became the first Secretary of Defense in 1947, but descended into depression and paranoia after President Harry Truman asked for his resignation 2 years later. The younger Forrestal, after graduating from Phillips Exeter Academy in 1945, obtained a commission as a naval officer at age 17. His father was then Secretary of the Navy, and worked in Moscow as an aide to Harriman, then ambassador to the Soviet Union and a family friend. When Harriman was appointed to oversee the Marshall Plan, he brought Forrestal to Paris as his assistant. Harriman and his wife essentially adopted Forrestal after his father committed suicide by hurling himself out of a 16th-floor window at Bethesda Naval Hospital. Harriman remained close to Forrestal as he graduated from Princeton in 1949 and Harvard Law School in 1953. By the time Kennedy asked him to join his National Security Council staff in early 1962, Forrestal had made partner at his New York City law firm, Shearman and Sterling. He informed Kennedy that he'd never been to the Far East and knew nothing about it, but the president replied, "That's just what we want, somebody without preconceptions or prejudices." JFK's national security assistant, McGeorge Bundy, told Forrestal, only half in jest, that his job was to be kind of an ambassador to that separate sovereignty known as Avril Harriman at the State Department. Like Kennedy, an avid sailor, Forrestal became one of the president's favorite aides, as well as Harriman and Hillsman's conduit to the Oval Office. A large, bespectacled man with a wide circle of friends in Europe as well as America, Forrestal loved good food, fine wine, opera, and chocolates. Kennedy appreciated his irreverent intelligence and encouraged him to speak freely about foreign policy matters despite his junior status. Forrestal soon concluded that the United States had identified itself much too closely with Diem. Washington needed to adopt a more independent posture, he felt, in part by listening more to South Vietnamese dissidents. Forrestal also believed that the administration must be more candid with the American press about what was happening in the war, even if that angered the Saigon regime. Like Hillsman, Forrestal viewed the war as primarily a political contest. He saw large-scale ARVN sweep operations, with 1 or 2 battalions and a lot of American-supplied equipment and advisors clanking over the countryside, as not only unproductive, but counterproductive. Saigon's troops rarely made contact with the Viet Cong, but almost always ran over a village and left that in flames, angering the surviving peasants. Forrestal and Hillsman also objected to aerial spraying of American-made chemicals to defoliate forests and jungles, ostensibly denying the Viet Cong cover for ambushes. Such herbicides, the precursors of Agent Orange, had undergone tests in South Vietnam beginning in August 1961, but their success was limited since they stripped trees of leaves but left trunks and limbs intact. American aircraft also dumped defoliants on fields where VC fighters were growing rice, manioc, and other food crops. The toxic mists, however, often drifted onto crops belonging to innocent farmers as well. American officials claimed the chemicals were harmless weed killers, widely used in the United States, and the ARVN displayed soldiers who had been doused with them to demonstrate their purported safety. Diem also donated sacrificial animals to montagnards in order to placate any spirits which might have been offended by spraying. But Radio Hanoi frequently broadcast charges that Diem was engaged in chemical warfare against his own people. Despite its limited military usefulness and vulnerability to propaganda attacks, aerial spraying continued. Diem and Harkin supported it, as did Nolting, despite his qualms about the poisoning of rural fish ponds and other ecological damage. Kennedy couldn't be persuaded to stop the program. Hillsman and Forrestal arrived in Saigon on New Year's Eve 1962, a couple of days before the Ap-Bac debacle. They toured a U.S. Special Forces camp in the Central Highlands that the VC had recently overrun, killing more than 60 Montagnard trainees. They also talked with U.S. diplomats, military men, and journalists, as well as Diem and New. Though Diem had come across as distraught, disorganized, and isolated from his people when Hillsman first met him, he seemed calmer and more self-possessed now. New was another matter entirely. Though energetic and able, he radiated peculiarities that unnerved Hillsman. A paranoid suspiciousness, a grandiose, even apocalyptic view of himself and his family that hinted of madness. Over dinner, New told Hillsman he'd conceived of a grand strategy to destroy China by having the United States lure it into a war in Laos, which New judged an ideal battleground. The very idea, Hillsman recalled, made me shudder. He came away from the meal believing New would someday lead Diem into an abyss. Hillsman introduced Forrestal to Thompson, the British counterinsurgency expert, and the trio took a flight over the Mekong Delta to get a bird's-eye view of some strategic hamlets. Hopping from one small airstrip to the next, their plane flew low and slow over country roads and villages sprinkled amid green and brown swaths of rice paddies. Thompson said the fortified hamlets were well defended and benefiting from the inflow of American fertilizer, cement for pigsties, construction materials for schools, poison to kill rats that ruined the rice crops, and other aid. Training programs for the Civil Guard and village militias were beginning to pay off. Bridges and roads destroyed by the VC had been repaired. Progress was visible, and Thompson expressed strong optimism that it would continue. But Hillsman and Forrestal began to have doubts about the hamlet's effectiveness after inspecting more of them in the narrow coastal strip between Saigon and Hue. As Hillsman later wrote, their defenses were a sham, a moat and a wall topped with barbed wire and bamboo spikes, meandering around fields and outlying houses for so many miles that a whole division would be needed to defend it. But the defenders were only a few old men, armed with swords, a flintlock, and half a dozen American carbines. One wondered where the young men were, and which of the many gaps in the wall they used when they came back at night to collect food and see their wives. It seemed obvious that putting up defenses around a village would do no good if the defenses enclosed Viet Cong agents. Hillsman worried that not enough police officers were being stationed in the hamlets to sniff out VC living inside them. Many hamlets, moreover, were being built with great haste in insecure areas, exposed to VC attacks and without sufficient ARVN protection. Hillsman heard of one hamlet that held off an assault for 24 hours, with ARVN troops arriving only after the Communists had finally breached the walls, killed the defenders, scooped up their guns, and melted away. Forrestal was appalled at the way the Saigon government was populating the fortified hamlets. They simply rounded up the peasants without any warning, burned their farms behind them so as to deny their houses to the Viet Cong, and forcibly incarcerated them, that is the only word you can use, into half-built villages. They weren't really even villages. They were just areas surrounded by barbed wire. In addition to being pretty frightful by Western standards, to do this sort of thing in Vietnam is foolish, because every Vietnamese peasant believes, as a matter of religious faith, that his ancestors live on the land which he has farmed. In spite of their misgivings about the conduct of the war, Hillsman and Forrestal delivered a carefully hedged report to JFK. "We are probably winning, but certainly more slowly than we had hoped," they wrote, adding that the war will last longer than we would like, cost more in terms of both lives and money than we anticipated, and prolong the period in which a sudden and dramatic event could upset the gains already made. The report noted a strange paradox. Although the ARVN was killing large numbers of VC, enemy ranks kept growing. The Saigon government claimed 20,000 VC killed in 1962, yet intelligence sources said the number of communist regulars rose to 23,000 from 18,000 that year. Part of the explanation, Hillsman and Forrestal wrote, was that some of the dead being counted as enemy soldiers were actually innocent peasants. But they also cited the VC's ongoing ability to recruit young men in the towns and villages of South Vietnam. Infiltration from the north amounted to only about 4,000 men during the year, meaning that the war in the South was largely an indigenous affair. The strategic hamlet program was hurting the VC somewhat, restricting their freedom of movement and making food and medicine more difficult to obtain in some areas. But the enemy remained wily and potent, overrunning a fortified hamlet protected by a civil guard company in Phu Yen province and escaping an elaborate trap laid for them in Tay Ninh province. In a secret annex to their report, Hillsman and Forrestal laid some of the blame for the war's difficulties at the feet of American officials in Saigon. Even a year into Operation Beef Up, they said, there was still some confusion over the way to conduct a counter-guerrilla war among top American military and civilian officials in Saigon. Too much emphasis was still being placed on less than effective ARVN sweeps and air attacks that undoubtedly killed uninvolved peasants. In a thinly veiled swipe at Nolting, Hillsman and Forrestal criticized the lack of coordination among the multiple U.S. military and civilian agencies involved in the war effort. No one man is in charge, they lamented, and American programs were fragmented and duplicative as a result. As an example, they pointed to bureaucratic bottlenecks that slowed the transfer of U.S. weapons from Saigon warehouses to militiamen defending strategic hamlets. There also was the dispute between the U.S. Army and U.S. Air Force over who should fly to the aid of hamlets under attack. Although 2,000 U.S. radios had been distributed to hamlet leaders, their calls for help often yielded slow or no assistance, either from ARVN ground units or American aircraft. But perhaps Hillsman and Forrestal's most foreboding conclusion related to peasant attitudes toward the Saigon regime. The central goal of any counterinsurgency effort was winning the people's hearts and minds, a phrase that would be repeated so often during the war it became a cliché. But with the United States committing itself more deeply every day, it still wasn't clear whose side the peasants were on. Some hamlet dwellers fought bravely to repel VC intruders, while others simply opened the gates and gave the communists food and money, without saying anything to the Saigon authorities. It is difficult, if not impossible, to assess how the villagers really feel, Hillsman and Forrestal wrote, and the only straws in the wind point in different directions. In coming months, such reports, often inconclusive or contradictory, piled up on Kennedy's desk, making it hard to understand whether his policies were working in jungles and rice paddies 9,000 miles away. Not long after Hillsman and Forrestal returned to Washington, General Earl Wheeler, the Army Chief of Staff, reported on his fact-finding mission to South Vietnam following the Battle of Ap Bac. Wheeler and his team found that the country had improved from a circumstance of near desperation to a condition where victory is now a hopeful prospect, and that there is no compelling reason to change U.S. policies. After Wheeler briefed Kennedy on his trip, Forrestal apologized to the president for wasting his time with such rosy euphoria. Wheeler's assessment arrived at about the same time as a somber CIA estimate that characterized the war as a slowly escalating stalemate. But the direst warning of all had come from John Kenneth Galbraith, the Harvard professor serving as Kennedy's ambassador to India. Galbraith had seen cables about the Taylor-Rostow mission and adamantly opposed their recommendation to send U.S. troops to South Vietnam. He told Kennedy in late 1961 that South Vietnam's government and army were hopelessly ineffective, Diem would never reform, and Washington was now married to failure. If JFK wanted to prevent the bright promise of his new frontier from being sunk under the rice fields, he needed to quietly withdraw American support for Diem. That action, Galbraith implied, was likely to trigger a military coup against him, paving the way for better leadership. As Kennedy pondered the conflicting reports and advice, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in March 1963 released the public version of Mike Mansfield's fact-finding report, generating political shockwaves in Saigon. Mansfield and the other senators who'd accompanied him to South Vietnam expressed great admiration for Diem, but deep concern about his lack of progress since the late 1950s. Vietnam now appears to be, as it was then, only at the beginning of a beginning in coping with its grave inner problems, the report said. Diem's unpopular, narrowly based regime appeared unable to mobilize its people sufficiently to win the war. Even with substantial U.S. aid for many years, the senators wrote, Saigon could still lose to the Communists. The report stunned the South Vietnamese. Rarely had powerful U.S. political figures chastised Diem so bluntly and openly. Many South Vietnamese interpreted the senators' comments as a prelude to a U.S. pullout. Nolting was appalled, seeing the report as encouragement both to the Viet Cong and Diem's non-communist domestic opponents. He knew it didn't represent a change in official U.S. policy toward Diem, but it did suggest a worrisome crack in the formerly solid American support for his friend. Reflecting on the damaging report years later, Nolting called it the first nail in Diem's coffin. JFK had entered the White House on the wings of soaring rhetoric, pledging in his inaugural address to pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, to assure the survival and success of liberty throughout the world. But there were distinct limits to the burdens the president was actually willing to bear, especially if it meant a resort to American combat forces. While publicly he vowed no retreat from South Vietnam, privately he believed that the United States had overcommitted itself. He told Kenneth O'Donnell, his appointment secretary and close confidant, that he wanted to get out of Vietnam, but he couldn't do so until after the 1964 election. In 1965, I'll become one of the most unpopular presidents in history, he said. I'll be damned everywhere as a communist appeaser, but I don't care. If I tried to pull out completely now from Vietnam, we would have another Joe McCarthy Red Scare on our hands, but I can do it after I'm reelected, so we had better make damn sure that I am reelected. Kennedy was open to a negotiated settlement of the war. Indeed, in 1962, he'd quietly tried to lay the foundation for a Laos-style deal for South Vietnam. Shortly after Averell Harriman hammered out the final details of the Laos Accord in Geneva, the president authorized him to secretly approach the North Vietnamese negotiators, who were also staying in the Swiss city. Early one Sunday morning, hoping not to attract attention, Harriman and his aide William H. Sullivan slipped down an alley and stepped into a small hotel. They met in a private suite with Ho Chi Minh's foreign minister, Ung Van Khiem. But as Sullivan recalled, Khiem was brutally, arrogantly negative. The communist diplomat, Sullivan called him an insulting little thug, insisted that the North wasn't assisting the VC, and began reciting a litany of complaints against Saigon. Before he could finish, Harriman stood up and stalked off. In April 1963, Kennedy promoted both Harriman and Hillsman. Harriman became Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs. Hillsman succeeded him as Assistant Secretary of State for Far Eastern Affairs. The president summoned Hillsman to the Oval Office. Sitting in his rocking chair, JFK said he wanted to do all he could to help South Vietnam, with military advisors and equipment, economic aid, and diplomatic support. But if Diem's government couldn't succeed with all that assistance, the United States needed to back out. Under no circumstances did Kennedy want American soldiers fighting in South Vietnam or American bombers attacking North Vietnam. Hillsman's job, JFK told him firmly, was to make sure his country didn't get dragged any deeper into the conflict. The president was even more emphatic with his friend Charles Bartlett, a Chicago Sun-Times columnist and the man who introduced JFK to his future wife, Jacqueline Bouvier. At one point, Kennedy told Bartlett, "We've got to face the fact that the odds are about 100 to 1 that we're going to get our asses thrown out of Vietnam." Such private frankness with a friendly newsman wasn't unusual for the president. Several journalists counted themselves among his intimates, including Ben Bradlee and Joseph Alsop, the influential Washington columnist. JFK liked reporters. He enjoyed exchanging raffish banter with them and gossiping about other journalists and politicians. Briefly a newspaperman himself, Kennedy had covered the 1945 founding conference of the United Nations in San Francisco for the Hearst Syndicate. Bradlee, a frequent dinner and weekend companion of Kennedy and his wife, was fascinated by the president's seemingly bottomless appetite for juicy tidbits about newspaper people and how clued in he was to their characters, their office politics, their petty rivalries. A voracious newspaper reader, JFK was highly sensitive to unflattering portrayals of him and his administration. If he spotted a bad news story, he didn't hesitate to pick up the phone and deliver a tongue-lashing, often in a flare of blue language, to top officials of the department that had been skewered. Dean Rusk got such an earful at 7:30 one morning. Irate about something he'd read on an inside page of the Washington Post, Kennedy ordered the Secretary of State to find out who leaked that story and fire him. Hillsman and Forrestal both had been on the receiving end of media-induced tirades, and Hillsman thought JFK often overreacted to unfavorable stories. Eisenhower had read the newspapers too little, Hillsman later wrote. Kennedy was reading them too much. But the president couldn't shake the bad press coming out of Vietnam. On April 29th, he met in the Oval Office with John Mecklin, the Saigon Embassy's chief press officer. Mecklin was having more trouble than ever with U.S. newsmen, some of whom had taken to calling him Mech the Knife, after someone leaked part of a memo he wrote, criticizing some published stories about Vietnam as irresponsible, sensationalized, and astigmatic. The unleaked portion of Mecklin's memo was actually a plea for more embassy cooperation with journalists. Kennedy asked how the coverage could be improved. Mecklin urged him to order everyone in Washington and Saigon to stop making overly optimistic statements about the war and complaining about negative stories. Instead, U.S. officials should take journalists into their confidence, giving them background information in hopes of at least obtaining a sympathetic hearing about what they were trying to accomplish. The president was skeptical but willing to try, and a State Department cable went to Saigon directing Nolting and other mission officials to cooperate more with the correspondence. Nolting wouldn't be dealing with them much longer, in any event. His tour as ambassador ended in May, and he wanted to return to the States. Kennedy had no desire to reappoint Nolting. He respected his men in Saigon, but wasn't happy that he'd gone off on vacation just as the Buddhists were taking to the streets against Siem. As the president and his staff contemplated who to send next, Rusk surprised them by nominating a well-known Republican, Henry Cabot Lodge. Lodge and Kennedy had a long history of political antagonism in their home state of Massachusetts, and the Irish-American Catholics in JFK's inner circle knew he harbored a certain distaste for the aloof Yankee blue blood. Lodge's family belonged to the wealthy Protestant class known as Brahmins that had dominated Boston's politics, business community, and celebrated universities for generations. Kennedy had twice defeated Lodge, for a U.S. Senate seat in 1952 and again in 1960 when Lodge was Richard Nixon's running mate. Kennedy's youngest brother, Ted, beat Lodge's son, George, in a 1962 election for JFK's old Senate seat. Political dueling between Kennedys and Lodges went back even further in Massachusetts to a 1916 U.S. Senate race in which JFK's beloved grandfather, John Honey Fitzgerald, lost narrowly to Lodge's beloved grandfather, Henry Cabot Lodge, Sr. A Harvard graduate and one-time newspaperman in Boston and New York, Lodge had been elected to the Senate in 1936, besting Boston's legendary Irish Catholic mayor, James Michael Curley. During the Depression, he often voted for New Deal legislation, gaining a reputation as a moderate to liberal Republican. In 1944, Lodge resigned his Senate seat and served as an Army reconnaissance officer in Italy and France, earning a Bronze Star for his forays into hazardous areas. Re-elected to the Senate in 1946, he became an outspoken advocate of the United Nations. In 1952, running for his fourth term, Lodge worked simultaneously as campaign manager for Dwight Eisenhower in his first bid for the presidency. Ike won his race, but Lodge lost his, having devoted insufficient time and energy to his re-election effort against JFK. Eisenhower rescued him from the political wilderness by naming him ambassador to the UN, a position he held throughout his patron's 8 years in the White House. At 61, the tall, distinguished-looking Lodge was a figure of national prominence, a seasoned political hardball player regarded by some Republicans as a strong contender for the White House in 1964. Outwardly gracious and imbued with old-fashioned noblesse oblige, Lodge could also be cold, imperious, and condescending. He had a ruthless streak and was a deft manipulator of the press, never hesitating to torpedo an opponent with a well-timed leak of damaging information. A very good switchblade fighter, in the words of an Australian diplomat who knew him at the UN. A major general in the Army Reserve, Lodge became interested in Vietnam while serving a 3-week tour of duty at the Pentagon and producing a paper on counterinsurgency theory. He still nurtured presidential ambitions, and the high-profile Saigon post would keep him in the limelight. And if, by lucky chance, he wound up presiding over a victorious end to the war, or something that even resembled a victory, it might help propel him into the White House. Several of JFK's top aides opposed Lodge. When Theodore Sorensen, Kennedy's speechwriter and special counsel, learned of Lodge's possible dispatch to Vietnam, he asked sarcastically, "You mean North Vietnam?" But no one was warier than Robert Kennedy. With Lodge's reputation for haughtily going his own way, Robert suspected that once ensconced in the Saigon embassy, the strong-willed Republican might prove difficult to control. But there were significant advantages to enlisting Lodge. In their report on South Vietnam, Hillsman and Forrestal had urged Kennedy to appoint either the right kind of general or a civilian public figure whose character and reputation would permit him to dominate the heads of all the U.S. agencies in Saigon. Lodge certainly met the latter criteria, and arguably the former as well. In addition, his appearance in Saigon would put Diem on notice that a new, much tougher sheriff was in town. If South Vietnam deteriorated dramatically, Lodge's presence there would provide JFK with at least a partial shield against GOP attacks. And according to Kenneth O'Donnell, Kennedy simply couldn't resist the delicious prospect of entangling his old political nemesis in such a hopeless mess as the one in Vietnam. In June, not long after the old monk set himself on fire in Saigon, Lodge met the president in the Oval Office. "Cabot, I'm beginning to spend more of my time on Vietnam than anything else," JFK said. He held up a copy of Malcolm Brown's photo of Quang Duc ablaze, saying the situation in South Vietnam was extremely serious, and Diem's regime was entering a terminal phase. An American failure in Vietnam, he said, might have far-reaching repercussions. He hoped to persuade Lodge to accept the Saigon ambassadorship and take personal charge of the embassy's rocky press relations. Lodge wanted to consult with his wife about moving overseas, but soon accepted JFK's offer. If Kennedy thought he was getting a good soldier in Lodge, one who'd follow his instructions as obediently and swiftly as a regular Foreign Service officer like Nolting, he was mistaken. Lodge was a former UN ambassador and U.S. senator, an Army Reserve general, and a man who still might someday sit in the Oval Office himself. Aristocratic and supremely self-confident, he was used to giving orders and getting his own way. And that style wouldn't change an iota in South Vietnam. Chapter 10. A Sharpening of Knives. After Nolting left in May for his Aegean cruise, the running of the embassy fell to his deputy and good friend, William Trueheart. On the day Quang Duc burned, Trueheart got word that 2 companies of Diem's feared special forces had moved into Saigon, and an airborne battalion was placed on alert. Monks trying to enter the city from outlying provinces were turned back. Worried about possible clashes between security forces and Buddhist demonstrators, Trueheart ordered the closure of the American Community School, attended by the children of U.S. families living in Saigon. embassy employees and their dependents were told to steer clear of street protests and any other large crowds of Vietnamese. Trueheart believed that the old monk's fiery death and the global outpouring of revulsion and outrage that followed had drastically altered the situation facing Diem. No longer would the president be able to make a few half-hearted concessions to the monks, deploy his police and soldiers to scatter Buddhist protesters, and easily tamp down the turmoil. Many Buddhists believed their grievances would never be resolved by the government as presently constituted. Some began to talk about trying to overthrow Diem. If there was to be any chance of diffusing the rising anger and frustration, Trueheart felt, Diem needed to make an immediate, dramatic, and conciliatory move toward the Buddhists. Since coming to Saigon a few months after Nolting, Trueheart had labored in the shadow of his genial boss. Though somewhat stiff and socially awkward, Trueheart was a keenly intelligent man with a mordant, even caustic sense of humor, and a propensity for speaking his mind. After 13 years as an intelligence officer for the U.S. Army and the State Department, he joined Nolting in Paris as a political counselor for the U.S. delegation to NATO. In 1959, he transferred to the U.S. Embassy in London, where he worked with the British on bilateral nuclear issues. Trueheart was aware that Washington was routinely violating the terms of the Geneva Accords with its military buildup. He was disgusted, his son later wrote, by the Kennedy administration's hypocrisy in denying the violations to the press. He knew that under the secret Farmgate program, for example, American pilots were not merely training Vietnamese pilots, but actually flying combat missions, strafing and bombing the VC. When two reporters showed up late one night at his home asking about Farmgate, Trueheart dutifully recited the company line, denying that U.S. pilots were anything more than instructors. But he pleaded with the State Department to be more forthcoming in its responses to these insistent inquiries. Trueheart's alarm at Diem's changed circumstances in the wake of the monk's immolation was shared by Harriman and Hillsman. For days, Trueheart had been pushing Diem to grant the Buddhists at least some of what they wanted. But in a late-night cable to Saigon, Harriman and Hillsman went far beyond that position, instructing Trueheart to tell Diem that he must now fully and unequivocally meet Buddhist demands, and do so in a public and dramatic fashion. If he refused, the United States would publicly condemn his actions against the Buddhists, a move Hillsman knew could spawn a coup d'etat. Given his history of resisting American arm-twisting, Diem wasn't likely to cave in over the current brouhaha. When Trueheart on June 12th handed him a démarche stating Washington's latest demands, Diem read it in silence and passed it to an aide. He and the aide then discussed the memo in Vietnamese, and the assistant told Trueheart that any statement of disapproval from Washington would be disastrous for upcoming government talks with the Buddhists. Trueheart promptly reported Diem's reaction to Washington, warning that it was vital that there be no leaks about this. But the blunt U.S. threat to Diem leaked almost immediately, resulting in a front-page New York Times story by Max Frankel, the paper's State Department correspondent. John Mecklin, the embassy press officer, observed that the article was so accurate it was as if Frankel had been shown the file of classified cables from Saigon. Harriman and Hillsman both had good contacts in the Washington press corps, and neither of them was a stranger to tactical leaking. Frankel may have gotten his story from one or both of them, perhaps because they wanted to trumpet a Kennedy administration crackdown on Diem amid the Buddhist unrest. Remarkably, the two State Department officials failed to obtain JFK's permission for their heavy-handed ultimatum to a key foreign ally, and the president wasn't pleased. Learning of it during his daily CIA briefing, Kennedy ordered that no further threats are made and no formal condemnation is made without my own personal approval. In the 4 weeks that followed the Hue killings, Buddhists openly challenged the regime with street protests, hunger strikes, and memorial ceremonies in various parts of South Vietnam. Woefully ignorant about the Buddhist movement, Washington rushed to educate itself about its leaders, motives, and organizational structure. CIA agents impersonating newsmen lurked outside Sa Loi Pagoda, trying to pick up any information they could. the State Department enlisted an American expert on Buddhism, Dr. Richard Gard, a vice president of the World Fellowship of Buddhists, to help produce a crash study on Buddhist grievances and how they might be resolved. But Gard seemed to know little about the political views or power relationships among South Vietnamese Buddhist leaders. The Americans soon learned, however, that the Buddhists, loosely organized though they were, possessed an extraordinary ability to mobilize people throughout the country. South Vietnam had a number of Buddhist groups, but the largest and most important was the General Buddhist Association of Vietnam, founded in 1951 and headquartered at Sa Loi. Rising behind yellow walls not far from Diem's palace, the ornate three-story temple featured curled-up eaves, a large courtyard edged with banana and pine trees, and a 100-foot-tall bell tower. From the main building jutted a broad deck from which Buddhist leaders addressed the faithful gathered in well-ordered rows in a plaza below. A shrine room big enough to hold hundreds was dominated by a huge image of Buddha, his face framed by a metallic disc representing the sun. Visitors said that upon entering the spotlessly clean pagoda, they immediately felt the heat-baked hubbub of Saigon streets give way to a cool sensation of contemplation and spirituality, and, as one American put it, the stillness of eternity. The General Buddhist Association of Vietnam claimed a membership of 3,000 monks, 600 nuns, and more than 3 million lay adherents, including as many as 90,000 in Buddhist youth groups. The association's clerical leader was Supreme Patriarch Thich Tinh Khiet, an 80-year-old monk who lived at Tu Dam Pagoda in Hue. Until the Hue massacre, the GBAV had been mostly disengaged from public affairs, but, as the State Department's hastily assembled study put it, with what turned out to be considerable understatement, Buddhism is going to be significant in political terms from now on in Vietnam. Diem and his family resented U.S. intervention in what was shaping up as a domestic crisis. They blamed American journalists for giving the Buddhists more momentum, with frequent and generally sympathetic news coverage. But the No family was sharply divided over what to do about the protest movement. Brother Can, living in Hue, the Buddhist heartland, favored a peaceful settlement. Diem, who had assisted the Buddhists in the past, seemed to veer between extending an olive branch to them and wanting to throw their leaders in prison. One day he delivered a conciliatory radio address to the Buddhists of Hue. The next day, a government plane dropped leaflets over the city attacking its top monks. The News and Archbishop Tuk were adamant about not yielding any ground at all, fearing the regime would appear weak and any concessions to the Buddhists would only encourage more demands from them as well as other dissenters. Madame New regarded the Buddhists as communists, crooks, and pimps, whose beliefs were little more than primitive superstitions. Her husband viewed them as an infantile political movement that had contributed nothing to building the nation. Both News felt that if the Buddhists got much more out of hand, the army should crush them as it had the Bin Suyen in 1955. But there were big differences between the two uprisings. For one thing, the gangsters had been armed and lacked popular support. The Buddhists were peaceful and had broad public sympathy. For another, a large majority of ARVN officers and enlisted men were Buddhists, and might balk if ordered to use force against their brethren. New, however, told a regime official that he was not deeply concerned about the Buddhist revolt because he could stop it by the simple expedient of massacring hundreds or thousands of them in Saigon, just as French Catholic noblemen had slaughtered Protestant Huguenots in Paris and elsewhere on St. Bartholomew's Day in 1572. Under pressure from the Americans, Diem's longtime vice president, Nguyen Ngoc To, a Buddhist, and two other top officials, began face-to-face negotiations with a delegation of Buddhist leaders from Hue on June 14th. The talks went exceptionally well, with the parties reaching agreement within hours on two of the Buddhists' 5 demands. Supreme Patriarch Khiet sent an order to all Buddhists nationwide to avoid all manifestations and incidents in light of the progress being made. The regime removed barricades outside pagodas as a gesture of good faith. 2 days later, the negotiators released a joint communiqué announcing full agreement on the Buddhists' demands. Both sides had given up a little. Only the national flag could be flown on national holidays, but the Buddhist flag could be flown in public on Buddhist holidays, alongside a bigger national flag. A French-era law that the Buddhists opposed, arguing that it restricted their ability to acquire land and other property, was to be amended in the National Assembly. Hiet and Ziem signed the communiqué, but the president added a note saying the settlement had been approved by me from the beginning, implying that he wasn't really conceding anything. The regime neither apologized nor acknowledged responsibility for the Hue massacre. With tensions still high in Saigon, the Buddhists went along with a government request to postpone a funeral cortege for Quang Duc scheduled for June 16th, the day the joint communiqué was released, even though thousands of people were already lining streets along the expected route. When the bonzes announced the delay, a crowd of people shouted that they were traitors and sellouts to the government. About 300 students charged toward police outside Sa Loi, where the dead monk lay in state. In a swirling 45-minute melee, the youths threw bricks, rocks, bicycle chains, and shoes at cops, who responded with tear gas, clubs, and shots fired in the air. The Buddhists claimed a 15-year-old boy died of a gunshot to the head, and 100 demonstrators were arrested. The government denied there were any fatalities, but said 30 cops had been injured. Trueheart described the riot as relatively minor, but the Associated Press reported it as the most violent anti-government outburst in South Vietnam in years. That night, tanks and armored cars took up positions outside government buildings, while police and troops armed with machine guns and shotguns manned barbed wire barricades at intersections throughout the city. A brittle calm settled over Saigon. Trueheart believed that despite Ziem's recent détente with the Buddhists, he'd suffered a severe loss of confidence in the eyes of his people as well as the Kennedy administration. He wanted Ziem to use the June 16th peace agreement as a jumping-off point to make more concessions to the Buddhists and other groups. Hillsman agreed and told Trueheart to continue badgering the South Vietnamese president to meet American demands. But Trueheart, working day and night 7 days a week, was beginning to flag under the pressure. His wife, Phoebe, complained about their home phone ringing all night long and people showing up at the front door at 2 a.m. She'd throw on her nightgown, let the visitor in, make drinks for her husband and the new arrival, and wait outside his study with a book until they finished their business. "He is running on nerves," Phoebe wrote to his mother. "But don't worry, he really enjoys being in the thick of the fray." Quang Duc's funeral was finally held on June 19th, with a motorcade from Sa Loi Pagoda to a Buddhist cemetery about 9 miles south of Saigon, amid a heavy police presence. Thousands of people pressed against police barricades set up along the route, in a deal between the government and Buddhists that mourners not be allowed to walk behind the motorcade for security reasons. Police in jeeps and on motorcycles kept watch. The solemn procession passed slowly through the streets. The burned monk's remains reposed in a massive bier, decorated with flowers and the Buddhist swastika, an ancient symbol of Buddha's footprints, atop a flatbed truck. Old women knelt on sidewalks, praying as tears ran down their cheeks. At the cemetery, women in white yo-yais scattered flower petals before the casket, draped with a Buddhist flag, as it was borne on shoulder poles by monks. After the coffin was cremated, monks sifted through the smoking remains and collected ashes to be distributed to pagodas throughout South Vietnam. What was left of Quang Duc's robe was cut into tiny pieces said to have healing powers. The snippets were distributed to grateful Buddhist followers. The Buddhists claimed that, miraculously, the monk's heart survived his incineration. The organ was placed in a small glass jar on an altar at Sa Loi, where it attracted throngs of pilgrims and tourists each day. One American said the blackened, dried-up heart looked like overcooked liver. Wonderment spread through the land following the funeral. People insisted they could see the weeping face of Buddha in the clouds. Traffic jams formed at sunset as people jumped out of their cars and cyclopus to search the reddening skies for the venerated image. Buddhist leaders watched closely to see whether the regime would carry out the promises it made in the June 16th agreement. But the news, furious about the peace deal, began an open campaign to wreck it. Madame New was particularly incensed. During a family lunch, she called Diem a coward and a jellyfish for negotiating with the Buddhists. You defeated the Bing Suyen, you defeated the Hoa Hao, you defeated the paratroopers, and now you have lost to a few miserable unnamed bonzes, she berated him. Diem responded, You do not understand this affair. It has international implications. We had to settle it. At that, Madame angrily threw a tureen of chicken soup across the table. She released a statement through her Women's Solidarity movement, effectively accusing the Buddhists of helping the communists, a charge that angered them deeply. And in remarks that made many Americans recoil, she described Quang Duc's self-immolation as a barbecue, adding that if the Buddhists wanted to stage another such suicide, I will be glad to supply the gasoline. Her husband was equally irate. In a communique to his Republican youth, Niu charged that the June 16th agreement creates privileges and monopolies to the benefit of one particular group, and does not conform to the ideal of the Republican youth. Meeting with the new CIA station chief, John Richardson, Niu denounced Diem's modest concessions to the Buddhists, saying, I don't give a damn about my brother. If a government is incapable of applying the law, it should fall. Niu went on to describe the regime as Mandarin, feudal, and ineffectual, dismissing it in disgust as a servile instrument under foreign domination. Richardson, who had taken over from William Colby the previous year, reported to his superiors that the political counselor seemed to be in a dangerous frame of mind. In Washington, Hilsman and the other members of the administration's anti-Diem faction grew dismayed as the press and Democratic allies in Congress criticized Diem, and by extension, JFK's Vietnam policy. Liberal journals like the New York Times and the New Republic hammered Kennedy again and again, showcasing stories by Halberstam and other writers about the regime's missteps and friction with the U.S. Embassy. The Times editorialized on June 17th that if Diem couldn't genuinely represent a Buddhist majority, he wasn't fit to be president. Critics also were pushing the United Nations to publicly condemn the regime and its authoritarian practices. Hilsman felt that not only was Diem alienating his own people, he was alienating his greatest ally, the U.S. government, from its people as well. As he later wrote, the pictures in the press, the editorials, the grumblings on Capitol Hill, the polite but worried queries from allies, all began to mount. The situation in South Vietnam was so grave, he and his colleagues believed, that even one more monk suicide could tip the country into chaos and trigger a backlash against the Kennedy administration. As Dean Rusk laconically put it, we cannot stand any more burnings. Groping for a way forward, Hilsman concluded that Diem could survive only by giving in completely to Buddhist demands. That was the reasoning behind his cable instructing Trueheart to pressure Diem until he fully and unequivocally acceded. By eliminating their grievances entirely, Hilsman believed, Diem could cut the political ground from beneath the Buddhists, making any further demands, especially if backed up with more burnings, seem unjustified. But that strategy had little chance of success when applied to a proud, stubborn nationalist who'd based much of his political career on resisting foreign pressure. As he discussed the problem with Harriman, Forrestal, and Under-Secretary of State for Economic Affairs George Ball, who considered Diem a weak, third-rate bigot, Hilsman also considered squeezing Diem to get rid of the news. One possibility was to ship them to diplomatic posts abroad, but again, Hilsman overestimated Washington's power to influence the South Vietnamese president. Diem held loyalty to family as a supremely important value, and had promised his dying father that he'd always take care of Niu. The president's power, moreover, rested in no small part on the mass political organizations controlled by his brother and sister-in-law, Niu's Republican Youth and Madame's two women's groups. Diem could hardly afford to lose that support now. As the CIA pointed out in a June 28th analysis, Diem was unlikely to jettison the news under any circumstances. In his 1967 memoir, To Move a Nation, Hilsman stated that the facts of whether or not there had been religious persecution in Vietnam instantly became irrelevant when Quang Duc set himself afire. That was so, Hilsman argued, because Brown's photos of the monk's spectacular suicide had convinced the world that such oppression must be rampant in Ziem's domain. But facts are never irrelevant, and the fact was that systematic, state-directed punishment and harassment of Buddhists, genuine religious persecution, had never existed under Ziem. On the contrary, he often helped the Buddhists, but he failed to allay their long-simmering fears about his and his family's flamboyant embrace of Catholicism. He failed to give them the greater role in civic life they craved. He tried to enforce a flag ban that even Niu regarded as foolish. And when the Hue massacre erupted, he failed to take responsibility and apologize. Given the Buddhists' strong public support, Ziem couldn't resort to his usual methods of suppression, but he feared what would happen if he granted too many concessions. On the night of Quang Duc's death, he'd gone on the radio to express his sadness and remind his countrymen that freedom of religion was guaranteed under South Vietnam's constitution, of which I personally am the guardian. Later, he told Trueheart he was completely committed to honoring the June 16th agreement. A few days after the settlement, Trueheart informed Zien that Henry Cabot Lodge would arrive soon as the new U.S. ambassador. Ziem gave his assent, but his old mistrust of American motives began creeping back. Did Lodge's appointment signal a change in U.S. policy? Were the Americans trying to maneuver him into a position where he could be unseated? They can send 10 lodges, Ziem vented to an aide, but I will not permit myself or my country to be humiliated, not if they train their artillery on this palace. His compromises had already outraged the News and their followers, but the Americans still weren't happy. If we make another concession now, the United States will ask for more, Ziem told Father Lun, the prank-loving rector of Hue University and a family friend. How many concessions do we have to make to satisfy them? Hilsman and his clique did indeed want more. In a July 2nd cable, they told Trueheart to demand that Ziem make a dramatic speech intended to bridge the gap of misunderstanding with Buddhists and restore public confidence in the regime. Discussing with a Ziem aide the president's apparent refusal to bend any further, Trueheart confessed that he was beginning to feel helpless in this affair, but he did as ordered, urging Ziem to deliver a major speech, meet with Buddhist leaders again, and take personal charge of the government's handling of the crisis, rather than delegate it to Vice President To. Ziem promised to consider Trueheart's suggestions. He added that he understood the Kennedy administration had a problem with domestic public opinion, but that it stemmed from inaccurate and exaggerated news coverage of the Buddhists. The U.S. government, he said, should set the record straight. Ziem ended the meeting after less than 30 minutes and ushered Trueheart out with great, but perhaps forced, politeness. He didn't make the requested speech. Vaguely written, difficult to enforce, and freighted with mutual suspicion, the June 16th peace agreement began to unravel less than 2 weeks after it was signed. Thich Tinh Khiet, the octogenarian Buddhist leader, charged in a letter to Ziem that local government officials were still arresting and intimidating Buddhists in various parts of the country. Monks were being denied entry to Saigon, and police were writing down license plate numbers of Buddhists visiting Sa Loi and other Saigon temples. Rumors were afoot, Khiet wrote, that the regime planned a pitiless repression that included kidnapping and assassinating Buddhist leaders. Vice President To denied the allegations a few days later, calling on Khiet to scotch anti-regime chatter and restrain his followers from sowing disunity. As battle lines were slowly redrawn, Trueheart threw a 4th of July party at the spacious U.S. ambassador's residence, stylishly redecorated by Nolting's wife. Despite Nolting's absence and rising tensions between Buddhists and the regime, it was a large and vibrant gathering. Phoebe Trueheart rented 500 champagne glasses for the occasion. Niu was there, along with most of Ziem's cabinet ministers and 15 foreign ambassadors. Also on hand were embassy employees, U.S. and South Vietnamese military officers, CIA operatives, and, given JFK's directive to make nice with them, newsmen. Vietnamese servers circulated with food and drink, and a team of embassy wives helped Mrs. Trueheart to greet guests, who then circulated through the magnificent dining room and intimate courtyard out back. Among the invitees was David Halberstam, making little effort to conceal his anger over the lying machine. He was beginning to view the war as unwinnable, a waste of Vietnamese and American lives. Nolting and Harkins's incessant optimism disgusted him. To David, they were not just fools and liars, Sheehan recalled. They were criminal fools and liars. The correspondent contemptuously refused to shake Harkinson's hand at the party and got into a row with the wife of another general. When Trueheart and other diplomats raised their champagne glasses to Diem, a traditional toast to the leader of a host government, Halberstam clutched his glass to his chest and loudly proclaimed, "I'd never drink to that son of a bitch." A much less abrasive guest was the smoothly handsome, French-educated Arvin Major General Chun Van Don. Suave and aristocratic, Don loved the company of beautiful women and the pleasures of Saigon's high society. He was even said to have had an affair with Madame New. Don had risen to the Arvin's top ranks despite the gossip and New's suspicion that he was involved in the 1960 paratrooper revolt. He wasn't. Don commanded the Arvin's First Corps in the northern provinces from 1957 to 1962, leading 50,000 troops responsible for blocking an invasion by Ho Chi Minh's army. But in December 1962, Diem reorganized the Arvin, and Don was made Army Commander, a grand-sounding title for a powerless position that left him in charge of only a few dozen soldiers on a Saigon headquarters staff. At the embassy bash, Don spotted an old friend, a tough, swaggeringly irreverent CIA agent named Lucien Conin. Conin had known many South Vietnamese military men since World War II, when he led Allied commandos fighting Japanese troops in French Indochina. Back then, the Vietnamese were enlisted men and junior officers in the French colonial army. Now they ran the Arvin. Conin had a dim view of the military talents of some top Arvin officers, describing them as corporals with stars on their shoulders who weren't capable of leading a two-car funeral. After the party, Conin joined Don and other senior officers for drinks in the packed basement nightclub at the Caravel Hotel. Conin was one of the few Americans Don trusted, and amid the noise and smoke of the nightclub, the general revealed a jaw-dropping secret. He and other Arvin commanders were plotting Diem's overthrow. Don had been thinking of a coup for several years. He was convinced that Diem would never stop mucking around in military matters and that the war couldn't be won with him in charge. Over the next 4 months, Don's faith in Conin would give the CIA agent a central role in covert exchanges between the U.S. government and a cast of Vietnamese conspirators bent on upending one of Washington's most important anti-communist allies. A frequent patron of Saigon's watering holes, rarely without a Gauloise cigarette dangling from his lips, 43-year-old Lou Conin was one of the city's most memorable characters. A high school dropout, he'd fought in both the French and American armies during World War II, retired from the U.S. Army with the rank of lieutenant colonel, and become a full-time CIA operative. The muscular, beetle-browed former paratrooper was well known for his creative cursing and penchant for embroidering his considerable exploits. He called the CIA the Cookie Factory, described black operations as playing cowboys and Indians, and impishly cautioned acquaintances, "Don't believe anything I tell you. I'm an expert liar." As an OSS guerrilla leader in 1945, Conin met Ho Chi Minh in Hanoi, and later joked that Ho was so persuasive that he was tempted to join the Viet Minh himself. Born in Paris, Conin was shipped off to America at age 5 by his penniless mother, after his father, a veteran of France's famed Zouave infantry, died in a car crash. He was raised in Kansas City, Kansas, by a maternal aunt, a French war bride who'd moved there with her disabled American husband. After quitting high school in 1936, he worked as a typesetter and a printer before joining the French Army in 1939. German tanks demolished his unit on the Belgian front early in World War II. He enlisted in the American Army in 1941 and was trained in behind-the-lines fighting by the OSS. Conin parachuted into Nazi-occupied France in 1944 with one of the small commando teams known as Jedburghs, whose mission was to arm and fight alongside French resistance forces, an often quarrelsome amalgam of communists, socialists, and supporters of Charles de Gaulle's Free French. His 4-man unit joined local Maquis groups in a night attack against a 300-man German garrison in L'Île-Jourdain, a village about 20 miles west of Toulouse. But as Conin noted with a touch of humor in his after-action report, it was an odd operation, with the resistance fighters and Germans negotiating a lengthy ceasefire in the middle of the battle, and Maquis reinforcements failing to show up because their commander was too busy celebrating and looting the tobacco stores in a nearby village. The attackers nonetheless managed to kill 62 Germans and wound 46. An OSS evaluator wrote admiringly that Conin enjoys fighting and was an excellent conversationalist to boot. After the liberation of France, the OSS transferred Conin to China and put him in charge of a group of American, French, and Chinese irregulars operating over the border against the Japanese in northern Indochina. In a July 1945 mission that earned him a Bronze Star, he led an assault on the headquarters of the Japanese 22nd Division. He later helped to infiltrate saboteurs into Eastern Europe and trained paramilitary forces in Iran. Conin returned to Vietnam in the watershed year of 1954, attached to the CIA's Saigon military mission headed by Edward Lansdale. The unit was under orders to help strengthen Diem's fledgling government while undermining Ho's. Conin was dispatched to Hanoi to organize stay-behind agents and conduct sabotage before the Viet Minh established full control. In one operation, he and a Confederate poured chemical contaminants into the fuel tanks of a Hanoi bus company. The fumes briefly knocked both saboteurs out cold. Conin was at his swashbuckling zenith. Meeting him for the first time, Rufus Phillips, then a young CIA officer under Lansdale, sensed a dangerous man, a kind of John Dillinger on our side. There was a hint of barely restrained violence about him, that his alert blue eyes under bushy eyebrows, as well as his abrupt, blustery manner and short temper, did nothing to belie. With tensions at a flashpoint between the confident, incoming Americans and the demoralized, departing French in the mid-1950s, a number of cars belonging to Americans were blown up in Saigon, ostensibly by communist terrorists. Lansdale, however, suspected the French and told his team the bombings would be stopped. Phillips showed up one night at the house Lansdale used as his headquarters to find Conin in the kitchen, sticking fuses in chunks of plastic explosive. As he worked, he angrily muttered curses in French and English. Salauds, espèce de cons, bastards, goddamn sons of bitches, assholes. Conin got in his car after midnight with his fiancée, who cradled the explosives in her lap. He drove past the homes of various French officials and, touching his cigarette lighter to fuses, tossed his homemade bombs over the walls enclosing their yards. One bomb went into an army colonel's yard. The last one plopped onto the grounds of the French ambassador's residence. No more American vehicles were targeted after that. Lansdale, who usually praised Conin in official performance reviews, privately referred to him as the Thug. By relieving high-ranking ARVN officers like General Dawn of their field commands and relegating them to make-work desk jobs, Diem had made a serious error. The embittered generals had plenty of time on their hands to plan a revolt against their commander-in-chief. After Dawn was given the hollow title of Army Commander, he began visiting ARVN posts throughout the country, talking to officers, enlisted men, and local peasants. Part of his purpose was to sound out field commanders about their willingness to turn their men and weapons against Diem. The general also wanted a close-up look at how the army was faring in the countryside. The situation was worse than he thought. Many officers were more upset than ever that promotions continued to be based more on affiliation with the Can Lao Party or the Catholic Church than on genuine ability. With the Army's low pay for enlisted men and junior officers, their families often lived in misery. Villagers still complained of mistreatment by corrupt local officials. But when Dawn reported all this to Diem, proposing that incompetent officers be fired and crooked government subordinates punished, my pleas fell on deaf ears. In June 1963, Dawn went to Thailand to observe maneuvers by multinational military forces under SEATO, the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization. He was accompanied by Major General Yuang Van Ming, a highly popular ARVN officer nicknamed Big Ming because, At 6 feet and 200 pounds, he was significantly taller and heavier than most Vietnamese. In Thailand, the two generals had a chance to talk with foreigners and read foreign newspapers. To their surprise, they discovered that Diem's reputation was even more tattered abroad than in South Vietnam. Returning to Saigon at the end of the month, they found that relations between the regime and the Buddhists had fragmented even more, creating, in Don's words, a boiling atmosphere with people furious all over. Unrest had spread from Saigon to other cities and towns, and the government seemed paralyzed. The two generals sensed that the Viet Cong were making political gains every day. Like Don, the 47-year-old Big Ming had been sidelined by Diem, although for much longer. A Buddhist and native of Long An province adjacent to Saigon, he joined the French colonial army and been seized during World War II by the dreaded Japanese military police, the Kempeitai, who broke 2 of his front teeth while torturing him. Ming never got the teeth fixed, proudly displaying them as emblems of his toughness and endurance. As a colonel in Diem's army in 1955, Ming was in charge of troops that drove the Binh Xuyen gangsters out of Saigon and pursued the sect armies. Calling him the best and most loyal soldier he had, Diem embraced Ming and kissed him on both cheeks during a celebratory parade in the capital. But as Ming's fame and popularity rose, he fell out of favor with Nhu, who distrusted generals, and especially the lionized ones, who might become political rivals to his brother. When Ming returned from a training program in the United States in 1957, he was put in charge of the ARVN's new Field Command, a position in which he was reduced to inspecting soldiers commanded by others. Ming had ample time to pursue his hobbies, tennis, the cultivation of orchids, and adding to his collection of Japanese dolls, which he enjoyed showing off at his home. He became an open critic of Diem for his military meddling and the Nhus, whom he regarded as evil and a huge liability to the president. Ming complained about Diem and the Nhus so often and so vocally that Nolting and Harkins dubbed him General Bellyache. During the 1962 ARVN shakeup, Diem diluted Ming's job even further, appointing him as his personal military advisor, but rarely listening to his advice. Yet for all of Ming's blatant insubordination, Diem didn't fire him. That may have been because of his popularity with the officer corps, or because the ever-wary president took to heart the old adage to always hold your enemies close. Ming, Don, and a third conspirator, General Le Van Kim, Don's brother-in-law and former chief of the South Vietnamese Military Academy at Dalat, began detailed planning for a coup in mid-July. Their biggest problem was that none of them commanded combat troops, so they each began contacting other generals and colonels to test the level of military enthusiasm for a takeover. One of their goals was to minimize bloodshed when they made their move against Diem and Nhu. Another was to keep the Americans in the dark as much as possible. Although Don had confidence in Conin, the Vietnamese generals viewed Nolting, Harkins, and John Richardson, the CIA station chief, as too close to the palace to be trusted with their dangerous secret. Taking quiet soundings among dissidents, the CIA discovered that another coup group was being organized by Dr. Chan Kim Thuyen, the smiling, diminutive former head of Nhu's secret police. Thuyen's influence at the palace had been in decline since he joined like-minded regime officials in writing a lengthy report about the underlying causes of the 1960 paratrooper rebellion. 20 pages were devoted to problems created by Madame Nhu. As Thuyen feared, the Dragon Lady was incensed. The secret police chief nonetheless stayed on friendly terms with Nhu until early in 1963, when Nhu bugged the tables at La Cigale, a popular Saigon night spot frequented by Thuyen and his associates. The listening devices established that the man who knew many of the regime's most sensitive secrets was engaged not in foiling coups, but in plotting one himself. Thuyen was relieved of nearly all of his duties and tagged for exile abroad in a minor diplomatic role, South Vietnam's consul general in Cairo, a common fate for regime officials who fell from grace with Diem. A CIA report said he'd meanwhile recruited a number of prominent military and civilian figures into his anti-Diem group, including, perhaps implausibly, the Catholic Archbishop of Saigon. The U.S. Embassy, too, was preparing for a possible coup. A secret memo circulated among embassy officials said the putsch would begin with no advance warning and that the VC will seek to exploit confusion by sabotage, incitement of mob violence, and probable attacks on Americans. Refugees, sympathy seekers, spies were expected to swamp the ambassador's residence. Government troops or coup forces were likely to cordon off the embassy and MACV headquarters. Coordinated action will be essential if the Americans are not to lose more face, both here and abroad, the memo said. We must secure a position of influence with a group taking power, without compromising ourselves either for or against it. An emergency operations group should be set up immediately, the memo recommended, with a prearranged code word to alert all U.S. agencies when the coup started. But speculation about a possible uprising wasn't limited to the embassy and a gaggle of disaffected Ziemists. It seemed to be the most popular guessing game in town. Everyone in Saigon is talking about it. Shopkeepers, cab drivers, intellectuals, and the whole diplomatic corps. Mieczysław Maneli, the sharp-eyed Polish observer, cabled his government. No one doubts that the situation between the Ziem family and Washington is tense. President Kennedy planned to spend the long Independence Day weekend on Cape Cod with his family and do some sailing. But he'd set aside some time on the morning of July 4th for an urgent meeting with his Vietnam team on the burgeoning Buddhist crisis. The core members of the anti-Ziem coterie were present: Harriman, Hillsman, and Forrestal. Hillsman began the briefing by saying that Saigon was filled with talk that the regime wouldn't carry out the peace agreement with the Buddhists in good faith. He cited a recent article in The Times of Vietnam that suggested that Quang Duc had been drugged and all but dared the Buddhists to incinerate more monks. Though it had only a few thousand readers in Saigon, the English-language Times of Vietnam was widely regarded as a mouthpiece for the regime. The newspaper was published by an American couple, Jean and Anne Gregory, who were close to Ziem and his family, and Madame New wrote some of its articles. Kennedy asked whether the drugging story was true, and Hillsman replied that religious fervor was an adequate explanation for the monk's suicide. He said Trueheart had put extremely heavy pressure on Ziem to make a dramatic speech about the Buddhists, but that he'd agreed only to think about it. Hillsman again argued that Ziem should be publicly condemned if he failed to do what Washington wanted. But no matter what he did, a coup attempt was likely in the next 4 months, Hillsman said. He added that Nolting believed civil war would break out if Ziem was killed in a takeover, although Hillsman didn't think that would necessarily happen. American presidents rarely take action in foreign affairs without considering the domestic implications. The men in the room with Kennedy were moderate to liberal Democrats who wanted to see him reelected in 1964, and they knew that events in South Vietnam could affect his chances. As the Buddhist struggle dragged on, the crescendo of criticism from Congress and the press over the administration's support of Ziem had only intensified. In a July 3rd article in the New York Times, Max Frankel summed up JFK's dilemma. Vietnam, he wrote, was a politically embarrassing war in which the United States finds itself allied with the authoritarian South Vietnamese regime, whose methods it doubts and whose popularity it questions. Hillsman's proposal that the administration publicly dissociate itself from Ziem in the event of more burnings was a way to protect Kennedy's political flanks. While such a statement might deflect some domestic criticism from JFK, it could also prove fatal to Ziem if his political enemies took it as a sign that American military and economic support was waning. Such an interpretation could easily set off a coup by Saigon's military. The conversation turned to filling the ambassadorial vacancy in Saigon. Forrestal thought Trueheart had done a grand job in Nolting's absence, but that it was unwise not to have a full-time ambassador in place during such a tumultuous period. Nolting was finally back in the United States after his vacation, and Kennedy wanted him sent to Saigon straight away. Lodge was scheduled to replace him in September, but the president wanted his new envoy in Saigon sooner. Unlike some in the room, JFK thought Nolting had done outstanding work in Saigon. Kennedy remarked that it was almost miraculous how the ambassador had succeeded in turning the war around from the disastrously low point in relations between Diem and ourselves 2 years earlier. Kennedy said he hoped Nolting could be publicly commended and that an appropriate position could be found for him in Washington so that he could give his children a suitable home in the years immediately ahead. Before the meeting broke up, Forrestal mentioned that General Victor Krulak, the counterinsurgency expert for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, had recently visited South Vietnam and found that, for all the political waves it had made, the Buddhist tempest hadn't affected the ARVN's performance against the Viet Cong. In his written report, Krulak gave a couple of examples of recent ARVN successes and concluded that we are indeed winning the war, that our present course is sound, and that, resolutely pursued, it will see the job done. It was a buoyant note on which to start the holiday weekend. Like the rest of the Western journalists in Saigon, Peter Arnett had been covering Buddhist street demonstrations for weeks. The 28-year-old Associated Press reporter had become familiar with Sa Loi Pagoda, the Buddhists' nerve center, where young monks and college kids operated mimeograph machines that ran off thousands of leaflets and statements to be distributed to the press and Buddhists throughout the country. Journalists flocked through the pagoda's iron gates for news briefings delivered by a frail-looking 24-year-old monk named Duc Niep, who announced himself as chairman of the propaganda committee and served visitors delicate Chinese tea and snacks in his office. Buddhist leaders told the foreign reporters they were their only hope of getting their message to the outside world. Indeed, ordinary Vietnamese had begun to treat them as heroes. Horst Voss, the AP photographer, had to move off a balcony from which he was shooting street demonstrators below when they began cheering wildly whenever he clicked his shutter. Shopping at a grocery store after one protest march, Arnett found store clerks hailing him as the owner patted him on the back. On the morning of July 7th, Arnett joined Halberstam, Sheehan, and half a dozen other reporters and photographers as they gathered outside a small pagoda in anticipation of the day's street action. About 20 plainclothes police were also there, along with uniformed riot police. The newsmen watched as about 300 monks and nuns filed along a narrow alley from the pagoda toward the street. Security men tried to block them, and Arnett and other newsmen began taking pictures. Suddenly, 2 plainclothes cops punched Arnett in the face, knocking him to the ground. Several cops then started kicking him with their sharp-toed boots and grinding his camera to pieces. Bellowing in anger, Halberstam charged into the fray like a bull elephant, shoving the cops away from Arnett. Get back, you sons of bitches, or I'll beat the shit out of you," he screamed, fists balled. As other reporters pulled Arnett to his feet, Brown snapped a photo of the bloodied journalist standing behind Halberstam for protection, just before a cop smashed Brown's camera with a brick. The plainclothesmen broke off the attack and disappeared in the crowd. Uniformed cops nearby didn't lift a finger to help the foreigners. Brown's camera was ruined, but his film was intact, and he needed to get it to an AP bureau outside South Vietnam as fast as possible. Censors at the government telegraph office had been holding up transmission of stories and pictures by foreign correspondents, so they began turning to pigeons, friendly pilots, stewardesses, and GIs on outbound airline flights, to get their work to the outside world. Brown got lucky when he ran into Chester Bowles, Kennedy's new ambassador to India, who was passing through Saigon on his way to New Delhi. Bowles agreed to smuggle out Brown's pictures, and images of the police attack were widely printed in U.S. and foreign newspapers. Their run-in with the undercover cops convinced the journalists that the regime was trying to scare them away from covering the Buddhists, and they were livid. In a stormy session at the embassy, they demanded that Trueheart file a formal protest with Diem's government. But Trueheart declined, saying he didn't have enough information about what happened. That only made the reporters, who were, after all, professional witnesses, madder. When Trueheart later expressed concern to the Vietnamese, they claimed the newsmen provoked the skirmish by objecting when cops stopped the Buddhists, and that one journalist struck a cop first. Trueheart cabled Washington, "Given extreme emotional involvement of correspondents these days, amounting regrettably to intense hatred of all things GVN, Government of Vietnam, in certain cases, I would not feel sure about refuting police." Drained and on edge after many days and nights of nonstop, high-pressure work, the reporters felt the embassy was abandoning them, refusing to defend them against a hostile government hell-bent on silencing them one way or another. For months, they'd endured verbal attacks from the regime. Now they faced physical assaults as well. Halberstam, Sheehan, Brown, and Peter Kalischer of CBS News fired off a telegram to Kennedy, alleging that Ziem had inaugurated a campaign of open physical intimidation to prevent the covering of news which we feel Americans have a right to know. They asked the president to personally protest the police attack and obtain assurances that it will not be repeated. The day after the attack on Arnett, he and Brown were interrogated for 4 hours at Saigon's Central Police Station about whether they beat the cops outside the pagoda. It looked as if the two AP reporters might actually be arrested and prosecuted. That was too much for their comrades. 8 of them angrily crowded into John Mecklen's office that night, clamoring to know what the embassy was doing to protect Brown and Arnett. On Truehart's orders, Mecklen said he couldn't discuss the matter, whereupon the newsmen exploded in such a tumult of 4-letter invective on the theme of American gutlessness that another embassy employee next door came in to see if Mecklen was all right. 3 days later, Trueheart cabled Washington that resident correspondents have become so embittered towards the government that they are saying quite openly to anyone who will listen that they would like to see regime overthrown. Ziem, he added, was convinced that correspondents have been actively encouraging Buddhists. As Ziem tried to simultaneously fend off agitated Buddhists, angry news, and demanding Americans, a new anti-regime martyr was created. Nguyen Tuong Tam was one of South Vietnam's best-known literary figures. A poet and novelist, he'd been a leader of the Vietnamese intellectuals who tried with their underground writings to incite popular uprisings against the French in the 1930s. His themes often touched on Vietnamese nationalism and resistance to colonial rule, and his books were widely studied in South Vietnam's colleges and secondary schools. The 58-year-old Tam was among more than 50 civilians and military men facing possible death sentences after the regime charged them with treason in connection with the 1960 paratrooper rebellion. Many Vietnamese saw their upcoming trial before a military tribunal as a warning from Ziem to the current crop of conspirators about the consequences of rising against him. At the time of the 1960 revolt, Tam's name appeared on a declaration of support for the mutineers by nationalist politicians and other civilians. But it wasn't clear whether he actually signed the broadside or someone forged his name to give it more gravitas. Tam had been under police surveillance ever since. 2 days before Tam's trial was to begin, he called his sons to his home to drink whiskey with him. "I feel very happy tonight," he said. "I'm going to die very soon." He then collapsed and was rushed to a hospital. He died the next day. It turned out that he'd put cyanide in his drink and left a suicide note attacking Ziem's government. The arrest and trial of all nationalist opponents of the regime is a crime that will force the nation into the hands of the communists, Tam wrote. "I oppose this crime, and I kill myself as a warning to those people who are trampling on our freedoms." A wave of emotion coursed through Saigon's student population, and a struggle began over how Tam was to be buried. Young people asked his family for permission to hold a public funeral procession, which the government opposed. It soon relented, however, and on July 13th, about 1,500 people shuffled silently through the streets behind a hearse carrying the writer's body from the hospital to Gia Loi Pagoda. Some 1,000 police lined the route, with soldiers and armored cars tucked into nearby courtyards. But there were no clashes as the cortege made its way past throngs of onlookers. Hoping to dampen the possibility of street violence over Tam's death, the government acquitted him posthumously. But the CIA, watching closely as always, reported that "we are more uneasy than ever about the situation in Saigon." The various opposition groups are sharpening their knives, but seem not yet to have the unity and determination to act against Ziem and the news, the agency said in a report that went to JFK. All elements seem to be waiting for something. In such an atmosphere, a minor incident could cause the opposition to coalesce overnight. If the CIA was apprehensive over the recent uproar and unrest, Trueheart was simply bewildered. Meeting with Nguyen Dinh Tuan, Diem's capable chief of staff, Trueheart confessed that he didn't understand the regime's seemingly contradictory actions. On the one hand, Diem's vice president had sent conciliatory letters to the Buddhists. On the other, the Diem-influenced Times of Vietnam insulted and attacked them. New first denounced the peace agreement with the Buddhists to his Republican youth minions, then reversed course and called on them to support it. Diem's interior minister recently told Trueheart the president would, after all, make the dramatic speech that Washington so badly wanted. At the same time, the government prosecutor in the treason trial revived the falsehood that the Americans had sided with the 1960 rebels against Diem. "What the hell is going on?" Trueheart implored. "C'est un panier de crabes," Tuan said with a shrug. After all these years, Saigon was still a basket of crabs. Chapter 11. City on the Brink. Nolting finally flew back to Saigon on July 11th, a brutally hot, humid day. He was appalled by what had happened in the 6 weeks since his departure, and furious at his old friend Trueheart, who he blamed along with Hillsman and Harriman for taking advantage of his absence to undermine Diem. 2 years of painstaking work with the touchy South Vietnamese president lay in ruins. Relations between Saigon and Washington were near a complete breakdown. As an added humiliation, Nolting had learned of Lodge's appointment to succeed him not from the State Department, but from a radio news program on a New York-bound ocean liner as he and his family crossed the Atlantic at the end of their vacation. By coincidence, the ambassador arrived at Tan Son Nhut at the same time as Diem, returning from Hue. The president's ministers were there to greet him, but only one of them bothered to say hello to Nolting, emphasizing the awkwardness of his position as a diplomatic lame duck. The ambassador walked to a cramped waiting room where 24 American and Vietnamese newsmen awaited his homecoming speech amid billows of cigarette smoke. Dripping sweat in the heat and the glare of TV lights, Nolting read a statement gently conveying Washington's dissatisfaction with Diem's handling of the Buddhists, but concluding that victory wasn't far off as long as South Vietnamese unity and determination weren't weakened by internal dissension. The reporters pounced immediately. With all that had happened in recent weeks, they demanded, did Nolting still believe the Vietnamese people should stop criticizing Diem and simply get on with the war? The ambassador managed to duck most of the questions and get away from the airport. Saigon was visibly tense. Police and barbed wire barriers walled off Gia Long Palace, where Diem and the news had moved after Independence Palace was bombed the previous year. Whenever the Buddhists threatened another street action, the security zone around the palace was enlarged and more streets were closed, creating monstrous jams of overheated vehicles and sweltering, fuming people in the city center. Buddhist picketers appeared in front of Nolting's residence. Large crowds outside Za Loi forced him to detour around the pagoda when driving to the embassy. Before coming back to Saigon, Nolting had stopped off in Washington, encountering what he described as great agitation and confusion. The official optimism over South Vietnam in recent months had been replaced by sharp opposition to the get-along with Diem policy. The ambassador met with a testy, tight-lipped Harriman, who said that if he had his way, Nolting wouldn't be going back to Saigon at all. Alarmed at the frosty new attitude towards Diem, Nolting tried to convince policymakers to give the president some slack. He warned George Ball, the Undersecretary of State for Economic Affairs, that if the United States publicly repudiated Diem, his government would fall. Diem had promised to carry out the June 16th peace agreement, Nolting said, and he always kept his word. The South Vietnamese leader would deal with the crisis in his own way. He'd get through it if left to his own devices. Nolting also testified behind closed doors to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, assuring its members that South Vietnam was still making progress, albeit slowly and at times painfully. While the regime had made a series of bonehead plays in the aftermath of the Hue massacre, he told the committee, the press was often unfair to Diem, criticizing him for the wrong reasons. The ambassador couldn't resist a swipe at his nemesis Halberstam, saying he sometimes became very emotional and is not as accurate and objective in his reporting as he ought to be, but providing no examples of the newsman's alleged transgressions. Nolting had a brief audience with President Kennedy, who was considerably more cordial than Harriman. Although Nolting's 2-year tour in Saigon was technically over, JFK instructed him to go back and do his best to help restore confidence and trust until Lodge relieved him. Almost as soon as he reached Saigon, Nolting got a call from Diem asking him to come to the palace. Nolting found the president tense and exhausted, torn by conflicting advice, mistrustful of U.S. intentions, and, as always, indignant at calumnies in the foreign press. Nolting got the impression that Diem had both lost some control of his government and was in a martyr's mood. Diem worried that Lodge's appointment signaled the Kennedy administration's adoption of a new, harsher attitude toward his government. Nolting said Washington had assured him that wasn't the case. To prove his point, he cabled the State Department and was informed by return telegram that highest authority, meaning JFK, wasn't changing course. When the ambassador later read the telegram aloud to him, Diem said, "I believe you, but not that telegram." Meanwhile, Nolting found the U.S. mission more divided than ever. Some top officials, including Harkins and John Richardson, the CIA station chief, still strongly backed Diem. But some younger ones felt it was time to part company with him. His government was too disorganized to ever win the war, they felt, and his performance in the Buddhist crisis only underlined his ineptitude. Some embassy officers had even formed an informal network, passing information back and forth among themselves about what they thought was really going on in the war. They were no longer listening to the effervescent optimism of Nolting and Harkins, and began to believe instead that the only ones telling the truth were the press, recalled John T. Bennett, a 34-year-old embassy economics specialist. What upset Nolting most was that although he'd instructed both Trueheart and the State Department to contact him about any big developments during his vacation, no one told him about the Buddhist blow-up. The reason, he concluded, was that the anti-Diem faction in Washington wanted to keep him away from Vietnam, depriving Diem of his counsel and increasing the chances that the president would overreact in some way and fatally wound himself and his government. The ambassador was particularly irate at Trueheart, with whom he had a very straight talk. Truehart's son, Charles, later described the exchange as an angry confrontation. While Nolting's deputy had once shared his positivity about Diem and South Vietnam, the ambassador believed Trueheart had shifted with the winds blowing from Washington and sided with the anti-Diem cabal. Diem's chief of staff, Tuan, told Nolting he twice tried to get the embassy to send him a telegram while he was overseas, pleading for him to cut short his trip and rush back to Saigon. But the ambassador only learned of the request in a short letter from Trueheart that wasn't delivered to him until his ship docked in New York. Nolting had never seen evidence that Buddhists were being persecuted and came to believe that their protests were a contrived, cold-blooded political move to topple Diem's government, abetted by gullible American diplomats and journalists. By carrying out Washington's poorly conceived instructions with a vengeance, Trueheart had overlooked the Buddhists' true motives and the questionable merits of their case, the ambassador felt. He later criticized his friend in a job performance report, saying he failed in keeping with the responsibilities and loyalties of a deputy to his ambassador. Trueheart had different views. His close-up experience of Diem during the Buddhist uproar left him deeply pessimistic about South Vietnam's chances of beating the Viet Cong. "I had concluded this long before Nolting came back. I don't have any guarantee that anybody else will do better, but we can be sure that this man will lose. And if it's not going to work, you don't start putting more money on the table." Trueheart also had newfound respect for Halberstam, Sheehan, and other American journalists, whose news stories, he thought, were, on the whole, more accurate than what we were reporting from the embassy. He hadn't notified Nolting of the emergency while he was on vacation, he said, because he was so busy and the situation changed so rapidly that it was impossible to summarize at any given moment. And while Nolting felt his number two should have been loyal to him, Trueheart believed he owed a greater allegiance to the U.S. government and carrying out its orders. But there was no question that his run-in with Nolting had reduced their long, warm friendship to ashes, an outcome that Trueheart described years later as a very painful thing. With time running out on his ambassadorship, Nolting tried to patch up Washington's relations with Diem, laboring up to 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. Several subordinates told him he should never have left, and that Trueheart's high-pressure tactics had created an impasse that made it impossible to do business with their regime counterparts. It looks like the State Department thinks Diem is the enemy rather than the Viet Cong, Harkins remarked. Garbage had been thrown into some embassy employees' yards. The suspected culprits were newsmen. Manelli, the Polish diplomat, cabled his superiors, "Mr. New's secret police spend more time shadowing the mistresses of American officers than communists. The Viet Cong are practically forgotten." Nolting's problems multiplied when the Buddhists, having lost all faith that the government intended to abide by the June 16th agreement, decided to revive their protest campaign. In a letter to Diem, the patriarch of the General Buddhist Association of Vietnam, Thich Thich Khiet, cited acts of a terrorist nature aimed at Buddhists by local government officials in various parts of the country. Those acts purportedly included volleys of gunfire at a Buddhist monastery, narrowly missing the monks inside, and repeated bombings of a pagoda in the Camo Peninsula. A monk had disappeared. A missing nun had been dumped outside a pagoda, bound hand and foot with wire. Khiet further complained that many of those arrested during previous anti-government marches still hadn't been released. He instructed all monks, nuns, and laypeople to resume mass marches and hunger strikes. If police stopped them on the street, he wrote, have everyone sit down and chant 100 Buddhist prayers. If soldiers surrounded their pagodas, the faithful were to pray calmly until death comes. On July 16th, about 150 bonzes began a 2-day hunger strike at Sa Loi, watched carefully by riot police and undercover men. 3 fire trucks parked nearby, ready to hose down anyone who tried to set themselves on fire. On the same day, another 100 monks showed up outside Nolting's residence, along with a larger number of cops, reporters, and spectators. Speaking in English through a bullhorn, Duc Niep, the Buddhist self-proclaimed chief propagandist, pleaded for American help in ending the crisis and threatened that more Buddhists would burn themselves if their demands weren't met. Fearing that an immolation was about to happen right then, Nolting placed an urgent phone call to Diem, but the demonstration ended without incident. The next day, about 1,000 Buddhists came under police attack as they tried to march from Zac Min Pagoda in Cholon to Sa Loi. The demonstrators, including many women and children, had gathered in secret at the pagoda the night before. When police the next morning got wind of the march, they threw up a barbed wire barricade in the street to stop it. Led by monks, the Buddhists began tearing at the barbed wire with their bare hands as combat police, trained by the CIA to fight Viet Cong attackers in the streets, and plainclothesmen tried to hold them back. The protesters then sat down in the street as cops unspooled more barbed wire across the road behind them and called for reinforcements. Some of the Buddhists began making speeches as several truckloads of white uniformed police and 4 fire engines rolled up. Saigon's police director appeared with about 50 officers brandishing submachine guns and tear gas launchers. Through a loudspeaker, the police chief told the marchers they were to be transported to Sa Loi in government vehicles. The barbed wire barricades were opened, and 5 stake-bed trucks backed toward the seated Buddhists. The police went after the monks first, picking them up by their arms and legs and heaving them into the trucks. The Buddhists offered no resistance, but the cops hit them with nightsticks and rifle butts, kicked them, and slammed their heads down on the metal truck beds. Several monks were knocked to the ground, kicked and beaten. Others were punched in the head while they lay in the trucks. Lay people were treated with the same unnecessary violence. The policemen grabbed priests as they knelt and clubbed them, Halberstam reported from the scene. They grabbed seated old women and smashed down with clubs. In one alley, several policemen grabbed an old woman and beat her. A cop told one Western newsman, "That's what happens when there is too much liberty." One of the trucks kept backing into the crowd, knocking down several people and running over one. As a woman voluntarily climbed into a truck, a police officer proceeded to give her a very forcible kick in the buttocks, projecting her into the truck, according to a U.S. Embassy observer. Scuffles broke out when cops tried to seize cameras from newsmen. About 50 people were hurt, some badly. They included monks who tried to jump out of trucks as they were taken away. Police then went down an alleyway to Zak Ming Pagoda and dragged out more people to be arrested. They tried to enter the building, but were forced to retreat under a hail of rocks thrown by people inside. The cops tore down the pagoda's flagpole and public address system and strung barbed wire across the entrance. They announced that the temple was closed and no one could enter or leave. In all, 263 people were arrested. Security forces barricaded and sealed off the rest of Saigon's pagodas. Nolting cabled Washington that a heavy concentration of combat police and soldiers was guarding Zialong Palace. Police had automatic weapons, and troops were in full battle gear. Machine guns were set up around the building. The National Assembly was cordoned off as well. Halberstam reported that the capital was extremely tense. After Nolting left on vacation, U.S. intelligence agents had swarmed Saloy and other pagodas, calling on the monks repeatedly in an effort to learn more about their leaders and plans. At one point, 10 or so officers from the CIA, MACV, Embassy Security Office, and other intelligence units were visiting Zaloy each week. When the ambassador returned, he promptly stopped the visits lest they give the regime a pretext to charge the Americans with encouraging rebellion. But the CIA's inquisitiveness had uncovered a foreboding shift in the Buddhist leadership. As dissatisfaction and anger rose over the government's supposed failure to carry out the June 16th agreement, militants were replacing moderates in the topmost ranks. The chief militant was Chi Kuang, the master provocateur from Hue, who'd openly stated his goal of pressuring the government until it collapsed. The monk was prepared to call for more burnings, and among the purported volunteers was Zhu Hui, a Buddhist nun and mother of Dr. Bu Hoi, a nationally respected figure who was head of South Vietnam's atomic energy program, as well as Ziem's ambassador to 6 African nations. The Times of Vietnam reported that Zhu Hui had come from Hue to Saigon to prepare for another self-immolation spectacle. The likelihood that more street actions would lead to more violence weighed on Nolting, who kept urging, encouraging, warning Ziem to move in a constructive direction with the Buddhists. The president took to the radio again on July 18th, affirming his support for the June Peace Pact and announcing that the government was willing to undertake joint investigations of alleged violations of it in conjunction with the Buddhists. Nolting praised the brief address as forthright and statesmanlike, but Hillsman thought it was inadequate and accomplished nothing. Privately, however, Ziem was seething. He vented his feelings in a meeting with his old friend Rufus Phillips, the ex-CIA agent who now ran the U.S. Rural Affairs Program, working closely with New's strategic hamlets. Ziem denounced the Buddhist insurrection as the ultimate in ingratitude, pointing out his record of financial support for Saloy and other temples. The Buddhists, he said, were clearly trying to subvert his government, and he resented American pressure to appease them. His police and army had acted with the greatest of restraint, even though the Buddhists employed hooligans disguised as monks to stir up trouble in the streets. Ziem also blamed distorted U.S. news coverage of the protests for generating international pressures that weakened his hand in dealing with the Buddhists. Taken aback by Ziem's remarks, Phillips summarized them in a memo to Nolting, concluding that it was most depressing to find Ziem with his mind so closed and so convinced that he was being unfairly treated. At the same time, the president's ever-watchful brother, perhaps sensing a coup in the works, was playing cat and mouse with the generals. New called together more than a dozen of them on July 11th in what may have been an attempt to smoke out traitors. Many generals despised New and his wife, but the political counselor was friendly and flattering as he spoke to them at Joint General Staff Headquarters near the airport. Within days, 4 generals separately reported New's comments to the CIA, producing a Rashomon-like tangle of conflicting interpretations. The informants agreed that New had criticized his brother's handling of the Buddhist crisis, but also appealed for their loyalty and support in resolving it. One general said he believed New was sincere in his plea and that most of those present would back him. Another said the majority of generals had reacted negatively to what New said. The most remarkable report was that New told the group that if they were thinking of launching an anti-Diem coup, he didn't blame them, and indeed would be with them. Several days later, Richardson, the CIA station chief, asked New about the meeting. Describing ARVN leaders as confused and agitated by the Buddhist unrest, New explained that he'd used the session as a kind of psychoanalytic procedure to try to surface some of the problems they had been brooding about inwardly. Coup d'etats, New said, were mentioned only in the context of how they often erupted in underdeveloped countries like South Vietnam. Richardson accepted New's explanation at face value, but Nolting and others at the embassy believed the president's cunning brother knew a coup was in the making and was testing the general's fealty. In Washington, coups and conspiracies were much on Hillsman's mind as well. In a July 23rd cable to Nolting, the Assistant Secretary of State said that given the regime's intransigence, Buddhist protests were likely to escalate, complete with more burnings. The disorder and disaffection in Saigon would spread to rural areas, damaging the war effort. Hillsman speculated that a coup attempt was coming in the next few months, if not weeks, and was likely to succeed. In these circumstances, the Kennedy administration had several options, he wrote. It could issue statements of support for Diem and hope that would help him to weather the Buddhist storm, or it could publicly chastise him, possibly setting off a coup, or even secretly encourage his military leaders to overthrow him. Hillsman concluded that the wisest course was simply to watch and wait, since bolder action runs obvious risk of putting us in position of having backed loser. Nolting waited 2 days before politely rejecting Hillsman's central premise in a follow-up telegram. He felt that the heat is slowly going out of the crisis and that Diem was likely to survive it. The present government, the ambassador wrote, stood the best chance of successfully carrying out the counterinsurgency program, and Washington should try to keep Diem in power. The atmosphere in Saigon had perceptibly calmed in recent days. Diem seemed to have seized the political initiative from the Buddhists by repledging his support for the June 16th agreement in his recent radio address. If the government stuck to that position, said Nolting, agitation by the more radical monks would stop. What Washington needed to do now was to publicly praise any conciliatory steps taken by either side. Struggling to keep up with the geyser of news in Saigon, Halberstam, Sheehan, and the other reporters shifted into overdrive, cranking out story after story about the protests. Halberstam and I and the other correspondents had seized on the Buddhist crisis as we had on App Back, Sheehan later wrote. We had been holding it up as proof that the regime was as bankrupt politically as it was militarily. The police were getting in the correspondents' way less, but the news had found new ways to bedevil them. Madame New dropped another of her verbal bombs, telling a British journalist that Halberstam should be barbecued, and I would be glad to supply the fluid and the match. In late July, a plainclothes policeman approached a Vietnamese cameraman who worked for Sheehan, urging him to tell your boss to be careful when he goes out at night, because the cops might get orders to kill him and make it look like a VC attack. The correspondents tried to shrug off the menacing words, but warnings kept coming from police sources, some of whom seemed as alienated as many ARVN officers over what was happening to Buddhists in the streets. A cop told a Vietnamese journalist who worked for UPI that the news had drawn up a list of enemies to be assassinated. Halberstam and Sheehan were on it, along with some high-ranking ARVN officers and civilians suspected of coup plotting. The news were serious, the source said, adding that the reporters should take precautions. If news thugs came for him, Sheehan's office apartment would provide little protection. Lobbing a grenade through the front window or shooting the place up with a submachine gun would be easy. Though it might not be of much use in such an attack, Sheehan bought himself a .38 caliber revolver. Every night he loaded the gun and placed it carefully on his nightstand. Every morning he unloaded it and put it away in a closet. Without the comforting nightly ritual, he was unable to sleep. Halberstam seemed immune to the dark whispers as he churned out articles. Even amid the turbulence in Saigon, he kept his eye on the war in the countryside. On July 21st, he and other journalists were informed of a great government victory near the delta town of My Tho, where the ARVN had supposedly killed 300 guerrillas from the Viet Cong's 514th Battalion, the heroes of that back. Eager to publicize its triumph, the Saigon government invited newsmen to fly to the area the next day. Halberstam and others choppered down to find that only 58 VC, not 300, had been killed. 18 ARVN soldiers were killed, most of them while trying to cross an open rice paddy in the face of communist fire. Disgusted by the exaggeration, the reporters flew back to Saigon. Harkins's command wanly reported to its superiors in Honolulu that it could offer no sound explanation of wide disparity between initial report and final body count. After the Saigon correspondents complained to JFK about Ziem's cops beating up Peter Arnett, the State Department's top public relations official was dispatched to Saigon to try to make Ziem understand the pitfalls of bullying the press. Gregarious and witty, Robert Manning was a former writer, editor, and London bureau chief for Time magazine, who joined the State Department in 1961 as Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs. Asked by Rusk if he was willing to lie for your country, Manning icily replied, "No." Despite his proclivity for candor, in an administration that often preferred secrecy and press manipulation, he spent 2.5 years in the department's upper echelons. Unsurprisingly, Manning got an earful from Ziem and New. Ziem argued that American and other foreign journalists were consistently irresponsible and unfair in their criticism of his government, and insulting to his army. New, moaning that all the forces of hell are leagued against us, claimed that Halberstam and his young colleagues were engaged in the stimulating pastime of trying to overthrow his brother. By painting his family as monsters, New said, the press had turned American public opinion against South Vietnam's government. He insisted it was the newsmen who were oppressing the regime, not the other way around. Manning agreed that some of Ziem's and New's grievances were justified, but he strongly emphasized that harassing and expelling journalists would backfire badly. They were an essential part of the American political system, Manning said, comparable to building inspectors who ensured that construction projects are well built and safe. Preventing them from doing their jobs would pose an extreme danger to President Kennedy's ability to maintain U.S. support for South Vietnam. He insisted that, despite the negative news coverage coming out of Saigon, the American public was solidly behind Kennedy's efforts, and the U.S. government was convinced it had a winning program in Vietnam. He even talked Ziem into letting James Robinson, the NBC News correspondent kicked out in 1962, back into the country. Manning also spoke with Halberstam and other correspondents, listening to their gripes as well. At the end of his 4-day visit, he wrote a blistering report that spared neither the newsmen nor the Kennedy administration. The root of the problem, he pointed out, was the long-standing desire of the United States government to see the American involvement in Vietnam minimized, even represented as something less than in reality it is. The restrictive press policies that grew out of that desire had caused serious deterioration in the credibility of U.S. authorities in Saigon and Washington. Manning faulted Nolting and Harkins for their artless handling of the Saigon newsmen. Although they and other senior officials spent a great deal of time on press matters, their disdainful view of the reporters as young, immature, and irresponsible, and sometimes rude, insulting, and insufferable, while justified in some cases, served only to widen the gulf between the two groups. Manning chided Nolting and Harkins for not speaking candidly to reporters on a background basis. By putting too rosy a spin on almost every development in the war, the ambassador and MACV chief instead gave correspondents the impression they were being fed nothing but bunkum. The end result, the State Department PR executive wrote, was the complete destruction of the embassy's credibility. Manning didn't let Halberstam and his colleagues off the hook either, writing that they suffered from localitis, which he defined as a journalistic affliction caused by being stationed in one place for too long. Its symptoms, he said, included a loss of perspective, combined with an excessive focus on one's own irritations, adventures, and opinions. The correspondents also had developed a unanimous bitterness toward and contempt for the Diem regime, and believed to a man that the war effort couldn't succeed as long as the Ngo family remained in power. That conviction, Manning said, became the implicit premise of every news story and analysis piece they wrote. There were no journalistic giants among the Saigon reporters, Manning went on, although one he didn't name was very promising, and several others were obviously bright men. As a group, they were exceptionally hard-working, unafraid to face danger, and doing a good job of staying on top of the news under very difficult circumstances. Manning depicted them as decent, patriotic Americans who still backed Washington's commitment to defend South Vietnam. Manning concluded that it was imperative for the embassy and MACV to recognize the press for what it was, an independent oversight body that could affect not only the political situation in Vietnam, but also domestic American support for the war. Part of the hostility between the press and U.S. officials in Saigon arose from the newsmen's wounded egos and highly developed sense of importance, Manning wrote. Given their maturity and diplomatic skills, Nolting and other U.S. officials might still be able to mend the relationships. In any event, they needed to start treating the correspondents as influential actors and potential allies in the war effort, rather than as socially objectionable and professionally incompetent young cubs. It was a perceptive dissection of the so-called press mess, and White House aides placed a copy of Manning's report in Kennedy's weekend reading file. As summer wore on, and Diem's struggle to survive became a bigger and more dramatic story, a new face appeared in the ranks of the Saigon reporters, Marguerite Higgins, a Pulitzer Prize-winning correspondent for the New York Herald Tribune, a vibrant, direct competitor with Halberstam's Times. Born in Hong Kong in 1920, Maggie Higgins was educated at Berkeley and Columbia University's journalism school before landing at the Herald Tribune. In 1944, the paper sent her to cover the Allied armies as they charged across France and the Low Countries toward Berlin. Higgins accompanied U.S. troops when they liberated the Nazi death camp at Dachau and captured Hitler's mountaintop eyrie at Berchtesgaden. Her cyclonic energy and almost pathological competitiveness made her a legend at the Herald Tribune in an era when women reporters were usually relegated to the society pages. At 25, she was named chief of the Herald Tribune's Berlin bureau. She wrote about the Nuremberg war crimes trials and the Berlin airlift, which doomed the Soviet attempt to blockade the city and drive out the Western Allies. In 1950, Higgins was assigned to Tokyo as the paper's Far East correspondent, not long before North Korea invaded South Korea. She jumped aboard the last American plane to Seoul as communist soldiers poured across the 38th parallel. General Walton Walker, commander of the U.S. 8th Army, ordered her out of the war zone, but Higgins appealed to General Douglas MacArthur, who let her stay. She covered the daring amphibious landing at Incheon, riding an assault boat packed with Marines to Red Beach in the fifth wave of the attack. Life magazine burnished her fame with a 1951 feature story on the girl war correspondent. In one photo, Higgins wore GI fatigues and a winsome grin, her blonde curls poking out from a battered army cap, and a notebook jutting out of her shirt pocket. That same year, she shared the Pulitzer Prize for international reporting with 5 male Korean War correspondents. With more than a touch of condescension in that pre-feminist time, the prize judges declared that Higgins was entitled to special consideration by reason of being a woman, since she had to work under unusual dangers. While in Berlin, she'd fallen in love with Air Force Major General William Hall, who had a wife and 4 children back in the States. They married in 1952. She covered the fall of Dien Bien Phu 2 years later and traveled throughout the Soviet Union in 1954 to 55, producing a book, Red Plush and Black Bread. Joining the Herald Tribune's Washington bureau in 1956 as a diplomatic correspondent, she accompanied Vice President Richard Nixon to the USSR in 1959 and President Kennedy to Europe in 1961. Over the years, her writing grew more stridently anti-communist in tone, perhaps not surprising for someone who had first-hand experience with the Berlin blockade, the Korean War, and Ho Chi Minh's proletarian army, and was married to a Cold War general. After checking in at the Caravel Hotel in Saigon, Higgins spent a hectic month traveling widely and interviewing people everywhere she went. She then produced 6 lengthy articles that flatly contradicted much of what Halberstam and the other Saigon-based newsmen had been reporting. She portrayed Chi Kuang and other Buddhist leaders not as righteous victims of religious persecution, but as cynical manipulators bent on using a Western press predisposed to scorn Ziem to induce the collapse of his government. She later described Chi Kuang as Machiavelli with incense. American pressure to mollify the Buddhists, she believed, had tied Ziem's hands as he tried to suppress a dangerous internal rebellion amid a desperate war. She also upheld Nolting's and Harkins's claims that the war was being won, and that the Buddhist clamor in the cities had affected neither Arvin morale nor peasant attitudes. One of Higgins's first reporting stops was Saloy, where messengers scurried in and out and senior monks barked orders at their juniors, reminding her of wartime military command posts she'd visited. When she arrived at the big pagoda, a monk with a loudspeaker was haranguing a crowd of several thousand young people, cyclopus drivers, and street beggars. He was standing atop Saloy's souvenir shop, which was doing a brisk business in postcards depicting Quang Duc's fiery death. Egged on by the monk, the crowd enthusiastically shouted slogans, "Buddhism forever! Down with Madame New!" Higgins was astonished by the Buddhists' astuteness in public relations. She watched as Duc Niep, the poised young propagandist, descended a staircase into a clutch of waiting journalists, amiably addressing each one by name and handing out mimeographed menus of new allegations of government repression and abuse. "Ah, Miss Higgins, you are from New York," Duc Niep greeted her. "What is the play?" Confused at first, the journalist thought he was referring to a stage play. Then she realized he was asking how news about the Buddhist uprising was playing in New York newspapers, how prominently it was featured. The monk's question indicated a sophisticated knowledge of American media that she hadn't expected. Higgins assured him the Buddhists were front-page news in New York. When Duc Niep learned she was staying in Vietnam only a few weeks, he insisted she was making a great mistake. The new U.S. ambassador, Lodge, was expected to arrive in late August, and when he did, the monk said, "There will be many demonstrations that will make what went before look like nothing, and there will be many more self-immolations, 10, 15, maybe even 50. His icily detached prediction of more horrifying suicides made Higgins wonder whether the Buddhists' campaign contained an element of madness. She also discovered that the monks weren't averse to exaggerating or spreading falsehoods about their suffering at Ziem's hands. Duc Niep told journalists one day, for example, that Ziem's police had arrested 365 Buddhists in pre-dawn raids in a Saigon suburb because they were Buddhists. The dramatic tale made headlines in U.S. newspapers. Higgins decided to investigate the monk's claim, interviewing people through an interpreter as they emerged from a police station. She talked to 20 Vietnamese, Catholics, Caodaists, ancestor worshippers, and others, before she came across her first Buddhist. Everyone she spoke to described the incident as a routine identity check in a district through which Viet Cong agents often passed. All but 16 unregistered people had been released by that afternoon, according to a U.S. Embassy cable. When Higgins asked the local police chief why the arrests came at night, he said it was because the communists do not sit around and wait for us to come and get them in daylight hours. Such intrusions into people's homes were unquestionably a harsh, disruptive police state tactic, but they didn't constitute government persecution or targeting of Buddhists. Another Sa Loi monk made the breathtaking allegation that a Catholic province chief had staged public burnings of Buddhists who refused to convert to Catholicism. But when Higgins traveled to Quang Ngai province, on the central coast south of Da Nang, to look into the claim, Local monks she spoke with acted as if they thought I had lost my mind. Higgins didn't question the Sa Loi bonze's sincerity. He really did seem to believe that the government was inflicting such torments on his distant compatriots. Higgins concluded that militant Buddhist leaders like Chi Kuang were taking advantage of lower-ranking monks' credulity and respect for superiors, feeding them phony atrocity stories in order to whip them into an anti-government lather. From her interviews, it was clear to Higgins that the Buddhists had expanded their campaign far beyond their original 5 demands. Their goal now was to overthrow Diem. Chi Kuang and others calculated that Washington would restrain Diem from cracking down on them too harshly. In the meantime, they'd keep sending their followers into ever larger street demonstrations and sacrificing monks and nuns in grotesque immolations until the Americans became so embarrassed by their association with Diem that they withdrew all support for him. The regime would then disintegrate, and the Buddhists would be seen as kingmakers, their power correspondingly enhanced with any new government that took Diem's place. The monks, Higgins told her readers, were going for Diem's political jugular, and Washington's demands for conciliation were only making them more thirsty for his political blood. As more of Higgins's stories appeared in the Herald Tribune, Halberstam's editors in New York peppered him with cables implying that her information might be more accurate than his. Halberstam was both angry and disheartened that his bosses didn't trust him after all this time. He cabled one, "If you mention that woman's name to me one more time, I will resign, repeat, resign, and I mean it, repeat, mean it." Police took down the barricades outside the pagodas and released scores of bonzes, nuns, and laypeople arrested during the July 17th roundups. 5 days later, about 2,000 of the faithful crowded happily into Sa Loi for prayers. But the Buddhists were still on edge. They continued to claim that the regime wasn't honoring the June agreement and pointedly failed to respond to Diem's offer to set up a joint commission to investigate alleged violations of it. Chi Kuang later charged implausibly that the government planned to assassinate Buddhist leaders if they went on field inspections with the Joint Commission. On July 23rd, the nun Xie Hui held a macabre press conference at Sa Loi, open only to foreign newsmen, to announce that she planned to burn herself. The tiny 69-year-old woman had a shaved head and sunken cheeks, and seemed nervous before the reporters and their popping flashbulbs. She sat silently, her hands pressed together prayerfully, while Duke Niep read a statement from her in English. Disturbed by the ghoulishness of the proceedings, the newsmen questioned him sharply. Is the nun doing this of her own free will? Doesn't suicide violate Buddhist prescriptions against violence? Hasn't the government tried to conciliate? What will be achieved by her death? Duke Niep's answers were vague. As the press conference went on, a commotion arose outside the temple, as hundreds of Arvin veterans noisily tried to push their way inside, and monks slammed the gate shut. Many of the ex-soldiers had lost arms or legs. Some wore head bandages or used crutches. They were accompanied by war widows and their children, and militiamen in black uniforms. The counter-protesters carried signs denouncing the Buddhists for not contributing to the war effort, and shouted, "Why don't Buddhists pray for those killed in the fighting against the communists?" Word spread that Niu had organized the demonstration, but a palace spokesman denied that, even though government sound trucks were used. Nolting later cabled Washington that embassy observers had noted the obvious close cooperation between police and demonstrators. 3 months on, the crisis and its crushing pressures seemed to be taking a toll on Diem and Niu. An American journalist visiting Diem described an unhealthy plumpness and pinkness about him in his white sharkskin suit. Niu, too, appeared to be buckling. One evening in late July, the political counselor dined with Nolting, Mecklin, and several senior officials. Niu droned on at his tablemates for 5 hours, meandering from topic to topic after downing 1 or 2 brandies too many. There was a trace of thickness in his speech, Mecklin recorded, and he joked wryly several times about in vino veritas as he launched into new tangents. By the end of the evening, Mecklin realized that Niu's monologue had been so rambling and fuzzy that it was impossible to summarize for his superiors. But some of his remarks stood out sharply in Mecklin's mind. So disgusted was he with his brother's weakness in dealing with the Buddhists, Niu said, that he'd submitted his resignation. the Buddhists were supposedly conspiring with Cambodia's leader, Norodom Sihanouk, a longtime antagonist of Diem and Nhu. Police excesses against the monks were attributable to the cops' tiredness and resentment at being separated from their families. Long after midnight, as Nhu was leaving the dinner, he fell back on what was apparently becoming a family catchphrase to express his anger at his robed adversaries. "If the Buddhists wish to have another barbecue, I will be glad to supply the gasoline and a match." In a last-ditch effort to get himself right with newsmen, Nolting began setting up individual interviews with them. He also wanted to mitigate some of the damage that ongoing news coverage of the Buddhists was wreaking on Diem's relationship with Washington. But in the superheated atmosphere of the moment, Nolting's comments to UPI reporter Don Becker backfired. Normally stationed in Singapore, Becker had been brought in to help Sheehan. The ambassador bemoaned that the Buddhist crisis had diverted attention from the genuine progress Diem was making in the war. "The trouble with this damn thing, if I may speak frankly," he told Becker, "is that everybody focuses on a tiny aspect of it. I myself, I say this very frankly, after almost 2.5 years here, have never seen any evidence of religious persecution." The interview was published in the Times of Vietnam, as well as in U.S. papers. The Buddhists reacted swiftly and skillfully, with a spokesman decrying the ambassador's sentiments as a parting gift to Diem. At a quickly arranged press conference, Buddhist leaders said they hoped Nolting's words didn't reflect the official U.S. position on their grievances. The Buddhist leader, Thich Thanh Khiet, sent President Kennedy a wire deploring his envoy's views. Incensed, Harriman telephoned Hilsman and declared that Nolting ought to be recalled at once from Saigon. The Buddhists further charged that the ambassador knew nothing of their struggles because he'd never been inside a pagoda. When an American reporter called Mecklin and asked if Nolting had ever set foot in one, the embassy spokesman said he didn't think it was relevant. But the journalist, his voice taut with emotion, persisted, saying, "This is a formal demand for an official statement. Has or has not the American ambassador ever been inside a pagoda?" The reporter's aggressiveness was a striking indicator of how completely the Buddhists had thrown the embassy on the defensive with the press. His tone reminded Mecklin of McCarthy-era congressmen grilling witnesses about whether they were now, or ever had been, members of the Communist Party. Mecklin solemnly declared that yes, the ambassador had ventured into a pagoda in the past. Nolting had spoken truthfully about the absence of systematic government persecution, but his comments came less than 2 weeks after photos of Diem's police brutalizing monks and nuns in the streets had been flashed around the world. The U.S. press hammered him for his tone deafness, and the State Department made no efforts to defend him. The blow-up evidently left Nolting somewhat shaken. A few days later, he led a CBS News camera crew into his office for an interview. Before it started, the ambassador asked an aide to switch a portrait of Thomas Jefferson on the wall behind his desk with one of George Washington, saying the latter was less controversial. But Nolting didn't pause in his frenetic efforts to diffuse the antipathy between Diem and the Buddhists. He implored the president to personally ask Khiet to meet with him. Diem couldn't bring himself to go that far, offering only to receive Khiet if he so requested. Nolting also urged Diem's foreign minister to get Dr. Bu Hoi, son of the nun threatening to burn herself, to come to Saigon from his laboratory near Paris and talk his mother out of her plans. Told that the scientist had a heart condition that made travel difficult, the ambassador snapped that he'd have worse than that if he didn't come back soon. Nolting finally got some encouraging news from Diem's interior minister, who said the government had decided to no longer use force to break up Buddhist demonstrations. Most South Vietnamese, said the minister, were bored with Buddhist agitation and convinced that government proposals to end the strife were just and sincere. There was more good news when a call by Buddhist leaders for the faithful to walk off their jobs and join a major demonstration on July 30th, an action that would amount to a general strike in Saigon, went largely unheeded. Outside Sa Loi that morning, a festive atmosphere prevailed as street vendors hawked their wares near the temple's front gate. One man offered fresh coconut milk, whacking open the green-shelled fruit with a machete as customers reached for their piastres. Others sold peanuts, oranges, jellied coconut, and purple mangosteen fruit. The air was filled with the rhythmic, lulling words of a Buddhist scripture, read by someone inside the pagoda and amplified into the street over a loudspeaker. Hanging from Za Loi's yellow walls and bell tower were brightly painted signs in Vietnamese and English proclaiming, "The free world is expected to do everything possible for the Buddhists," and "Religious persecution is an act of the Middle Ages." About 3,000 people showed up, most of them older women and men. Half of the crowd was jammed into the pagoda's main courtyard, while the rest spilled into the street. Buddhist Boy Scouts, in their blue and gray uniforms, brought offerings of fruit, long-stemmed lotus flowers, and gladiolas. As people came through the front gate, they were handed a mimeographed proclamation from Hiet, saying that although Buddhist demands had been settled on paper, in practice, no concrete realization has been possible to appease the everlasting suffering of all Vietnamese Buddhists. Ranking monks exhorted the crowd to keep up their struggle for government compliance with the 5 demands, and reminded them of Quang Duc's fiery sacrifice. Plainclothes police slipped among the people, but the day was peaceful. Some businesses opened later than usual, but few stayed closed for the whole day. The leader of South Vietnam's biggest labor union, an old ally of News, told his members to go to work as usual. From Hue, John Helbley reported that 15,000 Buddhists paraded peacefully from Tu Dam to the city's other major pagoda, Dieu Dae. Police lined the route, but didn't interfere with the procession. Unlike in Saigon, most shops in the Buddhist heartland were shut up tight. Chapter 12. A Wild Alarm in the Hot Night. Nolting's last days as ambassador were marked by frustration and embarrassment. It seemed, noted Hillsman, as if all the fates of Asia were conspiring against him. Siem and Niu made it known in early August that they wanted to honor Nolting by naming a strategic hamlet after him. It was a well-intentioned gesture, but a singularly bad idea. The Viet Cong could be expected to work zealously to destroy any rural outpost named for a prominent American. Nolting tried to get out of the ceremony, claiming he was too busy. The palace insisted, however, and he finally gave in. The ambassador wanted the visit kept secret, but it leaked to the press, and things began to go wrong. The day before the event, an American helicopter accidentally machine-gunned the chosen hamlet, wounding 6 peasants. That evening, an Arvin jeep struck and injured a small boy in the hamlet. To top off the debacle, the Associated Press reported erroneously that it was the ambassador's jeep that hit the boy, and that he died. Such setbacks aside, Nolting remained convinced that the Buddhists were losing momentum, and Siem was gradually overcoming the crisis. The turmoil in Saigon, he cabled Washington, should not, repeat, not, throw us off the course here. But even as he worked on Siem to reach a durable rapprochement with the Buddhists, the News redoubled their efforts to derail any further compromises. Madame Niu went out of her way to attack and denigrate Buddhists. "What have the Buddhist leaders done, comparatively?" she asked in her imperfect English during a CBS News interview that American viewers saw on August 1st. "The only thing they have done, they have barbecued one of their monks, whom they have intoxicated, whom they have abused the confidence. Even that barbecuing was done not even with self-sufficient means, because they used imported gasoline." She followed up that malicious performance 2 days later with a bitter speech to hundreds of her paramilitary women outside Saigon City Hall, labeling the Buddhists murderers, traitors, and so-called holy men, with no compunctions about using communist political tactics. In an interview a few days later with Halberstam, Madame again failed to restrain her spite, saying the regime would celebrate more self-immolations. "If they burn 30 women, we shall go ahead and clap our hands," she said. "We cannot be responsible for their madness." Not to be outdone, her husband told Nicholas Turner, the Reuters correspondent, that if the conflict wasn't resolved soon, it would set off a coup d'etat and usher in a new government that would crush the Buddhists and turn against the Americans. He didn't specify who would foment such a rebellion, and laughed when Turner asked if he was aware of a rumored plot to depose Diem and install him, New, in power. "Why overthrow my brother?" New replied. "That would lead to anarchy." Sinister tales oozed through the agitated capital. Madame, it was said, had put her brother in charge of a secret police squad that was making surreptitious arrests. The regime was planning to demolish Sa Loi Pagoda and eliminate Buddhist leaders. Feeling increasingly under siege, Buddhists complained of ongoing assaults and arrests of the faithful, and tight police controls of the movements of monks and nuns. They peppered Diem and Vice President To with letters reporting wicked conspiracies against them. Yet, the Buddhist patriarch claimed that unnamed blackguards planned to steal Quang Duc's preserved heart from Sa Loi and plant documents implicating prominent Buddhists in illegal acts. Hiet said the monks discovered the conspiracy, codenamed Operation Flood, when someone put a written description of it in Sa Loi's mailbox. The Buddhists kept up their campaign to turn international opinion against Diem, sending a Memorandum of Grievances to the United Nations that made a number of over-the-top charges against the regime. Diem, they alleged, was engaged in open warfare against Buddhists as part of a concerted drive to replace their belief system with Catholicism. They also claimed, without providing names or evidence, that some of their leaders had been assassinated and others disappeared while imprisoned. Yet the Buddhists hadn't deployed their most potent political weapon, public burnings, in nearly 2 months. When an Australian journalist, Dennis Warner, visited Sa Loi, the militant leader, Chi Quang, told him that as many as 5 of his brethren were prepared to immolate themselves, despite the Buddhist hierarchy's efforts to restrain them. Just then, as if to underscore his words, another monk hurried past, carrying a gasoline can. Warner asked whether Chi Quang had heard yet another rumor that Diem planned to attack Sa Loi with his special forces. The monk smiled and gave a disturbing reply. "Don't you think it will help our cause if some of us are killed?" Then the burnings began again. In the first half of August, 3 monks and a nun set themselves afire. The first to die was a 20-year-old novice bonze who burned himself on August 4th in Phan Thiet, a provincial capital on the South China Sea about 100 miles east of Saigon. On August 13th, a 17-year-old monk was consumed by flames at 2 a.m. outside a pagoda a few miles west of Hue. Helbley, the Hue consul, reported that 1,000 people soon gathered at the scene, with more on their way from the city, despite police efforts to stop them. The following day, the Buddhists organized a memorial service outside the pagoda. About 250 bonzes and laypeople attended. A company of Arvin soldiers suddenly descended on the mourners, beating them with fists and steel helmets and badly injuring 5 people. The soldiers then loaded the monk's casket into a truck and drove off. A nun torched herself on August 15th in the central coast town of Ninghua. Local Buddhists demanded her body from provincial officials, and about 100 monks made speeches outside the province chief's house until they were driven off with water hoses. Flying in to cover the story, Peter Arnett discovered that authorities had seized the nun's corpse and given it a pauper's burial. He called his boss, Malcolm Brown, who said demonstrations had broken out in Saigon, Hue, and Da Nang. "The whole place is going sky high," Brown exclaimed. The next death came on August 16th, when a 71-year-old monk burned in a courtyard at Tudam Pagoda. Hue officials declared martial law. Soldiers ringed the temple, and residents were ordered off the streets. The province chief told Helbley he'd received numerous reports that further suicides were in the offing. Even Buddhist leaders now seemed afraid of the furies they'd unleashed. Thich Tin Hiet issued an order for his followers to limit immolations. The dreadful burnings sent shudders throughout South Vietnam. Saigon, wrote John Mecklin, was like a mental institution. No one, Vietnamese or American, seemed to understand what was happening, what to do about it, or even what to say. Americans made bad jokes about hot cross bonzes and Buddhist cookouts. The atmosphere was mesmerizing, if not tinged with lunacy. One day, the young son of an embassy officer poured gasoline on his clothes, lit a match, and was badly burned before the blaze could be put out. Asked why he did it, the boy said simply, "I wanted to see what it was like." From his State Department perch in Foggy Bottom, Hillsman assessed the situation in South Vietnam as tense, volatile, and potentially explosive. Buddhist leaders, he believed, intended to prolong their protests until Diem's government fell apart. The Assistant Secretary of State calculated the chances of a coup attempt in the next few months at 50-50. A successful one, Hillsman thought, would probably lead to a military junta, perhaps with Vice President Tho as a figurehead president. But it also might open the door to a power grab by new, or even civil war, between non-communist factions. In a memo to George Ball, Hillsman said he'd prepared a contingency plan for the U.S. government to throw all our influence behind Tho and the military if Diem was overthrown. The embassy, Hillsman said, was urgently seeking further but discreet contact with anti-Diem dissidents in order to give us a better chance to manipulate the outcome of coup attempt. He recommended that Washington not encourage or discourage the plotters. "We do not know whether or not Diem can survive," Hillsman wrote. "With all that is at stake in Vietnam, we obviously cannot afford to back a loser, but we are not yet in a position to pick a winner with any confidence." The CIA warned Kennedy about the increasingly dangerous struggle between Diem and the Buddhists. It reported on August 3rd that a conservative Buddhist leader had expressed concern that control of the protest movement may be slipping into the hands of extremist bonzes, a clear reference to Chi Kuang. Michael Forrestal informed JFK that he'd asked the Pentagon to draw up plans to protect U.S. citizens in South Vietnam and to evacuate them if things turned ugly. The American press, meanwhile, began to focus on the political power of the news and their vocal efforts to disrupt any peace settlement with the Buddhists. The Washington Post suggested in an editorial that the couple might try to shove Diem aside, take over the government, and put their anti-Buddhist views into action. If that happened, the paper said, the United States, as South Vietnam's main patron, would find itself facing a moral Dien Bien Phu of tragic dimensions. A Time cover story on Madame New depicted her mocking Diem's efforts to mollify the Buddhists. The president, she said scornfully, only wanted to conciliate as the Americans desire, smooth, no bloodshed, everyone shaking hands. For Hillsman, Madame New's insulting statements were the last straw. He cabled Nolting that Diem couldn't afford to ignore such comments, since they had the effect of undercutting his authority and creating image abroad that he was being led around by apron strings. The best thing for Diem to do now was to get his irksome sister-in-law out of the country. Hillsman also directed the ambassador to pressure Diem to publicly state his policy of conciliation without any equivocation. Nolting replied wearily that Madame New is out of control of everybody, her father, mother, husband, and brother-in-law. He said he'd had an audience with Diem, but when he asked that the Dragon Lady be sent away, the president replied only that he thought she ought to take a rest, and wouldn't budge beyond that. When the State Department inquired somewhat plaintively whether Diem might be persuaded to go on vacation with the news, while other regime officials tried to settle matters with the Buddhists, Nolting said there was no chance of that. The ambassador requested permission to stay on in Saigon a while longer in hopes of reducing tensions between Diem and the Buddhists, but he was turned down and told to pack his bags before his replacement, Henry Cabot Lodge, arrived. Nolting did, however, score one small victory before departing. At a farewell dinner for him at Zialong Palace, Diem pledged to publicly reaffirm his intention to cooperate with the Buddhists. There would be no high-profile speeches or radio addresses, however. Diem made his declaration in his own low-key way during an interview with Marguerite Higgins, the New York Herald Tribune correspondent. In a sit-down arranged by Nolting, Diem told Higgins that his government's policy of utter conciliation was irreversible. Besides the New York newspaper, his terse statement was published in several pro-government papers in Saigon and broadcast on local radio. New privately assured Nolting that he fully supported conciliation with the Buddhists and did not favor crushing them. Nolting replied skeptically that if New was telling the truth, he was a most misunderstood man. On the morning of August 14th, the day before he was to leave South Vietnam, the ambassador made a final call on his friend at the palace. Nolting felt that the embassy had helped to calm things down in recent weeks, but that the mutual trust between his government and Diem's had been shattered. In their last conversation, Diem complained that the American government and press didn't understand the complexities of the Buddhist problem, nor did the Americans grasp the lasting contributions to South Vietnamese independence made by members of his family, especially the absolute selflessness of his brother Nhu. The president nevertheless warmly told Nolting that he considered the ambassador's tenure in Saigon one of the best souvenirs of his life, and asked him to thank President Kennedy for all he'd done for South Vietnam. Diem's chief of staff, Tuan, later confided to Nolting that his boss had privately asked the Australian ambassador to extend an invitation for Madame Nhu to visit Australia and New Zealand for several months, a significant diplomatic win, if it ever came to pass. Nolting gave a farewell statement at the airport the next day, stoutly maintaining that South Vietnam had a winning program. When a reporter asked if he thought the press had contributed to his departure, Nolting suppressed his real feelings and made an uncomfortable joke about being dislodged from Saigon. Then he sadly shook hands with his staff and waved goodbye. Halberstam thought he looked lonely as he disappeared into a Pan American jetliner. Except for a chance encounter a few years later in Washington, Nolting never spoke to his old friend Trueheart again. As the burnings and street protests continued, Nhu tried to defuse the Buddhist movement through a back-channel emissary, Dr. Bu Hoi, the nuclear scientist and Diem's African ambassador. Hoi secretly met several times with Chi Quang, urging him to call off the demonstrations and simply accept the situation. Hoi said Nhu wanted to set up a private meeting with Chi Quang during a dinner arranged by the chairman of the International Control Commission. But the monk rejected the offer, believing Nhu was only trying to buy him off while continuing to oppress Buddhists. When Chi Quang asked what he thought of the regime, Hoi replied that it was so rotten it was not even worth overthrowing. The monk said that while Diem was acceptable to the Buddhists, the rest of the family had to go. But Hoi warned that removing Nhu would require a very bloody process. Although he carried messages from Nhu, the scientist seemed sympathetic to the Buddhists, offering advice about how they could advance their cause. He stressed the importance of cultivating the U.S. press, noting that Halberstam was the most truthful of the correspondents. He also urged Chi Quang to prepare a dossier for the incoming ambassador, Lodge, summarizing how the regime had wronged Buddhism. At one meeting, Chi Quang suggested that Hoi quit his ambassadorial posts and take his mother, the nun Xiu Hui, away before she burned herself as planned. But Hoi said he'd resign only if he was convinced the regime was about to collapse. When the monk questioned Xiu Hui about her son's motives, she said he cooperated with the government because it gave him money, which allowed him to keep several women. Diem's opponents gained another avenue of attack on him when he fired Father Lun, the popular Catholic rector of Hue University. The holder of a doctorate in philosophy from the Sorbonne, Lun was a respected academician whose prestige had attracted French, British, and West German professors to teach at the 3,000-student university, regarded as South Vietnam's most progressive. He was also a longtime friend of Diem and his family, and a member of the Can Lao party. According to Nhu, however, Lun had turned against the president, encouraging students to strike and claiming that the Diem administration was finished and its days numbered. 50 professors, almost the entire faculty, swiftly resigned over Lun's removal and the government's failure to resolve the Buddhist crisis after more than 3 months. At a ceremony to welcome Lun's replacement, a number of deans and faculty members stood up, one by one, and announced they were quitting, leaving the new rector green with anger. More than a dozen professors were later arrested in early morning raids. Lun was placed under house arrest. Hundreds of students vowed to boycott their classes, and demonstrations erupted in Hue and Saigon. Hue smoldered with discontent. Even some Arvin soldiers began wearing yellow patches on their uniforms to show solidarity with the Buddhists. An American historian visiting the city, Ellen Hammer, found young men standing guard at Tu Dam Pagoda against a surprise attack by security forces. Among them was an elderly man who said he'd fight government troops to the death if they dared to invade the holy place. Many local Buddhists were deeply offended by Madame Ngu's hard-edged comments about them. Her words were even cruder in Vietnamese than translated English, and made her sound, the locals said, like a common fishwife. Some residents believe that Archbishop Tuk intended to convert the whole city to Catholicism, by force if necessary. Believe lid is off the kettle in Hue, Helbley cabled. In Saigon, monks began fortifying Za Loi. Duc Nhiep, the propaganda monk, called in newsmen for a look at how the pagoda's inhabitants intended to defend themselves if the police tried to barge in. 6 young bonzes lined up before the cameras to demonstrate their weapons, cans of bug spray. Sheehan reported that the monks also had fashioned grenades of salt and pepper wrapped in papers, pans of chili sauce, and cans filled with lemon juice, red peppers, and curry powder. At first blush, it was a faintly ridiculous photo op. Monks armed only with spray cans and condiments wouldn't be able to hold off invading security forces for long. But the image was another example of the Buddhist media savvy, for it also conveyed to the watching world that while monks and nuns might be largely defenseless, they were filled with steely determination. On August 18th, the Buddhists staged one of their most impressive demonstrations yet, as more than 15,000 enthusiastic supporters flocked to Sa Loi. It was a joyful, enthusiastic crowd, assembled as if to show off Buddhist political muscle for the benefit of the incoming ambassador, Lodge. Streets around the pagoda were jammed, and when it began to rain, the people stayed put. For several hours, monks denounced the regime for its purported tyranny and openly called for Ziem's overthrow. The speeches were mixed with prayers, and occasionally a monk told a scurrilous joke about Madame Ngu, eliciting gales of laughter from his listeners. Watching the scene, Halberstam sensed that if the monks suddenly ordered their followers to march on Zia Long, the huge crowd would immediately head for the palace. Halberstam often banged out 3,000 to 4,000 words a day on his well-worn Olivetti typewriter as the Buddhist imbroglio heated up, and his articles continued to grate on the Kennedy administration. In a front-page story published on August 15th, he reported that the Viet Cong were mounting a sizable military offensive in the Mekong Delta, despite the U.S. buildup. VC units were growing larger and better armed, mostly with captured American-made weapons. 2 new enemy battalions had appeared in the past year, bringing the total to 21. Instead of limiting their attacks to isolated, lightly defended militia outposts, the guerrillas were now taking on regular ARVN formations. They are almost cocky about it, one U.S. advisor told Halberstam. The article said advisors were extremely worried about the strategic hamlet program in the Delta. Not only were the hamlets not stopping the VC in some areas, they seemed to be backfiring, since the enemy was now able to move more easily through territory cleared of its usual inhabitants. Harkins's staff countered with a lengthy classified memo, noting that Delta roads were open, rice shipments were reaching Saigon, and the percentage of the population under government control was rising. But the analysis, which Forrestal showed to JFK, failed to contradict Halberstam's central point, that Saigon's military position in the Delta was deteriorating. At the same time, a veritable flood of U.S. intelligence reports warned that the Saigon government was near collapse, and the war effort was bogging down as a result. Vouchers are not being signed to get food and materials out to the front, Forrestal recounted. Munitions were being held up. Civil servants were going on vacation, or at least refusing to turn up at the office. And we began for the first time to get reports from the field, not so much that there was political disaffection, but that the war was grinding to a halt. The makeshift little office Halberstam shared with Sheehan was an oven in the summer heat. Shirtless, the 2 men faced each other across Sheehan's dining room table, sweat dripping down their chests as they worked punishingly long hours. Halberstam urged his New York editors to publish every word of every story he sent. Something big was about to happen, he insisted. The indications were everywhere. A few weeks earlier, An important Vietnamese who Halberstam trusted had taken him to meet another Vietnamese in Chalon. The men made the reporter an intriguing offer. They were involved with some military officers who were organizing a coup, and they wanted Halberstam to cover it from the inside. If the coup failed, they told Halberstam, they couldn't guarantee his safety or even his survival. After talking it over with Sheehan, Halberstam replied that he wanted in. The plotters gave him a military radio and his own call sign. The plan was to kidnap him and a Saturday Evening Post photographer and take them to coup headquarters. That way, the two Americans would have a measure of deniability if the takeover fizzled. Over the ensuing weeks, Halberstam and the photographer were alerted several times, but the promised coup never materialized. Amid rumors that New was planning his own putsch, Halberstam learned that the political counselor had brought more Special Forces troops into Saigon. Selected for their size and strength, the elite soldiers were trained, armed, and bankrolled by the CIA. They were supposed to be deployed in counter-guerrilla operations, but New had made them his family's private army, and they rarely fought the VC. Their commander was Colonel Lê Quang Tung, a Catholic from central Vietnam and one of Diem's most fiercely loyal officers. Regular ARVN officers hated and feared the bespectacled, mild-mannered Tung, who worked for Diem's family as a servant before the president gave him a commission. Another of Halberstam's Vietnamese sources called him on August 19th, but didn't want to say much on the phone. The two men later went for a walk beside the Saigon River. The source told Halberstam that New intended to raid the pagodas using Colonel Tung's troops. The same day, Halberstam found out that New had met with his generals and berated them for not taking better precautions against a coup. New said a revolt was inevitable, and when it broke out, the Ngo family planned to flee to an underground hideout in mountains north of Saigon. The generals were then to raise the capital with artillery rather than battle the mutineers at close quarters. Halberstam hurried back to his office and pounded out a story. By then, the reporters were exhausted. For the past 5 days, Halberstam, Sheehan, and Nicholas Turner had stayed up all night, ready to alert the other news people if anything broke. They were edgy and irritable, and repeated tales that New's secret police were targeting them didn't help. On the afternoon of August 20th, Halberstam and Sheehan went to a seedy bar on Rue Catinat to have a drink with a palace source, Dang Duc Khoi, deputy director of the government press office. A notorious womanizer, Khoi was also a regime intelligence operative who liked to hang out in nightclubs favored by Saigon gangsters. But he'd fallen into disfavor with Madame New, having tried to block publication of an inflammatory anti-Buddhist article she wrote for the Times of Vietnam. Khoi had 2 messages for the newsmen. The first was that New intended to hit the pagodas full blast with military forces that night or the next. The second was that Khoi's gangster buddies had thoughtfully mentioned that the news gave him a list of people they might want killed. Khoi was on the list, and his criminal associates recommended that he get out of town as soon as possible. After all, they didn't want to have to gun down a pal in some dark alley. Halberstam's and Sheehan's names were on the hit list too. They're going to plastique your office, Khoi warned, meaning that plastic explosives would be used to make the attack look like VC handiwork. Khoi said he was taking the gangsters' advice and leaving the country. About 2 weeks later, he slipped down to the riverfront, boarded a freighter loaded with fertilizer, and sailed away to Japan. At about the time Khoi was drinking with Halberstam and Sheehan, Diem met with several of his top generals. The military leaders were alarmed at the ongoing unrest in Saigon and elsewhere, fearing it could eventually undermine national security. Most of their troops were Buddhist, and morale was beginning to suffer. ARVN officers and enlisted men were showing up, sometimes uninformed, in street demonstrations, and the generals worried that troops might desert. In Da Nang, an ARVN captain and 2 soldiers had tried to stop a Buddhist march involving about 4,000 people. A soldier fired at the crowd, wounding 2 Buddhists. In response, the marchers threw rocks at the soldier, hitting him in the head. They also wrestled a carbine and pistol away from the captain and set his jeep on fire. The generals couldn't abide such insults to the armed forces and asked Ziem to impose martial law, giving them a free hand to get the country back under control. Their delegation was led by Chan Van Don, the polished, French-trained army commander who was one of the key coup plotters. Don was concerned about the growing size of Buddhist crowds. If a mob of thousands decided to march on Xialong Palace, the army might not be able to stop it. He and the other generals proposed breaking up the Buddhist protests by moving monks who'd come to Saigon from other places back to their home pagodas. Although they didn't specify how this was to be done, any such effort was likely to result in some bloodshed and another uproar. Ziem, too, believed the disorder was spinning out of control. He told the generals he'd approve their martial law recommendation, but only on the condition that no monks were hurt in the process of taking them out of Saigon. He added that a martial law declaration wouldn't change his policy of trying to achieve peace with the Buddhists on the basis of justice. To carry out the martial law edict, he chose Don, elevating him to Chief of the Joint General Staff, the Arvon's highest rank. On the evening of August 20th, Halberstam and Sheehan sat down to dinner with some other correspondents. Sheehan was sure Hoy's tip about imminent raids on pagodas was good, and he wanted to be prepared if the story broke. After UPI failed to get a photo of the first burning monk in June, some client newspapers threatened to drop the wire service, and Sheehan had taken a considerable amount of heat from his bosses. "This is a hell of a costly mistake," noted one in a letter, pointedly advising Sheehan to be ready when the next big story loomed. Sheehan could afford no further lapses. Finishing supper, he and Halberstam found a taxi and began a tour of the city's pagodas to see if anything might happen that night. Sa Loi was cheerfully illuminated, with colored lights strung along a stone archway and a large swastika, the ancient symbol of Buddha, outlined in blue neon atop the main temple. The pagoda's great iron gate was closed behind a police barricade of barbed wire. Surrounding streets were empty. The early rising monks were asleep, but the two reporters woke up the propaganda bonze, Duke Niep. He told them that yes, the temple's inhabitants were aware a raid was coming, and calmly went back to bed. With the city apparently quiet, Sheehan and Halberstam split up and headed home. Sheehan's cab putt-putted past the midnight crowds on Rue Catinat, before stopping outside his apartment near the river. As he was getting out, Mert Perry, the Time magazine freelancer who lived above him, leaned his hefty body out a window. "Now! Now! They're going in now!" Perry shouted excitedly. He'd just gotten off the phone with the tipster. The regime was indeed making its move against the Buddhists that night. Sheehan jumped back into the cab and headed for Halberstam's villa. The rattle-trap little car zoomed up Rue Catinat and past the towering Catholic cathedral in the middle of town. Speeding along, Sheehan noticed that the 3rd Arrondissement police station was brilliantly lit by floodlights. The compound was jammed with 2.5-ton trucks, more largesse from America, and combat police and troops in battle gear were climbing into them. Moments later, Halberstam dashed out of his villa and piled into the taxi. Heading for Sa Loi, the reporters suddenly found themselves behind a troop convoy. Sheehan screamed at the cab driver, "Di, go, go, Di Mao, go fast." Sheehan wanted him to speed up and wedge his car into the column of trucks so the journalists wouldn't be cut off if police blocked streets after the convoy passed. As Sheehan shouted and cursed in French and pidgin Vietnamese, the terrified driver squeezed in among the military vehicles. The convoy barreled up to the pagoda's front gate. The newsmen threw piastre notes at the cabbie and jumped out as soldiers and police vaulted from their trucks and massed for an assault. To Halberstam, there seemed to be thousands of them, their officers shouting orders to form up. Wide-awake monks and nuns were making an enormous racket, yelling at the top of their lungs and banging on pots, pans, gongs, and drums. Atop the pagoda's high tower, someone struck the heavy copper bell over and over, a wild alarm in the hot night. Police battered open the entrance gate, and well-disciplined squads of Colonel Tung's men, smartly clad in red berets and camouflage fatigues, holding submachine guns at port arms, strutted forward to lead the charge inside. They were followed by heavily armed combat police and helmeted regular police in white uniforms. Halberstam was amazed that such a force had been assembled to subdue the temple denizens. To him it was like sicking Green Berets on peaceful civil rights demonstrators in the States. Street lamps and truck headlights cast enough light for the reporters to see the soldiers' shoulder patches. The men were clearly Tung's special forces, not regular Arvin units. The elite troops poured through the bastion gate, followed by police. The night exploded with the sounds of gunfire, screams, breaking glass, and splintering wood. Monks and nuns had barricaded themselves in their rooms, but the soldiers and cops broke open the doors with axes and boots. The Buddhists tried to defend themselves by throwing rocks, flower pots, everything at their pursuers. Behind the pagoda, soldiers fired automatic rifles in the air to discourage anyone from trying to scale the back wall and escape. Hundreds of bonzes and nuns were shoved, dragged, or carried through the courtyard and forced into trucks. Some were beaten with rifle butts, some were bleeding. Watching the pandemonium from the street, Halberstam felt more and more uneasy. He knew he was somewhere he wasn't wanted, seeing things he wasn't supposed to see. Tung's men could turn on him at any moment. The frenzy lasted around 2 hours, ending at about 2:30 a.m. on August 21st. Halberstam and Sheehan regrouped afterwards at Sheehan's apartment. They learned that troops and police crashed into pagodas all over Saigon, arresting everyone inside. The problem now was how to get their stories out. The regime had shut down its cable office and cut local phone lines, trying to sever Saigon from the rest of the world during the raids. Brown was met with bayonets when he tried to file a story at the cable office. Anticipating such moves, Sheehan had previously gotten Ivan Slavich, the friendly helicopter pilot, to teach him how to navigate a special U.S. Army telephone system. Using that network, Sheehan managed to get a dramatic 150-word bulletin on the raids, complete with gunshots and screams, to the UPI office in Manila, giving him a huge scoop over his arch-rivals at the Associated Press. Sheehan and Halberstam showed up at 4 a.m. at the U.S. Embassy, which was in an uproar. Its phones, too, had been shut off, and its officers were frantically trying to find out what had happened during the raids. "Why didn't you tell us?" one high-ranking diplomat implored Halberstam, who was so taken aback by the man's befuddlement that he didn't know what to say. Could the embassy, with its large staff and numerous regime contacts, really not have known that the pagodas were going to be stormed? With the cable office closed, Trueheart agreed to transmit several journalists' stories to the State Department over the embassy's internal communications system. From there, they could be forwarded to the reporters' Washington offices. But without informing the newsmen, Kennedy administration officials sat on the stories, although Forrestal made sure JFK saw the information they contained. Rattled and exhausted, Halberstam and Sheehan sought out Mecklin and asked if they could stay at his house for a while. They were afraid to go back to their own quarters, with good reason. A regime insider had said they were marked for assassination, as was Mecklin. Sheehan, so tired from lack of sleep that he developed a stutter, thought New had gone bananas, just simply completely bananas. It'd be child's play for his goons to put a bullet in the hated newsmen's heads on a crowded street, or toss a grenade into their unprotected homes. Mecklin's house was guarded around the clock, but the reporter's plea to stay there created a prickly dilemma for him. As a former foreign correspondent, he knew Halberstam and Sheehan were in a precarious position. A friend of his, a United Press reporter named Gene Simons, had been beaten to death by a mob in Singapore in 1955. On the other hand, Mecklin was now a government gamekeeper who was supposed to keep journalistic poachers at bay. He felt as if Sheehan and Halberstam, in appealing for sanctuary, were almost daring him to take sides. Did his true loyalties lie with his old colleagues of the press, or with his current government employers, even though they were enabling a repressive regime? Mecklin knew some of his superiors would be angry if he opened his home to the reporters, so much so that his government career could be jeopardized. They were the two most controversial newsmen in town, whose hostile but competent reporting had harassed both the regime and the U.S. mission to distraction, he later wrote. They must have known that it would hurt my own relations with almost everyone to take them in. After consulting Trueheart, who was once again the acting ambassador, Mecklin told the bone-tired, anxiety-ridden reporters they were welcome to stay with him. The people of Saigon awoke that morning to find themselves under martial law. Soldiers patrolled the streets in jeeps mounted with machine guns. Tan Son Nhut Airport was closed to commercial flights. Under a 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. curfew, soldiers had orders to shoot anyone caught on the streets during those hours if they tried to run. Military censors told newspapers what they could and couldn't print. The capital was controlled by a newly appointed military governor, Brigadier General Ton Tat Ting, a young, erratic, whiskey-loving ex-paratrooper said to be intensely loyal to Ziem. The raids the night before had decapitated the Buddhist movement in a single stroke. More than 1,400 monks, nuns, and laypeople, including key leaders, had been arrested at pagodas in Saigon, Hue, Da Nang, and elsewhere. Thich Thien Hiet, the octogenarian Supreme Bonds, was under guard in a military hospital after falling during the seizure of Sa Loi. Grisly stories of monks being thrown from balconies and otherwise killed made their way into the foreign press. An ABC News journalist reported that ambulances removed many dead and wounded from Sa Loi. Newsweek reported that at least 30 Buddhists were killed in Hue. But such tales, like so many in South Vietnam, were hard to verify. The regime insisted that no deaths occurred during the incursions. The embassy informed Washington that it couldn't affirm or contradict the claim that no one died in the Saigon raids. A U.S. Army report said no one was killed at Sa Loi. The ARVN commander in Hue insisted no loss of life had occurred there. But John Helbley, the Hue consul, cabled that some people had died, and 30 was probably reasonable estimate. Helbley had heard gunfire on the night of the raids and drove around Hue the next morning in his official car, a Nash Rambler. Hue, too, was under martial law, and the streets were empty. He believed his phones were tapped, and he was now under 24-hour surveillance. Everywhere he went, he saw a black Citroën in his rearview mirror. A Citroën was parked outside his house at all times, and not very discreetly. Helbley crossed the Perfume River Bridge into the old part of Hue. The bridge was under heavy police guard, but Helbley, with his consular license plates, was allowed to pass. Spotting armored personnel carriers at key locations around the city, he grew angry that American military equipment was being used to repress South Vietnamese civilians rather than fight the VC. Helbley learned that there had been some violence at Tu Dam Pagoda, resulting in injuries to monks and their supporters who'd camped on the pagoda grounds for weeks. Many people had been arrested. He reported to the embassy that combat police from Saigon largely destroyed the interiors of Tu Dam and Hue's other main pagoda while arresting people inside. A few days later, a young man Helbley knew, a dissident, appeared at his house. He wanted to talk about recent events and told Helbley he feared for his safety. "Can you give me something that I can send back to you in the event I am arrested? Something that you will recognize?" he asked. Helbley gave him a paperback book, Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. The next day, the man's wife called and said he hadn't come home. When Helbley asked his gate guard if he'd seen anything unusual when the young dissident left, he said yes. The man had been forced into the black Citroën parked outside the house. The pagoda assaults caught the embassy completely unawares. Apparently trying to forestall any American attempt to intervene on the Buddhists' behalf, the regime had disconnected not only embassy phones, but the home phones of top U.S. officials as well. The CIA hadn't known in advance of the raids, despite its close relationship with New. Harkins's command, too, had been bamboozled. When U.S. advisors asked why so many of Colonel Tung's Special Forces troops were assembling in Saigon before the raids, they were told it was because VC guerrillas were preparing to attack the city. Madame New was overjoyed by the pagoda sweeps. She and her husband had watched from the open hatch of a tank, not far from Halberstam, as troops and police smashed their way into Sa Loi. As far as the news were concerned, the Buddhists finally were quashed. There'd be no more humiliating negotiations and compromises. It was a victory as clear-cut and resounding as the destruction of the Bing Suyen gangsters in 1955. A correspondent described the Dragon Lady as being in a state of euphoria, chattering like a schoolgirl after a prom. The action against the communist Buddhists, she said, marked her happiest day in 8 years. Diem called a meeting of his furious and depressed cabinet ministers at 5:30 a.m., telling them he declared martial law on an emergency basis without consulting them because communists were infiltrating the outskirts of the city. Then he went on the radio and read his martial law proclamation, which gave the military the power to search houses, arrest anyone considered harmful to public security, and exercise full control of all media, including movie theaters. Public gatherings were banned. The regime claimed it found weapons in the pagodas and that the Buddhists were planning a coup. General Ding, the military governor, blocked off large parts of Saigon with troops and cops, creating even bigger traffic jams than usual. The embassy reported that Saigon residents were too stunned to react to the raids, although a CBS News crew filmed troops pushing back angry civilians trying to enter Sa Loi. At least some regime officials were holding their breath to see how the public responded once the full scope of the raids was understood. A Saigon military source predicted to a U.S. attaché that Buddhists would protest with more hunger strikes and suicides, and that the VC would step up their attacks in the provinces. Source fears that if pandemonium develops, the troops may well join with the populace in a massive revolt against the governmental policy, the attaché reported to Washington. Source stated that if it appears that the situation is getting out of control, General Don may seize control of the government. American officials thought Diem and Niu had gone crazy, but their actions were rooted in a certain logic as well as in their past experiences with Washington. The brothers believed that their strategic hamlets and other nation-building policies were working, and they were winning the war. It was imperative to neutralize the Buddhists before they damaged the war effort and upended the government. Trying to appease them had only fed their demands and stiffened their resistance. Diem probably concluded, Trueheart cabled Washington, that this policy had become a one-way street to catastrophe for him, his family, and his government. The Americans always counseled peaceful compromise. Back in 1955, they urged the brothers to placate the Bing Suyen and the religious sects. When Diem and Niu instead went to war against their foes, the Americans got behind them and even increased their aid. The brothers may have anticipated a similar reaction from Washington after they put down the Buddhists. Not only would they weather the storm, they'd emerge stronger in its wake. If that was their thinking, they had miscalculated. Much of the world was shocked and disgusted by the pagoda raids, and Diem and Niu were engulfed by the political furor that followed. South Vietnam's longtime ambassador to Washington, Chan Van Chong, who was also Madame Niu's father, resigned and publicly called for Diem's ouster. All but one member of his embassy staff followed him out the door. Truong's wife quit her position as South Vietnam's United Nations observer. Once a wealthy landowner in Vietnam, Truong had never forgiven Diem for taking away some of his rice-growing acreage under his land reform program in the 1950s, and both Truongs were estranged from their daughter. Diem's foreign minister, a devout Buddhist named Vu Van Mao, resigned, shaved his head in solidarity with arrested monks and nuns, and asked permission to go on a pilgrimage to India. Diem and Niu were vilified around the world. Heavily Buddhist Cambodia severed diplomatic relations with South Vietnam. Overnight, it became deeply problematic for the Kennedy administration to do business as usual with the Saigon government. The policy of unswerving support for Diem had been severely, if not fatally, wounded. The State Department released a public statement condemning the raids as a direct violation by the Vietnamese government of assurances that it was pursuing a policy of reconciliation with the Buddhists. Nolting contemplated these developments in sadness and anger. After leaving Saigon, he'd flown to Honolulu to consult with Hillsman and Lodge. Lodge dismissively waved off a briefing by his predecessor because he had nothing to learn from him. The three men watched as a wire service ticker spat out news of the raids. Someone cursed softly. Nolting looked stricken. To Hillsman, the action was a deliberate affront to the Americans, a calculated effort to present them with a fait accompli prior to Lodge's arrival as the new ambassador. Worse, Ziem and Niu had done it with arrogance and contempt, and no attempt to salvage Washington's dignity, confident, as Hillsman put it, that we would swallow this just as we had swallowed so much in the past. For Nolting, it was more personal. He'd worked long and hard to help Ziem, jeopardizing his career in the bargain. But in the end, his friend betrayed him, first promising to make peace with the Buddhists, and then beating and arresting them in their shrines. Nolting dejectedly wired Ziem, "This is the first time that you've ever gone back on your word to me." No reply came from the palace. Halberstam and Sheehan spent most of August 21st trying to figure out who ordered the raids. It was no easy task. Many of their usual Vietnamese sources were too scared to talk, and the curfew made it dangerous to move around on the tense, troop-filled streets after dark. Trueheart reported to Washington that the generals were the likely culprits. Expertness, speed, and coordination with which operations carried out against Buddhists in widely separated cities, he wrote, indicate that careful and detailed prior planning must have been carried out on contingency basis before final decision to move taken. Halberstam suspected Niu. After all, the raids had unfolded exactly the way the palace tipster, Roy, said they would, and the action was largely carried out by the Special Forces, long associated with Niu. Halberstam did hear from one Vietnamese source that some Special Forces troopers had worn ARVN uniforms in an effort to disguise themselves. To Halberstam, the reason was obvious. Niu wanted it to look like the army conducted the crackdown, creating the impression that it had broader support within the government than it actually did. The next day, Halberstam went to see John Richardson, the CIA station chief, who looked tired and shaken. A rumor was circulating that his agency had known about the raids in advance and had even approved them. But Richardson admitted that he'd been just as surprised as everybody else in the embassy. "We just didn't know," he told Halberstam. "We just didn't know, I can assure you." It was an embarrassing disclosure from a man who not only had close personal connections to the palace, but was in charge of more than 200 professional spies and support personnel. Another U.S. intelligence agent, however, insisted that Niu and Colonel Tung were responsible for the raids, telling the newsman, "It didn't have a damn thing to do with the army." Halberstam and Sheehan compared notes and began knocking out their stories. They still faced another difficult hurdle. All news materials, print articles, film, and still photos, had to undergo censorship before Ziem's cable office would transmit them to New York or anywhere else. The censors were ARVN officers assigned to the psychological warfare branch, and they were so heavy-handed it was almost humorous. News articles had to go through at least 3 of them, sitting at a long table. Each officer made his cuts, rubber-stamped the story, and passed it to the next officer for more cuts. The general in charge of the censoring said the main goal was to block all references to the past, which he defined as the Buddhist turmoil. A more candid censor said the policy was simply to cut out anything they don't like. All references to gunfire and screams at Sa Loi were excised. The word raided was replaced by searched. In a Halberstam story that referred to this troubled country, troubled was dropped. Sheehan's 3-page story summarizing events at Sa Loi was thrown out in its entirety. Joseph Fried of the New York Daily News managed to score an interview with the always quotable Madame Niu. But the Dragon Lady had one condition, that she be allowed to personally edit Fried's story. When she was done, Fried saw that her revisions mostly involved inserting the adjectives despicable and miserable in front of every reference to Buddhists. Even stories that made it through the censorial meat grinder piled up at the government telegraph office unsent. So newsmen resorted to Brown's ruse of smuggling out stories in film with sympathetic pigeons at Tan Son Nhut. In the days following the pagoda raids, dozens of foreign journalists poured into Saigon. On particularly hot stories, one of them would buy a plane ticket and fly out, his suitcase stuffed with dispatches from his colleagues. Mecklin recalled that one correspondent arrived at the airport just as the jet was taxiing away from the terminal. The man ran onto the tarmac, waving his arms wildly. Realizing what he wanted, the pilot cut his engines, opened his window, caught the packet of news stories tossed up to him, waved goodbye, and took off. According to Mecklin, the censor's biggest impact was to delay outgoing news stories by a few hours. Halberstam got out a long article that fingered New as having planned and executed the pagoda attacks without the Army's knowledge. His story was packaged on the front page of the New York Times with a second story, written by one of the paper's Washington correspondents, that said Arvin commanders had persuaded Diem to suppress the Buddhists and declare martial law. In a short explanatory note, Times editors described the two stories as conflicting, but evidently they were both accurate, describing different sides of the same coin. The generals had indeed sought a state of siege declaration, partly, as Halberstam later learned, as a pretext to bring additional troops into Saigon for a coup. According to General Don, before he and his colleagues could act on their plan to remove monks to their home pagodas, New got the jump on them, sending in Special Forces troops and police for the mass roundup. The CIA reported New's contrary claim that he had no involvement in the action, although he agreed with it. In any event, the regime, in one fell swoop, had jailed most of the protest leaders, destroyed any remaining hopes for amity with the Buddhists, and for good measure, stuck its thumb squarely in Washington's eye. Henry Cabot Lodge landed at Tan Son Nhut on the rainy, oppressively hot night of August 22nd. Lanky and craggily good-looking, his thick salt and pepper hair neatly parted to one side, the new ambassador stepped off his plane wearing a dark suit and holding a straw hat, looking for all the world like a proper Bostonian on a business trip in the tropics. He'd radioed ahead that he didn't want to speak to the press, but nonetheless found himself facing about 40 reporters who'd come to the airport in special buses, escorted by armed police jeeps, since it was past curfew. Flashbulbs popped and TV cameras whirred. The arrival of Nolting's replacement was big news in Saigon. Rather than get off to a bad start with the reporters by hurrying wordlessly past them, Lodge stood at the microphones and made a short speech, saying nothing of substance about U.S.-South Vietnam relations, but talking about the importance of a free press in a democracy and promising to help the newsmen. It was the opening move of a masterful campaign to win over a group of people whose goodwill and indulgence Lodge knew he needed. Many Americans, as well as South Vietnamese, assumed Lodge's presence signaled a much tougher, less tolerant U.S. policy towards Diem. If Nolting had been the good cop, Lodge was to be the bad cop. "They have sent us a proconsul," Madame New sniffed at news of Lodge's appointment, adding that he was on probation with the regime. Americans in Saigon began sharing a witticism that played on the ages and patrician pedigrees of both the new ambassador and Diem. "Our old Mandarin can lick your old Mandarin." A week before he landed in South Vietnam, Lodge visited the Oval Office for a conversation with Kennedy, in which the president suggested that the United States might have to get rid of Diem. Much of the exchange was picked up by a hidden taping system the Secret Service had installed so JFK could secretly record his talks with advisors and visitors. From his rocking chair, he could reach the taping switch concealed in a bookend on a side table. "The time may come when we're going to have to try to do something about Diem, and I think that's going to be an awfully critical period," Kennedy said. "Oh, yes," Lodge replied. Kennedy continued, "I don't know how well you're prepared for that out there, or who we would sort of support. I think that's going to be one of your key problems this year. It may be that they ought to go, and it's just a question of how skillfully that's done, and if we get the right fellow." JFK noted that Diem had resisted both the French and the Communists, and that's a pretty good record. But it might no longer be possible to save him or his government. The president mentioned that he'd asked Forrestal to prepare a report on the extent to which the Buddhist movement was purely religious, as opposed to subversively political. Lodge said he thought the Buddhists had experienced discrimination at the regime's hands, but not systematic persecution, much the same sentiments that Nolting had voiced to UPI. Kennedy warned that we do have a problem with American newsmen in Saigon, and Lodge could expect a hard time developing a favorable relationship with them. "The press out there, you know how they can get in those places," the president said. "They feel they're trying to do a job because they're trying to get rid of. they're carrying out a political action to get rid of Ziem, because they would argue that's the only way they can win. He mentioned Halberstam's story in that morning's Times, saying the war in the Delta wasn't going well. Most reporters, Kennedy said, were liberal-minded and instinctively opposed to authoritarians like Ziem. But he didn't want U.S. policy toward South Vietnam being made for us by a couple of smart young reporters. Lodge assured him that he had a plan for winning over the newsmen. Kennedy didn't want to move against Ziem until he could be sure that there is somebody who would be better than him. He also told Lodge, "I think we have to leave it almost completely in your hands and your judgment. I don't know whether we'd be better off if the alternative would be better. Maybe it will be. If so, maybe we have to move in that direction. But I think I'd take a good look at it before I'd come to that conclusion. I just figure we don't want to get carried away until you've had a good chance to look at it." While he admired Ziem to some extent, Kennedy couldn't contain his dislike for this bitch, Madame New. "Is she a lesbian or what?" he demanded of Lodge. "She seems awfully masculine." Lodge averred that she probably was gay. Lodge had recently discussed Madame with her parents, the Chuangs, who said their daughter had always been violent and not stupid, but crazy. New and Ziem let her speak her mind, no matter who she offended, because they agreed with her views, the Chuangs asserted. They added that their daughter, her husband, and Ziem were dangerously out of touch with the real situation in their country. If they didn't leave South Vietnam soon, the Chuangs said, there was no power on earth that could prevent them from being assassinated, given all the arbitrary arrests, imprisonments, and executions they'd inflicted on their countrymen. They urged Lodge to persuade their daughter to get out while she still could. Lodge turned his first full day in Saigon into an unmistakable show of support for the Buddhists. Security forces had seized Quang Duc's iconic heart during the raid on Sa Loi, but two monks carrying some of his ashes in a small urn managed to scamper over a back wall, landing outside a building that housed the U.S. Economic Aid Agency. They requested and were granted asylum. The regime wanted the fugitives turned over to police, but the embassy refused. In a deliberate slap at Ziem and New, Lodge paid an ostentatious visit to the two monks, asking how they were and if they had enough to eat. The new ambassador wasted little time in wooing the journalists he regarded as the most important in Vietnam, Halberstam, Sheehan, and Brown. Within a week, he'd invited each of them to lunch with him and his lively wife Emily at the ambassadorial residence. He flattered the newsmen by seeking their advice on how to handle Ziem and New, and seemed to share their distaste for the regime. Brown liked him right away. Unlike his predecessors and most of the other Americans guiding Vietnam policy, Lodge spoke bluntly and honestly, and newsmen rarely, if ever, felt they were being misled by him, the AP bureau chief later wrote. Lodge passed on the pleasing tidbit that JFK had a copy of Brown's photo of the burning monk on his Oval Office desk. He subsequently did Brown a valuable favor, writing a preface for his 1965 Vietnam book, The New Face of War. Halberstam liked Lodge's newsman-like skepticism, writing approvingly that he didn't believe anything that the South Vietnamese government said, nor much of what the U.S. military said. With his many years of experience in big-city journalism, as well as big-league politics, Lodge knew all the tricks of petting the press. He was always available to talk. While he had a reputation for haughtiness and rudeness, he never acted that way toward journalists. He solicited their ideas, fed them newsy morsels, and treated them as equals. Unlike Nolting, he never lectured or argued with them. By insisting they had better sources than he did, he made them purr. The ambassadors on our side, a top AP executive gushed to Arnett, after Lodge obligingly let the executive and 3 other newsmen hitch a ride on his government plane from Tokyo to Saigon, the last leg of his flight from the United States to his new job. Mecklin said admiringly that Lodge converted newsmen into his disciples. Another American official, a Nolting fan, put it differently, labeling them Lodge's patsies. In any event, the new envoy began to receive much better treatment from the press than the old. There's a hoary axiom in American politics and government: never waste a good crisis. Almost as soon as news of the Pagoda Blitz broke, Hillsman, Harriman, and Forrestal set out to take advantage of the ensuing political tumult. The day he returned to Washington from Honolulu, Hillsman convened a meeting with Forrestal, William Colby, who'd risen to become the CIA's Far East Division Chief, and General Victor Krulak, the Joint Chiefs of Staff's counterinsurgency specialist, asking them how we might exploit the situation. At that point, who was running the South Vietnamese government was an open question. Was Diem still in charge, or had the military seized power under the cloak of martial law? Had Nhu somehow taken over? No one knew for sure. Krulak said it was imperative to find out and also to get Madame Nhu out of the country. Hillsman agreed and told Colby to bend every effort to determine Nhu's power position as well as Diem's relationship with the military. In Saigon, CIA agents, embassy political officers, and U.S. military men reached out to their contacts. Information flooded in, much of it contradictory. Some sources said Diem was still firmly in charge. Others claimed Nhu had pushed his brother aside. Posters of Nhu appeared on walls and in government offices. Radio broadcasts referred to him as a beloved leader. But there was no clear consensus, and the CIA informed Kennedy on August 24th, "We cannot determine as yet who is calling the shots in Saigon, Diem or the Nhus." There were other questions as well. Who exactly ordered the raids, and who carried them out? Initial broadcasts on the government-funded Voice of America radio network said the operation was carried out by the ARVN, but that wasn't the case, as the CIA learned from General Don. Don told his old friend Lucien Conin that the ARVN hadn't been aware of the pagoda invasions until after the Special Forces and police launched them. He himself hadn't known until a call came over his command radio that the Sa Loi roundup was underway. The generals, he explained, asked Diem to declare martial law and proposed removing visiting monks from Saigon. But within hours, Nhu's shock troops hit the pagodas, employing iron fist tactics that made even army commanders recoil. Many South Vietnamese were furious about the incursions. Don was upset that the ARVN was being blamed for them. He cited the Voice of America broadcasts and said the radio network should make it clear that Nhu's legions were the responsible party, not the army. Don didn't say who'd ordered the onslaught, but he noted that the Special Forces were under the joint control of Diem and Nhu. There was speculation in Washington that the brothers timed the move to take place during the changeover of U.S. ambassadors, the better to crush the Buddhists without interference from the Americans. It was also suggested that the palace wanted to pin the operation on the ARVN in order to taint it in Washington's eyes. That way, if the Americans ever began to think seriously about overthrowing Diem, the generals would be politically less attractive as allies. But it was Nhu who was really in Hillsman's crosshairs. He'd long been a source of irritation and embarrassment to the U.S. government, and Hillsman wanted him gone. Shortly after the pagoda raids, Hillsman met with his staff and announced confidently that Nhu had organized them, adding, "We just can't stand for this." When a subordinate pointed out that it wasn't clear at that point who the culprit was, Hillsman replied with a shit-eating smile on his face, "If it isn't true, then let's make it true." With Nhu in power, South Vietnam was doomed, Hillsman believed. Nhu's proclivity for repression would eventually turn the people against the government, dragging it into ignominy and disaster along with its ally, the United States. Diem's aide, Tuan, told an American official that Nhu had tricked the generals, who didn't know about the pagoda strikes in advance, but were taking the fall for them. Nhu was now in a dangerously triumphant mood and contemptuous of the Americans, believing himself in full control of the situation. Whatever they did, Tuan warned, the Americans mustn't acquiesce in Nhu's actions. Hillsman received a phone call after the raids from Admiral Harry Felt, Commander-in-Chief of U.S. forces in the Pacific and Harkins's direct superior. Felt told Hillsman, "Roger, I hope you do what is necessary. We've got to stop this thing. You've got to persuade people in Washington to effect a change in government out there." Hillsman also claimed that 2 unnamed Vietnamese generals contacted the embassy, saying they believed Nhu planned to kill them and make a deal with Hanoi and sell out the whole country. If the generals moved first against New, what would the U.S. government's attitude be? They wanted an answer right away. Hillsman decided to act. On Saturday, August 24th, in his office at the State Department, Hillsman drafted one of the most fateful directives of the Vietnam War, a message to Lodge that came to be known as the Green Light Cable. U.S. government cannot tolerate situation in which power lies in New's hands, Hillsman wrote. Diem must be given chance to rid himself of New and his coterie and replace them with best military and political personalities available. The embassy was to inform South Vietnamese military and civilian leaders that if New and his wife weren't axed, Washington would find it impossible to extend further military and economic support to South Vietnam. Diem should be given a reasonable opportunity to remove News, Hillsman went on, but if he refused, we are prepared to accept the obvious implication that we can no longer support Diem. The cable also instructed Lodge to tell Diem's generals that Washington would give them direct support in any interim period of breakdown of Diem's government. The new ambassador, in Saigon barely 2 days, was further told to urgently examine all possible alternative leadership and make detailed plans as to how we might bring about Diem's replacement if this should become necessary. Lodge should work with Harkins to protect American citizens during this operation. Hillsman closed by assuring Lodge that we will back you to the hilt on actions you take to achieve our objectives. Thus, with a single telegram, Hillsman laid the groundwork for a complete reversal of nearly a decade of American policy toward Vietnam. On the strength of no authority but his own, he moved to pull the rug out from under a longtime anti-communist ally during wartime. Worse, he did so in pursuit of a chimera. U.S. diplomats had been telling Washington for years that as corrosive as New's presence was, he and his brother were Siamese twins who could never be separated. Nolting's predecessor, Elbridge Dubrow, urged Diem in 1960 to appoint New as an ambassador and send him into comfortable, semi-permanent exile abroad. Diem ignored him. He and his brother were bonded not only by blood, but by past triumphs and a shared vision for the future of their country. New was Diem's right-hand man, the cutthroat executor of his policies. He headed the crucial Strategic Hamlet program, ran the secret police, and oversaw the Republican youth, all key pillars of strength for the regime. New functioned as his brother's big thinker, writing his speeches and coming up with personalism as the regime's official ideology. To Diem, resisting foreign pressure was an art form. Getting him to ship his indispensable brother out of South Vietnam had as much chance of success as persuading JFK to send his brother and right-hand man, Robert, to the moon. Recognizing this sibling parallel, some Americans called New Bobby New. The Green Light Cable didn't directly order Lodge to foment a coup, but by imposing an unattainable condition on Diem and encouraging his generals to turn against him when he failed to meet it, Hillsman's instruction set in motion a series of events that culminated in the president's overthrow and brutal murder 9 weeks later. As soon as the Green Light Cable was drafted, Hillsman and his bureaucratic allies set out to ram it through the government's interdepartmental clearance process without nearly as much top-level scrutiny as it needed. On that late summer weekend, much of official Washington was on vacation or otherwise out of town. Kennedy was with his family in Hyannisport, mourning his prematurely born son Patrick, who died at a Boston hospital on August 9th after less than 2 days of life. Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara was climbing the Grand Teton Mountains in Wyoming. Secretary of State Dean Rusk was in New York meeting with UN officials and taking in a Yankees game. CIA Director John McCone was yachting in Puget Sound. McGeorge Bundy, JFK's national security assistant, was at his vacation home in Manchester-by-the-Sea, Massachusetts. Hillsman took the draft telegram to Harriman, his immediate superior, for approval, and they brought it to Forrestal. Forrestal telephoned George Ball, the acting Secretary of State in Rusk's absence, and relayed the message to him. Then Forrestal sent a copy over the secure White House communication system to JFK in Hyannisport. In a memo earlier that day, Forrestal told the president, "It is now quite certain that New is calling the shots," even though the CIA was reporting that it was unclear who was in charge in Saigon. Forrestal added, "Avril and Roger now agree that we must move before the situation in Saigon freezes." When Forrestal later sent Kennedy the text of the green light cable, he again nudged the president to act quickly, writing in a cover memo, "Since the situation in Saigon may not remain fluid for long, the State Department believes desirable transmit this message tonight." Forrestal next called Roswell Gilpatrick, McNamara's second-in-command, at his farm on Maryland's eastern shore. Immediately suspicious of how the cable was being handled, Gilpatrick had Forrestal read it to him twice. He realized the message was highly controversial and figured the anti-Ziem clique was trying to rush it through at a time when top officials who might object were gone. "I frankly thought it was an end run," Gilpatrick recalled. "I didn't see why it had to be done Saturday night, with the president away, with Rusk away, with McNamara away, Bundy away." But Gilpatrick raised no showstopper objections to the cable, seeing it as a political matter more in the State Department's bailiwick than the Pentagon's. Forrestal then turned to Krulak, who was in Forrestal's White House office as he made the clearance calls. Forrestal asked him to deliver a copy of the cable to General Maxwell Taylor, who JFK had made chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in October 1962. Krulak hurried away. Kennedy called Forrestal, saying, "I want to talk to George Ball and Harriman about this telegram. Where are they?" Forrestal said he'd find them. Ball, it turned out, was playing golf in Potomac, Maryland. As he finished up the ninth hole, Harriman and Hillsman appeared in a great sweat and drove Ball to his home, where he got on the phone with the president to go over the cable. "He asked me what I really thought," Ball remembered. "I had told him that Avril and Hillsman very much wanted to do this. I had made some changes in the telegram. I had watered it down myself, actually, over their earlier version. I read him the critical paragraphs. I told him that this would certainly be taken as encouragement by the generals to mount a coup. But I said I thought that, in my judgment, the situation with Ziem was becoming an enormous humiliation to the United States, that we were supporting a regime which was behaving in the most unconscionable and cruel, uncivilized way toward a significant minority of the population. Madame New was making the most outrageous statements, and New was a very devious and unreliable fellow. I thought to send this telegram to Lodge, who just arrived there, was probably all right. So Kennedy approved it. At about 7 p.m., Forrestal got in touch again with Krulak, asking him if he'd shown the cable to Taylor. Forrestal recalled Krulak replying that Taylor had reviewed the text and, "It's all right with him if everybody else is in agreement." Forrestal checked again with Kennedy, who gave his final sign-off. The cable was transmitted to Saigon at 8:11 p.m. But Krulak gave a different account, saying he wasn't able to show the message to Taylor until about 9:45 p.m., after it had already been sent to Lodge. Taylor, who opposed ousting Ziem, read the text and commented to Krulak that it reflected the well-known compulsion of Hillsman and Forrestal to depose Ziem. Taylor added that he was glad he wasn't on the receiving end of the instruction, since it was so vague, and more thought should have been put into drafting it. He later complained that Hillsman, Harriman, and Forrestal had executed an egregious end run around the usual vetting process. Hillsman subsequently insisted that the green light cable was properly cleared with Kennedy and other Washington principals, but some top officials said they'd been hustled rather than consulted. After Hillsman asserted that he discussed the message with Marshall Carter, the CIA's acting director in McCone's absence, Carter took angry exception, saying he never saw the text before it was sent to Saigon. In a 1967 memorandum, Carter branded the message ill-conceived, ill-timed, and inadequately coordinated. Nevertheless, in a matter of hours, the Kennedy administration had made a decision, after years of full-throated U.S. support for Ziem, that could trigger a revolt against him. Kennedy and his men had given little, if any, consideration to important questions raised by the green light cable. If Ziem were deposed, Who or what would replace him? Would the new government be an improvement over the present one? Would it have the support of the people and the ability to prosecute the war any more effectively? In Saigon, troops, armored vehicles, machine guns, and bayonets were in evidence everywhere, especially along the approaches to Zialong Palace. Government radio blared that the Viet Cong were preparing to infiltrate marches and demonstrations and instigate violence. Soldiers put up posters urging the public to support the army and the regime. News blue-suited Republican youths paraded through slum neighborhoods, warning that anyone participating in anti-government activities faced arrest. Some citizens expressed their rancor anyway, tearing down pro-regime posters. On August 24th, about 1,000 students at the University of Saigon Law School gave thunderous applause to Siem's foreign minister, Vu Van Mao, who'd quit following the pagoda raids. Furious students ejected plainclothes police who tried to photograph a protest meeting at the university's medical school. When the cops arrested 3 U.S. newsmen covering the students, Lodge, without waiting to hear details of the incident, went to the foreign ministry and complained to the highest official he could find. But Diem and Niu still held powerful levers of repression and control. General Ding, Saigon's strutting military governor, promptly closed the university and all secondary schools in the city, following the student mass meetings. On Sunday, August 25th, police, paratroopers, and Marines swarmed into the university neighborhood and arrested more than 1,000 students, knocking some off their bicycles as they pedaled by. Those arrested were shoved into trucks marked with the distinctive handshake emblem of the U.S. aid program. Male arrestees' records were checked to see if they were eligible for the draft. Some students later rushed into a public square near the Central Market and unfurled anti-government banners. Police closed in and began fighting with them as cars, scooters, and cyclopus whizzed by. Shots were fired, and a young woman, a third-year pharmacy student, was killed. Several hundred people were arrested. In Hue, police went door to door that day, ordering residents to show up for a rally staged by the regime's mass political party, the National Revolutionary Movement. Some 30,000 people dutifully trudged to an assembly area on the banks of the Perfume River. Attendance was mandatory, with police checking people's names off a list. Pro-Diem speakers claimed that the pagodas were entered because Buddhist leaders were being used by the VC. Consul Helbley reported that the crowd remained impassive throughout the event, as 4 armored personnel carriers stood watch nearby. But the student outbursts were a threatening omen for the regime. Traditionally, South Vietnam's college and secondary school pupils were quiescent and apolitical, concerned mostly with getting good grades and graduating. Now they were fighting cops in the streets and vowing to take up leadership of the Buddhist movement on behalf of jailed monks and nuns. Hammering on his typewriter after the mass arrests, Halberstam produced yet another page-one story for the next day's Times. It is clear, he wrote, that the government has lost the youth of the country. Such sweeping pronunciamientos were one of the brash young journalist's trademarks, but this one seemed close to the mark. Hillsman had one more piece of unfinished business that climactic weekend. He was anxious to convince South Vietnamese, as well as Americans, that it was Niu's minions, special forces and police, that carried out the devastating pagoda raids, not the ARVN. Since Niu had disguised some of his men as regular soldiers, and Voice of America initially pinned the raids on the army, many Vietnamese associated the ARVN with the brutal takedown of the monks and nuns. If the generals were now to execute a coup and take over the government, they needed public support, and for that, they clearly needed an image cleanup. Hoping to plant a useful news story, Hillsman called UPI's State Department reporter Stuart Hensley at home. The U.S. government, Hillsman said, was convinced that Niu, not the generals, was responsible for storming the pagodas. Hillsman's game plan was to instruct Voice of America editors to pick up Hensley's story when it hit the wire and broadcast it in South Vietnam, where VOA had a large listenership as one of the few credible sources of news in the country. As any good journalist would, Hensley pushed Hillsman to say what next steps the Kennedy administration might take in South Vietnam. For instance, would it reduce U.S. aid as an expression of its strong disapproval of the pagoda forays? Hillsman said no such decision had been made, and it would be better if Hensley didn't speculate in his article. But Hensley argued that he had a responsibility to lay out Washington's possible courses of action in such an important foreign policy matter, and Hillsman had to agree. The Assistant Secretary of State hoped to avoid any problems by telling Voice of America editors to make sure only the portion of Hensley's story that exonerated the ARVN reached South Vietnamese ears. Any speculation about possible aid cuts was absolutely not to be aired. But as Hillsman ruefully acknowledged later, something went wrong. Chapter 13. We have to make this work. As he ate breakfast on Monday, August 26th, John Mecklin, the embassy press officer, listened to the English-language Voice of America newscast. For the next few minutes, he was transfixed. When the program ended, he grabbed the phone to call a member of his staff. "Did you hear that?" Mecklin blurted. He told his subordinate to get a hold of a transcript of the broadcast and meet him at Lodge's residence. Lodge was scheduled to present his ambassadorial credentials to Ziem later that morning. Gathered at his home were 8 or 9 U.S. officials who were going with him to Za Long Palace, including Trueheart, Harkins, and Richardson. The civilians were dressed in white, protocolaire suits for the ceremonial occasion. Harkins wore a dazzling white dress uniform. The VOA transcript arrived as the men sat around a coffee table. Lodge began reading it, becoming upset as his eyes moved down the page. Most of the broadcast presented no problems. The VOA news anchor had said that Special Forces and Secret Police carried out the pagoda raids, not the Arvin. The Army had agreed to the imposition of martial law in hopes of ending the Buddhist turmoil. The broadcast didn't mention that the generals had proposed martial law and had their own plan to eject dissident monks from Saigon. New had disguised some of his men as Arvin soldiers, VOA said, while others wore the blue uniforms of the Republican youth. Near the end was the line that had alarmed Mecklin. American officials indicated the U.S. may sharply reduce its aid to Vietnam unless President Diem gets rid of secret police officials responsible for the attacks. This was precisely the speculation that Hillsman told VOA not to put on the air. Lodge clearly hadn't known of it in advance. Now, just hours before he was to meet Diem for the first time, the new ambassador's government had publicly slapped the South Vietnamese leader with an ultimatum: cast out your brother or face possible loss of the American aid that largely holds your country together. It wouldn't be hard for Diem's domestic enemies to read between the lines that Washington was finally ready to toss him overboard, and such a reading could touch off a revolt and a great deal of bloodshed. Lodge tossed the transcript on the table. The newscast couldn't have come at a more awkward moment. Jack Kennedy would never approve of doing things this way, he said. This certainly isn't his way of running a government. Besides complicating his job, Lodge was concerned that the VOA report could put him in physical danger as well. Diem might simply cancel the palace ceremony in a fit of pique. But what if Diem and New did something crazy, like grabbing the Americans as hostages? That scenario was highly unlikely, but Lodge was prepared to believe almost anything about Diem. He turned to Harkins. "Paul, perhaps you better not come," he said. "If they try any funny business, it might be better if one of us were on the outside." Hillsman was horrified that VOA had failed to follow his instructions. Dean Rusk quickly cabled Lodge an apology, pledging that Washington wouldn't do or say anything else which would catch you by surprise or make your formidable task more difficult. Despite the radio broadcast, the traditional diplomatic ritual went off smoothly at Za Long. Lodge presented a letter of introduction signed by Kennedy and chatted amiably with Diem for about 15 minutes. Within hours of shaking Diem's hand, however, Lodge and his new subordinates were discussing how to execute the green light cable. Although the message didn't explicitly mention a coup, the ambassador interpreted it as an order to overthrow the government, according to Richardson. JFK had warned Lodge that Washington might decide to move against Diem, and the green light cable seemed to be the next step. It was certainly a momentous step for someone who was brand new to South Vietnam. Yet Lodge didn't ask his more experienced Saigon colleagues whether they thought driving Diem out of the palace was a good idea or a bad idea, and what consequences might flow from it. The green light cable directed that Diem be given a reasonable opportunity to unload the news, but Lodge didn't want to do that. Demanding their banishment yet again was futile, he believed, and might even alert Diem and New that an uprising against them was afoot. Instead, the ambassador wanted to bypass the president and go directly to the generals, who the green light cable all but invited to carry out a coup. When he asked the State Department for permission to skip Diem, it was promptly granted in a return cable from Hillsman, Harriman, and Ball. No one bothered to consult Kennedy about this abrupt change of plan, which made a coup more likely to happen sooner rather than later. Lodge also decided that the Americans' official hands should not show as they reached out to the generals. Rather than have Harkins or Richardson make the contacts, Lodge assigned the job to CIA agents Lucien Conin, a familiar face to Arvin Brass, and Alfonso Spera, known for his skill at tapping telephones. The Americans couldn't be sure which generals might be receptive and which wouldn't. Attempting to overthrow Diem was, of course, a delicate and dangerous business. Anyone who tried and failed could easily find himself in a torture room at the Saigon Zoo or with a bullet in the back of his head. With news spies seated throughout the South Vietnamese military, an incautious American feeler could be hazardous to a general's health. William Colby, the CIA's Far East director, told the Saigon station the agency's leadership hadn't been consulted about the green light cable before it was sent. Nonetheless, he advised Richardson that the CIA must fully accept directives of policymakers and seek ways to accomplish objectives they seek, even though the cable appears to be throwing away bird in hand before we have adequately identified birds in bush or songs they may sing. That was his oblique way of criticizing the short-sightedness of pushing Diem overboard before an acceptable replacement had been found. Richardson suggested two generals to be contacted initially. One was Nguyen Khang, who commanded the ARVN's 2nd Corps and its 4 infantry divisions in the Central Highlands. A bantam figure with darting eyes who sported a goatee and a paratrooper's red beret, the 36-year-old Khan was regarded by many Americans as the best of South Vietnam's 19 generals. Some of his ARVN peers considered him a mercurial opportunist. Richardson's other pick was Chan Tien Kiem, a silent, humorless man, an inscrutable sort of a fellow, as John McCone described him, who served as General Don's deputy on the ARVN's Joint General Staff. A Catholic and Can Lao party member, Kiem also was Diem's godson. As a colonel during the 1960 paratrooper revolt, he rushed tanks and troops from the Mekong Delta into Saigon to rescue Diem. But he developed a deep antipathy toward Nhu. Although the 37-year-old Kiem had no troops under his command, he was well situated in the ARVN hierarchy to coordinate action against Diem with other high-ranking officers. Conin swiftly paid a visit to Kiem. The embassy had drawn up a list of conditions the generals had to adhere to if they wanted U.S. support, and Conin conveyed them to Kiem. First and foremost, the news had to go, although it was up to the generals whether they wanted to keep Diem in some sort of figurehead role after they took over the government. Arrested monks and other protesters must be promptly released, and the generals must fully implement the June peace agreement with the Buddhists. If the Nhus remained in power, and the Buddhist situation was not redressed as Washington wanted, American military and economic aid would end. The generals would be on their own when they went up against Diem and his loyal troops. The Americans wouldn't bail them out if they seemed to be losing. Bloodshed was to be kept to an absolute minimum, and after the coup, the generals must work closely with Americans to prosecute the war. Kiem replied that the generals agreed to the conditions. He warned Conin against approaching General Don, since new agents were embedded in his staff. Kiem also told Conin that a jeep would pick him up shortly and take him to see General Duong Van Minh, Big Ming, who was soon to emerge as the coup leader. Ming had disturbing news for Conin. Nhu planned to take over the government in the next 3 days. He was forcing Diem's cabinet members to resign and had gotten his other brother, Ngo Dinh Can, under control. Can was later reported to be under house arrest in Hue. Nhu's actions, said Ming, were likely to trigger a popular rebellion against the government. Meanwhile, Spera flew to the Central Highlands to speak with General Han at his field headquarters in Pleiku. Han was less than enthusiastic about a coup. Referring to the bungled VOA broadcast, he said he hoped the United States halted its aid and Diem was forced to dump Nhu, eliminating the need for a military takeover. My impression is he much prefers it that way, Spera reported. Han also asked whether Washington would guarantee the generals' families a safe haven and financial support if an anti-Diem revolt failed. Han had a wife and 4 children, no money stashed away, and wanted an immediate reply to his questions. To Spera, the general seemed caught off base by our timing and unsure what to do. Conin saw Kiem again the next day. Kiem had important information. A committee of generals had met and decided to stage a coup within a week. As one of their first acts, they planned to kill Colonel Tong, the Special Forces commander, and destroy his entire encampment at the Long Tan training center outside Saigon. Konin promised to give Hiem a list of all the weapons available to Tung's men at the camp. Hiem and his fellow rebels also planned to neutralize two other Diem loyalists, General Ding, Saigon's military governor, and General Huyen Van Cao, the 4th Corps commander who presided over the Ap Bak debacle. The rebel generals planned to install as their new head of state Diem's vice president, To, who knew of the coup plan and favored it. Hiem warned Konin not to contact Big Ming again, explaining that his position was too precarious. On the same day that Lodge met Diem, a procession of cars departed from the South Vietnamese Foreign Ministry, escorted by police and bound for the airport. In one car sat Vu Van Mao, Diem's foreign minister, who'd embarrassed the regime by resigning and shaving his head monk-style as a protest against the pagoda raids. Trailing his vehicle were cars bearing other foreign ministry officials. Mao was scheduled to fly to India, where he planned to go on a pilgrimage. Western diplomats and newsmen were at Tan Son Nhut to see him off. But the officials following Mao's car were unable to keep pace with it, and Mao disappeared in traffic. He didn't arrive at the airport, and police removed his luggage from the airliner. Some of his well-wishers assumed the worst. Hitlerian gangsterism, a waiting diplomat remarked in disgust to a journalist. In Washington, 11 hours behind Saigon, the members of Kennedy's National Security Council gathered at the White House on August 26th to review the weekend's chaotic events. With the generals supposedly poised to move, the noon meeting in the cabinet room marked the start of a series of daily emergency sessions on Vietnam that resembled the tense, top-level conferences held during the Cuban Missile Crisis the previous year. While the president had signed off on the green light cable, he knew it was drafted and sent precipitously. He was upset that he'd been pushed too hard and too fast by his subordinates. He passed it off too quickly over a weekend at the Cape, Robert Kennedy recalled. He had thought it was cleared by McNamara and Taylor and everyone at State. In fact, it was Harriman, Hillsman, and Forrestal at the White House, and they were the ones who were strongly for a coup. The president admitted that the message to Lodge was a major mistake on his part, his brother said. Prior to the meeting, JFK had discussed the cable with Robert, who in turn discussed it with McNamara and Taylor, who both expressed disapproval of the way it was handled. Despite his qualms, the president didn't cancel it. Like the Oval Office, the cabinet room was wired to secretly record conversations. The switch for the taping system was underneath the long conference table, directly in front of JFK's chair. The president flipped it on as Hillsman delivered an update on the CIA's initial contacts with the generals and predicted some snowballing of public anger against Diem as a result of the mass arrests of university students. Kennedy told his men he didn't want his support for the insurgent generals to look like capitulation to media pressure. He claimed that Halberstam was running almost a political campaign to bring down Diem with critical news articles. Halberstam's coverage, he said, reminded him of another New York Times reporter, Herbert L. Matthews, who helped to undermine Cuban dictator Fulgencio Batista with his fawning coverage of Fidel Castro in the 1950s. When we move to eliminate a government, we want to be sure we're not doing it because the New York Times is excited about it, JFK said. We're not, sir. We're not, sir, Hillsman assured him. They're just not right very often, Kennedy groused. And they've been wrong in this situation continuously, replied Hillsman. Taylor said the generals would have trouble pulling off a coup, partly because Diem and Nhu had divided authority over combat troops in the Saigon area among several of them. But Hillsman pressed for a military takeover without delay. He related the phone call he'd gotten from Admiral Felt, the U.S. Pacific Forces commander. Felt believed that unless the Nhus were removed, many mid-level ARVN officers and non-commissioned officers would just lay down their arms and go home, Hillsman said. Felt realized a coup was dangerous, but thought delaying it was even more dangerous. When Kennedy asked Taylor, based on his Pentagon experience, what chance the rebel generals had of prevailing, the Joint Chiefs Chairman replied that, in Washington, we would not turn over the problem of choosing a head of state to the military, a remark that set off guffaws from other men in the room. Hillsman told the president that the embassy was making every effort to learn more about the general's plans. The discussion moved on to who might replace Diem as South Vietnam's leader. The State Department was examining various alternatives, but Hillsman said they're not pretty. One possibility was that the generals would boot the news but keep Diem. Another was that the military would set up a junta and name Vice President Tho as head of state. Under South Vietnam's constitution, Tho was next in the line of succession after Diem. In that scenario, Tho would serve as a constitutional fig leaf, a front man, as Hillsman put it, for the generals, who'd hold the real power. McNamara objected sharply to Tho, who he described as completely unacceptable as the post-coup president. We have our prestige, we have our troops committed there, and it seems to me we ought to have some voice in the man to replace Diem, said the defense chief. We put a weak man in there, and we'd be in real trouble. And Tho, from what little I know, is really quite unacceptable, because he's too weak. He has no political base, no power to control anything. Moreover, McNamara said, a government run by generals who'd never governed before was likely to engender serious criticism in the United States, especially among liberals in Congress and the press. When JFK asked what would happen if the coup failed, and Washington still had to deal with Diem and New, Hillsman replied, "It's pretty horrible to contemplate, sir. New is basically anti-American. There's an element of emotional instability here." But Rusk insisted that if the regime's repressiveness was allowed to continue, we're on the road to disaster. At some point, he said, Washington would face two unappealing choices, either withdraw from Vietnam or commit such forces as would involve our taking over the country. Hillsman made one last emotional pitch for action against the Neos. Without it, he said, the South Vietnamese people would turn against the United States. Now, this is what you get everywhere from the people in the streets. The arrested students in the trucks were yelling at the Americans, "It's up to you now. We've done our part. It's up to you." Monks, nuns, and students kept coming into the embassy, risking arrest as they pleaded for American help, Hillsman said. The only blame that's attached to the United States, so far and throughout, is, when are you going to make up your minds? They expect us to correct the situation. If we fail to act, then we'll get blame. Kennedy directed the State Department to prepare biographies on the coup generals and other key personalities in Saigon. He wanted to meet again the next day for further discussions and asked that Nolting be present to answer his questions. Acutely aware of Nolting's avid support for Diem, Hillsman tried to undercut the ex-ambassador, asserting that he was very deeply involved emotionally and deeply shocked over the past few days because he felt that Diem has double-crossed him. Kennedy wanted Nolting in the room, nevertheless. JFK didn't lose his usual composure as the ill-conceived green light cable was discussed. But watching the meeting unfold, McNamara's deputy, Roswell Gilpatrick, sensed the president's annoyance. In pushing through the message to Lodge, a handful of underlings had effectively hijacked his Vietnam policy, steering it in a direction fraught with uncertainty, and as would soon become apparent, creating volatile divisions in the top ranks of his administration. The cable also limited Kennedy's ability to back away from a coup, since if he now broke the U.S. pledge to help the generals, they'd never again trust Washington, making collaboration with them in the war more difficult. It was perfectly evident to us as we left the meeting, Gilpatrick recalled, that he was not pleased with this particular performance of his advisors in state, defense, and on his own staff. Gilpatrick was right. "This shit has got to stop," Kennedy exploded privately at Forrestal, who he blamed for overreaching his authority and creating the weekend mess. Distraught, Forrestal went to Harriman, his mentor, and said he thought he should resign. But Harriman told him to quit being a goddamn fool and get back to work. When Forrestal nonetheless told Kennedy he was prepared to leave, the president snapped, "You're not worth firing. You owe me something, so stick around." Robert Kennedy thought McGeorge Bundy bore some of the fault as well, saying the national security assistant wasn't particularly helpful. Bundy later noted dryly the lesson he learned: never do business on the weekend. Fearing that JFK might ultimately turn against a coup, Hillsman telephoned Harriman on August 27th to talk strategy before that day's White House conference got underway. Harriman asked if some of the president's advisers were getting cold feet. Hillsman said he thought he could bring Nolting around, but that he was afraid of Max Taylor. Urging Harriman to attend the upcoming meeting with the president, Hillsman anxiously insisted, "We have to make this work." But Nolting remained firmly in Ziem's corner despite the pagoda raids and their fallout. On his first day back at the State Department, after returning from Saigon, he found a letter from Kennedy praising his significant contribution for strengthening the relations between the governments and peoples of the United States and Vietnam. Shortly after reading it, he got a call from a White House press aide who asked him not to release the letter publicly. The aide explained, "The president would find it awkward and embarrassing because of his references to the close relations you established between the government of South Vietnam and the United States." That same day, visiting Hillsman, Nolting read the green light cable for the first time and interpreted it as a plot to overthrow the constitutional government of President Diem. When he stopped in at Harriman's office to say hello, the crocodile yelled, "Get out!" Meeting with Kennedy and his advisers in the cabinet room on August 27th, Nolting declared his profound misgivings about a coup. In his slow, stentorian, Southern gentleman voice, he said none of the rebel generals possessed the guts or the sang-froid or the drive of either Diem or New. Moreover, he said, the generals were divided and lacked sufficient forces to knock over the regime. JFK asked whether the South Vietnamese president had ever explained why he broke his promise to make peace with the Buddhists. Nolting replied that he regarded Diem as a man of integrity who kept, or at least tried to keep, his promises. He pointed out that Diem had tried to abide by Washington's wishes to uproot Madame New, appealing to the Australian ambassador to invite her for an extended stay in his country. But with monks burning, street demonstrations multiplying, and military leaders pleading for a crackdown, Diem apparently decided that conciliation wasn't working and force had to be used. When Kennedy wanted to know why the regime had acted with such harshness toward the Buddhists, Nolting speculated that New ordered the raids, but not the brutality. The special forces and the police got jittery and smashed things up. JFK peppered Nolting with questions about the news. Why, the president inquired, with all the trouble Madame stirred up, had there been no effort to take control of her? Nolting said multiple attempts had been made, the most recent being Diem's initiative to ship her to Australia. But he added, she's a strong-willed woman who was not under anyone's domination. Nolting evidently didn't know that a few days earlier, Diem had finally ordered her to make no public statements and give no press conferences, according to his chief of staff, Tuan. Kennedy asked whether New was anti-American, as Hillsman claimed, but Nolting said he viewed him as pro-Vietnamese. The ex-ambassador summed up New as a schizophrenic personality who wasn't a liar, but who rationalizes changes to the point that he can't tell the difference. While Nolting didn't want New to acquire any more power, neither did he believe the political counselor was trying to take over the government. The brothers would never abandon one another, he said. If the generals went after New, Diem would go down with him. The president also wanted Nolting's views on whether the momentum of the war effort could be kept up under Diem and New. Nolting replied that Washington should go slow and easy for a few weeks and see what developed. It was quite possible, he said, that New's brutal surgical operation on the Buddhist leadership would succeed in cooling things down, and the counterinsurgency could go on without pause. If domestic protests and Arvan disaffection grew to the point that the war effort faltered, then the United States would face an entirely different problem. Nolting noted that if Washington now chose to pull back from the generals, we've either lost some friends or lost some necks among some friends. But he again counseled patience. My instinct is, since we don't have a good place to jump to, not to jump right now. Wait a little more. His remarks seemed to give the president pause about the wisdom of a coup. Rusk still wanted Ziem and Yu removed, arguing that they were impeding progress against the communists. But Kennedy ordered that a telegram be dispatched to Lodge and Harkins, soliciting their views on the prospects for a successful coup. Did they think Washington should keep working with the generals, or hang back for a while, as Nolting suggested?